Chapter 1. Hell on Earth. The incessant drizzle has lingered for an entire week, with dark, ominous clouds occasionally releasing wisps of mist. The weather is simply abysmal, leaving one to ponder when the sun will finally break through and dispel the dismal gloom. A month has elapsed since his arrival in this world, yet Sun Wukong remains bewildered, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. Just a month prior, he was an ordinary young man, fresh out of university and stepping into the world. However, after a nightmarish ordeal, he awoke to find himself in the Dragon Ball universe, as Sun Wukong's eldest son, Sun Wukong. But this realm is not the familiar one he once knew. Instead, it is the dystopian future envisioned by Trunks. In this world, all the Z fighters have perished, and he is the sole remaining warrior capable of battle. This calamity unfolded merely 2 months ago, resembling a nightmare from which he is yet to awaken, and he, Sun Wukong, is still just an 80-year-old child. 2 years prior, Sun Wukong succumbed to a viral heart disease. With his departure, the awakened androids, 17 and 18, wreaked havoc unchecked. Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu fell, one after another, as the androids laid waste to city after city, turning the world into a veritable hell on Earth. Survivors lead lives of displacement, perpetually seeking refuge. At that time, Sun Wukong had missed the battle while gathering Dragon Balls, a stroke of misfortune that ultimately spared his life. Yet, this fortunate twist only deepened his sense of guilt, plunging him into despondency, tormented by his own anguish. After enduring a month of torment, Sun Wukong fell gravely ill. Upon awakening, he found himself transformed, his outlook brightened significantly, much to the relief of his mother, Shishi. However, only he understood that his soul had been exchanged for another's. "You are but a child, yet you bear such immense suffering. No wonder you struggle," Sun Wukong murmured, glancing at his diminutive hands before softly declaring, "From this moment forth, I shall live for you, and I will strive to change this world." This marked a farewell to the former Sun Wukong and a rallying cry for his current self, setting a new objective. Taking a deep breath, he rose, opened the door, and ventured into the rain to gather a few stalks of vegetables, returning with a light jog. Upon reaching the threshold, a surge of energy coursed through him, causing the droplets on his skin to evaporate instantly, leaving his clothes dry. He pushed open the door and made his way to the kitchen with the vegetables in hand. "Mom, I brought back the vegetables," he announced to Shishi. Due to his inherited memories and blood ties, he genuinely regarded Shishi as his mother, and the term mom came from the depths of his heart. Though Shishi was merely in her late 20s, her appearance betrayed her true age, marked by the toll of grief. The loss of Sun Wukong had devastated her. Had Wufan also perished, she might have descended into madness. When Wukong was still alive, Shishi radiated youthful exuberance. They may not have lived in luxury, but happiness filled their days. In recent months, however, Shishi had become weary, striving to uplift her sorrowful son, nearly succumbing to depression herself. Fortunately, with Wufan appearing more cheerful lately, Shishi felt a renewed sense of joy. "Wufan, you could just place the vegetables there, I will wash them myself," Shishi smiled, gesturing for him to set them on the table. "Mom, let me help you wash them. It will be quicker with 2 of us," Sun Wufan replied, rolling up his sleeves and swiftly moving to the faucet to clean the tender green leaves. Shishi no longer insisted otherwise. Witnessing her son's thoughtfulness brought her an indescribable comfort. Due to the rampant destruction wrought by the androids, Paoju Mountain had long been without power. The electricity they used was borrowed from Bulma's backup batteries, sufficient only for basic lighting, while cooking required wood fire. The mother and son soon prepared their evening meal. As the gloomy sky darkened entirely, they sat at the table, illuminated by the soft yellow glow of the backup power. It is uncertain how scions possess such hearty appetites. Bowls of rice disappeared rapidly as Sun Wukong filled one after another. Each bite brought a smile to Shishi's face, affirming that her son's improved mood had also rekindled his appetite, prompting her to savor the moment alongside him. "Mom's cooking is truly delicious," Sun Wukong beamed, shoveling rice into his bowl. "Then eat plenty, Wufan. You are at the age where you are growing," Shishi encouraged with a smile. "Mom, I would like to visit Aunt Bulma tomorrow," Sun Wukong stated. "Oh, is there something you need?" Shishi turned to him, curiosity evident in her eyes. "Well, I want to ask Aunt Bulma if the spaceship Dad returned in is still around." "I need to borrow that spaceship," Sun Wukong replied, looking earnestly at Shishi. This was something he felt he must do, but he also wanted to clarify it with her first. "A spaceship? Where do you intend to go?" Shishi was taken aback. She gazed at her 80-year-old son, worry flooding her heart. She truly could not bear to lose him as well without him. she would have no will to live. Mom, the androids have thrown this world into chaos, and survival is becoming increasingly difficult. If we do not eliminate them, who knows what this world will become? I want to ask Aunt Bulma about that spaceship. If it is still available, I will journey to Namek to search for the Dragon Balls. I believe we can use them to resurrect Uncle and Dad, Sun Wukong declared resolutely, sharing his plan. Shishi initially wished to refuse, but her son's unwavering tone began to sway her resolve, though her concern for his safety remained paramount. But you're still just a child, this is too dangerous. Shishi began, her words faltering as she struggled to articulate her fears. At that moment, Sun Wukong reassured her, Mom, worry not, I have my own plans. Besides, Namek is far safer than Earth. I need to first inquire about Aunt Bulma's spaceship, and whether it is available is another matter. Very well, I shall not hinder you. Just be careful, I cannot bear to lose you, Shishi said, her eyes welling with tears as she embraced Wukong tightly. In the wake of Wukong's death and the ensuing turmoil, Shishi no longer insisted that Wukong pursue academia, for schools had ceased to exist in a world plagued by fear. As for the journey to Namek, it was a decision Sun Wukong had contemplated for quite some time. In the Dragon Ball universe, he knew Trunks and Wukong had never embarked on such a quest for the Dragon Balls. It was likely that at the time, Trunks was merely a year old and Wukong only 8, making such a venture impossible. Wukong, too young, may have forgotten about the Namekian Dragon Balls, or perhaps, as a child, he lacked the courage to pursue it. Ultimately, when they grew older, the opportunity to obtain the Dragon Balls would be lost, too much time would have passed, exceeding the dragon's capabilities. Later, Wukong himself was slain by the androids, leaving Trunks as the sole survivor, struggling to uphold the future world. In Trunks' reality, merely surviving had become a formidable challenge, and the prospect of the Dragon Balls was beyond reach. Having arrived in this world, Sun Wukong was determined not to be crushed by the wheels of history. He would find a way to survive and thrive. The first step in his plan was to reach Namek. If the Dragon Balls were present, there would still be a chance. After finishing their dinner and clearing the table, to conserve their meager electricity, Shishi and Wukong switched off the lights, plunging the world into darkness, save for the sound of rain pattering outside. In truth, turning off the lights served not only to save battery power, but also to foster a sense of security in the pervasive darkness. Illuminated lights would attract unwanted attention, and one could never know when the androids might appear. If they did, any light would hasten the demise of the living. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged on the sofa, extending his senses to observe the surroundings. Although the androids 17 and 18 did not emit any discernible energy, he was not foolish enough to let his guard down. Moreover, this served as a form of mental training. Having arrived in this world for a month, Sun Wukong's initial sense of novelty has begun to wane. In the beginning, he soared into the skies using the technique of void dance, eager to relish the exhilarating sensation of free flight. However, to his dismay, he discovered he suffered from acrophobia. Once airborne, a chill coursed down his spine as he gazed down at the ever-diminishing earth, his legs growing increasingly unsteady. In that moment, Sun Wukong could not help but mock himself, lamenting how he had brought disgrace upon the Scions and the esteemed time travelers. Though he possessed the power to obliterate planets, he was hindered by a fear of heights. Who would believe such a contradiction? After enduring this discomfort for a fortnight, Sun Wukong gradually acclimatized to the sensation. As for the application of other combat techniques and energy manipulation, he fared quite well, likely due to the innate abilities of the Scion race. In this regard, he encountered no obstacles, wielding his powers with ease, a skill perhaps linked to the inheritance of the original Sun Wukong's memories. Kiki observed her son and sat beside him, closing her eyes in meditation. A martial artist by nature, entering a state of tranquility came effortlessly to her. Before marrying Goku, she had diligently practiced her martial arts daily. However, after giving birth to Wukong, she gradually set aside her training to devote herself entirely to caring for her husband and son. Meanwhile, in the residence of Bulma in West City, she had constructed a vast underground chamber beneath the former Capsule Corporation, utilizing the sturdiest materials, including adamantium, for the ceiling. This ensured that even if androids unleashed their energy blasts above, the chamber could withstand the assault for a time. Off course, this was contingent upon the androids not intending to detonate the planet. Were they to do so, the underground sanctuary would undoubtedly be obliterated. Once the subterranean refuge was completed, Bulma relocated crucial items there and made it her living quarters. Dr. Brief and his wife were still alive, and he'd been assisting Bulma with new research in the underground facility. Trunks, meow, meow, meow. It's time for bed. Bulma gently rocked her 1-year-old son, Trunks, who had violet hair. Trunks obediently closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep with a smile. Observing her son's compliance, Bulma's face broke into a long-awaited smile. She believed that there was still hope. Chapter 2. A Visit to Bulma. Before dawn had even broken, Sun Wukong awoke, vaguely recalling that it was his mother who had carried him to bed after midnight. Thus, he had chosen not to rouse himself, allowing sleep to envelop him completely, resulting in a delightful dream. Upon descending from his bed, he completed 200 push-ups, and, as the sun began to rise, he gazed out the window to find that the week-long rain had ceased. The white mist gradually dissipated, and the air appeared remarkably refreshing. A glance outside revealed lush greenery adorning the trees, vibrant with hope, which lifted his spirits considerably. After dressing, Sun Wukong made his way to the bathroom for a brief wash, emerging to find Kiki had prepared breakfast. No matter where one is headed, a mother always rises earlier than her child. Breakfast consisted of a large pot of gazelle meat porridge and several poached eggs. The gazelle, which Wukong had captured on the mountain days prior, was the size of a small dinosaur, enough to satisfy two for quite some time, with a considerable portion still remaining. The steaming porridge was a sight to behold, stimulating Wufan's appetite. With a cheerful expression, he thanked his mother before diving into his meal, the sounds of slurping creating a delightful symphony of flavor. "Slow down, my child, no one is competing with you," Kiki cautioned as she served herself a bowl of porridge, watching Wufan eat. After finishing, Kiki handed Wufan a capsule, saying, "Wufan, this contains half of the gazelle. Please deliver it to Bulma. Life in the city is not as bountiful as our mountain fare, so it would be a shame to arrive empty-handed. Please extend my regards." Wufan accepted the capsule, stowed it securely in his pocket, zipped it closed, and assured her, "Don't worry, Mom. You'll return quickly once I arrive there, you needn't fret." "Be cautious on your journey," Kiki urged repeatedly. "I understand," he replied. Once their exchange concluded, Kiki watched her son depart before turning back home to tend to the family garden. The distance from Baozi Mountain to West City, where Bulma resided, was considerable. If Wufan flew at full speed, he could arrive in mere minutes. However, walking would take him several days. Traveling by jet would also consume over half a day. Yet during this time, no one dared to fly due to the conspicuousness that might attract the attention of the androids. Of course, Wufan had no access to a jet. Not only was safety a concern, but his family also did not possess one, and even if they did, he would not know how to operate it. He opted for a compromise, reducing his energy to a minimum and flying low to the ground. While this method significantly slowed his speed, it was comparable to that of a jet, allowing him to reach West City within half a dia, method most suitable for Wufan, who still grappled with a slight fear of heights. The nearest city to Baozi Mountain has yet to fall victim to the onslaught of the artificial beings. However, it no longer exudes the vibrancy and prosperity it once did. A portion of the populace has fled to the depths of the mountains, while those who remain are primarily individuals reluctant to depart, predominantly the elderly. After traversing several mountains, one encounters a ravaged city that appears eerily desolate from a distance. Collapsed buildings occasionally emit wisps of black smoke, creating an illusion of a colossal wasteland. Periodically, foul odors waft through the air, leaving one uncertain whether they stem from decaying corpses or other sources. Nonetheless, amidst this devastation, a few survivors continue to seek refuge, clinging to the hope that the artificial beings will not return to this scarred territory, or perhaps they simply have nowhere else to go. Sun Gohan did not enter the city but instead circumvented it, delving into the forest and continuing his flight towards West City. He was unable to inform Bulma of his journey to West City in advance, as the current communication devices had become inoperative, and the ones previously utilized were no longer functional. During this trip, Sun Gohan intended to ask Bulma to create some communication devices akin to walkie-talkies for his relatives and friends, facilitating timely communication. His journey proceeded smoothly until midday when he arrived at West City, effortlessly locating Bulma's residence based on his memory. Bulma was overjoyed by Gohan's arrival and led him to the basement, where she poured him a glass of juice. Her voice was melodious, and one could only imagine how lovely she would sound if she were to sing. With a cheerful demeanor, she asked, "Gohan, are you here to see Trunks? Or is there something else? How is your mother?" After taking a sip of juice, Gohan replied with a smile, "Aunt Bulma, my mother is well. You know she has practiced martial arts before, and her health is quite good. I have come to discuss something important with you. By the way, I brought half of the antelope I caught the day before yesterday for you to try." The next moment, Gohan retrieved a capsule from his pocket and handed it to Bulma. "Thank you, Gohan. You mentioned you wanted to discuss something. What is it?" Bulma inquired as she accepted the capsule. Gohan paused thoughtfully before responding, "Aunt Bulma, we need to find a solution regarding the androids. At present, I am the only warrior left in this world. Although Trunks has Scion blood, it would take too long for him to grow up and confront the androids. Therefore, my plan is to visit Namek and use its Dragon Balls to resurrect Uncle Piccolo in the Supreme Kai. This would also restore the Dragon Balls on Earth, allowing us to explore numerous possibilities. After a brief pause, Gohan continued, "So, Aunt Bulma, where is the spaceship that my father returned in from Yard right a few years ago?" Bulma gazed at Gohan in astonishment, unable to fathom that a child of 8 or 9 years would articulate such thoughts. She replied, "Indeed, I did store that spaceship. But during the move, I misplaced it amidst the many belongings. I will need to search thoroughly. However, Gohan, the Dragon Balls cannot resurrect anyone if they have been dead for over a year. Time is of the essence. Can you manage this alone?" "Yes. 2 months have already elapsed, so I must accomplish this within 10 months. As long as Uncle Piccolo is resurrected, the Dragon Balls will follow suit. And the Dragon Balls on Earth should become usable again," Gohan explained. "Oh, what you say is true." The Dragon Balls had already transformed from stones into Dragon Balls before Piccolo's death. Thus, if Piccolo is revived, the Dragon Balls can be utilized directly. I had already collected those 7 Dragon Balls, but they have since turned back into stones. As she spoke, Bulma pointed to a corner where several stone spheres lay. The very Dragon Balls that had reverted to stone. "That's wonderful, Aunt Bulma. Let's retrieve the spaceship first," Gohan suggested. Though they were to search together, Gohan found himself utterly helpless, for the spaceship had been stored in a capsule by Bulma, with countless identical capsules. Gohan felt overwhelmed at the sight of the myriad of them. "Where did I put it?" she mused, rubbing her temples. With that, Bulma immediately began rummaging through the basement, darting around and causing a ruckus that filled the space with the sound of clattering boxes. After approximately half an hour of searching, Bulma's melodious laughter rang out. "Ha! I finally found it. That was quite a challenge." Holding a capsule, she hurried over to Gohan, pressed the button, and with a thud, a round object manifested before them, an unassuming spaceship pod, just large enough for an adult to sit inside. Having been in this world for a month and having seen similar transformations of capsules on television in his previous life, Gohan was still taken aback by the sight. "This is it. I stored it away and intended to study it, but then forgot about it," Bulma remarked. "And Bulma, can you check if this device is still operational and whether it has any energy left?" Gohan inquired. "Let me see," Bulma replied, crouching down to inspect the circular spaceship. She searched around it but could not locate the button to open the hatch, signaling Gohan to help her turn the ship over, as she was unable to lift it on her own. As Sun Wukong extended his hands to grasp the sides of the spaceship, he gently elevated it before lowering it again, revealing several buttons. Bulma pressed one of the buttons, and with a series of clicks, the spaceship's hatch slowly opened. Once the door was fully ajar, Bulma climbed inside, and Sun Wukong followed closely behind. After a brief exploration, Bulma began to press a series of buttons within, and exclaimed, "The spaceship is still operational, but its energy reserves are nearly depleted. I need to analyze the composition of this energy source before I can recharge it for use." Hearing that the vessel was still functional brought a surge of joy to Sun Wukong, who inquired, "That's wonderful. How long will it take?" Moments later, Bulma emerged from the spaceship and seated herself on a nearby bench. "Well, I've just analyzed the situation. Recharging this energy source will require a month. In the past, I could have completed it in a week, but given the current lack of equipment and materials, it will take considerably longer. A month isn't too long. I expected as much. Bulma, I have another favor to ask. Our communication devices are no longer operational. Could you create something akin to a telephone for our convenience?" Sun Wukong stated, revealing that this was another purpose of his visit. "Haha, you mentioned that, but I had already conceived of it and even completed the design." "Just a moment," Bulma replied with a chuckle, turning to retrieve an item from a cabinet. She approached Sun Wukong and presented him with a beautifully crafted bracelet, each adorned with a unique identifier. By inputting the corresponding number, one could achieve instant communication, resembling a more aesthetically pleasing walkie-talkie. "Bulma, won't this break during combat?" Sun Wukong inquired, puzzled. "Well, it certainly would sustain damage if struck, but have you ever seen anyone carrying a mobile phone during battles?" Bulma rolled her eyes in response. Chapter 3, Journey to the Heavenly Temple. Sun Wukong, catching the glint in Bulma's eyes, offered an awkward yet polite smile as he took the bracelet and fastened it onto his right wrist, admiring its elegance. "It's quite beautiful and perfectly fitting. I'll need to apply a protective shield when in combat, haha." Sun Wukong laughed, growing increasingly fond of the bracelet. "Look at the side of the bracelet. It displays the corresponding number. On the opposite side, there are tiny tactile buttons like 914545616. Press the number and confirm with your voice to call the respective bracelet. Press again to end the call. It utilizes the latest energy drive, and a single charge can last an entire year. Very convenient. Yours is number 1. And I'll keep number 2 for myself. Here are 5 more. You can decide whom to give them to," Bulma explained, handing over 5 additional bracelets to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong carefully stored away the 5 wristbands, knowing that one was destined for his mother. The remaining 4 would be given based on the circumstances. Perhaps Master Wutian and his grandfather, the Bull Demon King, would each receive one. The extras could be kept for now. "This is wonderful, thank you, Aunt Bulma. By the way, do you know where Master Roshi is at the moment?" Sun Wukong inquired, as he needed to discuss something important with him and bring the wristband along. "That old pervert? He hid in a submarine when the androids appeared and submerged to the ocean's depths. I believe he mentioned something about going to the sacred land of the gods, so he should still be there, Bulma replied, thoughtfully tapping her chin with her right hand. Perfect. Once I return home to deliver this wristband to my mother, I'll head to the sacred land of the gods. I'll also make sure to give one to Mr. Popo and Master Rashi, Sun Wukong said. Yes, indeed. The old man and Mr. Popo certainly need their wristbands. There aren't many of us left, so it's better to stay in touch. Oh, and we still need to contact Cat God and Yachirobe. Let me give you 2 more for them. I can make a few more in the coming days, Bulma added, handing Sun Wukong 3 additional wristbands. After finishing the last of his juice, Sun Wukong stored the wristbands. He had initially considered discussing the time machine with Bulma, but decided against it. After all, it was her invention, and she would eventually construct it regardless. Moreover, the lack of a cure for viral heart disease rendered the time machine less urgent. Returning to the past held little significance at this point. Thus, he resolved to wait for the right moment to bring it up, prioritizing his strength and the quest for the Dragon Balls on Namek. Having wrapped up their discussion, Sun Wukong checked on Trunks and the briefs, then had a light meal at Bulma's house, which he considered his lunch. He then set off home, opting for a low-altitude flight, steering clear of the androids. Particularly since confronting androids 17 and 18 was akin to throwing eggs against stones. Thus, he decided to remain cautious. After all, his life was the most precious. Several hours later, as dusk settled, Sun Wukong returned home and handed the wristband to Chi-Chi, explaining its use. He even managed to call her using his wristband, marveling at the clarity of the communication, which surpassed that of the previous mobile phones. Though he had contemplated sending Chi-Chi to stay with Bulma for safety, she was unwilling to go. Reflecting on it, he realized that Bulma's place wasn't entirely secure either. In fact, residing in the mountains seemed safer. The androids were unaware of Goku's residence, and while Android 16 knew, he did not exist in this future. Sun Wukong then shared his plan to visit the sacred land of the gods with Chi-Chi. Although she expressed concern, she didn't strongly oppose, reminding him to be careful. With her consent, he decided to depart after dinner, rather than waiting until the next day. Mom, we could actually move to the sacred land of the gods, Sun Wukong suggested. Chi-Chi, reluctant to leave the house, replied, I would need to prepare before going. Let's wait a few days before heading to the sacred land. All right, he replied. After dinner, Sun Wukong set off for the sacred land of the gods. The direction he took was the opposite of West City. Otherwise, he would have passed by it earlier in the afternoon. It appeared as if he was returning home before heading to the sacred land. Though the night was shrouded in darkness, it posed no challenge for Sun Wukong, whose eyesight had improved significantly. Even without releasing his energy for illumination, he could see far ahead. He maintained a minimal energy output, gliding just above the ground like a bird. After 2 hours of low-altitude flying, Sun Wukong ascended straight upwards, reaching the Korin Tower. He soared through the layers of clouds and soon arrived at the middle section of the tower, where the cat god resided. He paused briefly before jumping inside. Hello, Master Cat God, Yachirobe. Sun Wukong greeted, spotting the cat-like deity gnawing on a fish and Yachirobe, who appeared robust and carried a katana. Ah, it's Wukong. What brings you here so late? The cat god asked. Are you afraid of encountering the androids during the day? You're here for the Senzu beans, right? Yachirobe asked directly. Hee, I brought 2 wristbands for you both. They function like mobile phones, allowing us to communicate easily. And I have some fish for you, Master Cat God. Sun Wukong smiled, presenting the wristbands and a large basket of fish he had caught recently. Wow, Wukong is so thoughtful. Goku never brought me anything when he visited. Oh, my apologies, Wukong. I shouldn't have mentioned that, the cat god exclaimed, joyfully dancing about. Only to realize mid-sentence that Goku had passed away, which might upset Sun Wukong. It's all right, cat god. I'll find a way to bring my father back to life. Please don't worry about it. Sun Wukong reassured him with a smile. Bring your father back to life? But the Dragon Balls are no longer on Earth. And he died of natural causes due to illness. That might be quite difficult, Yachirobe remarked, puzzled. Well, I plan to visit Namek. Bulma is preparing a spaceship for me. I believe there must be a way, Sun Wukong said confidently. It's not easy for a child of 8 or 9 to shoulder such burdens, the cat god said sympathetically, gently patting Wukong's head. But as long as there is hope, you should strive for it. We still have some Senzu beans left. Take as many as you need. Last time, Krillin and the others rushed off to confront the androids without grabbing any. The cat god genuinely felt for Sun Wukong, especially since he had brought so many fish, his tone softening considerably. Thank you, cat god. I want to be polite then. I truly need some Senzu beans for safety. Sun Wukong replied cheerfully. The Senzu beans were indeed one of his main purposes for visiting the cat god. Having them on hand made a significant difference in confrontations. With Senzu beans, his confidence would soar, allowing him to face adversaries with greater fortitude. Sun Gohan, unreserved in his actions, approached the earthen jar nearby, the very vessel that housed the mystical beans. Originally, these divine beans were plentiful. However, they had been appropriated as snacks by Yachirobe and had been taken numerous times by Goku and his companions. Now, only a scant few remained. Sun Wukong glanced at the earthen jar, which still contained over 20 beans. With a decisive motion, he tipped the jar over, spilling all the celestial beans onto the ground, and swiftly collected them, stowing them away in his pocket with fluidity. Karen, the sage, is no longer here. You must hasten to cultivate more, Sun Wukong remarked. This scene seemed eerily familiar to the sage. Did you think I had not been planting? I have been tending to them all along, but it requires time. You consume them far too rapidly. No, it is truly that the gluttonous Majin Bu has devoured an excessive amount. You have indeed cleared the entire stock. Sun Wukong smiled awkwardly and said, allow me to instruct you on how to utilize this bracelet. It is time to shift the conversation. Sun Gohan succinctly elucidated the usage of the wristbands and subsequently conveyed the identification numbers of the other individuals' wristbands to Master Karen and Yachirobe. The instructions were straightforward, easily grasped upon a single explanation. After concluding his discourse, Sun Gohan took his leave, for he had to ascend to the heavenly temple above. Emerging from Master Karen's abode, Sun Gohan soared to even greater heights, following a vibrant crimson staff that shot skyward. He recognized this as the Rui Jingu Bang, the magical staff wielded by his father, Sun Wukong, in his youth, now positioned here to connect the heavenly temple and Karen Tower. Glancing at the wristband, Sun Gohan dialed Bulma's number. Gohan, why are you calling so late? Bulma inquired. Sun Gohan, I am currently en route to the heavenly temple, wishing to ascertain whether I can communicate effectively at this altitude. It appears there are no issues. The conversation is remarkably clear. Bulma, rest assured, communication is viable within the Earth's atmosphere. Sun Gohan, that's wonderful. I shall take my leave now, Bulma auntie. I've arrived at the heavenly temple. With that, he ended the call. As he spoke, Sun Gohan had already reached the heavenly temple, landing gracefully upon the expansive plaza. The temple appeared vast, comparable to 6 or 7 football fields. Below the plaza lay a semicircular structure, with staircases leading downwards to various chambers. Sun Gohan had not ventured into these areas. They were likely residences and kitchens. Perhaps even some extraordinary places such as the hyperbolic time chamber, that remarkable realm where a year spent inside equates to merely a day passing outside. However, it was known to Sun Gohan that this hyperbolic time chamber was situated above the plaza, not below. Sun Gohan resolved that after meeting Master Roshi, he would proceed to explore the hyperbolic time chamber, for he understood that the pivotal moment in altering his future destiny lay within its confines. Chapter 4. The hyperbolic time chamber. Around 8 or 9 in the evening, darkness enveloped the sky, yet the plaza of the heavenly palace, suspended high above, radiated a soft, ethereal glow. The tall columns flanking the structure were crowned with luminous glass orbs, the nature of which remained a mystery, as they emitted light only at night. Although the illumination from these orbs could not render the heavenly palace as bright as day, it was sufficient to clearly reveal the surroundings. Mr. Bubbles sensed Gohan's arrival and approached from the entrance. In the night, his already dark form appeared even more shadowy, reminding Gohan of the people from his previous life in India. Mr. Bubbles had served as an aide to the deities throughout countless generations. His age was unknown, having outlasted several celestial beings in the Dragon Ball universe. Like a steadfast fixture within the heavenly palace, while the gods changed like the seasons, Mr. Bubbles remained a constant. Mr. Bubbles possessed remarkable abilities, having once taught Goku to sense energy and even facilitated his journey back in time to learn the waterfall technique from Master Mateto. The dragon model was crafted and repaired by him, with the gods merely granting the dragon its life. Upon seeing Mr. Bubbles emerge, Gohan greeted him warmly. Good evening, Mr. Bubbles. May I ask if Master Roshi is nearby? Yes, he was just inside reading, Mr. Bubbles replied, but before he could finish, Master Roshi appeared from behind, likely having sensed Gohan's energy and followed suit. Good evening, Master Roshi, Gohan said politely. The familiar figure, with his bald head, white beard, and signature sunglasses, stood small yet authoritative, leaning on a cane, matching Gohan's height. This was the legendary martial arts master, Roshi, known as Master Mateto. Why does Master Roshi always wear sunglasses? Gohan had once speculated with a hint of mischief, pondering if it was due to his small eyes or perhaps to better observe beautiful women. Nonetheless, Gohan was aware that Master Roshi possessed a combat form that transformed him into a muscular giant, greatly enhancing his strength through a unique manifestation of ki. Hello, little Gohan, Master Roshi said, stepping closer and affectionately ruffling Gohan's hair. Noticing Gohan's height, he stood on tiptoe, all while holding a book in his other hand. Sun Wukong cast a glance at the cover, which featured a sensuously dressed woman. Indeed, it was precisely the kind of book one would expect, embodying the distinctive style of Master Roshi. Sun Gohan collected his thoughts, retrieved 2 wristbands, and said, Grandpa, Mr. Popo, this is a newly developed communication device created by Aunt Bulma. It facilitates our daily interactions and is remarkably easy to use. From now on, we can communicate at any time regarding any matters. Sun Wukong handed the bracelet to the 2 individuals and patiently instructed them on its usage, also providing them with the identification numbers of those who already possessed the bracelets. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong addressed Master Roshi, saying, Master Roshi, can you reach out to Fortune Teller Baba? Fortune Teller Baba, being Master Roshi's elder sister, possessed the remarkable ability to traverse between the realms of the living and the dead. She was skilled in divination and could even bring the deceased back to the earthly realm. Master Roshi replied, Indeed, we are in frequent contact. I merely need to silently call out to her in my mind, and we can communicate. Are you seeking her? Allow me to place the call. Please hold on. Hello? Can you hear me? Sister, are you there? He called out, his voice not quite the silent invocation he had intended. After a brief interval, a response came forth, as if Master Roshi had activated a speakerphone, allowing both Sun Wukong and Mr. Bobo to hear Fortune Teller Baba's voice. What is it, my foolish brother? Came her voice. Master Roshi explained, It is not I who seeks you, but Goku's son, Sun Wukong, who has a matter to discuss. Please converse with him. Just speak plainly, Wukong. She can hear you, Master Roshi encouraged. Oh, how enviable this method is, Wukong thought to himself. Sun Wukong's son recalls that he can communicate with his father and the king of the worlds in such a convenient manner. This form of communication likely requires the king and the fortune teller to add one's name to their friends list, enabling direct telepathic calls. If the other party has not designated you as a friend or granted permission, one cannot initiate a call. Otherwise, anyone could reach out to them, which would surely become quite bothersome. Son Gohan said, Greetings, grandmother. I hope to trouble you with a question regarding my father. Do you happen to know where he is at present? The fortune-telling grandmother replied, Indeed, I do know. Goku is currently training on King Kai's planet. Son Gohan inquired, Is it possible for you to contact him? The fortune-teller replied, Unfortunately, I cannot. The king of the other world has not added me as a friend, and my permissions are insufficient. After pondering for a moment, Son Gohan continued, In that case, could you escort me to the underworld? I could traverse the Serpent Road to reach King Kai's planet. Would that be feasible? The fortune-teller responded, Ordinary individuals cannot enter the underworld. But given your past efforts alongside your father to save the earth, I believe King Yama might make an exception. Here's what we shall do. I will add you as a friend, and I will speak to King Yama on your behalf. Contact me tomorrow, and I will make the arrangements. Upon hearing that he could go, Son Gohan felt a surge of excitement. Yet he did not forget to express his gratitude to the fortune-teller, saying, Thank you very much, Granny. I will reach out to you tomorrow. Truly, he is Goku's child. Polite and assertive. Indeed, he surpasses Goku in intellect, the fortune-teller mused. After ending the call, Master Roshi asked, Gohan, what is your purpose for going to King Kai's planet? Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, elucidated, Indeed, I intend to journey to King Kai's planet to consult my father regarding certain matters. I also wish to master instant transmission and the Kaioken technique. Following that, I shall embark on a quest to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone. I have already requested Aunt Bulma to prepare the spaceship, and we shall set off in a month's time, which conveniently allows for a visit to King Kai's planet within this month. Master Roshi and Mr. Popo listened in astonishment, utterly unable to fathom that a child of merely 8 or 9 years harbored such grand aspirations and had meticulously calculated the timeline. Master Roshi lamented, Those wretched androids have thrown the world into chaos. I commend you, Gohan, for bearing such burdens at your tender age. It truly makes me nostalgic for the days when I was the strongest in the world. Teacher Mateto sighed in reflection. Son Wukong, it is of no concern. Some matters inevitably require attention. Master Roshi, do you wish to lend a hand as well? Master Roshi, what can I possibly do? I am merely an old man now. Son Wukong, you are capable. You will soon be able to lend assistance. Lend assistance? Soon. Master Roshi gazed at Sun Wukong in astonishment. Sun Wukong, haha indeed. I plan to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training shortly. You are welcome to join me, as there is much I would appreciate your guidance on, and we can spar at any time. Do you not require sleep at night? Master Roshi was naturally aware of the hyperbolic time chamber, yet he had never ventured within its confines. It was said that the air inside was thin, making respiration laborious, and the temperature fluctuated drastically. It could soar to 50 or 60 degrees Celsius when hot, and plummet to below freezing when cold. The gravitational force was 10 times that of Earth, rendering the experience a veritable torment unless one was there to train. However, considering Sun Wukong's solitary and forlorn demeanor, Master Roshi found it difficult to decline his request, and thus he acquiesced. Yet, he inquired, Wukong, how long do you intend to stay inside? Though he had a general understanding, Sun Wukong still asked, Mr. Popo, is it true that one can only enter the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 days in their lifetime? Mr. Popo replied, Indeed, each individual is permitted only 2 days, equating to 2 years within the chamber. Should one exceed this duration, the door will vanish, rendering escape impossible. To date, no one is trained for more than 2 days inside, so the mechanics of the door's disappearance remain a mystery. However, Sun Wukong recalled that during the Buu saga in the main world, Piccolo had once destroyed the door of the hyperbolic time chamber, which incited Buu's fury, allowing him to tear through space and create an opening to the mortal realm. Yet, Sun Wukong presently lacked the strength for such feats. Mr. Popo added. Goku entered the chamber when he was young. He could only endure 3 months before he could no longer withstand it. Sun Wukong remarked, I understand, Master Roshi. I intend to spend merely half a day inside, as I have an appointment with the fortune teller tomorrow. Furthermore, each individual is permitted only 2 days within the hyperbolic time chamber, and I may require its use again in the future. Master Roshi chuckled, Gohan, it would be splendid if you could train for 6 months within. Did you not hear Mr. Popo's words? Your father could not endure beyond 3 months back in his day. Son Gohan merely smiled, offering no further response. Having resolved to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, the group no longer hesitated. Master Roshi retrieved 2 books and accompanied Gohan and Mr. Popo to the entrance of the chamber. Mr. Popo opened the grand door and said, Inside, you will find provisions and accommodations. Please rest assured and enter. I shall return in 12 hours. Gazing at the ajar door, Son Gohan felt an indescribable excitement welling within him, a fervent anticipation of unveiling the mysteries that lay ahead. His yearning for the hyperbolic time chamber rivaled only that of the 7 Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong and Master Roshi entered sequentially, while Mr. Popo closed the door behind them. Not far inside, they encountered a spacious chamber, wherein the corners were neatly adorned with 2 large cabinets. Upon opening one, Sun Wukong discovered it to be filled solely with flour and water. Such simplicity yielded no delectable treats, unless one possessed the skill to transform flour and water into a beautiful creation. Master Roshi tossed his book onto the bed and followed Sun Wukong deeper into the room. After traversing 10 meters, they looked up to behold an endless expanse of white, devoid of any landmarks. A careless misstep could lead one astray, perhaps never to return. As Master Roshi descended the staircase, he placed 1 foot upon the vast white ground, only to nearly stumble as the weight of gravity bore down upon him. This force was rather formidable, nearly causing the aged martial arts master to falter. Chapter 5. The original Wukong awakens. Oh dear, my old back, Master Roshi lamented, clutching his waist. The sudden onset of gravitational pressure had nearly caused him to strain himself. As Son Gohan followed Master Roshi down the staircase and entered the vast, white expanse, he was immediately besieged by a wave of gravity that forced him to bend at the waist. The sensation was akin to every cell in his body yearning to plummet to the ground, as if countless hooks were tugging at him, drawing him downward with an uncomfortable intensity. Every organ within him, including his brain, seemed to spasm. His heartbeat faltered momentarily, and he gasped for breath. The air he inhaled alternating between arid and frigid, leaving him feeling utterly disoriented. Gathering the energy within him, he sought to invigorate his entire being. After a few deep breaths of warm air, he managed to straighten his posture. After a minute or two, he acclimatized to the oppressive gravity in the atmosphere. His combat prowess was formidable, and with the inherent resilience of a scion, he adapted swiftly. Observing Gohan's rapid adjustment, Master Roshi felt a pang of envy. He chose to sit on the ground for half an hour before rising slowly, moving at a pace reminiscent of a tortoise, especially with his turtle shell on his back. Meanwhile, Gohan was already joyfully sprinting about. This environment was quite manageable, likely only 10 times the gravity of Earth. His current physique was already robust enough to withstand 100 or 200 times that pressure, should he push himself. However, there was no rush. He could take his time to adapt. After all, this was his first encounter with gravity training. In the future, he could ask Bulma to construct a gravity chamber for him, enabling him to explore even greater levels of training. One cannot expect to become a heavyweight overnight, he mused. Over the next 6 months, his goal was to attain Super Saiyan status. With his exceptional Saiyan lineage, transformation seemed feasible. He recalled that in the main Dragon Ball universe, Gohan first transformed into a Super Saiyan while training with his father, Goku, in the hyperbolic time chamber. Later, during the battle against Cell, his overwhelming rage propelled him to ascend to Super Saiyan 2. However, his circumstances differed significantly from that Gohan's, due to Trunks' interference with the timeline. The Z fighters had trained relentlessly for 3 years, while his past self had merely idled away that time. Their starting points were worlds apart, and with Goku, a prodigy in combat, as his mentor, Gohan's progress had been meteoric, while he now had to rely on himself, albeit with some guidance from the venerable Master Roshi. Anger was the key to transforming into a Super Saiyan, but how could he summon such fury? Should he envision the deaths of Goku and Piccolo? It was a dire predicament. Although he possessed all their memories, he had never experienced their realities, leaving him devoid of any genuine emotional connection. What to do? He was anxiously awaiting an answer. For now, he decided to set aside these thoughts, focusing instead on training for 2 months to enhance his fundamental combat abilities before contemplating the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment before approaching Master Roshi and inquired, Grandfather Roshi, would you be willing to engage in a battle with me? Master Roshi, unfastening his heavy turtle shell and panting heavily, replied, Gohan, please hold on for a moment. I need to acclimate to this environment. It is truly not a place for humans. I finally understand why Goku only stayed for 3 months. This place is exceedingly uncomfortable. Son Gohan, very well. I shall practice on my own first. With that, he commenced his training, executing a multitude of punches and kicks, his movements interspersed with leaps and swift maneuvers, the air reverberating with a cacophony of sounds. After yet another half-day, Master Roshi finally acclimatized to the gravity and began sparring with Son Gohan. Time flew by during their training, and thus a month elapsed. On the vast, wide expanse of the training ground, Son Gohan suppressed his aura as he continuously exchanged blows with Master Roshi. Throughout this month, he had acquired a wealth of knowledge from his master, including the formidable universal shock palm and the phantom fist technique. The phantom fist employed high velocity to create afterimages, confounding opponents. When executed skillfully, it could yield unexpected advantages. However, it was the universal shock palm that truly astonished Son Gohan. This technique involved clasping the hands together to gather energy, converting the body's power into an electric current that could ensnare an adversary. Theoretically, as long as the opponent's battle power did not surpass his by a significant margin, they would be immobilized for several seconds, rendering it an extraordinary skill. He found it perplexing that the original characters, Goku and Gohan, did not learn this technique. Imagine, if you are indeed swift, I could unleash the universal shock palm to bind you, leaving you to face my relentless barrage. The strategy of a prince. Do you fear it? You believe yourself stronger? Very well, why not receive this universal shock palm? Your movements may be slightly hindered, and I shall seize the opportunity to escape. When defeat is inevitable, retreat is wise. Additionally, he possessed another technique that proved equally effective for evasion, known as the solar fist, which Son Gohan had just mastered. With a resounding crack, the air exploded as the two figures collided violently, only to instantaneously separate. Master Roshi exclaimed, Gohan, pause for a moment. You have been training relentlessly this month, scarcely sleeping more than 4 hours each day. Are you made of iron? Take a break. Your body cannot endure this. Sun Wukong paused his actions and said, All right, grandfather, rest assured, I feel perfectly fine. If it becomes too unbearable, I can always consume a senza bean. But I believe I can endure a little longer. The turtle hermit, with a hint of frustration, replied, You may be fine, but I am not. My body can hardly withstand the strain you impose. In truth, over the past month, the turtle hermit had experienced a significant increase in his own abilities. He had previously felt that his power was no match for the youth, leading him to abandon his training and lapse into complacency for quite some time. However, this month spent training alongside Sun Wukong had seemingly rekindled the fighting spirit of his younger days. Yet now, he genuinely felt fatigued. The intensity of Sun Wukong's training was beginning to wear him down. He addressed Sun Wukong, saying, Wukong, you may continue your practice. I shall take a brief respite. With that, the turtle hermit turned back toward the resting area. Very well, Sun Wukong replied with a hint of resignation. He planned to rest for a few minutes before resuming his training, for time was of the essence. He aimed to dedicate another month to his efforts before attempting to transform. At that moment, he sensed a subtle change within his body, or rather, a transformation in his spirit. It felt as though something new had suddenly emerged within him, though he could not immediately discern its nature. Sun Wukong decided to sit cross-legged and closed his eyes, striving to comprehend what was amiss. Ah, it hurts, he exclaimed, rolling on the ground while cradling his head. The pain felt as if his skull had been cleaved in two by an axe. At that instant, something within his mind was torn apart, splitting into two entities. Sun Wukong suddenly felt as though another presence had manifested in his consciousness, a dark, shadowy figure. Who are you? He gasped, drenched in sweat, clutching his head and roaring in a hoarse voice that resonated with terror. I am Wukong, a timid voice echoed in his mind. Wukong? Sun Wukong trembled slightly. Feeling an icy chill enveloping his entire body, it was the voice of the original master, the true Sun Wukong. What does this signify? Has the original Sun Wukong awakened? In his previous life, Sun Wukong had perused no fewer than 80 novels about transmigration, yet he had never encountered such a bewildering trope. What comes next? Will I be led to my demise? I refuse to accept such an absurd premise. I am your second personality. The voice echoed in his mind. That of the original Sun Wukong. What does this mean? Am I destined to perish? The second personality, Sun Wukong, replied, I am merely a spiritual entity that exists in conjunction with your consciousness. I pose no threat to you. How can you prove that? Sun Wukong feigned calmness, recognizing the gravity of the situation. This is a matter of life and death. Carelessness is not an option. You will know for yourself if you merely attune your senses. The second personality, Sun Wukong, responded. Attune my senses? How's that even done? Sun Gohan endeavored to engage with that shadowy figure. Suddenly, a wealth of information flooded his mind, akin to a manual. The second persona, the doppelganger, the spiritual entity, is bound to obey the primary self, with the commands of the primary self serving as the paramount rule. Otherwise, the second persona shall face annihilation at the hands of the primary self. The primary self possesses the authority to command the second persona to control the physical body while it enters a slumber, during which it can still monitor the actions of the doppelganger. The second persona can reside within the mind of the primary self. Is this truly possible? Such a capability exists? Sun Wukong promptly issued a command for the second personality to enter into slumber. He then meticulously sensed once more, and indeed, the second personality had lost consciousness, deeply immersed in sleep. As long as the main body did not allow it to awaken, it would remain in this state indefinitely. Awaken, Sun Wukong called out in his mind. In the next moment, he sensed the second personality stirring back to life, its thoughts and actions relayed back to the main body, of which Sun Wukong was acutely aware. Try to control this body, he instructed the spiritual entity. He possessed unwavering faith in the spiritual entity, a profound certainty that it would not deceive him. This sensation was akin to an absolute command over a character within a game, indescribably exquisite. Upon receiving the command from the main body, the spiritual entity swiftly took control of the body, moving about the plaza with grace. At this moment, Sun Wukong felt as though he had attained a divine perspective, observing his body in motion, throwing punches and kicking with remarkable fluidity. All right, return, he commanded. And in an instant, he felt himself regaining control of the body as the spiritual entity returned to his mind. Now, suppose I fall asleep and allow you to take control of the body. How would I perceive your actions? Sun Wukong inquired. The spiritual entity replied. You would perceive my actions in a manner akin to dreaming, while also having the option to disregard my movements. Is this akin to having a cheat? Though the second personality bore the consciousness of the native Sun Wukong, it was distinct from him, resembling a fusion of a cheat bestowed upon him and the native Sun Wukong. A tool? Upon further contemplation, Sun Wukong was suddenly overwhelmed with joy. What did this signify? It meant that his body could engage in relentless training without the need for rest, akin to activating an autogrind feature in a game, allowing for infinite experience points. Surely, it was not merely as simple as autogrinding. He believed he could develop even more intricate maneuvers in the future. Chapter 6. The Clone Assist and Training Surrounding Papaya Island. There lay a sizable town near South City, named Pumpkin. This once flourishing town had fallen into desolation since the emergence of the androids. The daytime bustle had vanished, and the nights were eerily silent, with only the occasional flicker of light indicating the presence of humanity. At this moment, a strong wind swept through. Towering buildings shielded much of the cold air, yet gusts still infiltrated the city. Instantly, the leaves of the trees rustled, and the billboards standing tall were rattled by the wind, as leaves and debris danced through the air, rendering what was initially a mild breeze chilling. Amongst this scene, two figures seemed to have been swept into the city by the wind. One was a handsome young man with long hair and a piercing gaze, while the other was a stunningly fashionable blonde beauty. They both appeared quite youthful, merely 17 or 18 years of age. The young man waved his hand, and the fierce wind abruptly reversed course, bringing stillness to the city as if it had been expelled. They were none other than androids 17 and 18. The blonde girl led the way, seemingly in search of human traces, her eyes scanning the surroundings. 17, I'm hungry. Let us find something to eat, she declared. The long-haired youth sighed, stroking his chin with a smile. I can't take you anywhere. We just had a hearty meal this afternoon. You're quite the glutton. An absolute glutton. The blonde girl giggled. Eating is far more enjoyable than killing. You enjoy killing, while I relish food. What is wrong with that? Do you have a problem with it? The young man dared not voice any objections. No problem at all. According to our settings, you're the elder sister, and whatever you say goes. As they proceeded, one sought humans while the other sought food. Ahead, lights flickered from a household that had yet to retire. The sounds of a child crying could be heard, accompanied by a woman soothing the little one. The family's guard dog sensed their approach and growled ominously, clearly uneasy. The long-haired youth reached the door and knocked. Upon hearing the knock, the entire household fell silent. Even the child ceased crying. Who could it be at this hour? A burly man, presumably the child's father, opened the door, his brow furrowed in confusion as he surveyed the young pair, unable to recognize them. Most ordinary people were still unaware of the appearance of androids, as those who had seen them had perished. Hence, the man could only perceive the two as ordinary passers-by. What do you want? He asked. 18 spoke up first. I need food. Is there anything to eat? The man, bewildered, wondered why anyone would come here looking for food. Having just dealt with a crying child, his mood was sour, and he had quarreled with his wife earlier, thus his expression was less than pleasant. No, just leave, he replied brusquely. Disappointment flickered across 18's face, while 17's demeanor darkened, clearly displeased. No? Sir, I'll grant you another chance to rephrase that, or you may find yourself in dire straits. He was enraged. If I say there's none, there's none. Get lost. Are you begging for food here? The man slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Truly an ungrateful wretch, 17 scoffed, deciding to fulfill his earlier promise. This man was doomed. With a powerful strike, he slammed his palm against the door, producing a thunderous crash as wood splintered and metal flew, the door exploding inward, and a gust of wind rushed into the house. The man, who had just turned back from closing the door, was left dumbfounded, while the woman inside was startled, rushing out with a scream. What on earth? Why is there such a commotion just to open a door? Are we still alive? Upon seeing the two youths, she stammered. Who are you? It was evident that the entrance had been breached by these two, and they did not appear to come with good intentions. 17's expression was as cold as ice as he replied, Do not concern yourself with who we are. Prepare us something delicious. As for this man, I informed him that he would die, and thus he is surely doomed. Raising his right hand, a searing beam of light erupted from his fingertips, aimed at the pale-faced man. With a swift, piercing strike, the man was fatally struck, his life extinguished without a sound. The woman was horrified as she witnessed her husband's sudden demise, while the child erupted into a wail. Be quiet, or I shall end your life as well. 17 growled, glaring at the child. 18 made a silly face, managing to coax a laugh from the little one. The child, barely a year old, remained oblivious to the tragedy that had just unfolded. The woman, trembling at the sight of her deceased husband, reluctantly agreed to prepare food and retreated into the kitchen. 20 minutes later, she emerged with several dishes, her culinary skills evident in the appealing presentation. 18 beamed with delight, having awaited this moment with anticipation. 17. You should eat as well. On the 18th day, one greeted cheerfully while indulging in a delightful feast. The 17th day followed suit, partaking in a modest portion. Though most of the food was consumed by the 18th. How satisfying it is to be well-fed, the 18th remarked, wiping their mouth. If only the dishes had not been laced with poison, they would have been even more delectable, they continued. The woman, who had prepared the meal with an intent to exact vengeance, had infused it with a lethal toxin. Yet, seeing the two enjoying their meal with no ill effects, she cursed the seller of the poison in her mind, unaware that these two beings were impervious to any form of deadly toxin. Upon hearing the 18th's words, the woman realized her treachery had been unveiled, her heart sinking in despair as she understood her fate was sealed. Indeed, the 17th raised a hand and unleashed a wave of energy, instantly bringing about her demise. This little imp should be eliminated as well, the 17th declared, preparing to strike down the child who was still being entertained by the 18th. Wait, let the child be. Take her with us, the 18th interjected, feeling a twinge of reluctance as the child laughed heartily. How childish, the 17th chuckled. With their bellies full, the two departed with the child in tow. Let the city meet its ruin, they proclaimed as they ascended into the sky. A massive energy sphere descended from above, unleashing chaos and generating enough heat to ignite the air itself, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. A tempest arose, heat waves cascaded, and the ground trembled, unleashing devastation akin to a magnitude 10 earthquake upon the town. Dust and debris filled the air, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. With a thunderous roar, an enormous explosion reverberated, causing many to feel the earth shudder beneath them, followed by a colossal mushroom cloud ascending into the sky, scattering debris in all directions. The town of Pumpkin, within 100 kilometers, was utterly obliterated, leaving a vast crater in its wake. 17th, your energy output is excessive. Be cautious not to obliterate the earth, for I have no desire to perish, the 18th chided the long-haired youth. Fear not, I am well aware, the 17th replied nonchalantly. We could have rested here tonight, yet you've ruined the prospect, the 18th continued to lament. No need to fret, we shall simply move to another location. The 17th reassured with a laugh. The two figures, accompanied by the child, soared into the void. Within the divine temple in the time chamber, Master Rashi approached Gohan's training with concern. Gohan, why do you persist in training? Shouldn't you take a moment to rest? He advised upon finding Gohan still diligently practicing. I'm not tired, Master Rashi, Gohan responded, a hint of shyness evident as he ruffled his hair. Master Rashi pondered. Why does Gohan seem different from yesterday? He appears more childlike. His initial assumptions clouded his judgment, as he overlooked how Gohan's previous demeanor hardly resembled that of a child, only to realize now, upon witnessing Gohan's bashful expression, that he was indeed just a child. It is understandable why Master Rashi felt perplexed. In truth, Gohan was under the control of his spiritual entity, while the true training enthusiast had taken a respite. Observing the determined Gohan, Master Rashi, feeling helpless, joined him in training. You may rest. I shall take over, Gohan instructed his spiritual entity, reclaiming control of his body in the next moment. After 6 hours of rest, Gohan reasserted his physical form, sensing a notable enhancement in his internal strength, devoid of any discomfort. The insights gained during the spiritual training were seamlessly integrated, allowing him to instantly grasp and adeptly apply newly learned skills. Elated, Gohan turned to Master Rashi and said, Master Rashi, I have a question I wish to ask you. Master Rashi looked over and replied, What is it? Sun Wukong inquired, Grandfather, I have often wondered why you do not pursue the art of flight. Logically speaking, would it not be a simple feat for you to master it? After all, it merely involves the basic manipulation of one's aura. The turtle sage chuckled heartily, responding, it is merely that I have no desire to learn the techniques of the crane school. If I were to do so, I would surely become the subject of mockery when I encounter that old crane. Come now, this technique of flying is hardly exclusive to the crane school. Have you not observed the extraterrestrials soaring through the skies? Surely they are not practitioners of the crane style. Sun Wukong couldn't help but scoff internally. Yet he finally grasped the situation. His grandfather was simply apprehensive of being ridiculed by the crane master. Instantaneously, Sun Wukong burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, it turns out you, dear grandfather Turtle Sage, possess a rather youthful spirit. The Turtle Sage, witnessing Sun Wukong's uproarious laughter, became incensed. Oh, you little Wukong, are you making a jest of your grandfather? With that, the Turtle Sage leapt forth, arms and legs outstretched, intending to strike Sun Wukong. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Sun Wukong met the challenge, and the two soon became entwined in an exuberant scuffle, amidst their playful combat. Sun Wukong earnestly articulated, however, Grandfather Turtle Sage, this technique of flight is not solely the domain of the Crane Master. Look at Uncle Piccolo and Vegeta. Do they not also possess the ability to fly? Countless beings from the cosmos can do so as well, and they certainly did not learn from the Crane School. Did they? The Turtle Sage's eyes brightened, and he replied, You raise an excellent point, Wukong. Perhaps I should indeed take up this skill. In the future, I could soar through the skies and gaze upon the lovely maidens from above. What a delightful perspective. Lost in his whimsical thoughts, the Turtle Sage became distracted, only to be met with a swift punch from Sun Wukong, which caused a stream of blood to flow from his nose. It remained uncertain whether this blood was a result of the strike or a consequence of his earlier musings about beautiful women. Chapter 7. Super Saiyan in the Spirit Time Room. A month has passed. During this time, Gohan has grown taller. Indeed, rigorous martial training accelerates the growth of adolescence. Since he did not bring a change of clothes and training usually results in profuse sweating, Gohan decided to discard his shirt, practicing bare-chested. At this moment, drenched in sweat, his skin glistened, accentuating the well-defined contours of his muscular physique, embodying a remarkable sense of strength. 2 months have elapsed, and I feel my power has significantly surged, surpassing what it was 2 months ago by more than double. This Spirit Time Room truly serves as the finest training apparatus, albeit one can only utilize it for 2 days in a lifetime. My relentless training over these 2 months owes much to the spirit entity. Without him to take my place during my moments of exhaustion, I would have succumbed numerous times. Each time fatigue overwhelmed me, he would take control of my body to continue the training. It is indeed the remarkable Saiyan constitution that sustains such intense exertion during this period. I have only consumed 1 Senzu bean to restore my energy, which is simply splendid. It is time to attempt transformation. I shall first try directing the power within me to my back. With this thought, Gohan endeavored to channel his energy, guiding it to his back, only to feel an itch, as if ants were crawling across his skin. Unable to resist, he reached behind him to scratch vigorously. Is this some form of dark magic? What on earth is this? Gohan muttered to himself, yet he persisted, enduring the incessant itch while continuously directing his energy to his back. After toiling for the better part of the day with no results, Gohan felt a surge of frustration. Perhaps I should attempt to control my anger, as that is a more orthodox approach. The essence of transformation into a Super Saiyan lies in pure goodness or pure malevolence, coupled with the provocation of anger. I have often aided others, assisting the elderly across the street and engaging in volunteer work. I have never stolen or committed wrongs. By all accounts, I am a benevolent individual. Very well, I shall try this method. With a resounding roar, Gohan clenched his fists, and white flames erupted from his body as his muscles swelled, elevating his power to its zenith. A fierce wind swept across the white expanse, howling ominously. Fortunately, it was devoid of any objects that could be swept away. Anger, anger, anger. Who should I envision as my target? I have tried Piccolo, Goku, and Krillin, but to no avail. I felt utterly disconnected, unable to ignite my fury. If only there were a game of Honor of Kings here. I could play a few ranked matches, and my teammates would help me achieve transformation. Complaints aside, Gohan continued to strive until, an hour later, he halted, breathless and exhausted. Maintaining such a state consumed immense energy. At that moment, Master Roshi emerged from the lounge and, seeing Gohan panting heavily, advised, Gohan, you are pushing yourself too hard. It would be wise to rest for a while. This child is far too relentless. He has scarcely rested in the past 2 months. The thought itself is alarming. This body cannot endure such strain indefinitely. Come, let us go rest. Only with sufficient sleep can you train with vigor. Master Roshi approached Gohan from behind, gently urging him toward the room. Very well, if rest is what is needed, then I shall comply. There is no need for the spirit entity to emerge this time. I shall return and enjoy a sound slumber. Gohan mused. Indeed, it has been a long while since he last rested on a bed. Though consciousness may rest, it is not quite the same as sleeping in bed. Observing Master Roshi still pushing him, Gohan sighed. All right, Grandpa Roshi, you need not push. I can walk on my own. To the astonishment of Master Roshi, Sun Wukong surprisingly heeded his advice and agreed to rest. Releasing his grip, Master Roshi added, Do remember to take a bath. Only then can you enjoy a good night's sleep. All right, I understand, Grandpa Roshi, Sun Wukong replied. Son Gohan returned to the lounge, took a refreshing bath in the washroom, and then reclined comfortably on his bed, closing his eyes and drifting into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned himself emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, subsequently leading a life of evasion alongside Chi-Chi. The androids grew increasingly rampant, mercilessly slaughtering humanity, and each passing day became more harrowing than the last. Trunks began to mature, persistently beseeching him to impart martial arts skills. One fateful day, the androids discovered the location of the Capsule Corp, resulting in Chi-Chi's tragic demise. Consumed by rage yet devoid of the strength to resist, he found himself utterly outmatched by the androids. He cried out in anguish before fleeing for his life. His escape led him to the sacred world of the Kais, But the androids pursued him relentlessly, culminating in the destruction of the sacred world and the tragic deaths of Mr. Popo and the Cat King. He managed to evade capture once more, as the androids seemed to derive amusement from tormenting him rather than seeking his total annihilation. As time progressed, Trunks matured into a young man, affectionately addressing Gohan as Brother Gohan. However, their sanctuary was once again breached by the androids, and in this encounter, Gohan suffered the loss of an arm. Eventually, Bulma met a tragic fate, and Trunks wept inconsolably. Son Gohan wept alongside them. In the end, the android located them once more, and he was ultimately slain. Thus, this world was left with but a solitary Trunks, until the very end of his life. He never attained the status of Super Saiyan. How absurd it is, this so-called traveler, who pales in comparison to the original Son Gohan. Indeed, it is utterly laughable. Life now remains a vast expanse of desolation. Son Gohan wept, his sobs echoing through the confines of his room. He cried and harbored resentment towards himself. He loathed his own inadequacies, which had led him to endure such a life. If anyone were present in the room, they would witness Gohan's hair standing defiantly, tinged with a hint of gold. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, 3 months had elapsed once more. This marked the 5th month of his sojourn. He had endeavored to harness his energy from behind, had experimented with fury. In the plaza, he exclaimed, "Ah, ha, transform," with a thunderous roar. Sun Wukong unleashed a surge of energy, engulfed in flames, as his aura intensified. Little Gohan was once again attempting to transform into a Super Saiyan. A scene that had repeated itself for 3 months, filled with his incessant cries, wild winds, and chaotic shouts, an embodiment of a natural disaster in human form. Master Roshi had long taken refuge behind a pillar at the exit of the resting area, murmuring to himself, His aura is even more potent than before, and it seems to have taken on a golden hue. In the arena, Gohan's energy continued to escalate. It felt as though he was nearing his transformation into a Super Saiyan. He wondered about his mother. If the androids were indeed as menacing as in his dreams, what would become of her? The thought was unbearable. She could be in grave danger. His voice strained and hoarse from the exertion. Suddenly, with a tremendous explosion, Gohan's white aura transformed into a brilliant gold, electric sparks dancing across his body as his black pupils faded only to re-emerge in a striking emerald hue. His hair standing on end. After several flashes of energy, his once ebony locks finally shimmered with golden brilliance, and his aura surged exponentially. Is it done? Gohan marveled at the golden flames enveloping him and gazed at his hands in astonishment. Master Roshi, look, has my hair turned golden? He called out to the old sage hiding behind the pillar. Roshi poked his head out, replying, Indeed, it has turned golden. You now resemble a rebellious youth. Haha. I've finally succeeded. My power has increased nearly 50-fold. I feel as though I could obliterate this place with a single punch. Gohan murmured. Overwhelmed by the explosive energy coursing through him, a sense of bewildering confidence washing over him. He clenched his right arm tightly, causing an even more potent aura to erupt. Crackling and burning fiercely. Behold my mighty ki blast, he proclaimed, spreading his legs into a firm stance before delivering a powerful strike to the ground with his right arm. With a resounding boom, cracks radiated from his fist, and a massive crater formed in the square, releasing plumes of thick white smoke. Gohan, you're causing destruction. You'll have to explain this to Mr. Popo, Master Roshi admonished as he stepped forward. Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully. As soon as this door closes and reopens, it will automatically return to its original state, leaving me utterly unconcerned. Master Roshi, perplexed, inquired, Is that so? How do you possess such knowledge? Why am I unaware of this? Son Gohan remarked, It's merely intuition. As he spoke, he clasped his hands at his waist, adopting the stance of the Kamehameha technique. Kamehameha wave. Sun Wukong, with a vigorous thrust of both hands, propelled forth a colossal blue energy wave that surged from his palms, penetrating the vast, wide expanse of this boundless realm, rendering it even more desolate. However, due to the infinite nature of this space, the energy wave encountered no obstacles, neither colliding with any object nor detonating. Thus, it continued its journey, soaring into the distance, destined to vanish once its energy was depleted. Master Roshi ascended into the air, pursuing the energy wave, observing as it soared further away before curving back. This space is indeed limitless. One cannot fathom where it might lead, or whether it might connect to another world, mused Master Roshi. Grandpa Roshi, do not frighten me. If it were to lead to another realm, would my energy wave not wreak havoc upon innocent lives? Sun Wukong exclaimed. Master Roshi chuckled lightly. I merely jest. By the way, Wukong, we have been here for 5 months. When we entered, you mentioned a 6-month training period, which means we have but 1 month remaining before our departure. You have already attained the form of a Super Saiyan. Do you have any further training plans? After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong remarked, I intend to devote this month to acclimating myself to this transformation, striving to maintain the form of a Super Saiyan. If I succeed, it should enable my body to expend significantly less energy during intense battles. He recalled the events in the main world during the Cell Saga, where both Goku and Gohan had honed this very form, yielding remarkable results. It was indeed a viable strategy. Master Roshi, taken aback, exclaimed in admiration, Gohan, you truly are a prodigy of martial arts. You may even surpass Goku. Sun Gohan scratched his head, feeling a rare sense of embarrassment. Oh, it's nothing special, really. He chuckled. Oh, what can I say? I am a time traveler. Chapter 8. Has number 18 given birth? Early in the morning, Bulma received alarming news about the android causing chaos near South City, leading to the complete obliteration of Pumpkin Town. Immediately, she intended to contact Sun Gohan. As Pausa Mountain was in close proximity to South City, and she feared something dire might have transpired, she activated her wristwatch to call Sun Gohan. But after multiple attempts with no response, her worry began to escalate. She was aware that Gohan had gone to the lookout the previous night, but she was uncertain about what had transpired afterward. She did not know if he had returned home. Thus, she decided to call Chi-Chi instead. Fortunately, the call connected. At least I can ascertain that he is safe, Bulma thought. Without hesitation, she inquired, Hello, Chi-Chi, did Gohan come home last night? Chi-Chi's heart skipped a beat, and she grew tense. Why was Bulma asking this right away? Gohan indeed had not returned after visiting the lookout. Could something have happened that she was unaware of? She hurriedly replied, No, he hasn't come back. What's wrong? He went to the lookout last night. Remembering how the ground had trembled like an earthquake for a while, Chi-Chi wondered if it was somehow connected to Gohan. The thought made her increasingly anxious. Bulma reassured her, there is probably nothing to worry about, Chi-Chi. Let me reach out to Mr. Popo. Just try to stay calm. Chi-Chi responded nervously, All right, please call me back after you speak with him. That boy didn't even give me Mr. Popo's wristwatch number. After saying this, she realized how ominous the phrase that boy sounded and quickly added, Forget I said that. Bulma then called Mr. Popo. When the call connected, she quickly asked, Hello, Mr. Popo, is Gohan with you? Mr. Popo replied, Yes. Gohan entered the hyperbolic time chamber with Master Roshi last night. If I calculate correctly, he should be emerging soon. Bulma was taken aback. The hyperbolic time chamber? What is that place? She was unaware of its nature, but since Mr. Popo had mentioned it, she inferred that Gohan was still at the lookout. Alleviating the weight of anxiety from her heart, Bulma continued, All right, please let him know to give me a call when he comes out. Thank you, Mr. Popo. After hanging up, she called Chi-Chi again to inform her that Gohan was still at the lookout, hoping to ease her concerns. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, on the training grounds, Sun Wukong, of course, remains oblivious to the happenings outside as he diligently engages in his training to the world beyond. It is merely a single night, however, within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, an entire 6 months have elapsed. Sun Gohan's height has been changing every month, making him seem far from a mere 9-year-old child. If one were to claim that Sun Gohan is already 14 or 15, many might well believe it. Indeed, half a year has passed, and Sun Gohan is now 9 years old. Throughout this month, he has been diligently practicing how to maintain the Super Saiyan form for an extended period, yet he has been unable to discover the secret. Remaining at the threshold of mastery, however, his strength has deepened, and his comprehension of the Super Saiyan transformation has become more profound. Glancing up at the clock hanging at the entrance of the plaza, he noted that 12 hours had elapsed, indicating that it was time for him to venture out. As half a year had indeed passed, he turned to Master Roshi and said, Grandpa Roshi, the time has come. We should be on our way. However, I was just contemplating that perhaps we should return and have a good sleep before heading out. After all, we won't be delayed by the outside world for long. And it has been quite some time since I enjoyed a proper rest. Master Roshi nodded in agreement, saying, All right, let us do as you suggest. The pair then returned to wash up and soon found themselves back in bed, drifting into a peaceful slumber. 8 hours later, both awakened in succession, refreshed and invigorated, although their stomachs were quite hungry. After tidying up the room, they opened the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, where Bubbles was already waiting outside. Though it was unclear when he had arrived, Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, greeted, Good morning, Mr. Bobo. Is there something to eat? I am absolutely famished. Mr. Bobo chuckled, Indeed. You are just like Goku, always seeking food upon arrival. Please follow me. I have prepared a feast. Mr. Bobo's service deserves a 5-star rating. His thoughtfulness is unwavering. Gohan, you ought to return Miss Bulma's call promptly. She seemed quite anxious when she called earlier. Mr. Bobo added, Bulma is looking for me? Gohan immediately utilized his wristwatch to dial Bulma, as he had kept the watch in the room while entering the room of spirit and time, where there was no signal, rendering it ineffective, even for telling time. The call connected. Son Gohan inquired, Good morning, Bulma auntie. Do you need something from me? Bulma replied, Gohan, why did you not inform me and your mother about your whereabouts at the Heavenly Temple last night? Your mother has been quite worried about you and has been unable to reach you by phone. Son Gohan felt a twinge of guilt. I sincerely apologize for my oversight. Last night, I was preoccupied with entering the hyperbolic time chamber and completely forgot to reach out to you. Moreover, there was no signal inside, which further delayed my communication. I am truly sorry. However, is there something else that Aunt Bulma wishes to discuss with you and me? Bulma responded, Please inform us before undertaking any future endeavors. We do not wish to be left and worry about your well-being. Sun Wukong felt a stirring within, a wave of warmth enveloping him. Bulma continued. There is one more matter concerning the androids. Last night, an android appeared near South City, laying waste to an entire metropolis. That area is quite close to Bowsy Mountain. So exercise greater caution on your return. As for your mother, you need not worry. She is safe. I spoke with her this morning. But it would be wise for you to give her a call as well. Son Gohan. All right, I understand. Thank you, and Bulma. As they spoke, Mr. Popo had already guided Son Gohan and Master Roshi to the dining table, which was adorned with a sumptuous array of delectable dishes, tantalizing their appetites. Son Gohan had always been curious about the origins of the food within the heavenly realm, wondering when Mr. Popo ever ventured out. Could it be sourced from those enigmatic chambers below? Despite his curiosity, he refrained from probing further. As he dined, he dialed Chi-Chi's number, his mouth full, rendering his speech indistinct. Mom, I'm at the Heavenly Palace, having breakfast. I'll be home shortly. Recognizing the peculiar sounds emanating from her son, Chi-Chi understood he was eating and replied, All right, you focus on your meal. My primary concern is your safety. Once the call ended, a battle ensued at the dining table between man and food. Master Roshi, eyes wide with astonishment, could only watch as Gohan devoured his meal with fervor, stealthily sliding some food toward himself, fearful that he might be entirely consumed by Gohan's appetite. Soon, the meal concluded, and Gohan patted his belly, recalling the fortune teller. He immediately began to call out to her, Grandma, Grandma, are you there? The familiar mental invocation had become second nature to him. Before long, the fortune teller's voice resonated in his mind. Gohan, have you emerged from the room of spirit and time? I have conveyed what you told me to Lord Yama, who has graciously allowed you to traverse the Serpent Road. When would it be convenient for you? I shall come to escort you to the underworld. How about this, Grandma? I need to return to West City shortly to bring Mom to the Heavenly Palace, and then I can accompany you to the underworld. Shall we meet at 3 in the afternoon at the Heavenly Palace? Gohan proposed. Very well, it's settled then. I shall see you this afternoon, the fortune teller replied. Following this, Gohan called Chi-Chi once more to inform her of his plan to visit King Kai's planet and to invite her to the Heavenly Palace. To ease her son's worries, Chi-Chi readily agreed, though she repeatedly urged him to prioritize safety on his journey. After bidding farewell to Master Roshi and Mr. Popo, Gohan soared into the sky, descending from the Heavenly Palace. As he gazed at the clouds whizzing by, his mind became a whirlwind of thoughts. He had heard from Bulma that the androids had appeared in South City the previous night. He pondered their current whereabouts, assessing his strength. He felt confident in confronting one of them, yet taking on two would likely prove overwhelming. Thus, he deemed it prudent to avoid a direct confrontation until after his return from King Kai's planet. Resolute in his decision, Gohan suppressed his energy and flew towards West City. However, in a twist reminiscent of Murphy's Law, he personally validated this adage today. Midway through his journey, he encountered two figures approaching him in flight, two androids devoid of energy yet brimming with power. Their lack of presence had prevented Gohan from sensing their approach. As he beheld the androids hovering nearby, astonishment mingled with a wry smile. Indeed, the things one wishes to avoid often materialize. Today, it would be another arduous day. Sun Wukong focused his mind, intently gazing at the android before him. The two androids likewise fixed their eyes upon him, resulting in a profound confrontation of four eyes meeting two. To be precise, 3 pairs of eyes were directed at Sun Wukong. For Android 18 cradled a child in her arms, who was also curiously observing him. This marked Sun Wukong's first true encounter with androids, and conversely, it was their inaugural meeting with him. However, the androids possessed a comprehensive archive of his background, albeit from long ago. Upon noticing the child in Android 18's embrace, Sun Wukong was taken aback. What was happening? Had some unknown event transpired? Why did Android 18 have a child? Were they not siblings? Astonishing. At that moment, the dashing young Android 17 suddenly chuckled. Ah, so it is Sun Wukong. It is a pleasure to meet you. Sun Wukong lightly brushed his forehead, assuming a defensive stance, and with a cold smirk, declared, enough with the idle chatter, let us begin. The android number 17 continued to smile, a straightforward individual. Although he appeared to be perpetually smiling, there was an absence of warmth in his demeanor, for his true expertise lay not in kindness, but in the art of killing. Chapter 9, the first battle. A strong wind swept through, causing garments to billow as the impending clash loomed large. In the current circumstances, combat had become inevitable. The androids would not permit him to depart unchallenged, leaving no choice but to engage in battle. In the eyes of the androids, today would mark the end for Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong summoned his energy, a resounding ha erupted, causing his hair to stand on end in an instant, transforming into a brilliant golden hue. The flames enveloping his body also ignited in a radiant gold as he swiftly chose to ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan. In that moment, a powerful wave of energy surged forth, creating a tempest that scattered the clouds across the sky, leaving a clear expanse above. In the distance, the wise cat sage atop Korin Tower shuddered, startled by the overwhelming presence of this energy. As his consciousness extended to sense the source, he recognized it as Sun Wukong's aura. Filled with a mix of astonishment and concern, he murmured, I never anticipated that Wukong would reach such remarkable strength. This display of power suggests he has encountered the androids. I can only wonder what the outcome will be. He must not perish, for the fate of this earth rests solely upon his shoulders. Meanwhile, Mr. Popo and Master Roshi in the Heavenly Palace immediately sensed the shift in Wukong's energy, their hearts heavy with worry. Observing Wukong's transformation, androids 17 and 18 were equally taken aback, although they could not perceive energy in the same way. This development exceeded any records they possessed, indicating that Sun Wukong had undergone a significant change beyond their comprehension. Android 17 remarked, "You have transformed? But do you truly believe this will make you my equal? In this world, it is impossible for anyone to possess strength that rivals mine," Sun Gohan remarked. "Let's find out." Without further ado, he transformed into a whirlwind and dashed towards Android 17. With a powerful swing of his right fist, he launched a full-force strike aimed directly at his opponent. "Ha!" Android 17 shouted, reciprocating with a fierce thrust of his own right fist. The two combatants adopted the same aggressive approach, engaging in their inaugural clash. The two iron fists collided in a flash, generating concentric ripples that radiated outward from their epicenter. The air was filled with a thunderous roar, as the tremendous force of their impact propelled both warriors backward, each momentarily shaken by the other's might. The explosive energy unleashed in the aftermath compelled Android 18 to retreat to a safer distance, as Sun Wukong felt the numbing sensation in his right hand. His gaze remained fixed on number 17, internally acknowledging the formidable nature of his adversary. Unbeknownst to him, number 17 was equally astonished, unable to fathom that Sun Wukong possessed such immense power, which sent pain coursing through his own arm. Once more, they surged forward, colliding fiercely, their fists and feet striking with relentless force, leaving ripples in the air accompanied by resounding echoes. Fortunately, their battle was not taking place on solid ground, lest they wreak havoc upon the mountains and rivers. In this primal contest of strength, each blow landed with brutal intensity. Number 17, leveraging his boundless energy and stamina, remained unperturbed, while Sun Wukong, armed with an ample supply of sins of beans, was blissfully unaware of the meaning of fear. This marked Sun Wukong's true inaugural battle, as well as his first confrontation since transformation. He yearned to savor the experience, to ascertain the extent of his newfound strength. After all, during his time in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had only sparred with Master Roshi, necessitating the restraint of his power. The experience of unleashing his full potential in combat was entirely distinct. As both warriors exerted their utmost strength, the damage inflicted was considerable, resulting in numerous wounds adorning their bodies and traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. Their figures separated once more, and number 17 flicked his long hair back, exuding an aura reminiscent of a legendary warrior, exclaiming, "Impressive, you possess strength that rivals my own." With a cold smirk, Sun Wukong remained silent, instead choosing to bring his hands together in a gesture of concentration. Instantly, a flicker of electricity danced between his palms, heralding the manifestation of the universal thunderous palm. "Experience the might of my universal thunderous palm," he bellowed, his voice echoing with a commanding presence, as if the very act of vocalizing the technique amplified his power. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and Android 17, as if struck by a bolt from above, felt his hair stand on end. In an instant, his limbs became numb, leaving him unable to move, and he plummeted from the heavens. Gohan, seizing the opportunity, dashed forward with the swiftness of lightning, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Android 17, mercilessly pummeling him as one would strike a drowning dog, the resounding thuds echoing with each blow. Blood erupted from 17's mouth as he was battered relentlessly. With a firm stance, Gohan positioned his hands at his waist, gathering energy for a potentially fatal blow. Should this attack connect, the incapacitated 17 would surely be obliterated beyond recovery. Yet, at that very moment, Android 18, observing the conflict, intervened, unwilling to allow her companion to perish in such a manner. Sun Wukong felt a sudden gust of wind behind him, realizing too late that Android 18 had launched an attack. Unable to evade in time, he was struck by a powerful kick, sending him hurtling through the air before he finally regained his composure. In that fleeting moment, Android 17 freed himself from his restraints and soared back to stand alongside Android 18. His complexion appeared pale, clearly indicating that the brief confinement had inflicted considerable harm upon him, as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking quite disheveled. "I was careless. I did not anticipate his astonishing strength. If we combine our efforts, we can certainly overpower him," Android 17 declared, his tone laced with indignation. After all, the humiliation he had just endured was unprecedented in his life. Being bloodied by a mere child was utterly unforgivable. "Could you relinquish the child you were holding?" he demanded, noticing that Android 18 was cradling a small child. "I refuse," she replied defiantly, even reinforcing the protective barrier around the child. "Then let us eliminate him," Android 17 shouted, charging forward with fervor, prompting Android 18 to follow suit. The two androids moved with astonishing speed, resembling twin beams of light racing toward their target. Upon seeing the two combatants barreling toward him, Sun Wukong instinctively dodged, swiftly unleashing two energy blasts aimed at the androids. Yet, the androids were as tenacious as a stubborn adhesive, effortlessly deflecting the blasts and pressing their assault. Reluctantly, Sun Wukong was forced to engage in a fierce battle, finding himself outmatched in a 2-on-1 scenario, sustaining numerous blows in the process. "This is infuriating. My strength was on par with Android 17's, and in a 1-on-1 scenario, I would stand a chance. However, with Android 18 joining the fray, I am at a disadvantage," he lamented internally. At that moment, a fierce punch came hurtling toward him, and he was unable to evade it, taking the full force to his face. The impact was so powerful that it could have created a massive crater had it struck the ground. Now, it left him with a painful bruise. Ouch, that hurts. Sun Wukong exclaimed, clutching his face and retreating at high speed. Just then, he noticed Android 18 advancing alone, with Android 17 still some distance away. What a perfect opportunity, he thought, devising a strategy to dismantle the duo one by one. Take this, he shouted, launching a heavy strike aimed at Android 18. Wait, a child? He gasped, realizing that his fist was aimed perilously close to the innocent child. With no other choice, he abruptly halted his punch, unable to follow through. Seizing the moment, Android 18 unleashed an energy blast directly at Sun Wukong's face, causing him to stagger back, his head throbbing and vision blurred. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's distress, Android 17 closed in, delivering a relentless barrage of blows, clearly intent on avenging the earlier humiliation he had suffered. Ha! Sun Wukong shouted, summoning his strength to push both androids away. Seizing this opportunity, he retrieved a Sinza bean and consumed it. As the warm energy coursed through his body, his wounds healed instantly, and his stamina surged to its peak. Though I can rely on these Sinza beans to sustain me, it is not a long-term solution. I must escape immediately. Once I return from King Kai's planet, dealing with these two will be effortless, he resolved, contemplating a strategic retreat. He was not one to recklessly engage in a futile battle. Sun Wukong, it seems today you are unable to defeat the two of us. What a pity. Android 17 remarked with a self-satisfied grin, believing victory was within their grasp. Sun Gohan, however, you may find it rather challenging to take my life. Today, I have lost the desire to engage with you any longer. Farewell. Heh, you think you can escape? That will not be so simple, I assure you. This time, Android 17 and 18 charged forward simultaneously, having come to the realization that they could not overpower Sun Gohan if they fought individually. Heh. A faint smile crept across Sun Gohan's lips as he placed his hands upon his forehead. Just as the two androids closed in, he let out a powerful shout. Solar flare. In an instant, a blinding radiance erupted from Sun Gohan, illuminating the surroundings as though a sun had ignited before him. The world was reduced to a singular hue, and the androids found their eyes stinging, rendered momentarily blind. They shielded their eyes, writhing in agony, cursing inwardly. As Sun Wukong seized the opportunity, a surge of energy engulfed him, transforming him into a streak of lightning that darted into the distance, fleeing with all his might. After a while, the two androids regained their sight, gazing around in bewilderment, yet there was no trace of Sun Wukong. He had long since vanished. Damn it. That kid outsmarted us, exclaimed number 17, pointing an accusatory finger at number 18, who clutched the child. When will you deal with this brat? If it weren't for your constant attachment to him, we could have attacked simultaneously, and that kid wouldn't have escaped. Number 18 chuckled. Oh, isn't it more amusing this way? It's rare to find someone who can truly challenge us. This ensures we won't be lonely in the future, right? Number 17 nodded in agreement, saying, that is true. But how is it that Sun Wukong is so formidable? He surpasses Vegeta by several magnitudes. Is Goku equally powerful? Fortunately, Goku succumbed to heart disease. Otherwise, this father-son duo would spell our doom. I wonder what that transformation of his entails. He recalled that just months prior, Vegeta had fallen easily under his might, and now, the power disparity with Sun Wukong was staggering. Let us find a place to borrow some clothes. Look at my torn attire, remarked number 18. Agreed. With that, the two transformed into meteors and departed. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong had successfully escaped and was racing towards the Baozi Mountain. Although the battle was brief, it yielded significant insights for him. Firstly, he confirmed his own strength. Secondly, and most crucially, he realized that the two androids could not sense energy. Chapter 10, The Underworld and Snake Path. Soon enough, Sun Wukong arrived home. Upon entering, Chi-Chi was taken aback by her son's height. How is it possible that in less than a day, he has grown to my height? This growth is outrageous. Observing Chi-Chi's astonishment, Sun Wukong recounted the wonders of the hyperbolic time chamber, leaving her utterly speechless. Chi-Chi had already prepared some daily necessities and followed her son to the heavenly temple. Sun Gohan harbors his own contemplations. He is truly uneasy about leaving Chi-Chi alone on the Baozi Mountain for an entire month. Now that he has discerned that the androids are incapable of sensing energy signatures, he feels confident in ensuring Chi-Chi's safe passage to the heavenly temple. Even should misfortune strike and he encounter an android, he is resolute in expending his life force to secure his mother's safety. After all, he possesses a considerable stock of Sinza beans. As long as he is not utterly extinguished, he can revive himself and return to vitality. With his mother secured upon his back, Sun Gohan first envelopes both himself and Chi-Chi in a protective barrier to shield her from the fierce winds during their flight. Then, he ascends into the sky, soaring upward until he reaches a considerable altitude, before unleashing a burst of energy and propelling himself at high speed towards the heavenly temple. The velocity generates a series of sonic booms, a testament to his rapid ascent. In mere minutes, aided by favorable winds, Gohan arrives above the heavenly temple and descends onto the plaza, where Master Roshi and Mr. Popo have been awaiting the arrival of mother and son. Once all matters have been addressed, they quietly await the arrival of the fortune teller, with an hour still remaining until their appointed time. Gohan relishes this rare moment of leisure, engaging in casual conversations with his mother, Chi-Chi. Aware that they are bound for King Kai's planet, and that Goku is currently training there, speaks fondly of Goku, wishing fervently that Gohan would take her along. Though she expresses such desires, both understand the impossibility of the situation. Thus, when Gohan departs with the fortune teller, her gaze is filled with a lingering reluctance. As the fabric of time and space shifts, Gohan perceives a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors swirling before him, accompanied by a gentle breeze. He cannot ascertain how much time has elapsed. It feels both like an eternity and merely a few fleeting seconds. When clarity returns, he finds himself standing within a vast hall. Upon raising his gaze, he beholds a formidable figure resembling a giant mountain, a man with horns adorning his head. Wielding a brush as if reviewing official documents, Gohan, not one to be easily deceived, quickly deduces that this must be the King of Hell. Akin in some aspects to his grandfather, the Bull Demon King. Regardless of how illustrious one's life may have been on Earth, death inevitably leads to the underworld. The fate of one's soul, whether it soars to heaven or descends to hell, rests solely upon the decree of the King of Hell. Should one be wicked, they shall descend to hell without hope of resistance. Such defiance is futile. Yet, the King of Hell possesses a peculiar sense of humor, occasionally sending the wicked to heaven, which can be more unbearable than hell for certain nefarious souls. Conversely, should one be an eminent hero with remarkable contributions, the King of Hell may preserve their corporeal form, granting them special privileges in the afterlife akin to those experienced in life, albeit now with a halo of the soul and immortality. Though forever barred from influencing the mortal realm once more, with exceptions, Sun Wukong and his companions enjoyed such treatment, retaining their corporeal forms and reveling in the tranquility of the underworld. At that moment, Son Gohan pondered the distinction between resurrection and remaining in this state. Should he be revived, he would face the threat of artificial beings upon returning to the mortal realm, and in a few years, the menace of Majin Buu might emerge. Not to mention the potential appearance of Zamasu. Undoubtedly, life would not be peaceful. Conversely, in the underworld, he found joy and serenity, indulging in sumptuous feasts and dedicating his time to cultivation, leading a blissful existence. Why should he seek resurrection? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the imposing figure of King Yama, resembling a small mountain, noticed the arrival of the fortune-telling old woman and Son Gohan. He promptly addressed them, stating, "It is Son Gohan. Just follow him. He will guide you to the serpent path." With that, King Yama gestured towards the green-faced ghostly soldier standing nearby. "Thank you, King Yama," Son Gohan replied, bowing in gratitude. "And thank you as well, dear lady. I shall take my leave now. Farewell." He waved goodbye to the fortune-telling old woman before following the green-faced ghostly soldier. The ghostly soldier led Son Gohan for several dozen meters until they arrived at a yellow automobile parked ahead. This vehicle would transport Son Gohan to the serpent path. Unexpectedly, the soldier proved to be quite loquacious, sharing various strange tales from the underworld, enriching Son Gohan's knowledge. He mentioned that beneath the serpent path resided a beautiful serpent princess who favored handsome youths like Son Gohan, urging him to exercise caution. "I fear not the beautiful serpent." Son Gohan chuckled, confident that, given his current battle prowess, even a mere display of his energy would send her fleeing in terror. Do you know of Sun Wukong? They say he was a great hero during his time in the mortal realm. Let me tell you, a few years ago, when he first traversed this serpent path, I was the one who escorted him, the green-faced ghostly soldier proclaimed with pride, having heard many legends about Sun Wukong. This experience had become a source of boastful capital for him. Oh, is that so? Son Gohan was taken aback to learn that this ghostly soldier had once accompanied his father. Indeed, he is quite an extraordinary individual, the soldier continued, his face alight with admiration. Listening to a stranger extol his father's legendary prowess filled Son Gohan with an inexplicable sense of delight. The two engaged in a casual conversation, with the soldier doing most of the talking while Son Gohan listened, responding intermittently with affirmations. After about 10 minutes, the automobile came to a halt, signaling their arrival at the serpent path. "Young sir, we have arrived at the serpent path. Wishing you a safe journey," the soldier said as Son Gohan exited the vehicle, appearing somewhat reluctant to part ways. He had much more to share, for it had been a long time since he had conversed so extensively in the underworld. Few were willing to engage in dialogue. Most souls merely emitted crackling sounds like flames, devoid of coherent speech. As he watched the ghostly driver depart, Son Gohan surveyed the serpent path before him. It resembled the gaping maw of an enormous serpent, or rather, a serpent's head that could rival the size of a house, with the path leading into its cavernous mouth. Gazing further, he beheld an interminably long serpent body, beneath which rolled yellow clouds, the contents of which remained a mystery. Sun Wukong's initial reaction resembled that of the ancient Great Wall of China. However, the Great Wall lacks the ornate embellishments present here. It is said that this serpentine path stretches over a staggering 1 million kilometers, with its terminus, the tail end, being the residence of the North King, situated on the North King Star. Chapter 11, North King Star. As Sun Wukong's son gazed into the seemingly endless serpentine path, he resolutely made up his mind and stepped into the enormous mouth of the serpent. This journey of 100,000 kilometers had taken Sun Wukong a full 3 months to reach King Kai's planet. However, for Son Gohan, it would only require a couple of hours. Naturally, he would not simply run like his father had. With a flourish of his skill, he soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light. Beneath the yellow clouds lay an odd gravitational pull, an incessant urge to drag him down. Sun Gohan felt this force tugging at him. Yet such a feeble influence was easily disregarded by his current strength. He began to understand why Sun Wukong had not opted to fly to King Kai's planet using the same technique at that time. Resisting such a pull had proven quite challenging for him, making it far more prudent to run along the serpent path for both safety and speed. As he observed the rolling clouds below, curiosity flickered within him, yet he pressed on towards North King Kai's planet. Meanwhile, North King Kai's planet was bustling with activity. Previously, it had only housed a plump King Kai, a boisterous monkey, and a grasshopper resembling a bee, but now it was alive with the sounds of combat, laughter, reprimands, and chaotic noise, all thanks to the arrival of Sun Wukong and his companions. Present were Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha, totaling 6 individuals, alongside the 3 original inhabitants of King Kai's planet, making it a lively gathering of 9. King Yima, deeming Vegeta a nefarious villain, had not allowed him to retain his physical form, cheerfully dispatching him to hell to meet Frieza. Even had he been granted his body, it was unlikely he would have accompanied Sun Wukong and his group to King Kai's planet, for Vegeta was notoriously arrogant, consumed with thoughts of besting Sun Wukong and his companions. With a resounding crash, a flower pot shattered, inciting the ire of King Kai. Observing yet another pot ruthlessly destroyed, King Kai exclaimed in exasperation, "Be careful, for heaven's sake. You're driving me mad." "Very well, let us establish a rule. Anyone who breaks something must tell a corny joke, or else they shall be tasked with scrubbing the toilets." Suddenly, an amusing thought struck North King Kai, and he turned away, stifling laughter as he chuckled. Scrubbing toilets. How delightful. His laughter echoed, lighthearted and infectious, leaving everyone else in stunned silence. Sun Wukong, Krillin, Tenshinhan, Yamcha, Dumplings, Piccolo, shall we share some corny jokes? Alas, this is far more agonizing than concocting a new technique. During the past few days, the cold jokes I could muster have been thoroughly exhausted by Lord North Kai. Consequently, we have no choice but to settle down, significantly moderating our movements. Observing their sudden compliance, Lord North Kai felt a tinge of disappointment. His plans for cold humor had once again fallen flat. Disheartened, he gazed toward Snake Way, and his eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Soon Gohan will arrive. He might bring with him a fresh assortment of corny jokes. In that instant, his anticipation surged anew. In truth, Lord North Kai had long been aware of Gohan's impending visit to King Kai's planet, yet he chose not to inform the others, wishing to surprise Wukong. In the lower realm, there exists no secret unknown to Lord North Kai. Thus, time passed, and an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. At that moment, amidst a fierce battle, Sun Wukong turned his gaze toward the direction of Snake Way, puzzled, and the others followed suit. A colossal and unfamiliar aura began to emanate from that path. A formidable being was making its way toward King Kai's planet, and it would soon arrive. With a furrowed brow, Sun Wukong pondered, this aura feels so familiar. Who could it be? Is it Gohan? Yet, Gohan's energy shouldn't be this formidable. A sense of uncertainty enveloped him. Was this presence friend or foe? The others, too, sensed the powerful aura and began to feel a tinge of anxiety. There is no need for concern. It is indeed Gohan, the North Kai interjected, stepping forward to address the group. Is it truly Gohan? But this energy is undeniably potent. Just as the North Kai finished speaking, everyone beheld a figure propelling from the tail of Snake Way, soaring swiftly towards King Kai's planet. Indeed, it was Gohan who had arrived. Feeling the multitude of energies on King Kai's planet, Gohan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that everyone would gather here. Initially, he had assumed only his father, Sun Wukong, had come, but to his surprise, the Z fighters had convened for a gathering, a celebration perhaps? Everyone is here. Greetings. Gohan waved his hand, quickly acclimating to the planet's tenfold gravity, smiling as he extended his warm salutations. Sun Wukong stepped forward, reaching out to touch Son Gohan's shoulder. His face radiating joy as he exclaimed, Gohan, it truly is you. After 2 years apart, you've grown so much taller and stronger, it is simply marvelous. As he spoke, he gestured to illustrate the height difference, noting that Gohan now stood merely a head shorter than himself, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Dad, due to certain events. Son Gohan hesitated, grappling with how to articulate his emotions in the presence of this man who was both familiar and foreign. This figure had accompanied him through his childhood in front of the television in a past life, and now, in this existence. He had shared the same childhood in this body. As the Z fighters gathered around, Son Gohan greeted each one with a respectful uncle. It had been a long time since they had met, and everyone was eager to engage him in conversation. However, Son Gohan fumbled with his words, unsure of whom to respond to first. It was Piccolo, exhibiting a measure of rationality, who stood back and observed the lively banter before finally inquiring, How is Earth faring? I see you do not possess a soul halo above your head, so you are still alive, correct? Indeed, Gohan lacked the soul halo. And it was only then that everyone became aware of this detail, turning their attention to the top of Gohan's head. Previously, they had instinctively assumed that he had fallen victim to the androids, which was why they had come to this place. Son Gohan gathered his thoughts and spoke, Indeed. Uncle Piccolo, I'm not dead. I have come here for two reasons, to train and to seek the coordinates of Namek from Lord Kai. As for Earth, it is much as you might imagine. Androids 17 and 18 have wreaked havoc, and the remaining population is now less than a third of what it once was. You're inquiring about the coordinates of Namek? Could it be that you intend to seek the Dragon Balls there? Piccolo, renowned for his sharp intellect within the Dragon Ball universe, immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Yes, I plan to journey to Namek and, with the help of their eternal dragon, resurrect everyone to restore peace to Earth. Son Gohan replied. Resurrect everyone? Piccolo chuckled ruefully. Gohan, even if we were to bring everyone back, it would merely allow the androids to kill again. It must be said. The androids are exceedingly powerful. We are no match for them. If Goku were still alive, there might be a glimmer of hope. Alas, he died of heart disease. And the dragon cannot bring him back. As Piccolo spoke, a shadow of gloom and despair settled over the faces of the Z-fighters. Indeed. Recalling the might of the androids, they felt utterly devoid of courage to confront them. Ha ha ha, let's not lose heart. There will always be a way. At that moment, only Son Goku, scratching his head, laughed heartily. Son Gohan patted his chest and proclaimed, to be honest with you all, I engaged in battle with an android just yesterday. We certainly had our chances of victory, so please have faith in me. Piccolo, astonished, responded, is that so? What do you mean by that? Son Gohan, indeed. We can prevail. Feel my energy, I am no longer the Son Gohan of the past. With that, Son Gohan summoned the power within him, unleashing a cataclysmic force that erupted from his being. This overwhelming energy surged forth like a tempest, compelling everyone to stagger backward, as if caught in a fierce gale. Their mouths agape in disbelief, they struggled to comprehend that this was indeed Son Gohan's aura. Piccolo, is this truly Gohan? Krillin, it's astonishing, beyond comprehension. Sun Wukong, Gohan has grown up. The others, in astonishment, with a faint smile, Sun Wukong remarked, it's not over yet. Is there still more to come? Can one become even stronger? Clenching his fists, the veins on Sun Wukong's arms bulged as he gritted his teeth, unleashing an even greater surge of power. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, the aura enveloping his body ignited into a brilliant golden flame. His hair stood defiantly, shifting from black to a resplendent gold. His golden locks and azure eyes embodying the essence of a Super Saiyan. If the astonishment he had previously invoked could be likened to an 8.0 magnitude earthquake, then it had now escalated to a cataclysmic 12. The sheer pressure of his presence was so immense that it left them nearly unsteady, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Even Sun Wukong himself was taken aback, his face a canvas of disbelief, utterly astonished. Sun Wukong exclaimed dramatically, wow! How did you accomplish this, my child? Your father endured great hardships to transform into a Super Saiyan, and yet this power of yours surpasses my own. After this display of bravado, this transformation, Gohan released his energy to alleviate the overwhelming pressure, observing that everyone was nearly unable to stand. Piccolo inquired, Super Saiyan? Gohan, how did you achieve this? Son Gohan smiled and remarked, this is the result of my arduous training within the hyperbolic time chamber. I dedicated myself to relentless practice for over half a year, enduring great hardship. Sun Wukong suddenly realized, so you entered the time chamber, huh? No wonder. Yet, your prowess is remarkable. In just half a year, you have cultivated to such a level. Shall we exchange a few moves? He quietly approached Son Gohan and whispered in his ear. True to his nature as a battle enthusiast, the foremost martial arts fanatic, he couldn't resist the urge to spar with a formidable opponent. Son Gohan sighed, Father, let us postpone our battle for another time. There are still matters that require my attention. Sun Wukong, with a face full of reluctance, said, well, in due time, you must engage me in a match. All right, responded Son Gohan, resignedly. He continued, as everyone has witnessed, when I return to Earth once more, I will be able to completely eliminate the androids. Please have faith in me. The crowd nodded in unison. Chapter 12, The Challenging Art of Telepathic Communication. Son Gohan continued, I have asked Aunt Bulma to prepare a spaceship, which will be ready in a month. However, I am unaware of the coordinates for Namek, so I must come here to inquire with Lord King Kai. After a brief pause, he added, yesterday, I battled against the androids, and I am acutely aware that, with my current strength, facing both of them simultaneously would be quite challenging. Therefore, I intend to train here for a month, after which I will return to defeat them and subsequently go to Namek to resurrect everyone. Is that acceptable, Lord King Kai? I wish to train here for a month. Son Gohan addressed the North Kai. The North Kai shrugged in resignation. What can I say? If I say no, can you simply leave? Yet, it seems I have a cold joke at hand. Heh. The North Kai's eye sparkled as he nodded and chuckled. You may proceed. But you must tell me a cold joke to lift my spirits. Cold jokes? Son Gohan was quite adept at them. In his school days, he had particularly honed this skill to impress girls. However, he later realized that most girls did not appreciate cold jokes, rendering his remarkable talents useless. In his past life, no one appreciated him. In this life, he would shine brightly in front of Lord King Kai. At this moment, Son Gohan felt particularly elated, as a fine steed had finally encountered a worthy rider. Although he was overjoyed, he maintained a composed expression, determined not to reveal his happiness to the King Kai. He looked at the North Kai and said, no problem at all, Lord King Kai. The North Kai replied, shall you tell one first? Sun Gohan pondered for a moment and then remarked, very well, Lord Kai, listen closely. There was a fisherman who caught a squid. And the squid began to plead for mercy, saying, please, I implore you, do not take me to be grilled. The fisherman replied, all right, I shall pose 2 questions to you. If you answer them correctly, I will spare you from being roasted. The squid joyfully exclaimed, quick, test me, test me. After a deliberate pause, the squid was ultimately taken away to be cooked. What on earth? The North Kai was momentarily taken aback, and after a considerable time, he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha. Gohan, you truly are remarkable. Such a challenging pun you could conceive, how utterly amusing. Your sense of humor is rather low, isn't it, Lord North Kai? Gohan inwardly scoffed. The North Kai laughed so hard he could barely catch his breath, and after managing to regain composure, he inquired, Gohan, do you have more? Is there more? As Sun Wukong turned his eyes, he chuckled and said, Lord King Kai, I shall regale you with a joke each day henceforth. But I have a condition of my own. What say you? The North Kai, puzzled, inquired, what condition? Sun Wukong continued with a grin. I shall share with you a collection of puns, and in return, you shall impart to me some martial arts techniques. Does this arrangement seem fair? We could consider it a business transaction, a reciprocal exchange. The North Kai, appearing troubled, replied, and how might we trade? Is it truly the case that for each joke you tell, I must teach you a single technique? That simply will not do. I do not possess an abundance of techniques to share with you. Sun Wukong said, Lord of the North Kai, do not be so troubled. How could I ever allow you to suffer? Let us do this. I shall regale you with a joke each day, and in return, you will impart to me a technique. Consider this, it is improbable that I would master a technique in a single day, thus. You may exchange one technique for several days' worth of my light-hearted jests. Once I have acquired the technique, you may then teach me a new one. Rest assured, my supply of jokes will never run dry. What do you think? Ah, it seems I have struck a bargain, the North Kai mused, and with a nod, he replied. Very well, let us settle on this delightful arrangement. The two extended their hands and shook, embodying a scene of harmonious collaboration. Sun Gohan inquired, King Kai, what then are the coordinates of Namek? To which King Kai replied with a sardonic chuckle, a cold joke. Gohan mused, is this truly a jest? It feels as though I am the one being duped. Sun Wukong expressed his disbelief. Lord King of the North, are you truly so dark-humored? Must we resort to cold jokes? Well, allow me to regale you with one. The performance of cold humor commenced. Meanwhile, those nearby were left utterly astounded, secretly admiring Wukong's remarkable talent for such jokes. They couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, pondering when they might approach him to learn a few, hoping to exchange them for something from the King of the North. Sun Gohan addressed, Lord Kai, my first martial art to learn is the Kaioken. I humbly request your guidance. Kaioken? You could simply ask Goku to teach you. Why waste a bad joke? The North Kai replied, I possess an abundance of bad jokes. But what I truly mean is that this technique was crafted by you, and I must seek your permission to learn it. Moreover, I believe your explanation would be far superior to my father's, he lamented. Realizing he had inadvertently spoken too freely and hurriedly sought to recover his footing while flattering the North Kai in the process. You do have a point. The North Kai responded, quite pleased, allowing the earlier remark to slip his mind. The Kaioken is essentially a method that allows one to exponentially increase their power for a brief period. However, it places immense strain on the body. I see you have already attained the Super Saiyan form, which itself is quite taxing on your stamina. Coupled with the Kaioken, your body would not withstand it. In essence, the Kaioken and Super Saiyan cannot be utilized simultaneously, hence I would not recommend that you pursue the Kaioken. The North Kai continued. Sun Wukong remarked, rest assured, I have some understanding of this matter, yet I still wish to learn. After all, who would fear having an abundance of martial techniques? Wouldn't you agree, Lord Kai? To which the North Kai replied, since you say so, I shall impart my knowledge to you. However, Gohan, does this not leave you indebted to me for a cold joke? The North Kai couldn't shake off the thought of his lingering jest. Sun Wukong, all right. I shall provide you with the supplement tomorrow, shall I? I will share 2 stories then. Would that suffice? One cannot absorb too much in a single day. Following this, the North Kai began his teachings, and Sun Wukong devoted himself to his studies. Time always seems to pass swiftly during such moments, and before long, 2 days had elapsed. After dedicating 2 days to mastering the King's Fist, Sun Gohan proceeded to delve into the intricacies of the Spirit Bomb. During this time, others attempted to eavesdrop but were swiftly chased away by the North Kai, who declared that if they wished to learn, they must exchange cold jokes for knowledge. This left several onlookers casting envious glances at Sun Gohan, who could only respond with a touch of awkwardness. The process of learning the Spirit Bomb consumed 3 days of Gohan's effort, with the most challenging aspect being the collection of energy from living beings. However, he quickly grasped the target locking component, as it bore resemblance to his own technique, the universal earth-shattering palm, which also necessitated precise targeting. The Spirit Bomb allows the practitioner to absorb a portion of energy from all living creatures, transforming it into an energy projectile. Upon locking onto a target, the bomb is launched. The greater the malevolence in the opponent's heart, the more devastating the impact. As long as the Spirit Bomb is sufficiently large, Even the most formidable adversaries cannot evade its wrath, facing annihilation upon contact. Yet, this technique bears a critical flaw, its lengthy charging time. Should the opponent possess even a modicum of cleverness, they can easily escape during this vulnerable period. Witnessing Gohan accurately hit a rapidly approaching brick with the spirit bomb. Both Goku and North Kai were thoroughly impressed, astonished by his swift mastery of the technique. Lord Kai, I have successfully learned this technique. We can now proceed to study new moves, Gohan announced. At that moment, North Kai pondered to himself, this boy's capacity for learning is remarkable. And the cold jokes exchanged seem woefully inadequate in return. Is there perhaps a particularly challenging technique for him to master? What would you like to learn next? Inquired North Kai. Son Gohan pondered for a moment and then said, I wish to learn your telepathic communication. The technique that allows one to directly summon anyone for a mental conversation. Is that possible? The North Kai replied, telepathic communication? Gohan. This is not merely a martial arts technique. It is a form of sorcery, akin to magic. Many individuals spend their entire lives without mastering it. Are you certain you wish to pursue it? After all, magic and martial arts belong to entirely different realms and are exceedingly difficult to learn. I must caution you. It is indeed quite challenging. Son Gohan resolutely declared, yes, I am determined to learn. At that moment, King Kai's heart was filled with joy. Are you truly wishing to learn the art of telepathy? Ha ha ha. I fear you, Son Gohan, might be here to regale me with jokes for a lifetime. In his past, it took him over a century to master this technique. He could hardly believe that Son Gohan would grasp it as swiftly as he did the spirit bomb, which took merely 3 days. The complexity of this skill was unparalleled. It encompassed a myriad of data calculations, requiring the construction of a personalized network for communication within one's inner world. This would then necessitate the analysis of the telepathic waves emitted by the conversant, followed by guiding those waves into one's own communication network to facilitate dialogue. Such an endeavor demanded an extraordinary level of mental fortitude to compute and construct. The intricate dissection of data could potentially consume years, even decades, and for those lacking the requisite aptitude, mastery would remain an elusive dream throughout a lifetime. Gohan. Come here and take a look at this book, King Kai said, producing a tome from an unknown source and extending it towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan, perplexed, took the book and turned his gaze towards its pages. What? The fundamentals of software engineering? He opened to the first page. What is software engineering? Isn't this knowledge I acquired in my previous life as a programmer? Is this some kind of joke? Son Gohan, undeterred, leafed through several more pages. Indeed. He comprehended much of the knowledge, though some aspects were slightly divergent. Yet, as the saying goes, the essence remains unchanged. He merely needed to adopt a different perspective to grasp the concepts clearly. Is this truly the inaugural lesson in the art of spiritual communication? Observing Son Gohan's perplexed expression, King Kai couldn't help but chuckle and inquired, is there something amiss? Sun Wukong remarked, I wish to ascertain whether this is indeed the knowledge required for mastering telepathic communication. The North Kai replied, indeed. Son Gohan, well, then there is no problem. Meanwhile, Son Gohan read at an astonishing pace, finishing an entire book in just half a day. After which King Kai produced another new book. Upon observing the situation, Sun Wukong pondered over the vast realm of data analysis. It seems I have grown quite numb to it all. At this point, I could readily accept the emergence of yet another volume of Master Bird's Dragon Ball. Chapter 13. A True Man in 10 Seconds. Lord King Kai, he inquired, which is more frugal, 1 or 0? I am uncertain, came the reply. 1, of course. For it embodies pocket money, he jested. Ha ha ha. A light-hearted moment ensued, typical of our daily humor segment. Following this exchange, Sun Wukong retrieved a book and immersed himself in its pages, striving to master the art of telepathy with utmost urgency. I adore learning. It brings me joy. I traverse the ocean of knowledge, savoring the dew of wisdom. Knowledge ensnares me, rendering me utterly captivated. After a prolonged period of reading, his eyes began to ache. Alas, this is intolerable. My vision may soon fail. I must take a break, lest I succumb to fatigue. What are my companions engaged in? Observing Yamcha, Krillin, and Tien as they play Dodiju, he sighed. Alas, I cannot join. This game requires 3 players, unlike Mahjong. And what of Kaiatsu? Is he preparing a meal? Well, never mind. I cannot assist, for I would only end up serving up a dish of culinary darkness. As for my father, what is he doing? Ah, he appears to be cleaning the toilet. Having shattered a vase moments ago and lacking the ability to tell a joke, he has likely been tasked by Lord King Kai with this chore. Father, are you nearly done? How much longer will it take? Would you like me to lend a hand? Sun Wukong inquired as he approached Goku. Sun Wukong lamented, Gohan, please hasten to teach me a few jokes. I am constantly punished by Lord Kai, and I find myself in a most difficult situation. Sun Gohan remarked, no problem, Dad, but I keep telling you. You never seem to remember. Didn't I just share a few with you yesterday? Sun Wukong pouted, a hint of grievance apparent on his face. Remembering such matters was far more challenging than mastering martial arts. Sun Wukong, father, hurry up. Once we're done, shall we discuss martial arts? Discussing martial arts? That sounds splendid. Wait a moment. With renewed vigor, Sun Wukong moved with lightning speed, humming a lively tune, and within mere minutes, he completed the task flawlessly. Wu Fan, come. Let us explore martial arts together. How about we have a spar first? Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully, pulling his son outside to an open area. That sounds great. But do ensure you control your strength. We wouldn't want to have to clean up afterward. Wu Fan chuckled. Understood. Now, shall we begin? With that, Sun Wukong assumed a fighting stance, spreading his legs firmly. With a flourish, his aura surged. His hair standing on end as his energy transformed into a brilliant golden hue. Sun Wukong had transformed into a Super Saiyan. I shall transform as well, Wu Fan declared, adopting the same Super Saiyan form. Let us go. With a swift whoosh, the two figures darted towards each other, colliding before separating and crashing together once more. Father. Ascend and maintain control. Wu Fan leaped into the air, with Sun Wukong following closely behind. Boom. The force of their punches resonated, sending shockwaves that rattled the very foundation of King Kai's planet. The three players engrossed in their card game had no choice but to pause and observe the battle between the two warriors. Even the king, driving his small vehicle around the planet, was caught in a mishap, crashing into a large tree. Fuming, King Kai exclaimed, those troublesome brutes. Tomorrow, they will be scrubbing toilets together. Meanwhile, Piccolo, his expression shifting, remarked, Scions are truly monstrous. It's terrifying. Unbeknownst to me, I've fallen so far behind. The others could only remain silent. During the skirmish, Sun Wukong sensed that his son was not exerting his full strength and urged, Wu Fan, unleash your full power. In an instant, he was met with a punch that struck his cheek with a resounding thud, stars dancing in his vision. Wu Fan, you are indeed formidable. Come again, Sun Wukong said, before suddenly vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind Wu Fan in the next moment, a powerful kick slicing through the air. This is the instant transmission technique. Feeling the imminent threat behind him, Wu Fan did not shy away. He pivoted and launched a punch, crackling with energy. Boom. Another explosion of energy erupted, sending Sun Wukong staggering back several steps, while Wu Fan remained firmly planted in place, the difference in their power starkly evident. All right, enough. Father. If we continue this, King Kai's planet will suffer. Let us save the rest for next time, Wu Fan urged, seeing Sun Wukong assume his stance once more. Ready to charge. He waved his hands to signal a halt to the combat. Very well. The two descended back to King Kai's planet, where several onlookers quickly gathered around. Sun Gohan gazed earnestly at Son Goku and inquired, Father, have you ever attempted to employ the Kaioken technique while transforming into a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and remarked, I have not utilized it before, yet I can sense that employing it simultaneously would lead to a swift deterioration of my body. Lord Kai has also cautioned me against simultaneous use, as it is exceedingly detrimental to one's health. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and expressed, I wish to test my limits and see how long I can endure. Sun Wukong was taken aback and hastily advised, Gohan, do not act recklessly. Sun Gohan chuckled. Do not be alarmed, just take a look. What do I possess here? I have some senza beans. As he spoke, Sun Gohan retrieved the beans. Father, please keep an eye on them. If I find myself unable to move shortly, I rely on you to feed me one. With that, Sun Gohan tossed the bag of senza beans to Son Goku. It seemed reckless, yet there lingered a hint of anticipation. Sun Wukong suddenly felt a surge of excitement, and the onlookers transformed into curious spectators. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, Sun Wukong nodded affirmatively. All right, let us initiate the Kaioken, he mused. Subsequently, Sun Gohan summoned his inner strength, activating the Kaioken technique. In an instant, the white aura enveloping his body ignited into a vivid crimson flame, and his hair transformed into a deep red hue. Kaioken, double the power, he exclaimed. Now, he would ascend to the Super Saiyan form. With a hearty laugh, the red aura was soon enveloped by a golden flame, a radiant emblem of Super Saiyan energy. In the blink of an eye, his hair shifted from dark red to a rich golden shade, his eyes sparkling a brilliant blue. The combination of Kaioken and Super Saiyan was undeniably striking. A torrent of formidable energy surged forth, emanating an unprecedented aura of ferocity. The onlookers felt as though a colossal demon had opened its maw before them, poised to devour. Cold sweat trickled down their brows. My body, it aches, it hurts, Son Gohan thought as he felt as though he might shatter from the strain. The intensity of the energy was overwhelming. He estimated that it was infinitely close to the full power of a Super Saiyan. Wu, Gohan, you're bleeding, Krillin exclaimed. His mouth agape. Taking a deep breath, Son Gohan hastily released the Kaioken and his Super Saiyan form. Glancing down, he was alarmed to find himself drenched in blood, which continued to ooze from ruptured veins. 5 seconds, I can only endure for 5 seconds. Beyond that, I will bleed profusely, Gohan contemplated. Wu Gohan, the senza bean. Sun Wukong urgently tossed him a senza bean. Son Gohan trembled as he reached out to catch the mystical bean, swallowing it whole. As the bean settled within him, a warm surge of vitality coursed through his limbs and head, instantly mending his injuries and restoring him to full health. I wish to try once more, Son Gohan declared, eager to explore different methods and discern any variations. Another attempt? You're already drenched in blood, his companions lamented. I shall first transform into a Super Saiyan. This time, Son Gohan resolved to assume his Super Saiyan form before employing the Kaioken technique. Once transformed, the Kaioken enveloped him immediately. Indeed, this transformation felt distinct. A red aura entwined with the golden flames, yet the potency of this energy was comparable to his previous transformation, lacking the ferocity of the prior display. In his heart, Sun Wukong silently counted the seconds. 7, 8, 9, 10. Upon reaching 10, a sudden burst of blood erupted from his body. Wufan, the Senza bean. Sun Wukong skillfully tossed a Senza bean towards him. As Sun Wukong handed over the magical beans, Gohan swiftly swallowed one, yet he remained in his transformed state. Suddenly, blood surged forth, only to be abruptly halted and then violently ejected once more. With a soft gasp, Gohan rolled his eyes back and collapsed, his transformation dissipating involuntarily. Gohan! Sun Wukong exclaimed, sensing the gravity of the situation. He hastily stepped forward, catching the fallen Gohan, and quickly retrieved another magical bean to administer it. That was close. I thought I was on the verge of death, Gohan said, rising to his feet and patting his chest, his face reflecting a mix of fear and relief. You still know how to be afraid? If it had been any later, you might have truly perished, the others silently mused. Gohan was indeed relentless, showing such harshness to himself, and yet they found themselves feeling a tinge of admiration for him. Taking a deep breath, Gohan smiled and remarked, although I have consumed 3 magical beans, it has been worthwhile. I believe I have gained a deeper understanding. Sun Wukong inquired with a sense of perplexity. What do you mean? The others, equally intrigued, shared his curiosity. Sun Wukong reflected, stating that both transformation methods yield an equivalent enhancement of power. If I employ the Kaioken technique prior to transforming, I can maintain it for merely 5 seconds. Conversely, if I first become a Super Saiyan and then utilize the Kaioken, I can sustain it for up to 10 seconds. As long as I revert to my original state within that time frame, there will be no issues. However, should I exceed that limit, I would end up in the state that everyone just witnessed. At this juncture, King Kai approached, quipping, so, you are a true man for 10 seconds? Upon finishing his jest, he erupted into laughter, seemingly in a fit of mirth. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Dumpling, Yamcha, a true man in 10 seconds? That seems to be the case. I believe my physique is still not robust enough. If it were stronger, I could endure for a longer duration. However, at present, I can only dare to utilize the Kaioken at twice its original strength. Should I attempt to reach 3 times, I fear I would meet my demise, Gohan pondered. Articulating his thoughts, Sun Wukong remarked, Gohan, consider this a life-saving technique. Do not employ it recklessly unless absolutely necessary. Sun Gohan nodded and said, indeed, I understand, father. Your circumstances are likely similar, so please exercise utmost caution when you use it yourself. Sun Wukong chuckled, exclaiming, aha. There are no opportunities to utilize my skills in the underworld. As he spoke, everyone discerned the undertone of despondency in his voice. Indeed, such a combative spirit is his. Now deceased, finds no worthy adversaries in the realm of the dead, while the world of the living remains inaccessible. It is only natural for him to feel a sense of loss. Son Gohan, sensing his father's despondent mood, reassured him, Father, there will be a way. As you often say, there will always be a solution. I will find a means to bring you back, to restore everyone. Just wait for me. With a chuckle, he continued, but enough of that for now. Gohan, are you still studying? Would you like me to teach you how to instant transmission? Sun Wukong laughed heartily. He was indeed such a person, capable of shifting his emotions with remarkable swiftness. Sorrow never lingered beyond 5 seconds. All right, I wish to learn. Chapter 14. Preparing to return to Earth with an air of excitement, Gohan exclaimed, I must learn. Instant transmission is undoubtedly essential. His initial purpose for arriving at King Kai's planet was to master the Kaioken technique and instant transmission. His original plan was to finish learning telepathy with King Kai before moving on to the art of instant transmission. However, he encountered obstacles in grasping the telepathy skill, a challenge that could not be resolved in a day or two. For the past few days, he had devoted much of his time to studying and reinforcing his foundational knowledge, making it a perfect opportunity to focus on instant transmission without any conflicts. Thus, he attentively listened as Goku explained the nuances of instant transmission several times, addressing each of his queries regarding the intricate manipulation of ki. Yet, many challenges would only become clear through practice. After absorbing Goku's teachings, Gohan earnestly began to experiment on his own. After quite some time, he chuckled. How foolish of me to have forgotten about you, haha. Son Gohan murmured to himself, and then awakened his spiritual form. It was time to display his true abilities. Thus, the onlookers began to witness Son Gohan reading a book while simultaneously practicing the art of instantaneous movement. The spiritual form of Son Gohan was mastering the techniques of this skill, while the corporeal Son Gohan deftly turned the pages with his hands. A dual pursuit, executed flawlessly. Nevertheless, the challenges of mastering telepathy and instantaneous movement exceeded Son Gohan's expectations. It took him a fortnight of contemplation to grasp the fundamentals. Yet true mastery remained a distant goal. During this period, aside from honing these two skills, Son Gohan engaged in combat training with Sun Wukong, where they exchanged blows with controlled force on numerous occasions. Although Sun Wukong's combat prowess was slightly inferior to Son Gohan's at present, the fighting techniques he had refined through countless battles were beyond Son Gohan's reach. The more they fought, the more Sun Gohan marveled at his father's innate talent for combat. As a result, Sun Gohan not only saw a significant enhancement in his power, but also made noteworthy improvements in his fighting skills. Of course, Sun Gohan would often allow his spiritual form to venture out, as he could sense its strong desire for freedom. Thus, it became customary for the spiritual form to obediently seek out Sun Wukong upon its emergence, a sight that Sun Gohan found quite heartwarming from a third-person perspective. After 20 days, Sun Gohan astonishingly began to grasp the fundamentals of telepathic communication, leaving King Kai utterly astounded, his antennae quivering incessantly. This remarkable progress was likely linked to the presence of his spiritual form, as mastering telepathy demanded considerable mental energy. Sun Wukong exclaimed with delight, "Master King Kai, you see. Effort always yields rewards, does it not? I have spent over 20 cold jokes to learn this." Meanwhile, Master King Kai was still in a state of disarray. Next, we shall proceed to the communication test phase. The first thought that crossed Sun Wufan's mind was of his mother, Chi-Chi. At that moment, he expanded his consciousness and began to search for her. Upon sensing her presence, he added Chi-Chi to his friends list and invited her to communicate. This method of operation differed from the usual sensing of energy. It was a subtle feeling that he found difficult to articulate. In Wufan's mind, he envisioned a vast sea of stars, forming an intricate web of connections, akin to an entire universe. Among the myriad of glowing stars, one particularly bright star caught his attention. He felt it represented Chi-Chi. He then drew this radiant star into his network and attempted to make contact. "Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Mom, can you hear my voice?" At that very moment, Chi-Chi, having just finished washing clothes, sat idly on a bench in the heavenly palace, feeling a twinge of boredom. Nearby, Master Roshi was watching her, making her long to give him a few playful kicks out of frustration. It had been 20 days since Wufan had left. She mused that he must have already arrived at King Kai's planet. She wondered how he was faring there and wished she could call him. But alas, there was no telephone service in that realm, which was quite vexing. Every day since Wufan's departure, her heart had been heavy with concern. "Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Mom, can you hear my voice?" It was Wufan's voice. Chi-Chi was taken aback, leaping to her feet and glancing around, her heart racing. Had she truly heard her son's voice? Could it be a mere illusion? "Hello, Mom. Can you hear me?" She heard again, and with a sense of urgency, she thought, It seems it's not working. Is something amiss? Why can't we connect? I should ask King Kai." Wufan's voice continued to echo in her mind, leading her to question whether it was indeed a figment of her imagination. Could it be that her son was trying to reach her? "Hello, Wufan, is that you? I can hear you. Is it really you?" Chi-Chi exclaimed in delight, hastily responding lest Wufan think the call had failed and hang up. Master Rashi, overhearing Chi-Chi's exclamation, was equally surprised. "Wufan, where are you? I don't see him and can't sense his energy." The voice of Sun Wukong's son echoed, "Father, it is truly possible now. I can reach out to Mother." On the other side, Sun Wukong, "Oh, is that true? How then shall I converse with Chi-Chi?" Sun Wukong turned to King Kai and inquired, "Lord Kai, is it possible to communicate in this manner?" King Kai replied, "Goku, simply place your hand on Gohan's back. However, you must understand, Goku, that you are no longer among the living, and according to the rules, contact is not permitted." Sun Wukong immediately clasped his hands together and laughed heartily at the King of the Universe, saying, "I beg you, dear King, allow me a moment, and I shall have Gohan regale you with some delightful jokes." Sun Wukong promptly placed his hand on Sun Wufan's back and said, "Hey, Chi-Chi, it's me, Wukong." "Wukong? Is that truly your voice?" Chi-Chi exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy and on the verge of tears. "Wukong, have you been well fed on King Kai's planet?" "Being well fed is not an issue, but I must admit, I find your cooking to be far more delectable." Thus, as Wufan served as a human telephone, the couple engaged in conversation for quite some time. During this exchange, Master Rashi also joined in briefly, and Wufan seamlessly included him in the group chat. Once the couple concluded their conversation, Wufan chatted casually with his mother before exiting the call. While the communication was satisfactory, the quality left much to be desired, occasionally marred by static noise. Determined to perfect the role of a human telephone, Wufan approached the others to inquire if anyone else wished to make a call, intending to accommodate all requests. The Z fighters, however, had little family left in the world, resulting in Krillin being the only one to converse with Master Rashi, as the others expressed no such desire. After Krillin's call ended, Wufan reached out to Bulma to ask about the spaceship's charging status. Bulma informed him that the charging was nearing completion, progressing as anticipated, requiring a full month. With the call concluded and having mastered the telepathic communication technique, Wufan resolved to dedicate himself to mastering instantaneous movement. The ideal outcome would be to achieve this skill before returning to Earth, allowing him to teleport directly from King Kai's planet to Earth with a single thought, a notion that filled him with delight. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Regrettably, Wufan had yet to master instantaneous movement, though he felt a sense of helplessness. He understood that some endeavors cannot be rushed or completed within imposed timelines. This realization left Wufan feeling somewhat anxious, his emotions visibly etched upon his face. Sun Wukong promptly reassured, "Gohan, do not fret. Your father spent over half a year mastering this technique. Have faith in yourself. With diligent practice, you shall surely succeed. Sun Wukong nodded and said, yes, I understand. He recognized his impatience, yet he acknowledged that some matters could not be forced, as such attempts would only yield counterproductive results. Taking a deep breath, he sought to calm himself. Even though he had yet to master instant transmission, he felt more than capable of handling androids 17 and 18. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he was confident that utilizing the Kaioken technique would allow him to defeat them swiftly, thus there was no need for alarm. He would let things unfold naturally. After reassuring himself, Sun Wukong decided not to dwell on other matters and planned to return to Earth shortly. Of course, he still needed to eat. It would not be too late to depart after a meal. After dining, he approached King Kai once more to verify the coordinates of planet Namek, sharing a few light-hearted jokes that made the king chuckle heartily. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong inquired, "Oh, King Kai, do you have any special techniques or moves left? Perhaps something akin to the Kaioken or Spirit Bomb?" King Kai replied, "Alas, I have nothing more to offer you. You've gleaned all the techniques I possess. However, I can certainly share another cold joke. Sun Gohan, farewell, King Kai. May I pose another question? Do you know how to resurrect my father? Is there any method you are aware of?" King Kai pondered for a moment before responding, "Alas, your father succumbed to illness and passed away naturally. Thus, the eternal dragon cannot directly revive him." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, I once encountered a passage in an ancient tome that suggested if a deity were willing to bestow their own life upon the deceased, then that individual would be granted a new existence. Yet, this assertion remains unverified. At least, as a King Kai, I am unable to fulfill such an act. There are two possibilities. Either my divine rank is insufficient, or the text was merely a fabrication, a fanciful notion. Bestowing life? A life exchange? A flash of insight illuminated Sun Gohan's mind. He understood that the method spoken of by the old Kaishin was indeed genuine, yet it was exceedingly arduous, rendering it nearly as futile as if it had never been mentioned at all. In the main universe, during the saga of Majin Buu, it was this very method that granted Goku a new lease on life through the benevolence of the old Kaishin. The conditions were so daunting that one might as well consider the absurdity of venturing into the Kaishin realm to forcibly bring the old Kaishin back. Was this not a fool's errand? Sun Wukong shook his head and, with a wry smile, said, "Thank you, Lord Kai." He then approached the crowd, bidding farewell with heartfelt embraces. "Take care, Wukong. Farewell." Chapter 15. The chaotic underworld. After saying his goodbyes, Sun Wukong immediately set off towards Snake Way, intending to traverse its length to reach the underworld before making his way back to the human realm. Lacking the ability to teleport, he had no choice but to return by conventional means. Yet, given Sun Wukong's current speed, it did not take long for him to arrive in the underworld once more. There, he encountered King Yama, while the fortune-telling old woman awaited him as per their arrangement, to return from the underworld to the human world. He would similarly require her assistance. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, King Yama rose from his seat and hurried towards him, his gaze a mix of surprise and apprehension, as if he had a request to make. Sun Gohan observed the imposing figure of King Yama approaching, resembling a small mountain, and curiously inquired, "Lord Yama, is there something you require?" King Yama rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat abashed, and replied, "Indeed, there is a matter that necessitates your assistance. The circumstances are as follows. A rebellion has erupted in the underworld. 3 years prior, following the humiliation inflicted by planet Namek, Frieza sought vengeance against Goku and his son. Collaborating with his father, King Cold, Frieza descended upon Earth with his army, having detected Goku's anticipated return, intending to annihilate all humanity before Goku's arrival. However, unbeknownst to him, Goku had mastered instant transmission on Yardrat. Just as Frieza set foot on Earth, Goku arrived in an instant, thwarting Frieza's plan to eradicate humanity. With the aid of Vegeta and all the Z fighters, Goku employed his newly acquired instant transmission in a surprise attack, decisively vanquishing Frieza and King Cold, granting Earth a brief respite from turmoil. Consequently, the souls of Frieza and King Cold, having perished on Earth, found themselves under King Yama's jurisdiction in the afterlife. Aware of the numerous atrocities committed by these two villains, King Yama cast them into the depths of the 18 layers of hell. Upon arriving in hell, Frieza appeared to have entered his own private garden, swiftly establishing dominion and commanding numerous minions. Aside from his inability to escape hell, Frieza's existence bore striking resemblance to his previous life as a cosmic emperor, now reigning as the sovereign of the underworld. Hell, vast and expansive, comprised 18 layers, each resembling a realm filled with countless malevolent spirits and territories, albeit with a harsh environment rendering it far from comfortable. The previously chaotic and incessantly battling hell found a semblance of order under Frieza's rule, with King Cold assuming a role akin to that of a supreme ruler. Initially, King Yama was troubled by the disorder in hell, yet Frieza's involvement surprisingly restored a degree of peace, leading King Yama to marvel at the effectiveness of his strategy. However, after 3 years of tranquility, the largest rebellion erupted. This turmoil originated 3 months ago when Vegeta, having been slain by the androids, arrived in the underworld, where King Yama assigned him to hell. The enmity between them ignited fierce confrontations, transforming hell into a genuine battlefield, where every corner echoed with the cries of anguish and despair. Amidst the chaos, the long-suppressed malevolence of the spirits was awakened, inciting not only the conflict among Vegeta, Frieza, and King Cold, but also prompting the spirits to engage in mutual slaughter. King Yama felt as though his head would explode. Overwhelmed by the greatest rebellion in the history of Hell. 2 years prior, Goku succumbed to a virus, and Vegeta, having lost his rival and motivation, abandoned his rigorous training, leading to his downfall at the hands of the androids, who he had once deemed inferior. Upon his death, he encountered Frieza in Hell. And fueled by anger at his own weakness, he ultimately transformed into a Super Saiyan. At this juncture, Vegeta's power slightly surpassed that of Frieza. Yet the combined strength of Frieza and King Cold created a stalemate. In the realm of the underworld, King Yama concluded, thus, the situation unfolds. The battle between Vegeta and Frieza has incited a massive upheaval in Hell, reaching a point beyond my control, and I implore you to lend your assistance. Son Gohan inquired. Do you wish for me to directly eliminate Frieza and his progeny? Might this have any repercussions on the underworld? The King of Hell replied, indeed. That is precisely my intention. A few days ago, I observed the battle footage between you and the androids. Given your current prowess, vanquishing Frieza and his offspring should be a mere trifle. As for any potential consequences, we need not concern ourselves with those for the time being, at worst. They may revert to their former state. Son Gohan nodded and said, very well. Upon hearing his agreement, King Yama joyfully remarked, there is no time to waste, Gohan. You may descend to the underworld. Sun Wukong felt a slight smile emerge, sensing something amiss in the words spoken. Meanwhile, the fortune-telling old woman and King Yama did not accompany them. King Yama had arranged for a ghostly soldier to escort Sun Wukong to Hell. With a curious gaze, Sun Wukong followed the soldier into an elevator. The soldier pressed a button, and the elevator began to descend slowly into the depths of Hell. In the 18th level of Hell, Vegeta, battered and bruised, hid behind a massive stone, looking quite disheveled. Supporting his injured right arm, he gritted his teeth and muttered, that detestable King Yama, how dare he cast me down to the 18th level of Hell while allowing that scoundrel Kakarot to train with the King of Worlds. Just wait until I find a way out. I shall twist your head off. He had expected to reunite with Kakarot in death. Yet the first being he encountered was that wretched Frieza. Vegeta slumped to the ground, reminiscing about the battles of the past few months. A wave of exhaustion washing over him. Could it be that Kakarot had truly perished? And to think he succumbed to a mere heart disease, infuriating. You were meant to be killed by my hand. How could you fall ill and die? Vegeta lamented. I, Vegeta, shall never train again. Androids? How could such formidable beings exist? Are we Saiyans not the strongest warriors in the universe? Yet, perhaps it was for the best, in death. He would finally see Kakarot again. I shall come to the underworld and give that fool Kakarot a good thrashing. If it weren't for the neglect of training over the past 2 years, he wouldn't find himself in such a pitiful state. However, Frieza was not in any better condition. He needed to devise a strategy. Continuing in this manner would only lead to mutual destruction. Was there a way to distract King Cold? If it were just Frieza. He was confident he could defeat him with a 90% certainty. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Vegeta closed his eyes, seeking to recover from his injuries. The faster his wounds healed, the more advantageous it would be for him. On the other side, Frieza was in a state of agitation, hopping about anxiously. His right eye was swollen shut, and his body bore countless wounds that throbbed painfully at the slightest touch. This only intensified his hatred for the Saiyans. Cursed monkey. Detestable Vegeta. Father, next time, you must assist me in capturing him. I want to make him suffer to death, Frieza growled vehemently. Indeed, King Cold responded coldly. Sensing Frieza's intense resentment, his nearby ghostly subordinate shivered in fear. Lord Frieza is truly terrifying. As the elevator continued its descent, the ghostly soldier discreetly observed the young boy beside him, afraid to breathe too loudly. He had heard many colleagues speak of the terror that Frieza and his father inspired in Hell. They were said to be the most fearsome demons, with power beyond description. If it weren't for the barrier between Hell and the underworld, preventing evil spirits from entering, King Yama himself might have already fallen victim to Frieza. Earlier, King Yama implied that this young boy possessed the strength to easily defeat Frieza and his father, and now this boy was right beside him, causing the ghostly soldier to feel increasingly anxious. Noticing the soldier's scrutiny, Sun Wukong felt a bit awkward. He cleared his throat to break the tension and asked, excuse me. Does this elevator go directly to Hell without fear of evil spirits using it to access the underworld? The ghostly soldier, startled by Sun Wukong's inquiry, nervously replied, why yes. My lord, this elevator is protected by a barrier that prevents the evil spirits of Hell from approaching. His speech was somewhat disjointed. Sun Wukong chuckled. There's no need for you to be overly anxious. I am not a villain. Yes, 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 the ghost soldier replied, still brimming with tension. Before long, the elevator came to a halt, indicating that they had indeed arrived in Hell. As Sun Wukong stepped out of the elevator, he inquired, will I be able to return to the underworld using this elevator when I come back? Yes, indeed. The living can utilize this elevator, the ghostly soldier replied, visibly apprehensive. Very well, you should return to avoid any potential repercussions here. I appreciate your efforts, Sun Wukong remarked, waving his hand to signal the ghostly soldier to depart. All right, understood. The soldier said, a sense of relief washing over him as he hastily pressed the elevator button and made his exit. Sun Wukong stroked his chin, a bitter smile gracing his lips, pondering when he had become so formidable. Let us see where they are now. Sun Gohan sensed the energy, gauging the direction and gaining a rudimentary understanding of the situation. Both Vegeta and Frieza appeared to have sustained varying degrees of injury, suggesting they had recently endured a fierce battle. I should first check on Vegeta, Sun Gohan mused. Moments ago, he had detected a significant weakening in the auras of both Vegeta and Frieza, evidently indicating their severe wounds. Frieza, lacking the ability to sense energy, remained oblivious to Sun Gohan's approach, which would allow for a pleasant surprise. Muttering to himself, Sun Gohan ascended into the air, flying towards Vegeta's location. The hellish realm was devoid of both sun and moon, the sky bathed in a blood-red hue, and even the ground was stained crimson, evoking a profound sense of unease. Before long, Sun Gohan spotted Vegeta resting on the ground, his eyes closed, seemingly unaware of Sun Gohan's arrival. Landing silently behind him, Sun Gohan called out, "Hey, who?" Vegeta sprang up like a startled cat, his heart racing. Is it Frieza lurking about? Chapter 16, The Complete Disappearance of Frieza and his son. Is that you, Sun Gohan? Turning around, Vegeta was met with the sight of Sun Gohan smiling behind him. Although he appeared somewhat different from Vegeta's recollections, taller and exuding a distinct aura. Kid, what are you doing here? Vegeta, still shaken, snapped irritably. He held little affection for Kakarot's offspring. I saw you struggling here, so I came to assist you. Here. Take this, Sun Gohan replied, retrieving a Senzu bean to offer to Vegeta. I don't need your help. I can handle this myself, so get lost. Vegeta retorted sharply. Do you think I, the Prince of all Scions, require assistance from a mere child? What a joke. Gohan's outstretched hand faltered. Indeed. Vegeta was utterly oblivious to the kindness being offered. Despite the good intentions behind it, Vegeta's words were infuriating, igniting a visceral urge to strike him. Here are the Senzu beans. Whether you choose to consume them is entirely your decision. Ultimately, Gohan cast the Senzu beans aside, where they landed with a soft thud at Vegeta's feet. Even if I were to perish today, I would never eat your Senzu beans, Vegeta scoffed. You may enjoy your fried rice at your leisure. I shall go confront Frieza. Without another word, Gohan ascended into the air, soaring towards Frieza's location until he vanished from sight. What fried rice? Is he truly leaving just like that? Shouldn't he have urged me further? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the Senzu beans at his feet, and eventually, with a pained expression, he picked them up. Did this fool not comprehend Frieza's formidable power? Was he hastening towards his own demise? In the present moment, Sun Wukong has little regard for these matters. His sole focus is on swiftly dealing with Frieza before returning to Earth. He has no desire to linger in this hellish realm, where the oppressive atmosphere is hardly bearable, and pressing matters await his attention back home. In a brief interval, Sun Wukong located Frieza's lair. He descended gracefully from the sky and stepped inside. Before long, a group of malevolent spirits noticed the unfamiliar presence of Sun Wukong and shouted in unison, demanding to know his identity. Who are you? Halt. One of them approached, brandishing a pitchfork to obstruct his path. At the sound of this demon's command, an overwhelming number of its minions surged forth like a tide, encircling him. In the territory of King Frieza, the approach of strangers is met with merciless hostility. Get lost. Sun Wukong's body trembled, and a powerful aura radiated outward like ripples on a pond. The malevolent spirits, caught in the wave of energy, were instantly swept away as if they were leaves in a fierce wind, their destination unknown. Witnessing this display of power, the lesser spirits that had not yet approached dared not advance any further. They swiftly turned and fled in panic. Sun Wukong raised his hand, unleashing a powerful energy wave that surged toward the palace ahead. With a thunderous roar, clouds of dust erupted as Frieza's residence was instantly reduced to ruins, collapsing and crumbling. From the swirling haze emerged two figures, visibly enraged, shouting furiously, "How dare you come here and wreak havoc? Do you wish to court death?" The voice was unmistakably Frieza's, while the other individual could only be his father, King Cold. Sun Gohan declared, "Naturally, I have come to deal with you." Such audacity. From whence does this arrogant fool arise? As the smoke dissipated, Frieza and King Cold emerged, revealing the surroundings and identifying the newcomer. Frieza, filled with rage, exclaimed, "I remember you. You are that scion child from Namek, Son Goku's offspring, are you not? Where is your father? Have you come here alone to meet your demise?" Sun Gohan glanced at Frieza and King Cold, chuckling, "Frieza, it suffices for me alone to deal with you. Yet, judging by your appearance, it seems you've recently endured a rather severe beating from Vegeta. Your eyes are swollen, and you must feel quite aggrieved. Is Vegeta lurking about as well? Come out, Vegeta." Frieza scanned his surroundings but found no trace of Vegeta, suspecting he was hiding in the shadows, poised to ambush him. At that moment, Vegeta, having consumed a Senzu bean, was flying towards them. "I, Vegeta, consumed this Senzu bean to rescue this young lad." Frieza, startled, exclaimed, "I said it would be sufficient for me to handle you alone. Doubt it? Go ahead and try." Sun Gohan smirked, his aura surging as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. "You can also transform into a Super Saiyan?" Frieza gasped in astonishment, a flicker of panic igniting in his eyes. The golden hair and azure eyes were hauntingly familiar. He had once faced defeat at the hands of Goku. Over the past months battling Vegeta, he had encountered young warriors with golden hair, azure eyes, and a golden aura. This was indeed a Super Saiyan. Unexpectedly, this young boy had achieved such a transformation. The last time they met on Namek, he was but a helpless insect under Frisia's torment. Now, mere years later, he had grown to such formidable heights. The Saiyan race was undeniably terrifying. At that moment, Vegeta arrived on the scene, equally astonished by Gohan's transformation. When did this boy gain the ability to become a Super Saiyan? This power is astonishingly overwhelming. He has surpassed me by leaps and bounds. Standing 100 meters away, Vegeta felt the earth-shattering energy wave wash over him, his heart a tumult of emotions, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Damn it, not only Kakarot, but now this boy has also surpassed me. Clenching his fists, grinding his teeth, the joints in his fingers cracking loudly, Vegeta was engulfed by a tumult of emotions, resentment, despair, anger, astonishment, and exhilaration. He stood there, frozen in place, grappling with the overwhelming tide of feelings. Sun Wukong cast a glance at Vegeta and offered a faint smile, unable to suppress the urge to inquire whether the Senzu beans were as delightful as rumored. However, considering the rather grave atmosphere, he ultimately decided against such frivolity. Turning his attention to Frisia, he asked, "What do you think, Frisia? Are you feeling a bit apprehensive?" Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation and Vegeta's arrival, coupled with the latter's evident recovery, Frisia felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He realized that engaging in battle at this moment would yield no favorable outcome. Yet, recognizing that he was now caught in a situation he could no longer control, he merely huffed at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, refraining from further comment. Instead, he directed his gaze towards his father, King Cold, and inquired, "Father, you want to remain a passive observer this time, will you?" King Cold, with arms crossed and a nod of affirmation, reassured him, "Rest easy, Frisia." With his father's consent, Frisia's anxiety began to ease slightly. As long as his father was willing to intervene, even if they could not vanquish the two formidable opponents before them, his life would likely be spared. With his existence intact, he could always make a resurgence. Son Gohan chuckled, "Let us see then." With that, he forcefully stomped his right foot onto the ground, causing the earth to crack with a resounding roar. In an instant, Son Gohan's figure shot forth at an astonishing speed, leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared directly before Frisia, raising his right fist high, delivering a powerful blow aimed squarely at Frisia's face. The wind from his punch howled, creating a multitude of afterimages. Bang! Frisia was caught completely off guard. The fist struck him directly, causing a spray of blood to erupt from his mouth. He was sent hurtling backward, his body propelled like lightning into a distant boulder, which shattered upon impact, sending dust and debris scattering through the air. As the dust settled, Frisia lay on the ground, blood bubbling from his lips, his body trembling, muscles twitching in agony. A picture of sheer torment. Such speed. I could hardly comprehend it, Vegeta marveled, astonished. To him, it seemed as though Son Gohan had merely moved, and Frisia had been sent flying without him grasping the sequence of events. The speed was remarkable. After a prolonged moment, Frisia struggled to rise, his visage grotesquely disfigured. Blood and flesh a horrific mash, swollen to the point of resembling a pig's head. "Frisia!" King Cold shouted, rushing forward to assess Frisia's condition. Yet, as he moved, Son Gohan appeared in his path, blocking his way. "Huh!" King Cold erupted in fury, his fist raining down upon Son Gohan like a torrential downpour. Son Gohan deftly parried each blow, responding swiftly. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, the air rippling around them in waves. Despite their significant difference in size, combat prowess is not solely determined by stature. After only a few exchanges, Son Gohan swiftly gained the upper hand, forcing King Cold to retreat defensively. "Your power indeed surpasses Frisia's, but if you do not transform, you remain no match for me," Son Gohan remarked. At that moment, King Cold resembled Frisia in his second transformation, prompting Son Gohan to test whether he possessed additional forms, driven by the curiosity of his past life. He intended to indulge this whim, for even if King Cold retained the ability to transform, Son Gohan had no intention of underestimating him. He held numerous cards close to his chest. Sweat streamed down King Cold's face. He realized through their earlier exchange that he was utterly outmatched by this youth, and he would not transform. His current form was his ultimate state. His eyes flickered with resolve. He was preparing to flee. King Cold opened his palm, conjuring a crimson energy sphere that rapidly expanded to several hundred meters in size within 2 seconds. With a forceful push, he sent the energy sphere hurtling towards Son Gohan, then unleashed his energy to levitate, ready to escape the battlefield, disregarding even Frisia. "Are you abandoning your own child?" Son Gohan scoffed, delivering a powerful kick towards the energy sphere. To the sphere, his leg appeared as slender as a toothpick. However, upon impact, the energy sphere was sent hurtling back, reversing its course toward King Cold. "What? This is impossible." A chill of danger coursed through King Cold as he turned to see his own energy sphere barreling back at him. Panic surged within him, but it was too late. The returning energy sphere engulfed him at blinding speed, and with a horrific scream, King Cold was consumed, his essence obliterated in an instant. A thunderous roar erupted in the distance, giving rise to a colossal crimson mushroom cloud. Vegeta stood in stunned silence, unable to process the rapid defeat of Frisia and the subsequent annihilation of King Cold. which transpired in mere moments. Sun Gohan, having dispatched King Cold, felt no remorse. He could extinguish lives with nary a blink for those who were merciless. Frieza, now it is your turn. Sun Gohan turned to face Frieza, who was trembling uncontrollably as he had just witnessed the annihilation of King Cold. He could scarcely believe that his demise had arrived so abruptly. The once mighty emperor of the universe never imagined he would find himself in such a dire predicament. Even during his fierce battle with Goku in the past, he had fought with fervor, yet today, he was crushed like an insignificant insect. Vegeta, it's your turn to deal with Frieza, Sun Gohan called out, noticing Vegeta standing nearby in a daze. Vegeta finally regained his composure and turned his gaze toward Frieza, raising his hand to unleash a powerful energy wave that engulfed the tyrant. At that moment, Frieza was rendered immobile by the previous blow, unable to evade the oncoming attack. With a thunderous explosion, Frieza's energy dissipated entirely. Once a soul meets its final end, there is no chance of rebirth, not even the possibility of reincarnation. Chapter 17, Return from Hell Sun. Sun Gohan, what brings you here? Vegeta, now fully alert, seized the opportunity to inquire. The events had unfolded too rapidly, leaving him with numerous questions. He observed that Gohan was devoid of a soul's halo, which assured him that Gohan had not perished. His presence here must surely be attributed to some other reason. Sun Gohan turned to Vegeta and smiled gently, gradually elucidating, after you were slain by the androids. Those of us who were fortunate enough to survive went into hiding. I had just returned from my training on King Kai's planet. Upon my return to the underworld, Lord Yama informed me of the chaos within Hell and requested my assistance in dealing with Frieza, which is why I am here. That is essentially the situation. Is it truly possible to become this powerful through training on King Kai's planet? How did you accomplish it? Vegeta inquired. Sun Wukong remarked. It is not solely due to the influence of King Kai's planet. I first ventured to the sacred realm for rigorous training, where there exists a place known as the hyperbolic time chamber. It is an exceptional venue for cultivation, and should you ever have the opportunity to enter, you too would become significantly more powerful. Vegeta's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming, and he lamented, alas, it seems I shall never have the chance to enter again. Sun Gohan remarked, do not be disheartened. You must have noticed that my current strength is sufficient to confront the androids. Upon my return to Earth, my foremost task will be to settle the score with them. Once they are vanquished, I shall devise a way to resurrect you all. Are you truly serious? Vegeta inquired, his excitement palpable. Indeed, I shall do my utmost, Gohan affirmed with a nod. How is Bulma faring? Vegeta suddenly asked. It was somewhat surprising for Gohan to witness this seemingly stoic warrior express concern for Bulma's safety. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. Although Vegeta exuded arrogance, he did indeed care for Bulma. Despite his somewhat off-putting demeanor during this period, he had demonstrated commendable bravery during the Buu saga, willing to sacrifice his life to protect those he cherished. With this in mind, Gohan's tone softened considerably. Aunt Bulma is quite safe, and Trunks has begun to learn how to walk, so there is no need for you to worry. Humph, you are mistaken. I am not concerned about them, Vegeta retorted, striving to maintain his aloof persona. Here we go again. Is that your damn pride getting in the way? Gohan replied, exasperated. Very well, I must be on my way. Uncle Vegeta, remember, we Saiyans have no limits. Do not forsake your training. Is Kakarot still training diligently on King Kai's planet? Vegeta asked. Yes. Will I have the chance to see him again? He is my father, so I shall certainly find a way. Farewell. Gohan waved, ascending into the air and flying toward the elevator, not looking back. Vegeta watched as Gohan soared into the distance, clenching his fists. I will catch up to you and defeat you all, he silently vowed. Sun Wukong approached the elevator and pressed the button, ascending slowly. After a brief moment, the elevator reached the grand hall of the underworld, where King Yin eagerly awaited. He promptly inquired, Wukong, what news do you bring? Sun Wukong smiled and said, I shall not fail in my mission. The King of Hell replied, Splendid. I am truly grateful. Would you like to stay and enjoy a few days here before you depart? Sun Wukong responded, What is there to enjoy? It is merely the souls of the departed. Sun Gohan promptly declined and hurriedly took his leave. Grandma, let us depart. With that, the two figures vanished. The fortune-teller grandmother escorted Sun Gohan to the divine temple and immediately bid farewell. Mother. Sun Gohan descended from the skies above the temple, calling out as he dashed inside. Gohan? Upon hearing her son's voice, Chi-Chi was filled with joy and rushed out to embrace him. You rascal, you've grown taller. Chi-Chi exclaimed with a smile. Haha. I suddenly shot up. Sun Gohan chuckled, ruffling his hair with a grin. With a beaming face, Chi-Chi inquired about the situation on North Kai's planet, pulling Gohan inside the house. Where's Master Roshi? Sun Gohan asked curiously, noticing the old master was absent. He seems to have gone to see Korin, Chi-Chi replied. At that moment, Mr. Bubbles ascended the stairs from the lower room, smiling brightly upon seeing Sun Gohan's return, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Mr. Bubbles? Have there been any movements from the androids in the past month? Sun Gohan inquired, as this was a matter of great concern to him. You might want to contact Miss Bulma. She is more informed than I am, Mr. Bubbles suggested. That's a good idea. I was just planning to see her. Sun Gohan responded. Without delay, Sun Gohan utilized his telepathic ability to reach out to Bulma, informing her of his impending visit. Many matters are more effectively discussed in person rather than over the phone, and he also wished to see Trunks. Mother, may I visit Aunt Bulma? Would you like to accompany me? Sun Gohan asked. He recalled that Chi-Chi had been at the Divine Temple for the entire month. Although she hadn't voiced it, she might be feeling a bit cooped up, so taking her out for a stroll would surely lighten her spirits. Besides, he now possessed sufficient strength to face the androids without fear. He was capable of ensuring his mother's safety. Can I go? What if we encounter the androids? Chi-Chi hesitated, concerned about being a burden to her son. Of course, didn't you say you wanted to meet Aunt Bulma? Besides, you needn't worry about the androids. Your son can effortlessly defeat them now. I'm actually hoping for an encounter, Sun Gohan reassured her with a comforting smile. Then I shall go, Chi-Chi exclaimed joyfully. This outing not only meant a change of scenery but also that her son was confident in defeating the androids, making the anxious months finally bearable. As for his strength, Chi-Chi had never doubted Gohan. If he said he could do it, then he could. Seeing his mother's happiness brought Gohan joy as well. Mother, let me carry you. Let us be off, Sun Gohan said, bending down to lift Chi-Chi onto his back. Goodbye, Mr. Bubbles, he called out as he bid farewell. With that, a surge of energy enveloped Sun Gohan, forming a protective shield around him as he soared into the sky, descending from the Divine Temple and flying towards West City. After enduring such a long period of survival, he could now boldly venture out, and his spirits were high as he reveled in the joy of flight. The previous necessity of fleeing had transformed into sheer delight. While flying, Sun Gohan attempted to activate his telepathic abilities to reach out to the androids for a remote confrontation. However, due to their lack of presence and the fact that they were not nearby, he was unable to connect them into his telepathic network, leading to the abandonment of his plan. After a while, Sun Gohan finally arrived at West City, landing gracefully above the Capsule Corporation. He set Chi-Chi down, and together they knocked on Bulma's door. Upon opening it, Bulma was taken aback by Sun Gohan's height. Come in. Gohan, your height startled me, Bulma laughed, welcoming them inside. Indeed, I've been in the hyperbolic time chamber and then went to King Kai's planet. Time has passed, and I've grown, Sun Gohan replied with a smile. He's quite the handsome young man now. Chi-Chi, it might be time to find Gohan a bride, Bulma teased, winking at Chi-Chi. Hee, Bulma. Do you have any young ladies in mind for my Gohan? Come, let us discuss this, Chi-Chi exclaimed, pulling Bulma into conversation, leaving Sun Gohan somewhat sidelined. Haha. He chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit helpless. Trunks. Sun Gohan murmured as he began searching for Trunks. Gohan, are you looking for Trunks? He's back there. Learning to walk with my father, Bulma pointed towards a spacious area filled with an array of plants. Although it was a basement, Bulma had designed it to resemble a garden above ground, with bright lighting that made it indistinguishable from the surface. Sun Wukong deftly maneuvered behind and entered the room. Good day, Dr. Brief, he greeted upon encountering the esteemed scientist. Trunks, over here, Sun Wukong called out. Young Trunks, his eyes wide with excitement, spotted Sun Wukong's entrance and scampered towards him. Perhaps his enthusiasm overtook him, for he stumbled and fell with a resounding thud. Trunks, Dr. Brief exclaimed, rushing to assist the little one to his feet. With a determined huff, young Trunks wriggled free from his grandfather's grasp and clambered upright, darting back towards Sun Wukong. Haha. Just like your father, so headstrong. Sun Wukong chuckled as he lifted Trunks into his embrace, pinching the chubby cheeks of the adorable child. Well, Sun Wukong stuck out his tongue and made a silly face, eliciting peals of laughter from young Trunks. Haha. Sun Gohan spun around with Trunks in his arms before stepping outside. Inside, Chi-Chi and Bulma were engaged in a lively conversation, sharing delightful moments filled with laughter. Upon seeing Sun Gohan emerge, Bulma remarked, "It seems Trunks really adores you, Gohan." Sun Gohan chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, the last time we visited, he couldn't even walk. Now he can run. Haha, this little fellow is remarkably strong." Well, Sun Gohan then made a funny face, prompting Trunks to burst into hearty laughter once more. Sun Gohan remarked, "Aunt Bulma, during my recent visit to the underworld, I encountered Uncle Vegeta. He inquired about you and Trunks." Bulma, her face adorned with a smile, replied, "Oh really? Haha. I never imagined Vegeta would exhibit such concern for others," she mused inwardly. Chapter 18, East City indeed. And I have acquired a rather intriguing skill that enables direct communication between you and him. Would you like to try it? Sun Gohan chuckled. Telepathic communication. Limitless in its possibilities. That sounds wonderful. How does it work? Bulma expressed her excitement. Simply place your palm against my back, and then call out to him. Much like making a phone call, Sun Gohan explained. Is that all? Just placing my hand there? Let me give it a try. Bulma stepped behind Sun Gohan and pressed her palm against his back. Hello? Vegeta, can you hear me? Bulma called out. Who is this? Bulma? Vegeta's voice resonated. Evidently, the connection was successfully established. The conversation was shielded, ensuring privacy from eavesdroppers. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Bulma and Vegeta concluded their dialogue. Sun Gohan shrugged his shoulders, stretched his limbs, and inquired of Bulma, "And Bulma, have there been any recent movements from the androids?" Bulma replied, "At the beginning of the month, they made an appearance, devastating several cities in the process. However, they have since vanished, and we have not heard of any sightings of the androids. At the beginning of the month? That was right after my encounter with them, wasn't it? Could it be that my few blows provoked them into wreaking havoc on those cities? Such a temper they have. Sun Gohan remarked. Kiki interjected, saying, these two androids are capricious. Destruction is merely a pastime for them. I believe that even if they had not crossed paths with Gohan, devastation would still ensue. Bulma nodded in agreement, stating, Kiki is correct. We cannot fathom their motives, nor can we anticipate their whereabouts. We only learn of their location after they have caused destruction and news spreads, which means that by the time we receive information about them, we will have already lost a significant number of our fellow Earthlings. Sun Gohan sighed and said, so, are we left with no choice but to wait idly for an opportunity? Bulma replied, Gohan, do you feel confident in confronting those two androids? Sun Wukong nodded and remarked, indeed, I can assure you of that. As long as their strength remains comparable to what it was last month, I can effortlessly handle them now. The only condition is that the androids do not encounter any unforeseen circumstances, but what unexpected events could possibly arise in this world? Cell? Perfect cell? No. There is no perfect cell in this world. Cell is still merely a larva. Sun Wukong shook his head, swiftly dismissing that line of thought. However, he simultaneously recalled an important matter. At this moment, Cell was still nestled within Dr. Bora's underground laboratory, nurtured by Dr. Gero's intelligent computer, grotesquely evolving with the intention of absorbing androids 17 and 18 to attain his perfect form. In simpler terms, it was akin to a small insect aspiring to transform into a handsome and wealthy figure, harboring grand ambitions of dominating the universe. Nevertheless, I, Sun Wukong, shall not grant you such an opportunity. The dream of becoming handsome is unattainable, and your aspirations of universal domination will be nipped in the bud. Contemplating further, Sun Wukong inquired, Aunt Bulma, do you know where Dr. Gero's laboratory is located? Dr. Gero's laboratory? I'm not sure. Why do you ask? Bulma replied. Alas. Sun Wukong then remembered that in his recollections, the Great Trunks was also unaware of Dr. Gero's underground facility. It was only through Krillin's efforts that they eventually found it. Never mind, it's nothing, he said, dismissing the need for an explanation. He would find a way to manage this matter himself, even if the laboratory remained undiscovered. Cell's emergence was still many years away. By then, a mere ant would hardly cause a tempest. Offering explanations now would only incite panic in Bulma and Chi-Chi, and besides, he had no idea how to substantiate the source of this information. Aunt Bulma, if only we had a machine that could take us back to the past. Then perhaps the androids would never emerge, and my father's heart condition could be treated in advance. Wouldn't that be splendid? Sun Wukong suddenly remarked, as if casually suggesting a whimsical thought, akin to the idle chatter and daydreams shared among friends. However, this also served as a preemptive warning to Bulma. A time machine? Bulma fell into contemplation, a flash of inspiration igniting in her mind. The saying goes, a word can awaken a dreamer. And instantaneously she felt as if she had discovered a new continent. Wukong, your idea is brilliant. Absolutely wonderful, she exclaimed, coming back to reality. Wukong feigned ignorance. Setting that aside for now, Wukong, I recommend you head over to East City. I've heard that survivors there have formed a resistance against the apocalypse, and their numbers are quite significant. They have been monitoring the movements of the androids and may possess more timely information than we do, Bulma suggested after some thought. A resistance against the apocalypse? Indeed, where there is oppression, there will be resistance. Humanity cannot simply surrender. Although Sun Wukong believed this resistance to be ultimately futile against the androids, to ordinary people, it might represent their only glimmer of hope. Fighting, after all, is merely a means to ensure the survival of more souls. All right, I understand, Sun Wukong nodded. By the way, Aunt Bulma, what about the spaceship? He inquired, belatedly recalling the matter after such a long delay. Here it is. The energy source has been recharged and is ready for your use at any time. Bulma retrieved a capsule, pressed it, and with a resounding pop, a round combat spaceship materialized before them. Sun Wukong hurriedly adjusted the small, chubby-shaped spacecraft, then opened the cabin door and bent down to enter. The seat of the spacecraft was crafted from an unknown leather-like material, exuding a soft texture that provided remarkable comfort. As he settled in, Sun Wukong intentionally twisted his body, finding no hindrance and ample mobility. It seemed this journey through the cosmos would prove to be more pleasant than he had initially anticipated. Sun Gohan gazed intently at the screen, buttons, and joystick before him, only to find himself utterly perplexed. Bulma, I require your assistance, he chuckled awkwardly, seeking her guidance. Such an endearing side of Gohan was indeed a rarity. One could only wonder which girl would eventually capture his heart. Bulma could not resist teasing him, but soon turned serious to instruct Gohan on the operation of the spacecraft. After a brief moment, she declared, all right, that should suffice. The idiot mode makes it quite simple to operate. Just input the coordinates of your desired destination and press the launch button. Moreover, although the ship is compact, it is equipped with various safety alerts and voice prompts. Anticipating your potential boredom, I even downloaded an assortment of music and animated films to enhance your journey. With a smile, Bulma patted Gohan on the shoulder. Animated films? Really? That's infuriating, Gohan exclaimed, feeling exasperated. Nonetheless, Bulma, you are truly brilliant and capable, a paragon of beauty in this world. He gave a thumbs up in admiration. Sun Gohan meticulously perused the flight records of the spacecraft and swiftly located the coordinates of planet Odrat and Earth, alongside numerous coordinates of oddly named celestial bodies. At that moment, he entered the coordinates for Namek into the system, ensuring that he could simply press the launch button upon his next use. How long can this vessel sustain its energy? Sun Gohan inquired. Bulma gestured towards the upper right corner of the screen, where an indicator icon resembling a mobile phone battery was displayed, and replied, "Do you see that? That represents the spacecraft's energy, which is currently at full capacity. As for how long it will last, I cannot provide an answer. Just keep an eye on that icon." With a sense of resignation, Sun Wukong replied, "Very well." He then emerged from the spacecraft and pressed a button, causing it to transform with a resounding pop into a capsule. Sun Wukong picked up the capsule and placed it securely in his bag, ensuring it was in the safest spot. "All right, I shall carry this spacecraft with me. Now, I must seek out the so-called apocalyptic resistance to see if I can gather any information." He continued, "Mother, please settle in at Aunt Bulma's for now. I will contact you with any developments." "Okay, just take care of yourself," Chi-Chi responded. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed, and Sun Wukong awkwardly clutched his stomach. It was a protest from his belly, reminding him that he had not eaten in quite some time. Haha, both Chi-Chi and Bulma chuckled in unison. After sharing a meal at Bulma's home, Sun Wukong bid farewell and set off towards the East City. The sky was a brilliant blue, and a cool breeze filled the air, signaling the arrival of autumn. During this season in previous years, crops would have already begun to mature, with farmers bustling about the fields, calling out and sharing joyful laughter. However, this year, the fields were barren, devoid of crops or farmers, the cracked earth presenting a desolate sight. Sun Wukong soared over the fields, his heart inevitably weighed down with a greater burden. As he traversed the towering mountain ahead and rounded a significant bend, a vast plain unfolded before him, upon which the eastern capital was situated. Sun Gohan executed a magnificent somersault, leaping from a great height and gracefully landing upon the grand thoroughfare near the eastern metropolis. He then proceeded to stroll into this renowned city. A district under the jurisdiction of this city is poised to soon adopt a name familiar to many, Satan City. The East is a city that has yet to succumb to the invasion of artificial beings, boasting the highest population among all cities. And it is here that a valiant resistance force, composed of elite survivors, strives to safeguard the peace of ordinary citizens. This may very well represent humanity's final bastion of defense. Furthermore, it is said that the reigning monarch resides within this eastern haven, with rumors circulating that the leader of the resistance is none other than His Majesty the King. Is that dog of a king truly here? Sun Gohan pondered aloud. His words were not a critique of the king, but rather an observation of the monarch's canine-like visage. In the Dragon Ball universe, humanity exhibits an array of peculiarities. Only the unimaginable escapes the grasp of the Creator, who brings forth intelligent beings. Humans and animals can intermarry, giving rise to hybrid races. The thought of such matters often sends a shiver down Sun Gohan's spine. In the Dragon Ball realm, the tastes are exceedingly peculiar, a realm beyond the comprehension of an ordinary mortal. Chapter 19. Videl. Sun Wukong took a stride to the city gate, only to be halted by several soldiers. Originally, there had been no such checkpoint, but with the emergence of androids and the resistance, a barrier was established to meticulously scrutinize those entering the city. Observing the long queue, Sun Wukong found it somewhat amusing. Such checkpoints were utterly futile against androids, serving no purpose whatsoever. However, upon further reflection, he came to understand that while these barriers were ineffective against androids, they did impose certain restrictions on ordinary humans. In this post-apocalyptic world, the chaos instigated by androids was not the sole concern. Numerous malefactors had also revealed their malign nature, committing heinous acts. Without these checkpoints, the entry of ill-intentioned individuals armed with devastating weapons would spell disaster for the ordinary populace. Perhaps the threat posed by these wicked souls was not dissimilar in magnitude to that of the androids. An android could kill with a mere energy wave, leaving one oblivious to pain, whereas a human perpetrator, wielding knives, guns, or fists, would inflict a torturous demise. Furthermore, if the king were to reside here, the stringent checks imposed by the resistance would be entirely justified. As the long lines progressed, it was not long before Sun Wukong found himself at the front of the inspection. The soldiers employed a device, scanning him several times before signaling him to proceed. Reminiscent of the security checks one encounters at the subway. "Get your newspapers here. Fresh newspapers." A young vendor's voice rang out as he promoted his wares upon entering the city. In this current age, with communication disrupted, humanity seemed to regress, as newspapers and letters, once discarded, began to regain popularity. "How much?" Sun Wukong inquired as the vendor approached, who appeared to be around his age. $5 apiece. "Would you like one?" The young vendor, no older than 15, replied with a smile. Despite the dire circumstances of the world, the eastern capital, under the governance of the resistance, still managed to uphold a semblance of normal currency circulation. Sun Wukong rummaged through his trouser pocket and unearthed a crumpled banknote. Precisely a 5 yuan denomination, its origins in his pocket a mystery. Smoothing out the note, he handed it to the young man and received the newspaper in return. Sun Gohan did not leave immediately. Instead, He lifted the newspaper and began to peruse its contents. It primarily contained information regarding various androids, alongside recent events occurring in East City. The updates on the androids were stagnant since the beginning of the month, mirroring the situation that Bulma had described. Thus, Sun Gohan found little of value within the newspaper. However, an advertisement in the lower right corner captured his attention. Satan Martial Arts School is enrolling apprentices? Only 998? For 998, you can't go wrong. For 998, you won't be cheated. For 998, let the adventure begin. Come, young ones. What is this? Could it truly be a coincidence? Is this the same Mr. Satan? How on earth am I supposed to critique this? Hey, can you explain to me what this Mr. Satan is all about? Sun Gohan inquired, turning to the newspaper vendor who was still shouting his wares. It's Mr. Satan, not Mr. Fool. The vendor promptly corrected Sun Gohan's mispronunciation. Sun Gohan, very well, Mr. Satan. Upon hearing Sun Gohan's correction, the young newspaper vendor remarked, it is said that Mr. Satan is one of the leaders of the resistance. He was once the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, possessing formidable skills. Now, as he opens his doors to teach, he contributes to the cause of the resistance. Young man, why not sign up as well? The task of safeguarding the world could then rest upon your shoulders. Young man, are you receiving advertising fees for this? Nonsense. There are no advertising fees. There is no escaping it. It must be that Mr. Satan, entrancing all. Young man, how does one reach this Satan Martial Arts Academy? Sun Gohan inquired, suddenly intrigued and desiring to meet the daughter of Mr. Satan. His curiosity was piqued. After all, Mr. Satan's daughter is an official standard. And even though he is no longer the same Sun Gohan, he could not entirely suppress other thoughts. Just to take a glance. I swear it shall be merely a fleeting glimpse. Continue straight down this street until the end, then take a right turn. After 50 meters, you will find it. The young newspaper vendor directed, feeling a sense of pride in having persuaded him. Thank you. Sun Wukong waved his hand and proceeded in the direction indicated by the newspaper vendor. Upon reaching the street, he turned right, revealing a courtyard in the traditional Saihiyuan style before him. Above the entrance, a plaque inscribed with the bold characters Satan Martial Arts Hall proclaimed that he had indeed arrived at his destination. Sun Wukong took a moment to scrutinize his surroundings. At the entrance stood a welcoming figure, ears attuned to the rhythmic sounds of practice echoing from the courtyard. How should I introduce myself? Is there a fee of 998? Alas, I am without funds. Perhaps I shall simply enter. As Sun Wukong approached, the robust youth at the door greeted him with a smile, inquiring, Good day, sir. Are you here to enroll in martial arts training? Not quite. I am here to witness the competition. Oh, pardon me. I am here to seek Mr. Satan, Sun Wukong replied. Looking for Mr. Satan? Is there something you wish to discuss? The sturdy youth asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Indeed, it is of great importance. I would appreciate your assistance in relaying my message, Sun Wukong responded, striving to maintain an air of politeness. There is no need for such formalities. Anyone wishing to register may enter. Since your matter is significant, please follow me, the welcoming youth said, finding Sun Wukong's demeanor amiable and courteous, thus choosing not to complicate matters. Thank you, Sun Wukong replied, following the young man into the courtyard. Upon entering, the atmosphere of martial training intensified. Numerous youths were engaged in stances, throwing punches, and perspiring profusely. As they struck, their voices harmonized in unison, emitting a resounding ha. A cursory glance revealed at least 4 or 5 dozen young practitioners, a considerable gathering indeed. At the forefront, a tall and brawny man with a square jaw and a voluminous mane demonstrated various boxing and kicking techniques. Behind this formidable figure, a little girl with a ponytail, possessing fair skin and large, expressive eyes, followed suit. Her face, round and cherubic, exuded an undeniable charm as she mirrored the man's movements with notable precision. The young man at the entrance jogged over to the brawny instructor, whispering a few words into his ear while gesturing towards Sun Wukong not far away. Young man, please come forward. The instructor called out to Sun Wukong after hearing the youth's remarks. All right, Sun Wukong responded. As Sun Wukong approached, he happened to catch sight of the adorable girl behind the burly man. When the girl noticed Sun Wukong staring at her, she shot him a fierce glare with her large eyes and defiantly exclaimed, Humph, what are you looking at? Still a little firecracker, are you? Undeterred by her attitude, Sun Wukong playfully winked at her. This only served to infuriate the young girl further, and with a puffed-up expression, she retorted, If you keep staring, I shall strike you. Embarrassed and flustered, her thin skin betrayed her indignation. Sun Wukong beckoned her with a casual gesture, inviting her to approach. You infuriate me, huffed the young girl, stamping her feet in frustration. Hey, young man, did you come in here merely to tease my daughter? If you have something to say, speak up. If you have any nonsense, let it out. Seeing his daughter in distress, Mr. Satan was not pleased at all. Sun Gohan gazed earnestly at Mr. Satan and inquired, Mr. Satan, I have heard that you are one of the leaders of the resistance. Is that true? Mr. Satan replied, Indeed, it is true. Are you considering joining the resistance? We only accept individuals with martial prowess, and a frail youth like yourself would not be suitable. At that moment, Videl seized the opportunity and remarked with a playful smile. However, if you were to take my father as your master, I believe you would soon be eligible to join the resistance. My father has promised that I may join when I turn 10. What do you say, you great lecher? You great lecher, indeed. Even now. You do not forget to promote your father. Sun Gohan, disinterested in her, turned to Mr. Satan and remarked, I have no intention of joining the resistance, rather. I seek information regarding the androids. What? Androids? Mr. Satan exclaimed in astonishment. Sun Wukong remarked, Indeed, I have been seeking them these past few days, intending to deal with them, so that I may attend to more pressing matters. Mr. Satan suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, young one, your ambition is commendable. However, the androids are not so easily subdued. They possess the ability to perform tricks, often vanishing without a trace. They carry numerous explosives with them, burying them throughout the city to detonate, causing the demise of countless innocents. Sun Wukong, Mr. Satan continued, these two vile androids. I shall eventually expose their tricks and bring them to justice. Sun Gohan was at a loss for words. Indeed, Mr. Satan remained true to his character. He shook his head and, with a sense of resignation, remarked, Mr. Satan, I must convey a harsh truth. They are not mere tricks. They are, in fact, lethal machines, capable of unleashing energy blasts akin to bombs with effortless ease. This energy resides within their very beings. It is a form of martial prowess. Frankly speaking, attempting to capture them would be akin to offering one's head on a platter. Mr. Satan, unconvinced, continued to laugh heartily. Ha ha, young man, you overthink matters. How could such beings possibly exist? True martial arts are not mere conjuring tricks. I believe it is imperative for you to witness what true martial skill entails. Perhaps the one overthinking is you? Sun Gohan retorted, feeling exasperated. Jildo, go fetch 20 tiles. Mr. Satan called out to a young man standing nearby. The youth named Jildo complied promptly, returning with 20 tiles. Mr. Satan arranged them meticulously, and indeed, the stack was impressively tall. The master is about to demonstrate a knife hand technique. Everyone, gather around. Many eager young martial artists surged forward, encircling Sun Gohan, Mr. Satan, and by Deely with excitement. I've heard that the master can shatter 25 tiles in one strike. It's truly remarkable. I envy him. Indeed. I would be content if I could ever manage to break 10 tiles, the youths whispered among themselves. Pervert, make sure you observe closely, Bai Deely said. Her large eyes fixed on Sun Gohan, her long eyelashes fluttering with a self-satisfied expression. Mr. Satan assumed a wide stance, puffing out his chest and drawing in his abdomen. Inhaling deeply. Then, with his right hand shaped like a knife, he struck down forcefully upon the upright tiles. Crack, crack, crack. The tiles shattered into countless pieces, eliciting waves of applause from the onlookers. Mr. Satan took another deep breath and laughed heartily. What do you think, young man? This is what true martial arts are about. Haha, Mr. Satan, I must say, I find it rather unimpressive, Sun Gohan replied. Sun Gohan declared, then lightly pressed his right foot against the ground. The earth emitted a series of cracking sounds, and centered around his foot, the surface began to fracture, swiftly revealing a circular pit resembling a spider's web, measuring 5 to 6 meters in diameter. The onlooking youths were startled by the sudden rift in the ground beneath them, causing them to scatter in alarm. Mr. Satan and Videl, gazing at the fissured earth, were so astounded that they momentarily forgot to think. The charming little author remarked, Friends, please remember to vote for me. Save this, and add me to your reading list. Chapter 20. Note, this is not a trick. After several seconds of astonishment, Mr. Satan regained his senses. His mouth agape in disbelief as he stammered, A trick? A magic trick? Is this some sort of illusion? Sun Wukong let out a bitter laugh and said helplessly, This is your territory. Do you truly believe I would set up any preparations on your ground? How about this? As he spoke, Sun Wukong surveyed his surroundings, then walked over to a corner to pick up a lead ball, roughly the size of 2 fists. He grasped it firmly in his hand, and everyone's astonishment. The once incredibly hard lead ball transformed into a malleable substance akin to Play-Doh, continuously changing its shape under his manipulation. Finally, a white flame ignited in his hand, and the lead ball was reduced to molten iron. How did you accomplish this? Satan exclaimed, dumbfounded, as his worldview began to crumble. He had always believed he could crush some hard soil or slice through 20 tiles with a swift hand strike. But the very idea of shattering the ground with a kick or molding a lead ball with his hands was beyond his comprehension, surpassing anything he had known in over 30 years. Is this still humanity? How can such beings exist among us? Mr. Satan, Sun Wukong replied. This little trick is merely a minor skill, a simple application of energy. Do you still think you can handle androids 17 and 18? With that, he levitated gracefully into the air, hovering effortlessly. You can fly? You can actually fly? Satan's understanding was once again shattered. Some of the surrounding youths were terrified, while others gazed at him with wide-eyed admiration. Flying? Wasn't this the very thing everyone had dreamed of achieving? Some of the boys were already fantasizing, while a few believed they were still dreaming, pinching themselves to confirm the reality before them. The one with the brightest eyes was undoubtedly Biddy, who longed to soar into the sky and behold the view below. Are you implying that androids 17 and 18 are of the same ilk as you? That you too are an android? Satan asked, taken aback, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. No, I am indeed a regular human, that much is certain. However, such feats are easily within the capabilities of androids. In short, Their terror is beyond your imagination, Sun Wukong stated. My master once spoke of extraordinary humans capable of unleashing powers akin to rocket launchers with a mere gesture. I always thought he was spinning tales. But could it truly be real? Satan recalled, reflecting on his youth when his master had shared such wisdom, though he had dismissed it as a child's trick. His master had departed on a journey and never returned, leading him to train alone and eventually participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, where he easily claimed victory, believing himself invincible. Yet today, his worldview was shattered. How had he been so blind to the insignificance of his own power? Unbeknownst to Satan, the reason his master never returned was due to an encounter with Tao Pai Pai, the once renowned assassin. You mentioned wanting to know the whereabouts of the androids. Do you intend to confront them? After recovering from his shock, Satan inquired. Indeed, Sun Wukong affirmed with a nod. Are you going alone? What are the elders from your school? Satan speculated, observing Sun Wukong's youthful appearance, estimating him to be around 14 or 15. Assuming he was sent to inquire on behalf of his elders. Little did he know, Sun Wukong was merely 9 years old, only a year older than his daughter, Biddy. There are no elders, it is just me, Sun Wukong replied. Oh, may I ask how to address you, sir? I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Reflecting on the earlier display of power, Satan no longer dared to be disrespectful, his tone shifting to one of respect. There is no need for such formality. I am Sun Wukong. Feel free to call me Wukong, he replied with a smile. Very well, Wukong. I am not privy to the whereabouts of the androids. But I know someone who certainly does. I can take you to him. Satan's mindset had shifted dramatically, now he merely sought to cling to Sun Wukong, flattering him in hopes of assistance. This is not mere flattery. This young man intends to confront the androids, making him worthy of respect. If he can vanquish them, he will be a hero to humanity. The person you speak of, could it be His Majesty the King? Sun Wukong inquired. No. He is the leader of our resistance, the most trusted aide to the current king, Satan clarified. Oh, then could you take me to him right away? Sun Wukong asked eagerly. Certainly, I shall prepare the jet immediately, Satan replied. Must you really prepare a jet? Curious, Sun Wukong inquired. Why must we prepare a jet aircraft? Is not your leader in the city? Indeed, he is not in the city. Our rebel headquarters is situated atop that mountain, Satan explained, gesturing towards a prominent peak overlooking the eastern capital, its vantage point allowing for mutual support. It would take half an hour to reach by jet. Dad, are you going to visit Grandpa? I wish to accompany you, Bidalai interjected quietly. Very well, you may join your father. It is quite puzzling how you have taken a liking to that old, rigid fellow, Satan chuckled helplessly, ruffling Bidalai's hair. Wukong, please wait a moment. I must arrange for a jet aircraft, Satan informed Sun Wukong, acknowledging that there were no planes in their courtyard and that he would need to request one from the rebel camp in the city. As Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, he realized he had no time to wait for the jet plane. He could reach his destination in a short while by flying, so why wait for the aircraft? He declared, Mr. Satan, it's unnecessary. I can simply take you there. Waiting for the jet is superfluous. Wouldn't you agree? Mr. Satan responded. His excitement mirrored in Bidalai's eyes. Is that truly acceptable? Of course, Sun Wukong nodded. In that case, Bidalai, climb onto my back. I shall carry you while supporting Mr. Satan with both hands. He glanced at the girl with long eyelashes. How do you know my name? Do you have some ulterior motive? Bidalai questioned. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Your classmate called you just now. I harbor no ulterior motives. You are simply overthinking. Look at you, a mere girl. You are not my type, Sun Wukong chuckled. In truth, no classmate had called her name moments ago, almost revealing his deception. Is that so? Bidalai tilted her head. Hey, who are you calling a mere girl? I am already an adult. Who would want you to carry me? That rascal had been staring at her and speaking in a teasing manner. It was quite bothersome. Enough of the squabbling. I propose this, Wukong. You carry me while embracing Bidalai. Wouldn't that be better? I fear that if you hold me with both hands, I might feel rather uncomfortable. Mr. Satan laughed heartily. That does seem like a fine idea. If I must choose to hold someone, embracing Bidalai would certainly be more pleasant than holding Mr. Satan, Sun Wukong mused. Since Mr. Satan has suggested it, very well, he acquiesced. Wait, what? You seem rather put upon, Bidalai remarked, puzzled. Without affording Bidalai a choice, Sun Wukong swiftly lifted Mr. Satan onto his back, then approached Bidalai and embraced her tightly. As the girl settled into his arms, a unique fragrance enveloped him, nearly causing him to lose his train of thought. Mr. Satan, please hold onto my shoulders tightly. I cannot spare a hand to support you at the moment. Sun Wukong instructed. Bidalai squirmed uncomfortably, feeling ensconced in a broad and warm embrace. The irritating boy spoke, sending warm breath against her face, making it slightly ticklish. What's wrong? Sun Wukong inquired. No, nothing, Bidalai stammered, her cheeks flushed, as she buried her face into his embrace, momentarily forgetting that it was Sun Wukong's arms that surrounded her. Meanwhile, her rather oblivious father, not attending to the antics of the young ones, reiterated to Sun Wukong. Is this truly possible? He resembled a novice about to embark on his first flight. Sun Wukong smiled faintly and gradually ascended into the air. It was the first flight for the two ordinary individuals, and he felt the need to attend to their feelings. Wow, we are really flying. exclaimed Mr. Satan, his voice filled with awe. Upon hearing her father's exclamation, Biddy Lee cautiously peeked out, only to witness herself gently rising into the sky. The courtyard below diminished in size, until the entire eastern capital lay within her gaze. It was astonishing, breathtaking. Indeed, they were truly soaring through the air. Sun Gohan gazed at the girl in his arms and smiled. What do you think? Is she beautiful? Videl nodded, thinking to herself that this fellow looked rather handsome when he was gentle. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed. Despite his mental age of 22, Sun Gohan remained unfazed, merely perceiving her as a neighbor's little sister, nothing of great significance. However, this moment also evoked memories from his past life. What could he be pondering? Videl looked up and noticed Sun Gohan lost in thought. Is this expression indicative of him missing his family? Does seeing me and my father remind him of his loved ones? Chapter 21. Discovering their whereabouts. By the way, how old are you? After a moment of contemplation, Videl inquired. Well, I am already 9 years old, Sun Gohan replied, having spent half a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, thus marking his age at 9. Ah. So you're only a year older than me? I thought you were already 15. Videl exclaimed in astonishment. With your stature, shouldn't you be 15? Sun Gohan glanced at the bewildered little face of Biddy Lee, finding it unexpectedly endearing. With a smile, he remarked, I've grown quite tall, haven't I? The figure on his back, Dazzy, was also taken aback. He never anticipated that Sun Gohan was merely 9 years old. Have you been nourished on fodder, young lad? During their conversation, Dazzy gestured for Sun Gohan to descend, indicating that they had arrived. As Sun Wukong descended from the heights as instructed, he found himself confronted by a line of ominous gun barrels aimed directly at him. Ah, wait, it's me. At that moment, Mr. Satan emerged from behind Sun Wukong. Mr. Satan? What brings you here? A small officer stepped forward, gesturing for the soldiers to lower their weapons before inquiring. To be concise, I urgently need to see General Kid. Could you kindly guide me? Mr. Satan leaped down from Sun Wukong's back and addressed the officer. Very well, follow me. The officer responded, recognizing Mr. Satan and, understanding the urgency of the matter, promptly led the way to find General Kid. Put me down, please, Biddy Lee exclaimed. Her face flushed. This fellow, even upon reaching the ground, still refused to release her. Did he intend to carry her to meet the leader like this? Ah, my apologies. Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly as he set Biddy Lee down. He had not meant to carry her. Her petite and light frame had made her weight almost imperceptible, and the warmth of her presence had momentarily distracted him from the need to let her go. The resistance forces had excavated and fortified the mountainside, stationing heavy troops outside, transforming the hollowed mountain into a bustling military base that left Sun Wukong in awe. Biddy Lee and Mr. Satan, however, seemed quite accustomed to the surroundings, as if this was a familiar place for them. Do you come here often? Sun Wukong inquired of Biddy Lee, who was beside him. Occasionally with my father. And please, do not refer to me as Hey. I have a name, Biddy Lee replied. Sun Wukong? All right, Lily. What on earth is Lily? More like Biddy Lee. It is indeed Biddy Lee. Sun Gohan. After turning left and right for over 10 minutes, the group finally caught sight of General Kid. Kid's grandfather, with a hearty laugh, rushed over and leaped into the embrace of General Kid. The general, with a warm smile, gently patted the head of Biddy Lee. Then, as if performing a magic trick, he produced a lollipop and handed it to the little girl. Remarkably, General Kid was a towering figure, even more imposing than Satan. Strictly speaking, he was a robust elder, for his hair had turned white, and even his sparse beard was of the same hue. However, his physique was extraordinarily strong, with muscles bulging like granite, exuding an aura of power that instantly reminded Sun Gohan of the combat form of Master Roshi. Satan approached, leaned in to whisper something into Kid's ear, and subsequently introduced him to Sun Gohan. Only then did General Kid release Biddy Lee from his embrace, rise, and walk towards Sun Gohan. Gohan stepped forward, extending his right hand with a smile, saying, Hello, General Kid. It is a pleasure to meet you. General Kid returned the smile, also extending his hand for a shake, and remarked, Hello. Satan mentioned you are an extraordinary young man and that you wish to learn about the whereabouts of the androids. Is that correct? At that moment, a mischievous glint sparked in General Kid's eyes as he tightened his grip, intending to assert his strength over Gohan. However, it was worth noting that the general's grip was powerful enough to crush training dummies, reminiscent of the iron palms and eagle claw techniques from ancient television shows. Ah, General Kid, how polite of you. Are you testing me? Gohan responded with a chuckle, withdrawing his hand effortlessly, surprised that Gohan could so easily shake off his arm. Kid thought to himself, I feared I might crush your palm, so I acted this way. Is this acceptable? Gohan remarked, then thrust his arm into the solid wall, which crumbled like soft tofu at his touch. This boy is a demolisher. He damaged my floor when he visited my home, and now he has ruined the wall here. Satan lamented inwardly, rubbing his forehead. After flexing his arm, Gohan extracted his hand from the wall and brushed off the dust. General Kid's eyes widened in astonishment. He had initially thought Satan's claims were exaggerated. Bravo! Exclaimed the nearby admirer, Satan, unable to contain his applause. To be frank, General Kid, this display of strength is merely the tip of the iceberg of my capabilities. I hope you can provide me with the latest information on the androids, Gohan stated. Indeed. Heroes emerge from youth. If you truly can vanquish the androids, I can promise you endless wealth and beauty on behalf of the king, General Kid replied with a smile. I'm not averse to wealth, but as for beauty, Gohan glanced at Bidalai. What are you looking at? Bidalai shot him a glare. Well, let's set aside the matter of beauty. I wish to obtain information as soon as possible, Gohan continued. What beauty? I'm still just a child. General Kid protested. Here's the latest intelligence, General Kid said, producing an A4-sized sheet of paper and handing it to Gohan. This contains the recently gathered information on the androids' whereabouts. The resistance now spans the globe, and they have dispatched numerous personnel to investigate the androids. However, those tasked with tracking the androids are among the most perilous soldiers, with many having lost their lives when encountering the androids. Sun Wukong took the paper and scrutinized its contents. It stated that the androids had visited a cave during the full moon and, after a week, departed to reside in a nearby small village. Accompanied by images and precise coordinates, the information was clear at a glance. What could this mean? The cave must undoubtedly be Dr. Gero's underground laboratory. Had they dwelled there for an entire week? Were they perhaps searching for something? However, what could it imply that they settled in a small village afterward? General Kid, have you launched any attacks against the androids? Sun Wukong inquired. Not yet, General Kid replied. The androids are far too formidable. We dare not act recklessly and are still in the planning stages. Then, General Kid, could you make a copy of this paper for me? Sun Wukong requested. Of course. Take this one. I have a record on my end, General Kid responded. Thank you, General Kid, Sun Wukong said appreciatively. I wish you great success. If you truly resolve this matter, return to me to fulfill your promise. Wealth and beauty shall be yours. General Kid laughed heartily. Well said, Mr. Satan. Bidalai. Would you like me to take you back to the martial arts dojo? Sun Wukong asked the father and daughter. Yes, please. Thus, Sun Wukong, with great satisfaction, once again cradled the little girl in his arms. The trio swiftly returned to the dojo. Bidalai, this is a communication wristband, a product of the Universal Capsule Corporation. I am giving this to you. If you need anything, you can contact me with it. My number is 1. Come, let me show you how to use it. Sun Wukong said, recalling an unused wristband in his bag. He promptly took it out and handed it to Bidalai. He then donned his own wristband marked as 1. Although he could communicate telepathically with Bidalai, she would have no means to reach him without a communication device. Wow, what a beautiful wristband! Bidalai exclaimed as she received it. Instantly enamored by the exquisite accessory, she placed it on her delicate wrist, and the wristband immediately sensed the size of her arm, automatically adjusting to fit perfectly. Yes, it's that simple. Remember, mine is number 1, so don't disturb me in the middle of the night, he teased. How shameless. Who would disturb you at night? All right. I must be going now. Farewell, Lily. Call me Bidalai. The girl pouted, turned on her heel, stomped her foot, and when she turned back, the young man had vanished from sight. She could only wave helplessly at the sky, bidding him goodbye. Gazing at the information in hand, Sun Wukong followed the instructions and soon located Dr. Gero's underground laboratory. The area was indeed exceedingly desolate. Not a single creature could be seen, not even birds or beasts. As Sun Wukong descended, he exerted considerable strength to forcefully tear open the door of Dr. Gero's laboratory. Peering inside, he was met with an unsettling silence. As if the space held nothing, he cautiously stepped within. Indeed, there were traces of the presence of androids 17 and 18. Yet a pungent metallic scent lingered in the air. What was this nauseating odor? The atmosphere was thick with the acrid stench of blood, and upon closer inspection, he discerned a repulsive energy emanating from the surroundings. What could it be? Following this unsettling energy, Sun Wukong proceeded with utmost caution deeper into the lab. On a table lay several blueprints. He picked them up, realizing they were the schematics for the androids. Unable to comprehend them fully, he decided to take them back to Aunt Bulma for her insight. He carefully stored the blueprints away and ventured further inside, where he discovered several white stasis pods positioned on the ground. Sun Wukong understood that these were the pods designed for the android slumber, where Dr. Gero had preserved them in a state of dormancy, allowing them to conserve energy indefinitely, awaiting the command of their master to awaken. Sun Gohan scrutinized his surroundings and noted the presence of only 2 dormant pods, marked with the numbers 17 and 18. The absence of pod number 16 was perplexing. Perhaps it was true that this world lacked android 16 altogether. Strange, he murmured. The deeper I venture, the more pronounced the metallic scent of blood becomes. With a sense of foreboding, he peered further into the abyss and pressed onward. What is this? Ahead of him, the floor began to reveal ominous traces. The marks became increasingly discernible as he progressed, deep brown in hue, emanating a foul stench, evidence of blood that had dried and desiccated after evaporation. Sun Gohan tiptoed forward. His body hunched as he proceeded. Upon crossing through a grand doorway, a pungent stench of blood assailed his senses, and upon witnessing the crimson scene before him, he was left utterly astonished. Chapter 22. The sudden disturbance at the Gero laboratory. Sun Wukong felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The stench was unbearable. Bloodstains marred the floor, the walls, and every piece of machinery, casting the entire room in a sinister shade of dark red, as if it had been tainted by the very essence of death. What on earth transpired here? How revolting, he thought to himself. pinching his nose in disgust. At that moment, a colossal computer stationed against the wall sprang to life, filling the room with a cacophony of beeping sounds. Suddenly, a glass panel erupted into a dazzling display of colors, reminiscent of the legendary multicolored marquee lights. However, this was no ordinary glass. It had been obscured by layers of desiccated blood, masking its true form. As Sun Wukong scrutinized it closely, he finally discerned its nature. It was a cylindrical vessel, akin to a massive glass aquarium, filled to the brim with a pale green nutrient solution. The vessel pulsated with vibrant hues, captivating and disorienting, while within it, a small megalodon thrashed about, its gaping maw gnashing at the glass in a desperate attempt to escape. What on earth is this? Sun Wukong gasped in shock. And then it struck him, the creature's true identity. This was indeed a megalodon, but was it not Cell? How had Cell morphed into such a terrifying form? This was certainly Cell. The glass vessel contained a juvenile version of him, yet the reason for this grotesque mutation remained a mystery. The creature's skin was pitch black, its mouth agape, revealing razor-sharp teeth. But shouldn't this room have been sealed? Why was the door ajar? If the door was open, it implied that androids 17 and 18 must have discovered this abomination. Yet, why had they not obliterated it? And whose blood stained the entirety of this chamber? Could it be? A sudden wave of peril enveloped Sun Wukong, sending chills down his spine. The room began to hum ominously, the sound reverberating through his very being, inducing dizziness. Then, an overwhelming force of suction emerged, toppling him to the ground. He felt his blood begin to reverse course, crimson liquid seeping through his skin, more and more with each passing moment. Most alarmingly, he found himself utterly immobilized. Sun Wukong felt an immense rage within. What kind of operation was this? Why was it deviating from the expected course? What was happening? Had Cell truly become so formidable at this juncture? What exactly had Dr. Jero's computer accomplished? As the blood of Sun Wukong flowed out, it pooled upon the ground, gradually making its way towards the glass vessel, inching towards Cell. At that moment, the grotesque form of Cell leaped with renewed fervor, emitting a cacophony of eerie sounds that sent shivers down one's spine. The energy within me began to wane, siphoned away, and Sun Wukong, realizing this grim truth, felt an overwhelming panic swell within him. No, I cannot perish. I must not die. Clenching his teeth, blood trickled from his mouth, saturating his senses with the metallic tang of his own life force. I must survive. With desperate determination, Sun Wukong struggled, his hands and feet convulsing as he fought to rise. He pushed himself up with trembling hands, inching his way upward with every ounce of strength he could muster. How could I possibly meet my end here? It is inconceivable. With quaking legs, he screamed in defiance, blood continuing to seep from his wounds, energy still being drained from him. The prospect of escaping this room seemed increasingly insurmountable. Grinding his teeth, he felt the joints in his fingers turn pale from exertion. Suddenly, a brilliant golden flash erupted as he summoned his final reserves to transform into a Super Saiyan. Yet still, he found himself immobilized, his energy plummeting, rendering even his fingers motionless. A primal roar erupted from him. Kaioken. Super Saiyan, doubled Kaioken. At last, he regained mobility, and with exhilaration, he dashed forth, desperate to exit the room. Upon breaching the threshold, however, his energy dissipated, his hair reverting to its dark hue, leaving him incapacitated on the ground outside the dwelling. As Sun Wukong left, the room fell into a profound silence, returning to a state of eerie stillness. As Sun Wukong closed his eyes, he succumbed to unconsciousness. It was not until half an hour later that he struggled to open his eyes, gasping for breath as he turned and sat up. He then retrieved a magical bean and consumed it. With the bean settling in his stomach, a sense of strength returned, for the feeling of powerlessness was truly terrifying. Gazing around the blood-red room, Sun Wukong felt as though the wide-open door resembled the gaping maw of a demon, invoking dread. What had caused this transformation in Cell? Had he absorbed someone's cells? What unknown factors in this future world had led to such a change? Sun Wukong pondered. Could it be me? The only difference in this world is my presence. Could my existence be the catalyst for Cell's metamorphosis? Am I merely the butterfly flapping its wings? Surely not. It cannot be, he thought, dismissing the notion with a pat on his chest. If Cell's transformation was not due to cells, then someone must have tampered with Cell in this room. But who could that person be? The multitude of questions left Sun Wukong's mind in a state of disarray. Surveillance cameras? He glanced around, noticing numerous cameras fixed to the ceiling. Perhaps investigating these monitors could provide some answers. Faced with this overwhelming fear of the unknown and an incomprehensible plot, he realized that failing to understand it would leave him restless. With prior experiences in mind, Sun Wukong approached the cameras with utmost caution. After examining them all, he discovered that every camera and computer had lost power and was inoperative. I'll dismantle them and take all the computers to Bulma's home to seek her assistance, Sun Wukong thought. Without hesitation, he quickly disassembled the relevant equipment, cramming everything into his versatile capsule luggage. Like a bandit sweeping through a village, he cleared everything out. Once finished, Sun Wukong soared into the air, contemplating that both Cell and this intelligent computer, ticking time bombs, could not be left behind. They must be eradicated. The memory of the earlier encounter still sent chills down his spine. Oh, all beings of the world, grant me a bit of vitality, he silently recited, closing his eyes and extending his hands toward the sky, preparing to gather the energy of heaven and earth. The first manifestation of the spirit bomb commenced. A low hum resonated as the energy coalesced, and the spirit bomb slowly took form in the sky, growing larger and brighter. This should suffice, he murmured as he sensed the bomb achieving a substantial size. With a flourish of his hands, the colossal spirit bomb plummeted from the clouds, tearing through the air and crashing into Dr. Jero's laboratory with a thunderous boom, creating a blinding flash of light and upheaval in the earth, resulting in a crater several kilometers wide. Consequently, everything in Dr. Jero's laboratory vanished without a trace. With a smirk, Sun Wukong declared, "Now, I don't believe you can still be alive. Not a trace remains. First, I need to find a place to wash off. I've gotten far too much blood on me, which feels rather uncomfortable." He then descended slowly, soon discovering a river. With a joyful shout, he leaped into the water, causing a splash as he immersed himself, cleansing his clothes thoroughly. Afterward, he set off towards West City, intending to inform Bulma about Dr. Jero's findings before seeking out the two androids. Based on the scene he had witnessed in the laboratory, Sun Wukong surmised that androids 17 and 18 must have also suffered from Cell S wrath, barely escaping the laboratory to hide in the mountains to recuperate. No wonder there had been no sign of them for so long. They had become casualties. He soared through the air, heading straight for West City. An hour later, Sun Wukong arrived at Bulma's residence, retrieving a large pile of items that left Bulma and Chi-Chi astonished. "Goku, did you go on a robbery spree or a junk collection?" Bulma exclaimed in surprise. "Haha, this is no junk. These are valuable items. I'm sure you'll love them," Sun Wukong responded with a grin. Bulma, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, what are they? Aren't they just a few broken computers?" With an air of mystery, Sun Wukong remarked, "Indeed, it is a broken computer. However, it belongs to Dr. Burrow." "Haha," Bulma, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? Wukong, did you break into Dr. Jero's residence?" Sun Wukong smiled and said, "Nearly there. I have transported all the computers from Dr. Jero's laboratory back. Look, here are several schematics for the creation of androids. Please examine them." As he spoke, he retrieved the blueprints and handed them to Bulma. He then continued, "Could you also investigate the surveillance footage from Dr. Jero's lab? Notify me if you find anything suspicious." Bulma inquired, "What is going on?" Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and remarked, "I suspect someone is scheming behind the scenes." "All right, I understand," Bulma responded earnestly, nodding her head. "Well, I shall take my leave now, as I have learned the whereabouts of the androids," Sun Wukong declared. Having concluded their discussion, he bid farewell to Bulma and Chi-Chi before departing. Soaring into the skies, Sun Wukong couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Who would have thought I would become such a busy individual? After traversing countless mountains and oceans, and flying for 2 hours through both ravaged and pristine cities, Sun Wukong finally located the small village where the androids number 17 and number 18 were said to reside, as informed by the resistance. This secluded village was nestled amidst picturesque mountains, its environment relatively pleasant. Above the village, a small river cascaded down from the heights, its crystal-clear waters nurturing generations of villagers. The river wound its way through the village, flowing into the distance, endowing it with abundant, pristine water, a veritable paradise. At that moment, fishermen were casting their nets by the riverbank, while farmers toiled in the fields, and children tended to sheep on the hills. Thin wisps of smoke began to rise from the chimneys of scattered houses, indicating that preparations for dinner were underway. This enchanting scene left Sun Wukong somewhat perplexed. Could it be that the androids truly resided in this idyllic village? Chapter 23, Androids number 17 and no. 18, Part 1. How delightful. It is indeed a paradise. Sun Wukong, feeling a twinge of reluctance to disturb the picturesque scene before him, found a soft patch of grass beside the village. He sat down and then reclined, his gaze directed towards the sky, mesmerized by the afterglow of the setting sun. Lost in thought, he reminisced about his past life, recalling moments from his childhood spent herding cattle in his hometown, and the night spent gazing at the starry sky from the school football field. Wasn't the scene before him reminiscent of those times? Meanwhile, two villagers engaged in cheerful conversation as they fished. A dark-skinned youth named Wucha pulled up the fishing net cast earlier in the day, revealing a bounty of plump river fish thrashing about, splashing water in every direction. His face broke into a broad smile that nearly reached his ears. Beside him, a lighter-skinned youth rolled up his pant legs and waded into the water to assist him, exclaiming, "Wucha, today's catch is impressive. I see 2 tender catfish in there. You're in for a treat tonight." Wucha chuckled, "Indeed. Why don't you come over to my house tonight for a few drinks?" The lighter-skinned youth replied, "Are we keeping those catfish?" "I'd best come then, haha." Wucha shook his head. "No need to pine for those catfish. They're for someone else. We'll feast on these lovely fat fish instead. They LL suffice for our meal." The youth inquired, "Fair enough, but who are you giving those catfish to?" At the mention of a name, Wucha's dark face suddenly flushed with heat, a hint of bashfulness creeping in as he replied, "For Latsili. You see, the siblings look so pale. They must not be well. I thought I'd bring them a couple of fish to help nourish them." The youth laughed. "I suspect you've taken a liking to Latsili. But just look at her. She resembles a fairy. Do you really think someone like her could fancy us? I advise you to abandon such hopes." Wucha scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. "I'm just lending a hand, not thinking too much into it, haha." The youth queried, "What is the story with Latsili and her brother? How did they end up in our village? Their attire suggests they're from the city. I wonder how they came to stay with Grandma Will." She is kind, and with her children gone, she took them in. But it's been half a month. And they show no signs of leaving. Wu Cha responded, why concern ourselves with matters beyond our control? I heard Lot Li paid Grandma Wu for their stay. The youth countered, what good is money? I've heard that the cities outside have been ravaged by artificial beings. Even those with wealth are unable to spend it. Look at our village. We're without power, unable to watch television. Wu Cha pondered, could it be that the siblings escaped from those artificial beings? Perhaps their family was slain. The youth nodded, finding Wu Cha's conjecture plausible. Yes, that is a possibility. Wu Cha gathered the fishing net, placing the caught fish into a bucket before lifting it. I'm heading home now. Remember to drop by for a few drinks tonight. Absolutely, no problem at all. The youth laughed in response. With the bucket of fish in hand and the net and fishing rod slung over his shoulder, Wu Cha ambled cheerfully towards the village, humming a light-hearted tune. La 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 la, la 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 la, halulu, halulu, how are you halulu? What was that? Who was singing? As Sun Wukong opened his eyes, he noticed a young man approaching in the distance, carrying something. Should I engage him in a mountain song? As Sun Wukong pondered, he suddenly realized the atmosphere felt entirely amiss. What was he thinking? Had his mind turned to iron? Hey, young man. What are you doing lying here? He called out upon spotting an unfamiliar figure sprawled on the lawn. Oh, you're not from our village? Upon noticing the stranger, Wu Cha paused his singing and raised his voice. Ahem, my good sir, your singing is truly delightful. I am but a traveler passing through your village. Might I inquire about some information? Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Wu Cha, unfazed by the encounter, responded with a grin, certainly. What would you like to know? Sun Wukong inquired, about half a month ago, did a boy and a girl visit your village? The girl had flowing golden locks, while the boy sported long black hair. The girl resembled a celestial being. Wu Cha responded, oh, do you know Lot Li? Are you a relative of hers? I can take you to find her. Wait. Lot Li? Something feels amiss. I believe number 18 is indeed called Lot Li, and number 17 is named. What was it again? But how do you know about them? Ah, yes, indeed. They were here, weren't they? Sun Wukong replied. Wu Cha confirmed, yes, they arrived here half a month ago. How wonderful. Lot Li finally has family seeking her. Come, I shall lead you to them, he continued with a demeanor of familiarity. Sun Gohan pondered for a moment and inquired. They did not cause you any harm? Harm? Why would they harm us? Replied Wu Cha. No, they seemed to be gravely injured when they arrived, Wu Cha continued. How peculiar. Allow me to take you to find them, Wu Cha offered, reaching out to pull Sun Gohan along. No need, my dear brother. I shall seek them out another day. By the way, I implore you not to mention to Lazili that someone has come looking for them, all right? Sun Gohan reflected before speaking. Currently, with the androids in the village, it is not suitable for direct confrontation. Otherwise, this idyllic haven will be destroyed, and countless villagers will meet untimely deaths. Why? Wu Cha queried. Bewildered. What sense is there in discovering lost kin without acknowledging them? Sun Wukong chuckled. Brother, to be frank, Lot Li is my childhood friend with whom I grew up. I wish to prepare a surprise for her. Childhood friend, you say? It appears you are on a quest for a romantic partner. Wu Cha suddenly felt less inclined to sing. All right, I understand, Wu Cha replied. Please, I beg of you, Sun Wukong said, joining his hands in prayer. Farewell. Wu Cha said, feeling somewhat despondent as he walked away, secretly thinking, if you don't want me to tell her, then I shall certainly inform her. Sun Wufan observed Wu Cha as he walked away, contemplating his next move. He decided to change his location, as the previous patch of grass was too conspicuous, drawing the attention of passers-by. He sought a more secluded spot to discreetly monitor the two androids and planned to intercept them as soon as they departed from the village. Meanwhile, Wu Cha returned home. After placing the fishing net and water bucket aside, he threaded the mouths of two catfish with a string and carried them in his hand towards Grandma Wu's house. It was not far from his own. A brief walk of 4 or 5 minutes brought him there. Upon entering the yard, he spotted Lot Li by the faucet, scrubbing potatoes, evidently preparing dinner. Grandma Wu sat at the door, and as soon as the door swung open, she beamed and greeted him. Wu Cha, what brings you here? Wu Cha glanced at Lot Li and responded with a smile. Grandma Wu, I've come to deliver 2 catfish. Earlier, while I was gathering the nets with Rooter, we caught these 2 plump fish. I thought they would be beneficial for Lot Li's health. Oh, is that so? Well, Lot Li is right there. You can simply hand them to her, Grandma Wu chuckled. Wu Cha approached and handed the catfish to Lot Li. She lifted her gaze, examined the fish in his hands, and eventually said, thank you, just a moment, I'll fetch the money. She accepted the catfish and placed them in a nearby basin before shaking off the water from her hands, preparing to return indoors for the payment. No, it's unnecessary. You don't need to pay, Wu Cha quickly interjected. That's not an option, Lot Li replied resolutely, disregarding his refusal as she headed inside for the money. 17 was at home, carving something with a small knife. Upon seeing 18 enter, he looked up and asked, Sister, what's up? Lot Li smiled and replied, I bought 2 catfish, I'm getting the money. After retrieving the cash, Lot Li stepped out and forcefully pressed 200 yuan notes into Wu Cha's hand before turning back to wash the potatoes. Lot Li, how can I accept money for this? I came to deliver the fish, Wu Cha exclaimed, flustered, as he felt that accepting payment would imply he was selling fish. 17 emerged from the house, his complexion appearing paler than before. He chuckled and said, "Ucha, my sister isn't easy to pursue. You think a few fish will win her over?" Haha. Ucha rubbed his hands together, stamping his feet in agitation, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Who said I was trying to pursue your sister? I merely wish to provide her with some nourishment. I am well aware that she already has a boyfriend. I saw him just moments ago. 18 and 17 were momentarily taken aback, then simultaneously turned to Ucha, inquiring with astonishment, "What did you say? A boyfriend?" Ucha wiped the sweat from his brow and explained. "Yes, I saw him at the village entrance. He mentioned wanting to surprise you, instructing me not to reveal it. He should return tomorrow, and you'll see him then." Lotsili furrowed her brow and asked, "What does he look like?" Ucha pondered for a moment before describing. He is a young man with black hair. Likely around 16 or 17, with fair skin, dressed in a dark brown outfit. He has short hair and is quite handsome. Ucha, having gauged Sun Wukong's height and demeanor, naturally assumed him to be roughly that age, believing Lotsili to be of a similar age as well. Lotsili inquired, "Did he happen to wear a beautiful bracelet?" Ucha thought for a moment and affirmed, Yes. He wore a particularly striking bracelet on his right hand." 17 and 18 exchanged glances, each recognizing the alarm reflected in the other's eyes. Based on Ucha's description, it was highly likely that this individual was indeed Sun Wukong. In this world, there was no one else who would seek them out but him. What should they do now? Injured and significantly weakened, they were undoubtedly no match for Sun Wukong. Chapter 24. Android 17 and 18, Part 2. Android 18 recalled events from a fortnight ago. After an intense battle with Sun Wukong, Android 17, having endured severe injuries, was overwhelmed with frustration. In their rage, they wreaked havoc across multiple cities, claiming numerous lives. Upon regaining their composure, they meticulously analyzed Sun Wukong's power levels and concluded that he could easily defeat them in a one-on-one confrontation. This realization unsettled them, leading to a vow to maintain a lower profile. As long as Sun Wukong did not provoke them, they would refrain from causing trouble. They believed that as long as they remained together, Sun Wukong would not be able to single them out, thus they felt little fear, merely deciding to be more discreet. Subsequently, they resorted to stealing substantial amounts of food and cash, agreeing to momentarily cease their activities and lie low for a while to explore ways to enhance their strength. Given the complications of carrying a child, they decided to return to Dr. Bohr's laboratory for temporary refuge, hoping to investigate potential methods to boost their combat capabilities. After all their data was stored in Dr. Jero's lab, making Dr. Bohr's facility their first choice for a breakthrough. Upon arriving, they settled into Dr. Jero's laboratory and tirelessly combed through his documents in pursuit of ways to augment their abilities. However, after exhaustive searching, they found nothing of value aside from some blueprints of their own creation. It was not until nearly a week later that Android 17 discovered a hidden chamber deep within the lab. Inside was a functioning computer and a glass container housing a bizarre creature. He promptly summoned Android 18, who was holding the child, and the three of them entered the room, where the two adults began sifting through the contents. Suddenly, terror struck. The ominous chamber voraciously drained their energy and blood, while the creature within the glass screamed frantically, and colorful lights flickered ominously, instilling a profound sense of dread within them. Their bodies grew heavy and weak as they realized that the child was rapidly reduced to a mere mist of blood, with their own blood gushing forth, soon splattering the floor, walls, ceiling, computer, and glass container. Despair deepened as they were left bewildered by Dr. Jero's sinister machinations. They sensed something peculiar being siphoned from their bodies, and with the last remnants of their strength, they managed to escape the room, collapsing at the door. Hours later, the siblings gradually regained consciousness, and upon witnessing their surroundings, they were nearly paralyzed with fear. They reminisced about their childhood, recalling their parents and the malevolent Dr. Bora, who had abducted them and conducted horrific experiments, implanting strange chips within their bodies. During that dark period, countless comrades perished. Whether it was hundreds or thousands, they could not tell. Failed experiments ended in death, their remains treated as refuse, rumored to be repurposed into fertilizer by Dr. Jero. It was a chapter of life steeped in horror and darkness. Fortunately, amidst the thousands of experimental subjects, they had survived, emerging from the depths of despair. However, after their transformations, their memories began to blur and fade, gradually succumbing to the control of the implanted chips, leading them to destruction and slaughter. Their existence was reduced to madness, bloodlust, and ruthlessness. They became the artificial beings known as Android 17 and Android 18. Now, they recalled their names: the sister, Lazuli, the brother, Lapis. The dreadful room had not only drained most of their blood and power, but also the control chips governing their actions. Gazing at the blood-soaked chamber, they lacked the courage to turn back. Their strength was nearly depleted, rendering them incapable of destroying Dr. Jero's laboratory. The room was suffused with an eerie power and rules that suppressed them. Within its confines, they were mere prey. Yet stepping beyond its threshold ensured their safety, a perplexing enigma that left them pondering Dr. Jero's true intentions. After cleaning the blood from their bodies, the siblings assisted each other in leaving the terrifying laboratory. Eventually, they arrived at a small village, taking refuge in the home of Granny Wu. Having lost so much strength and blood, They required an extended period of rest, yet they possessed a perpetual energy source within them, fostering hope for a gradual return of their power. Indeed, their strength grew day by day, and the blood they had lost began to replenish. However, just as they started to regain their former selves, Sun Gohan unexpectedly appeared, although they had reverted to their personalities as ordinary beings. The haunting memories of their notorious past as androids 17 and 18 loomed over them. Sun Gohan harbored a deep-seated grudge against them. Lapis turned to his sister, speaking softly. "Sister, what should we do? If we confront Sun Gohan directly, we are doomed." Lazuli frowned, uncertain of their next steps. "Perhaps we should surrender and explain the truth?" suggested Lapis. Lazuli shook her head. "Do you honestly believe he would trust us? We have taken countless lives, including those of several of Sun Gohan's loved ones. If you were in his position, would you spare the androids?" Lapis replied, "Isn't there something called the Dragon Balls? We could wish for everyone to be revived." Lazuli countered. "The records state that the Dragon Balls are the work of a deity. Once the deity perishes, the Dragon Balls become inert, since the deity and Piccolo are one. By eliminating Piccolo, we effectively killed the deity, rendering the Dragon Balls unusable." Lapis sighed. "Have we not shot ourselves in the foot?" After contemplation, Lazuli made a decision. Mentioned that Sun Gohan would return tomorrow. "We must escape tonight while we still can." Lapis nodded in agreement. "Yes, let's leave quickly tonight." Resolute, the siblings prepared to depart under the cover of night. That evening, Lazuli maintained a composed demeanor while preparing dinner for herself, Lapis, and Granny Wu. Perhaps the last meal they would share together. As she stirred the rice in her bowl, thoughts of their impending departure and gratitude for Granny Wu's care over the past fortnight overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "Dear, what troubles you?" Granny Wu inquired. Upon witnessing Lazuli's tears, Granny Wu inquired, "My dear, thank you for your hospitality over the past fortnight. We have decided to depart this evening." Wiping her tears away, Lazuli quickly regained her composure and replied to Granny Wu, "Are you in such a hurry? Is it because of what Ucha mentioned earlier about your boyfriend coming to find you?" Granny Wu asked. Lazuli nodded and said, "Indeed, we must leave shortly. Please keep these items." Saying this, Lazuli produced a substantial amount of provisions from her pack, along with a sum of cash and a gold bar. She was somewhat of a money enthusiast, a trait that remained unchanged even after her transformation into a humanoid. During that time, she had amassed quite a collection of notes and gold. Initially, she intended to offer more, but fearing Granny Wu's astonishment, she opted to present only a single gold bar. "What are you doing? Granny Wu did not take you in for any form of repayment," she remarked. Lazuli, with unwavering determination, insisted, "Granny, please accept this. These are merely material possessions, and I have plenty." Lapis interjected, "Sister, are you serious about considering them mere possessions?" Granny Wu responded, "Very well, I shall keep the provisions. But I truly cannot accept the money and gold." Lazuli, undeterred, placed the cash and gold bar on the table, then took Lapis by the hand, urging, "Let us go." Lapis, taken aback, asked, "Sister, are we leaving now? Shouldn't we wait a little longer?" Lazuli pulled Lapis along, disregarding Granny Wu's pleas to stay. "We cannot linger here, it is too perilous. The sooner we leave, the better." Yet, uncertainty loomed over whether Sun Wukong lay in wait among the grass, anticipating their departure. However, if they did not leave immediately, the risk of Sun Wukong coming directly to find them would render any chance of escape non-existent. Thus, they resolved to take a gamble, stealthily slipping away from the village under the veil of night, hoping to evade detection. The duo treaded quietly along a narrow path, crouching low as they navigated through the darkness, planning to travel to a secluded area before taking flight to avoid drawing attention. If they were discovered, it would spell disaster. Lapis, grasping his sister's hand, sensed her anxiety as her palms were clammy with sweat. At that moment, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Realizing that Sun Wukong must have felt similarly while evading them, the roles had simply reversed. The hunter had become the hunted, while the former prey now found themselves in the role of the pursuer. Both siblings refrained from speaking, fearful that even a whisper might betray their presence. Reminiscent of their childhood games of hide and seek. Chapter 25, The Final Showdown. Naturally, Sun Wukong had no intention of leaving the village today, only to return tomorrow. His conversation with Ucha was not entirely devoid of purpose. Should Ucha refrain from divulging his circumstances to the androids, and if the androids exhibited no further actions, he would not mind continuing to wait patiently. However, if Ucha were to disclose his information, the androids, in a state of injury, might seize the opportunity to flee. Although he had implored Ucha to keep his information confidential, some individuals possess a rather loose tongue, especially when entrusted with secrets. The more one is urged to remain silent, the more the urge to speak intensifies. Additionally, there exists the possibility that following Ucha's revelation, the androids might not escape but rather confront him head-on. Nonetheless, this scenario seems unlikely, as the androids, having sustained injuries, would likely not act foolishly. Ucha's account corroborated the suspicion that the androids had indeed suffered significant harm, most likely incurred within Dr. Jero's laboratory. Having endured such dire circumstances himself, it stands to reason that these two androids would not have emerged unscathed, as evidenced by the dried blood that adorned the room. Lacking the miraculous senzu beans that he possessed, their injuries would require time to heal. He found himself perplexed as to why the androids chose to recuperate here, coexisting peacefully with the villagers. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of their cunning nature. As darkness enveloped the land, Sun Wukong still sensed no disturbances, though his stomach, rather inconveniently, began to express its hunger. Sun Wukong recalled that he still had some provisions in his pack, so he unearthed a packet of biscuits and began to consume them slowly. All the while fixated on the village from atop the hill, unwilling to allow any lapse in vigilance. Concurrently, he engaged in telepathic communication with Bulma, seeking to ascertain some information. In his heart, Sun Wukong pondered, "And Bulma, how is everything? Have you finished assembling the computer? Have you discovered anything?" Bulma replied, "With so many computers to assemble, it has consumed a considerable amount of my time. I am currently sifting through data on an empty stomach. Your mother has already gone to prepare dinner. By the way, you didn't take the Dragon Ball radar. Remember to bring it back with you next time," Sun Gohan remarked. "Indeed, I almost forgot to bring the Dragon radar. I appreciate Aunt Bulma's reminder." Bulma inquired, "By the way, Gohan, what is the situation on your end? Have you managed to locate the androids?" Sun Gohan remarked, "Indeed, I have pinpointed the location of the androids. However, they are currently mingling among the ordinary villagers, rendering it impossible for me to act directly. I am now awaiting an opportunity for them to be isolated or to venture out. As far as my knowledge extends, the androids currently bear injuries, which greatly advantages my position." Bulma inquired, "What is the situation? Is there anyone besides you capable of inflicting harm upon them?" Sun Gohan remarked, "I am not entirely acquainted with the particulars, yet I surmise that their injuries are likely linked to Dr. Gero's laboratory. Hence, I requested you to scrutinize the surveillance footage for any anomalies or peculiar individuals." At that moment, within Sun Gohan's perception, he discerned two figures gradually ascending into the sky behind the village, slowly taking flight. Has the moment finally arrived for them to reveal themselves? A surge of delight welled up within Sun Gohan. Gohan turned to Bulma and said, "And Bulma, I must pause our conversation for now. I suspect that the androids have emerged. I shall venture forth to investigate." "Very well, do exercise caution," Bulma replied. Sun Gohan immediately ascended into the air, concealing his presence and aura, stealthily trailing behind. The two figures ahead moved cautiously and at a slow pace, unaware that a pursuer had already detected them. Gradually, they ventured beyond the village's boundaries, and after crossing two towering mountains, Lazuli finally exhaled in relief, realizing that Sun Gohan had not kept his sights on the village. They had successfully escaped. The two hastened their pace, eager to distance themselves from the area and find a secluded place to start anew, wishing to sever all ties with their past. At that moment, an unexpected movement behind them caught Lazuli and Lapis by surprise, plunging their spirits into despair. Unbeknownst to them, someone had been trailing them, drawing closer until they could distinctly make out the figure. It was Sun Gohan who had caught up. Cursed be it, they had ultimately been discovered. "Fly with all your might quickly," Lazuli exclaimed, hastening her speed to its maximum, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye. Yet, Sun Gohan's velocity surged as well. Golden flames erupted from his body, and he swiftly positioned himself in front of them, blocking their escape. "Where do you think you are going? Not even a thought to meet an old friend?" Sun Gohan inquired, gazing at the two beings before him. "What do you want?" Lazuli halted midair, her eyes fixed on Sun Gohan, brimming with vigilance. "How dare you ask what I desire? What do you think? You've taken so many of my friends' lives, and now you question my intentions? I understand you are wounded, but I will show no mercy. Brace yourselves," Sun Gohan declared fiercely. Lapis stepped protectively in front of his sister, attempting to clarify. "Sun Gohan, it's not as you believe." Lazuli interrupted her brother, pulling him back gently and whispering, "Say no more. Let us fight. If we are defeated, then end us." With that, Lazuli assumed a defensive stance. "Brother, what else do you wish to say?" She glared at Lapis, silencing him. "Good, let us make this straightforward. It will not be I who bullies you this time. Come at me together." Sun Gohan chuckled heartily, his aura swelling as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, fixating on the duo as he prepared to launch his assault. Two energy blasts coalesced in his hands and were hurled at them, followed by a flurry of attacks akin to a tempest. At this juncture, the siblings knew they could not remain passive. They swiftly evaded Sun Gohan's energy blasts, steeling themselves to confront the advancing foe. Sun Gohan's hands trembled, accompanied by flashes of lightning as his fist transformed into a flurry of shadowy strikes, relentlessly pummeling the androids with thunderous roars. The two androids raised their arms above their heads, helplessly activating their shields, while the rain of punches battered against the protective barrier. It was dire. Sun Gohan's strength had evidently surged once more, and this shield would scarcely endure a few seconds longer, much to Lazuli's astonishment. In truth, both combatants had nearly restored their powers, yet as they faced Sun Gohan's tempestuous onslaught, they found themselves relegated to a state of futile defense, unable to seize any opportunity for a counterattack, and the shield was on the verge of shattering. As anticipated, beneath the myriad of fists, the barrier crumbled after merely 2 or 3 seconds, shattering like glass under the relentless assault, and the fists subsequently rained down upon them. Blood surged forth, and both warriors let out a cry, spewing crimson as they plummeted from the sky, crashing into the mountainside, which immediately fractured, sending debris flying. Your strength has diminished significantly, hasn't it? Your injuries still linger? Sun Gohan called out from the air. At that moment, the fractured ground erupted with fierce winds, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts that soared skyward, densely converging upon Sun Gohan. With boundless energy and stamina at their disposal, the androids executed their strategy with fervor, employing the true prince's combat style. Yet, how could such an assault pose any threat to the current Sun Gohan? With hands moving like lightning, he deflected the energy blasts with ease, while his feet swept them higher into the sky, where they detonated like fireworks, the sound echoing for hundreds of kilometers. The clouds above were shattered, creating a massive breach in the atmosphere, while fierce winds howled and the residual shockwaves formed typhoon-like vortices. Occasionally, some stray energy blasts failed to reach the heavens, plummeting into the valleys below, where they erupted with thunderous roars, causing the very earth to tremble and triggering catastrophic tremors in numerous locations. In West City, the aftershocks reached, causing the ground to sway. Inside Bulma's home, chaos ensued. Kiki nearly stumbled to the ground, flustered as she exclaimed, "Bulma, why is there suddenly an earthquake?" At that moment, Bulma cradled Trunks protectively, replying, "I think it might be due to Gohan's battle with the androids." East City bore the brunt of the tremors even more severely, being much closer to the battlefield. At the headquarters of the Resistance, General Kid stood in shock on the observation deck, gazing toward the epicenter of the quake, which precisely aligned with the hidden location of the androids. Piecing together the clues, he began to surmise the unfolding situation. In the midst of a fierce confrontation with the androids, Sun Gohan found himself embroiled in a battle that unleashed a cataclysmic tremor. The sheer magnitude of their clash was akin to the devastation wrought by a nuclear explosion. The shockwaves reverberated even from a great distance, leaving one to ponder the horrifying spectacle at the epicenter of this conflict. At the horizon, a brilliant light erupted, remnants of the explosion illuminating the sky. "What is that?" Dilly pointed upwards. The onlookers gazed skyward, where they beheld a series of colossal explosions, reminiscent of fireworks, blossoming in the stratosphere, forming a vast vortex of energy that enveloped the land beneath. Was this the aftermath of their battle? The group turned pale, rendered utterly confounded by the sight. Acutely aware of their insignificance, dwarfed even by ants, widespread tremors gripped the region. Karen Tower, the Heavenly Palace, the southern capital, and the northern capital were all affected to varying degrees. With a thunderous roar, Sun Gohan unleashed the Kamehameha wave. A colossal column of energy surged forth, crackling with electricity from the heavens. It consumed the ki blasts erupting from the ground, compressing space itself as it barreled towards the two combatants relentlessly firing energy blasts. Should this energy wave strike the Earth head-on, it would undoubtedly lead to the planet's instantaneous disintegration, erupting into a stunning display of cosmic fireworks within the galaxy. Is he out of his mind? Lazuli gasped in disbelief. "Sister, we must flee. It will be too late if we don't," Lapis urged, grasping his sister's hand firmly as they bolted away from the impending doom of the devastating energy wave. As the Kamehameha wave was poised for a catastrophic encounter with Earth, Sun Gohan deftly redirected the energy, sending it spiraling away from Lazuli and Lapis, resembling a colossal serpent of electricity, intent on engulfing the androids without remorse. Realizing the peril, Lapis felt a surge of dread. If the wave struck them, it would spell their demise. "Sister, run," he implored, shoving his sister aside as he faced the oncoming energy wave. Flames ignited from his right hand as he concentrated all his strength into a single punch aimed at the force of the wave. With a resounding explosion, his fist collided with the energy wave, causing a slight deviation in its trajectory before it roared into the depths of outer space. Moments later, the wave erupted in the cosmos, illuminating the Earth as if it were midday, despite it being the dead of night. As the blinding light gradually faded, Lapis vanished from sight, seemingly obliterated by the wave upon direct impact. Lazuli stood in stunned silence, her spirit utterly crushed. Chapter 26, Self-Destruction. Number 17 is dead? Sun Gohan exclaimed in shock, yet there was no sign of him to be found, suggesting that he had indeed perished in the recent onslaught of the Kamehameha wave. As Sun Wukong descended to the ground, a powerful gust of wind surged forth from his palm, carrying with it a whirlwind of dust that hurtled toward Android 18. Stripped of her fighting spirit, she exhibited no desire to resist, and was directly struck by the force of the wind, sent flying like a fragile leaf. While blood erupted from her mouth, she landed amidst the debris, her body coated in dust and fine sand, her once resplendent visage marred by the grime of battle. Coughing as she inhaled, she was immediately choked by the dust-laden air, yet she struggled to rise once more. Sun Wukong frowned in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this woman would show such a lack of resistance. The casual strike he had just delivered had gone unavoided, or perhaps she was scheming something. "I shall not torment you any further. I will grant you a swift end. If you do not evade this blow, it will cost you your life." He mused inwardly as he began to gather energy in his palm, forming a powerful energy wave. At that moment, a gentle breeze stirred behind him, and a figure emerged from the dust, leaping forth to cling tightly to Sun Wukong. Their legs wrapped around his waist, the left arm securing his neck, while the right arm— no, it was a gruesome sight, as the right arm had been severed at the shoulder, leaving a bloody mess. It was the battered and bruised number 17, who had lost his right arm. You? Sun Wukong gasped in shock, not expecting number 17 to have survived. Launching a surprise attack from the dust, Sun Gohan was instantly consumed by rage, wishing to shake off the relentless embrace of Android 17. Yet, despite the force exerted, 17 was only driven to cough up blood, staining Gohan's shoulder, yet he clung on tightly, refusing to be dislodged. Sister, run. Survive. 17 bellowed, his voice reverberating in Gohan's ears like a thunderous echo. Lapis. Android 18 stood frozen, her expression a mixture of shock and palpable fear as she witnessed the scene unfold before her. Is he going to self-destruct? She sensed the device on 17 beginning to disintegrate. No. 18 screamed in desperation, her voice hoarse. Please, no. Her words dwindled to a whisper, almost a sob, as she implored the universe to spare them. Survive. Run. 17 shouted once more, the countdown to his detonation already initiated within him. Only 2 seconds remaining. You. Release Sun Gohan. In a fit of fury, he delivered an elbow strike to 17's abdomen, inadvertently triggering the device within. Boom. The explosion erupted with a cataclysmic roar, blinding light engulfing the surroundings, shaking the very fabric of the earth. All that remained was a blinding white glare, as everything nearby was obliterated. Consumed by the shockwave of the blast, the sound of destruction resonating endlessly. In that moment of the explosion, Gohan could only forcefully activate the Kaioken, striving to escape the epicenter of the chaos. However, a searing pain shot through his back, and he was ultimately caught in the blast, spitting out blood as he was hurled into the sky, landing several miles away. Coughing, he expelled another mouthful of blood, gingerly probing his back, where an intense pain radiated. Gasping in shock, he could only imagine the gruesome state of his injuries. Fortunately, he checked the satchel resting against his chest and found it intact. Had the explosion occurred there, both his belongings and his life would have been gravely compromised. Grateful for his fortune, he consumed a Senza bean and immediately soared back to the site of the explosion. A vast crater, dozens of miles wide, marred the landscape, with surrounding waters cascading into it, producing a cacophony of rushing water. The scene was chaotic, dust continued to rain down from the sky. Yet 18's presence was nowhere to be found. Uncertainty loomed over whether she had escaped or been reduced to mere ashes in the conflagration. In this fierce battle, Gohan recognized the multitude of mistakes he had made, revealing his many shortcomings. It was a harsh lesson learned from his inexperience. He understood now that his journey was far from over. He had much ground to cover. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, let out a bitter smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration from the battle. It seemed as though he were the ultimate antagonist, with 2 protagonists valiantly fighting, even sacrificing themselves to protect the Earth. Yet they ultimately failed to vanquish him, the great demon. He attempted to communicate telepathically with Android 18, but received no response, ultimately conceding defeat. If you are dead, then so be it. However, if you are alive, it would be wise to behave, lest you find yourself utterly obliterated next time. Gohan concentrated his energy, unleashing a powerful roar that reverberated throughout the realm. He intended to depart from Earth for a while, and should 18 still be alive, it was imperative to instill some fear in her, to prevent her from resurfacing once her injuries had healed. Subsequently, Gohan ventured to a small village, only to find it tragically ravaged by the conflict, reduced to mere ruins. He pondered what wish could possibly revive its inhabitants, those slain by the androids or perhaps by his own hand. The thought left a bitter taste in his heart. Suddenly, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. It had been merely a day since his return from the afterlife, yet so much had transpired. It was time to return home, he mused. With that, he soared towards West City, the brisk wind chilling him to the bone. After an hour of flight, Gohan arrived at Bulma's residence. Upon entering, he discovered that Bulma and Chi-Chi had prepared dinner, and the briefs couple was gathered on the sofa, seemingly awaiting his return for the meal. A smile graced his lips. This was the essence of home. Gohan, wash your hands. Dinner is ready, Chi-Chi called. Yes, he nodded, swiftly making his way to the washroom. After dining, he indulged in a hot shower, then was assigned a room adjacent to Trunks by Bulma. Exhausted, he collapsed into bed and fell into a deep slumber. He slept soundly until midday the following day, awakening with an insatiable hunger, as if he could devour an entire cow. Quietly, he slipped out, venturing into the woods to hunt a purplish wild boar. After skinning and gutting it, he thoroughly cleaned the meat with fresh water. Gohan then secured 2 sturdy wooden stakes into the ground, fastening the stainless steel framework to the entire boar, and positioned it between the stakes. He ignited a fire in the center, roasting the boar in the backyard of the Capsule Corporation. Bulma was both amused and exasperated by Gohan's culinary antics, admonishing him not to fill the yard with smoke and soot. Sun Wukong laughed heartily in response. Haha, Bulma, you all have moved into the basement. The yard has long fallen into disrepair, with clutter strewn haphazardly. Just look at that stone table and the stone bench, both of which are cracked. You cannot hold me accountable for this. Bulma retorted, speaking of those cracks, weren't they just fractured last night? Isn't that due to your actions? In a moment of resignation, Sun Wukong acknowledged, all right, it was indeed my doing. I shall assist you in tidying the courtyard shortly. Ah, Aunt Bulma, do you have any seasonings? We could use some to enhance the flavor of the barbecue. With a smile, Bulma replied, Indeed, I do. Upon noticing your grilling, Chi-Chi has already gone to fetch the seasonings. Just wait a moment. Speaking of Chi-Chi, she soon arrived, carrying a plethora of spices, which she handed to Sun Wukong before setting about gathering dry twigs to stoke the fire. Sun Gohan skillfully wielded his energy to swiftly sear the wild boar, which would typically require 1 to 2 hours of roasting, achieving a perfectly golden brown exterior in less than half an hour, exuding a tantalizing aroma and glistening with savory juices. Meanwhile, the others gathered tables and chairs, bringing forth an array of beverages and snacks to adorn the surface, instantly evoking the delightful ambience of an outdoor feast. Sun Gohan took a slender, sharp knife and sliced a piece of tender meat from the hind leg, placing it into Chi-Chi's bowl. He then cut a portion for Bulma and the brief couple as well, before indulging himself with an entire hind leg, savoring it with unabashed delight, his mouth glistening with juices. His solitary dining manner stood in stark contrast to the others at the table. As they observed Sun Gohan devouring his meal with such fervor, they couldn't help but chuckle softly. Between bites, Sun Gohan recounted the events of the previous night's battle, ultimately revealing that Android 17 had perished, while the fate of Android 18 remained uncertain, her whereabouts unknown. Sun Wukong remarked, Mother, one of the androids has perished, yet another remains unaccounted for. For the time being, it would be prudent for you to stay with Aunt Bulma and the others in this underground shelter. I shall embark on a quest to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls. If fortune favors us, I shall return swiftly, and in due course, everyone will be resurrected. Chi-Chi nodded in agreement and replied, All right. Sun Wukong turned to Bulma and said, Aunt Bulma, please expedite the inspection of the surveillance footage. And do not forget to give me the Dragon Ball radar. I intend to set off for Namek tomorrow. Bulma nodded and replied, All right. I will retrieve it for you right away. With that, she returned to the basement and brought back the Dragon Ball radar, handing it to Sun Wukong, who promptly placed the device into his satchel. Sun Gohan remarked, I shall be visiting the Resistance headquarters shortly, so please do not wait for me for dinner. A wild boar was swiftly consumed during their conversation, though in reality, 2/3 of it had found its way into Sun Gohan's stomach. The appetite of a Saiyan is indeed legendary, likely due to the immense energy they expend daily, necessitating a corresponding increase in sustenance. Once satiated, Sun Gohan assisted Bulma in tidying the disordered courtyard, straightening various objects that had been haphazardly placed and discarding shattered stones, for he alone was capable of such arduous labor in their household. After ensuring everything was in order, Sun Gohan took to the skies and flew to the Resistance headquarters. Upon his arrival, General Kid was overwhelmingly excited, nearly clinging to Sun Gohan's leg, captivated by the extraordinary abilities displayed during the previous night's battle. The general recognized that this young man possessed powers akin to those of a deity and was determined not to show any sign of negligence. In fact, he sought to forge a strong bond with him. General Kid, please, there is no need for such deference. I feel quite uncomfortable, Sun Gohan said with a wry smile, as he noticed the elderly general, whose beard had turned white, attempting to offer him a shoulder massage. Sun Gohan quickly gestured to halt the gesture. Haha, not at all. It is only fitting to serve a hero of humanity, General Kid responded, unfazed, chuckling heartily. Chapter 27 concludes, heralding a new beginning. Sun Gohan recounted the events of the previous night to General Kid, summarizing that Android 17 was confirmed dead, while Android 18 was presumed dead, though no body had been found. As General Kid listened, he seemed inclined to give Gohan a shoulder massage. Wait please, before you proceed. I have an important matter to discuss with you, Gohan said earnestly, observing the general's cheerful demeanor. I will be leaving Earth for a period of time. Leaving Earth? General Kid was taken aback. Is it possible for humanity to venture into outer space now? However, contemplating Gohan's extraordinary nature, he soon accepted the notion. Indeed. Due to certain exceptional circumstances, I must depart from Earth for a while. If all goes well, those who were slain by the androids shall be resurrected, Gohan explained. Resurrected? General Kid was perplexed. He found that while he comprehended each word Gohan uttered, the entire message eluded him. Precisely. I need to journey into outer space to seek a method for resurrecting the victims. It may take several months at most, or just a few weeks at the least. During my absence, I kindly ask you to keep a vigilant watch for any movements from the androids, as I am currently unable to ascertain whether the female android is truly deceased, Gohan continued. At that moment, General Kid abruptly rose, approached Gohan, and bowed deeply before him. With utmost sincerity, he expressed, Mr. Sun, on behalf of all humanity, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for your intervention in defeating the androids. You also mentioned seeking a way to resurrect the innocent lives lost, and I sincerely thank you for that. Sun Wukong swiftly sidestepped, declining the gesture of respect, and then remarked, General Kid, there is no need for such formality. General Kid pondered for a moment before responding. Mr. Sun, would you be inclined to accompany me to meet His Majesty the King? I have yet to report the reward I promised you yesterday to His Majesty. Is it convenient for you? Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong simply shook his head and replied, "No need, General Kid. At this moment, I am preoccupied with pressing matters. We can discuss the rewards another time." Sun Wukong is hardly a saint. He cannot simply disregard the wealth that has come into his possession. With this newfound fortune, his mother shall no longer endure such hardship, and their lives will undoubtedly become much more comfortable. Nevertheless, he has no intention of seeking an audience with His Majesty the King, as his affairs are already quite numerous, and he wishes to avoid any further complications. Thus, he did not linger long at the rebel headquarters before departing, soaring towards the eastern capital to meet with Videl and Mr. Satan. After entertaining Videl for a while, he discreetly borrowed several tens of thousands from Mr. Satan, taking Videl out for a leisurely stroll. By the time Sun Wukong departed, Mr. Satan remained utterly bewildered. Was this young man truly here to borrow money from me? And he has taken my Videl with him? Gohan accompanied Biddy Lee, first purchasing 2 ice creams. "Here, your ice cream," he said. Biddy Lee joyfully accepted the treat and savored a delightful lick. Her father typically forbade her from indulging in such delights, yet she had a fondness for them, and the mere presence of this ice cream filled her with happiness. After finishing their ice creams, Gohan took Biddy Lee shopping for several outfits for himself. He had intended to buy her a few as well, but she adamantly refused. Ultimately, after much persuasion from Gohan, she reluctantly chose a delicate yellow long dress. When Gohan beheld Biddy Lee adorned in the dress, his eyes sparkled, and his mind was flooded with thoughts of her innate beauty, grace, and charm. An impulsive desire to purchase a sailor suit for her crossed his mind. But he ultimately dismissed this whimsical notion, reminding himself of his serious demeanor. After running his fingers through his disheveled hair, which he had neglected for some time, Gohan decided to get a haircut, emerging with a much more polished appearance. He also procured a substantial amount of food to prepare for their upcoming journey to Namek. Observing Gohan's numerous purchases, Biddy Lee curiously inquired, "Are you planning to embark on an adventure, Gohan?" Sun Wukong chuckled, "Indeed. What is it? Does Biddy Lee wish to accompany me?" Biddy Lee suddenly became anxious, feeling a bit embarrassed as she replied, "No, no such thing. I was merely inquiring." Son Gohan laughed heartily, ruffling Biddy Lee's hair as he chuckled, "Ha ha ha, but I cannot take you with me this time. I am headed to a distant place." He playfully tousled her hair again. Biddy Lee swatted his hand away, flustered and annoyed. "I told you, it's not funny. Ha ha ha, how irritating." After escorting Biddy Lee home, Son Gohan made another trip to Baozi Mountain, gathering Chi-Chi's change of clothes and a considerable amount of provisions. He also hunted 2 wild boars before returning to Bulma's residence. That evening, Gohan spent hours alongside Bulma fiddling with the computer, scrutinizing surveillance footage. However, the sheer volume of videos proved overwhelming, yielding no significant findings. The footage primarily depicted Dr. Gero's mundane activities, devoid of any unusual occurrences. The following day, with preparations complete, Son Gohan boarded the spaceship and pressed the launch button. Flames erupted from the ship's underside as it soared into the sky, breaching Earth's atmosphere. The destination was Namek, with an estimated arrival in 10 days. The spacecraft then entered its highest speed mode, and the voice announced, "The Master may commence rest. The journey will be reported upon arrival. Wish you a pleasant voyage." The ship expelled a plume of white flame, propelling itself into the vast cosmos, embarking on an unknown journey. Meanwhile, in the Amazon forest of Earth, a charming little deer trotted towards a nearby river, refreshed by the morning sun. It quenched its thirst with several sips of cool water before leisurely making its way to a patch of grass, eager to indulge in a delectable breakfast of tender, sweet-tasting grass that it had saved from the previous day. As it approached its chosen meal, it was startled to discover a human lying amongst the grass, seemingly gravely injured. The little deer hurried to the riverbank, took a mouthful of water, and dashed back to spray it onto the human's face. The injured person slowly opened her eyes, struggling to awaken. "Are you awake? Hurry and move away. I want to eat grass," the deer thought to itself, but upon seeing the blood pooling around the human, its appetite waned. The deer nudged the human gently. The woman, in immense pain, managed to look at the deer and slowly rose to a sitting position. Groaning from her injuries, she reached out to stroke the deer's head before staggering to the riverbank to drink deeply. "I survived, but my brother did not," she murmured softly, overwhelmed by grief. Chapter 28. The Cosmic Graveyard. This is a graveyard in the boundless expanse of space, where all the derelict spacecraft, artificial satellites, and space debris of the Milky Way have been abandoned, forming an immense electronic metal cemetery. The origins of this graveyard trace back millions of years, evolving and expanding over eons into the colossal expanse it is today. The remoteness and darkness of this place are so profound that there can be eons without any cosmic life passing through, rendering each day eerily silent. Occasionally, some electronics emit faint residual currents, crackling briefly before succumbing to silence once more. Year after year, the graveyard's area continues to broaden, resembling a miniature galaxy. Until one fateful day, a high-tech computer chip drifted into this desolate realm, heralding a change. This chip, charged with electricity, emitted a persistent crackling sound while making contact with various metals, voraciously consuming everything in its path, growing stronger and more formidable. After another 10 millennia, the chip had devoured all remnants of the graveyard, transforming into a colossal metallic planet that absorbed all available energy to evolve. In the void of the solar system, a fragment of flesh awakened with consciousness, seething with rage, bellowing in fury. Cursed scions! They have reduced me to this, merely a brain. I shall not accept this fate. After drifting in the void for over 2 years, a figure clad in black materialized. Do you desire revenge? Do you seek retribution? The voice resonated coldly through the emptiness. Yes, I crave vengeance. The brain thought frantically. Very well, I can grant you rebirth, but you must assist me with the task, the figure intoned. Its voice echoing as if traversing time and space. Agreed. I will comply with your request. The brain responded with resolve. The figure waved its hand, enveloping the brain and stepping forth, traversing the fabric of reality. In the next instant, ripples cascaded across the cosmic graveyard as the figure emerged, tossing the brain into the metallic planet. Instantly, the planet, now the size of Earth, radiated a brilliant white light, gradually contracting until it transformed into a humanoid form. A metallic being. The metallic being emitted a mechanical voice, laughing heartily. Haha, this power, this sensation, I am several times stronger than before. The being, once a formidable entity, would not easily submit to anyone. Its prior agreement with the figure was merely a tactical maneuver, now that it had regained corporeal form. Its first target would be the figure itself. Do you think I will obey you? I shall eliminate you first. The metallic being charged at the figure, its iron fists crackling with energy. The figure merely smirked, pointing a finger at the metallic being. Instantly, the being found itself immobilized, collapsing to its knees in the void. A torrent of fear surged within as it realized the figure's overwhelming power, capable of obliterating it with a mere gesture. 6 months hence, you will journey to Namek and eliminate a certain individual. Do not destroy their physical form. Bring them to me, the figure commanded, its tone devoid of elaboration. The name of the target eluded direct utterance, conveyed instead through thought, along with the coordinates to Namek. Understood, the metallic being acknowledged, but as it looked up, the figure had vanished without a trace. How fortuitous. I have heard from Frisia that Namek possesses mystical dragon balls that can grant a wish. This journey shall not be in vain, the metallic being mused, transforming once more into a metallic planet. On the 5th day aboard the diminutive spaceship, Sun Gohan found himself engulfed in boredom. He envied his father, Goku, who had spent the first 6 days on his journey to Namek training in the gravity chamber. That had been a truly blissful existence. Regrettably, that ship was no more, leaving him confined within this egg-like vessel, unable to move freely. No wonder the voice urged him to enter sleep mode. Remaining awake in such a state felt torturous. He plugged in his earphones to listen to music. But after a few minutes, he discarded them in frustration. The music from the Dragon Ball world was simply unappealing. Unable to endure it any longer, he pondered. How is my doppelganger faring? How goes the practice of instant transmission? Bored and restless, Sun Gohan found himself conversing with the spirit residing in his mind. Inquiring about his progress in mastering instant transmission. I still have no clue, he sighed. I have tried various methods, yet none have proved successful. I continue to experiment. The spirit's voice echoed in his thoughts. Alas, it seems I must pay a visit to Yardrat after my time on Namek, he lamented. Yardrat? Is that the planet where father learned instant transmission? The spirit asked with curiosity. Indeed, that is the very planet. It is said that beyond the technique of instant transmission, there are numerous wondrous secrets to be uncovered. Truly exciting, Gohan replied. You are quite knowledgeable, brother, the spirit praised. Huh, it's nothing really. You should continue your training for now. I will reach out to Bulma, Gohan said. The spirit replied obediently. Sun Wukong immediately contacted Bulma and bluntly inquired, Aunt Bulma, have there been any recent updates regarding Android 18? Furthermore, have there been any developments with the surveillance footage? On the other end, a slightly irritable voice of Bulma responded. Gohan, do you have any idea what time it is? Calling me at 3 or 4 in the morning. I was asleep. Do you expect me to function like this? 3 or 4 in the morning. Sun Gohan awkwardly explained. No, I apologize. All I see before me is the vast expanse of starry sky, making it impossible to distinguish between day and night. Bulma seemed to have fully regained her composure, as she sat up and remarked, still, there are no useful clues. However, Gohan, why don't you directly ask Lord Yama about Android 18's situation? Surely he could investigate and provide clarity. In that instant, Gohan realized, with a sense of dismay, how he had overlooked such a straightforward solution. He promptly slapped his thigh, awakening to this newfound insight. Son Gohan felt a surge of joy and promptly addressed Bulma, saying, Aunt Bulma, you should retire for the night. I would hate for you to awaken tomorrow with dark circles under your eyes. Farewell, little rascal. He then called upon King Yama, exclaiming, Lord King Yama, it is I, Son Gohan. Can you hear me? Please respond if you can hear me. Without delay. The ever-present King Yama replied, Gohan, what brings you here? I was just in the midst of revising the Book of Life and Death. Sun Wukong directly stated, I would like to request your assistance in investigating 2 individuals, namely androids 17 and 18. Their names may also appear in the Book of Life and Death as Lazili and Lapisai. Could you please check if either of them has reported to the underworld in recent days? The voice of King Yanlua responded, there is no need for further investigation. I have been particularly attentive to their information. Android 17 reported here a few days ago and has been dispatched to Hell, while Android 18 has not yet arrived, indicating that she is still alive in the mortal realm. Sun Wukong said, "Thank you, Lord Yama. Farewell." With that, he severed the telepathic connection. Sun Gohan pondered for a moment and murmured to himself, "Indeed, number 18 is still alive, though she must have sustained significant injuries. Her situation is compounded by her wounds, and she will likely require a prolonged period of recuperation. I hope she does not cause any disturbances before my return from Namek. Once I gather the Dragon Balls there, Uncle Piccolo and the others, including Vegeta, will be revived. At that point, I will not bear the burden alone. Their support will certainly provide me with peace of mind. However, I am truly at a loss regarding my father's situation. I may have to consult the Eternal Dragon for alternative means to revive him." Meanwhile, a calamity unfolded on the distant Namek. A colossal metallic planet descended from the heavens, transforming into the form of a giant octopus, firmly grasping the surface of Namek, causing it to lose half of its population and landmass. The sudden arrival of this metallic planet evoked memories of the disaster wrought by Frisia 3 years prior. But this time, the threat felt even more terrifying. This adversary had come bearing an entire planet. After the metallic sphere's arrival, the Namekians began to discover waves of robotic armies emerging on their planet, each armed with energy cannons. Even the most ordinary Namekian warriors would suffer severe injuries if struck by a single blast, instilling terror across the land. With the population of Namek already sparse, the casualties now amounted to half, plunging the remaining inhabitants into despair. At this moment, the newly appointed elder of Namek sheltered in a concealed cavern, his brow furrowed with worry. Beside him stood a few combat-ready Namekian warriors, a young Namekian child skilled in healing arts, and several elders. If Sun Gohan were present, he would recognize that the child was his new friend, Dandy, whom he had met during his last visit to Namek. The elder glanced at the few remaining individuals and, with a troubled expression, implored, "Let us share our thoughts. Is there any way to escape this calamity?" The square-faced warrior named Baron responded with a solemn tone. "Regardless of our fate, we shall never relinquish the Dragon Balls. Let them do as they will, these wretched robots can kill us." The elder shook his head, exasperated. "Baron, you remain as reckless as ever. We are here to discuss methods of refuge." Baron crossed his arms defiantly, choosing to remain silent. The elderly Mulan elder contemplated for a moment before speaking. "Elder, these robots are not only searching for the Dragon Balls, but they are also seeking a scion named Sun Gohan. Should we consider soliciting assistance from the scions on Earth? It was the scion named Goku who defeated Frisia last time. The Sun Gohan they seek must be Goku's child." Upon hearing Sun Gohan's name, Dandy interjected eagerly, "Elder Mulan, Sun Gohan is my friend. 3 years ago, he fought against Frisia, but he is still just a boy, like me, and may not be able to assist." The elder shook his head, responding, "Elder Mulan, you may not be aware, but 3 months ago, Earth also faced a great disaster. The warriors were decimated by monstrous foes, and even Goku has perished. Earth is likely in a situation akin to ours and cannot provide us with support." Upon hearing the elder's words, Elder Mulan, unwilling to yield, inquired, "But what of Sun Gohan? Is he still alive? It is clear these monsters are specifically searching for him." The elder, with a heavy heart, replied, "Elder Mulan, you heard Dandy's words. Sun Gohan is but a youth, akin in age to Dandy, and has shown kindness towards our people. If we are captured by these monsters, we must present a unified front and claim ignorance of Sun Gohan's existence. Do you all understand?" The elders and a few Namekian warriors nodded in agreement. Dandy looked up at the elder and softly asked, "Elder, could you share more about Gohan? You mentioned that Earth has faced a disaster. Is he safe?" The elder smiled faintly, placing a hand on Dandy's shoulder. "The information I received several months ago from Lord King Kai indicated that Earth was invaded by 2 fiends, and nearly all its warriors perished, leaving only Sun Gohan to flee. As for his current condition, I cannot say. It seems he is in grave peril." Dandy's expression fell, turning ashen at the elder's words. Chapter 29. Metal Cooler. At this moment on North Kai's planet, Goku was deep in contemplation regarding his training and invited Piccolo to spar. The sounds of their combat echoed through the air, prompting the trio of card players to feel embarrassed and join the training regimen. "Gohan, please revive these individuals quickly. My home cannot accommodate so many people, especially with the incessant noise and the rapid depletion of resources." Lord King Kai lamented as he drove his small red car around North Kai's planet. Observing the commotion, he mused, "Now, where's Gohan?" With a flick of his antennae, Lord King Kai sent out 2 beams of gray light into the cosmos, sensing the activity within the North Galaxy. Namek, Namek. "Oh, I found it." The North Kai's consciousness descended upon Namek. A gargantuan metallic mechanical octopus loomed over Namek, occupying a substantial portion of its surface area. "What is this?" North Kai exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he felt a sense of foreboding. At that moment, Goku leaned in curiously and asked, "Lord King Kai, what are you doing?" Lord King Kai sneezed, his antennae twitching as he stammered, "Gee Goku, do you remember the cooler you defeated years ago?" Sun Wukong raised his hand to tousle his hair, pondering for a long while. After all, such cerebral matters were not his forte. Eventually, he recalled and exclaimed, "Is it Frisia's brother?" The one who came to Earth over 2 years ago to avenge Frisia? I ultimately propelled him into the sun with my Kamehameha wave. Why do you bring him up? King Kai? King Kai trembled as he quickly responded, indeed, it's that very individual. However, he did not truly perish. His strength has, in fact, multiplied several times over. He is currently on Namek, in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. What? Sun Wukong exclaimed, nearly leaping from his spot. So what you are implying is, King Kai continued. At present, Gohan is unaware of this. He is en route to Namek and will arrive in 3 days. A sense of urgency washed over Sun Wukong as he expressed his concern for his son, hastily inquiring, do you believe that Gohan stands a chance against Gula at present? The North Kai, after a moment of contemplation, replied, it is difficult to ascertain. I have yet to witness Gula's full power in this moment, however. Gula currently possesses an almost limitless energy source, as an entire planet fuels his strength. In contrast, Gohan is attempting to contend with the energy of that entire planet single-handedly. Do you grasp my meaning? Wukong was left speechless, yearning to rush to Namek to assist Gohan. At that moment, Piccolo and the others gathered around, inquiring about the situation. Upon learning that Gohan was en route to Namek, they erupted with joy, but their elation quickly turned to dismay upon realizing that a formidable adversary awaited Gohan there. The abrupt shift in circumstances was almost overwhelming. Please, contact Gohan immediately and advise him against going, Piccolo urged, in comparison to the possibility of reviving them. Piccolo was far more concerned about Gohan facing peril alone on Namek. The others echoed his sentiments as Wukong anxiously paced the ground. I shall first reach out to Gohan. The decision to proceed should be his own, the North Kai declared. With a flick of his antenna, he promptly connected with Gohan, who was aboard a spacecraft contemplating how to master instant transmission. North Kai, what brings you to contact me? Are my father and the others still on North Kai's planet? Gohan inquired, intrigued by the sudden communication. Gohan, they remain there, but my reason for reaching out is of utmost importance. Namek is currently under attack by a villain, and the situation is dire. Your journey there could prove exceedingly perilous. Do you recall Gula? He is the one wreaking havoc on Namek at this very moment. Thus I strongly advise against your proceeding to Namek, the North Kai cautioned. Gula? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, pondering for a considerable time, until he finally unearthed memories of Cooler within his mind. This individual was the brother of Frisia, who had fervently ventured to Earth 2 years prior to exact vengeance for Frisia's downfall. In an unexpected turn of events, he was ultimately propelled towards the sun by a Kamehameha wave from Sun Wukong, and yet, to his astonishment, he had survived and was now vibrant and lively on Namek. Tragically, his father had succumbed to a heart condition following that great battle, leaving this world forever. Yet how had Cooler arrived on Namek? Ah, the Dragon Balls, he must have sought them out. It is likely that Cooler obtained information regarding the Namekian Dragon Balls from Frisia, prompting his journey to Namek. But from where did he acquire the coordinates for the new Namek, especially after its recent relocation? King Kai, I recall this individual now. Do you have any insight into his current strength? And has Namek already fallen? Has he gathered all the Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong inquired, bombarding King Kai with a series of questions. Wukong, Cooler's power is now exceedingly formidable. He has taken residence on a metallic planet, drawing from an inexhaustible source of energy, and his strength is likely several times that of 2 years ago. As for Namek, while the situation is dire, the Grand Elder and several key elders remain uncaptured. So the Dragon Balls have not yet been completely assembled, replied King Kai. That is reassuring, Sun Wukong sighed, patting his chest in relief. By the way, King Kai, could you kindly relay a message to the Grand Elder of Namek? They must find a way to endure for the final 3 days. In 3 days, I shall arrive on Namek, and it would be prudent for them to conceal one of the Dragon Balls to prevent Cooler from gathering all 7. If they are indeed captured, they should inform Cooler that the Dragon Balls will only activate if the Grand Elder is alive. He must not act recklessly. If he loses his life, it would truly be the end. Sun Wukong contemplated for a moment before hurriedly continuing, as long as the Grand Elder remains, there is still a chance for a turnaround. If even the Grand Elder falls, then all hope is lost, not only for Namek, but for the efforts I have made during this time, and the resurrection of the Z-Fighters would become a distant dream. The reason Son Gohan refrains from initiating contact is that he is unable to reach the Grand Elder. His telepathic abilities differ somewhat from those of King Kai. The latter possesses a divine enhancement, rendering his communication capabilities a flagship version, allowing him to converse freely with anyone. In contrast, Gohan's abilities are merely a simplified and diminished version, necessitating that he draws the other party into his own telepathic network to establish communication. This delineates the disparity. Very well. I comprehend now. I shall contact the Grand Elder shortly, King Kai nodded. The child, Sun Wukong, harbored no intention of abandoning the mission to Namek. Indeed, no persuasion was needed on his part. Hearing him speak thus brought a sense of comfort. King Kai, what did Wufan say? Son Goku inquired, noticing that King Kai seemed to have concluded his conversation. Goku, if it were you, would you also choose to go to Namek? King Kai responded with a smile, directing his gaze towards Son Goku without answering directly. Of course, Namek is in need of assistance, and I have my own compelling reasons to seek the Dragon Balls. Son Goku declared without hesitation. That's exactly right. Wufan feels the same, King Kai affirmed, attempting to pat Goku on the shoulder, but ultimately settling for a pat on Goku's thigh due to his own height disadvantage. Without further ado, King Kai promptly connected with the Grand Elder of Namek, recounting Wu Fan's urgent message. Upon learning of the impending assistance, the Grand Elder nodded repeatedly, overjoyed. After concluding his conversation with King Kai, he relayed this uplifting news to his fellow Namekians, instructing them to follow his earlier directives. Their first task was to bury the remaining Dragon Balls deep underground. He then advised the elders that if they were unfortunate enough to be captured by Cooler, they should deceitfully claim that the elders and the Dragon Balls were destined to perish together. If the elders died, the Dragon Balls would likewise lose their efficacy. Elder Mulin interjected, "Grand Elder, only you share this fate with the Dragon Balls, would we not be lying?" The Grand Elder, feeling somewhat helpless, thought to himself that the Namekians were too innocent and kind-hearted, unable to lie even in the face of their enemies. With a stoic expression, he replied, "Elder Mulin, not all lies are created equal. We ought not to deceive the virtuous, yet we may deceive the wicked. Consider this, by lying to the wicked, we cause them to be deceived and ultimately harmed. This is our form of resistance. We are defending our home, are we not?" The surrounding elders and warriors suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, nodding in agreement. "Understood, Grand Elder. We shall lie with all our might." They clenched their fists and raised their hands in a gesture of self-encouragement. "Excellent," the Grand Elder exclaimed, feeling gratified. "Grand Elder, you mean Wu Fan will come to aid us?" Dandy, who had been patiently waiting, finally asked excitedly. "Indeed, King Kai just said that Wu Fan will arrive on our planet in 3 days." The Grand Elder confirmed with a nod. However, Dandy pondered, but can Wu Fan truly confront those monsters? He recalled Wu Fan's diminutive stature and the menacing creatures that occupied half the planet, feeling a sense of foreboding. Haha, Dandy. The very fact that Wu Fan is coming suggests he must possess some confidence. After all, he is a scion. Let us remain hopeful and anticipate that he will perform miracles. The Grand Elder chuckled, ruffling Dandy's smooth head affectionately. "Indeed, Grand Elder," Dandy responded with a loud affirmation. Chapter 30, lazily far away on Namek, tumultuous winds swirled. While Earth finally basked in a long-awaited peace, life flourished, even the air seemed rejuvenated. Birds chirped merrily in the forests, fish swam freely in the rivers, and cities awaited revitalization. After weeping for a quarter of an hour beneath a tree, Lazili rubbed her sore eyes and staggered to the riverbank. Gazing at her reflection in the water, her disheveled golden hair, face smeared with blood, and tattered clothing rendered her a wretched sight, reminiscent of a beggar from the streets. She bent down, cupping her hands to splash the cool water onto her face, cleansing herself before smoothing her hair. With a bit of effort, she transformed back into a semblance of beauty. Later, she removed her tattered outer garment, tearing a relatively intact piece of fabric to use as a towel. She wet it and cleaned the blood from her exposed arms and ankles. However, the numerous small wounds and bruises on her arms stung painfully as she wiped them, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. Were it not for the necessity of avoiding water on her wounds, she would have stripped entirely and jumped into the river for a refreshing cleanse. The slow, meticulous cleaning was excruciating. Her white t-shirt was also stained with blood, and a large tear across her chest hinted at the contours of her figure. If a boy were to she knocked for quite some time. Yet no one responded from within the house. It seemed the homeowner had either gone out or fled, leaving the place abandoned. "Let us wait and see," she mused. Settling against the stone wall, the eave shielded her from the sun, and sitting on the ground, she felt a refreshing breeze, making her discomfort bearable. She remained in that position until midnight, but still, there was no sign of the homeowner's return. At this moment, Lazili, weary and wounded, desperately sought a place to rest. Apologetically, she whispered to herself, "Excuse my intrusion," before she scaled the wall and leaped into the house. Inside, darkness enveloped her, making it impossible to see. Lazili concentrated her energy into her hands, creating a makeshift light. With the illumination, she surveyed the interior, noting its neatness, though dust had accumulated in many corners, indicating it had been unkempt for a month or two. Clearly, the homeowner had been absent for quite some time. Spotting the power switch, she instinctively pressed it down. And to her surprise, soft yellow lights flickered on, revealing a backup power source. With the lights now illuminating the room, Lazili dispersed the energy from her hands and wandered through the house. In the kitchen, she discovered a considerable amount of rice and potatoes, though the potatoes had sprouted green shoots, rendering them inedible. Setting the boiler on the stove, she rinsed the rice and began cooking. A glance outside revealed a garden filled with vegetables that had grown up to her waist. Indeed, no one has lived here for quite a while, she thought. Selecting a decent-looking vegetable and plucking its tender heart to bring back to the kitchen table, she added a few pieces of dry wood to the stove, anticipating that the rice would take some time to cook. Subsequently, she found the bathroom, discarded her tattered clothes, and indulged in a hot shower, feeling significantly refreshed. Observing the numerous bruises on her fair skin, she sighed, contemplating whether to search for ointments to alleviate the swelling and inflammation. After tossing her damaged clothes, stained with blood and riddled with holes, into the trash, she wrapped herself in a towel and stepped out. First, she checked on the rice, which was nearing completion. Lazili removed some of the blazing logs to extinguish the flames, allowing the rice to steam gently, enhancing its flavor and texture. After washing her hands, She rummaged through the other rooms for clothing. After exploring 2 rooms, she only found boys' attire. Resigned, she selected a rather cute outfit, surprisingly well-fitting, as it appeared to be tailored for someone of similar stature. Dressed in the boys' clothes, Lazili seemed transformed. The once alluring woman now exuded a youthful vigor, appearing spirited and dynamic. She padded into the kitchen, replacing the pot on the stove with a frying pan, heating oil before adding the vegetables to saute. With a sprinkle of salt and seasoning, she plated her dish. Though lacking in variety, her culinary skills ensured the simple greens were delicious. With no other ingredients available, she served herself rice alongside the sauteed vegetables, contemplating her plans to hunt for some game the next day. After dinner, she washed the dishes and stumbled upon some anti-inflammatory ointment beneath the TV cabinet. Carefully, she applied the soothing balm to her wounds with a cotton swab. After half an hour of waiting for her meal to digest, she returned to her room and fell into a deep slumber. Little did she know, by a twist of fate, she had taken refuge in Gohan's home. Additionally, it was Chi-Chi who had taken her clothes and family photographs, causing Lazili to remain oblivious to her surroundings. Chapter 31. Arrival on Namek. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, rousing Lazili from her sleep. She felt her wounds had healed considerably. Exhausted from the previous day, she had not taken the time to examine her surroundings. But now she observed the room was tidy and well-lit. The wardrobe was filled with neatly pressed boys' clothing, and the sparse decor suggested a boy who valued cleanliness. Could it be that she had slept in a boy's bed last night? A blush crept onto her cheeks, shaking off such chaotic thoughts. She slipped on her slippers and diligently swept the entire house, followed by mopping and wiping surfaces, infusing the home with a sense of life. After storing the broom and mop in the corner, she ventured into the bathroom, discovering an unused toothbrush. After a quick wash, she made a pot of millet porridge to enjoy for breakfast. Lazili had never been one for makeup, which spared her from unnecessary hassle. Post-breakfast, she tended to the garden, uprooting inedible vegetables, loosening the soil with a hoe, and sowing new seeds. She even cut the sprouted potatoes into pieces to plant them, embodying the image of a rustic farm girl. Once finished, she trekked up the back mountain, capturing several wild chickens to confine in a cage, planning to slaughter one while keeping the others for breeding. The clucking of the chickens added a lively atmosphere to the house. In just 2 days, Lazili had grown fond of this place, contemplating that if this were her life, it would not be so bad. The following day, after applying ointment to her wounds once more, she found herself bored and began to write in a notebook with a ballpoint pen, diligently documenting her thoughts. This had become a habit she had cultivated over time. On August 8th, under a clear sky, I rose early and tended to the vegetable garden, planting greens and potatoes. Afterward, I ventured to the back mountain to catch wild chickens, leading a tranquil life. I realized I had grown fond of this place, and I am grateful to its original owner. Though I know not where he is now, I wish him well. After completing this diary entry, she pondered for a moment and turned to the last page, writing, "The nightmare has ended. I am no longer under the dominion of demons. I have reclaimed my true self, yet my brother perished to save me. I am willing to spend the latter half of my life atoning for my sins." Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship, Sun Gohan remained oblivious to the fact that number 18 had taken residence in his home, preoccupied instead with devising a strategy against Cooler. The primary objective of their journey to Namek was the Dragon Balls, making the Grand Elder indispensable and necessitating his protection as one would safeguard a beloved family member. Unlike the androids, who cannot survive in space, Cooler, being Frisia's brother and sharing the same bloodline, possesses the capability to thrive in the cosmos. Thus, should he find himself at a disadvantage, escaping by destroying planets would be a feasible tactic, putting Sun Gohan at risk if Cooler succeeded. Therefore, it was imperative to ensure the Grand Elder's safety, while simultaneously retrieving the Dragon Balls that Cooler had amassed. However, this mission required careful consideration to prevent Cooler from having the opportunity to obliterate planets, particularly if Sun Gohan could overpower him. Yet, if he found himself unable to match Cooler's strength, while the Grand Elder might be safe for now, given the protection of the Dragon Balls, recovering them from Cooler would be an arduous task, especially since he was alone and must proceed with unwavering resolve. Aware of the dangers ahead, he felt like a commander leading a daring charge. At that moment, the spaceship's voice system emitted a mechanical notification. The ship would enter the atmosphere of Namek in 5 hours. Please ensure the spacecraft maintains equilibrium. With the countdown underway, he could already sense the presence of the Namekians, as well as the overwhelming energy of Cooler, akin to a tempest. After gauging this energy, Sun Gohan concluded that if he unleashed his full power, he would still hold an advantage, but the challenge lay in Cooler's boundless energy and lack of limits. Sun Gohan, burdened by various reservations, found himself at a disadvantage. Before long, the 5 hours elapsed, and the spaceship descended upon Namek's skies. Through the screen, Sun Gohan felt as though he were witnessing the prologue of a horror film unfold. A massive metallic octopus was consuming the once vibrant and beautiful Namek, its numerous tentacles extending to dominate much of the planet's surface. Such creatures, with their multitude of appendages, filled him with dread. Desperately, he contacted King Kai. "What is this tentacled monstrosity? Is it Cooler's pet?" King Kai's voice echoed in his mind, clarifying, "No, that is Cooler himself. He is fused with the metallic planet, making the octopus both him and the planet. The spacecraft swiftly pierced Namek's atmosphere, generating friction that ignited the air, transforming it into a blazing fireball hurtling toward the surface. What an exhilarating landing method! Sun Gohan felt his acrophobia resurfacing. As Namek loomed larger and closer, he realized an alarming issue. The landing site appeared precarious. If this trajectory continued, the ship would surely crash into the metallic octopus. Could the course be altered? Bewildered, he stared at the screen and control stick. It seemed like a futile endeavor. With a fiery tail trailing behind, the spaceship charged forward, colliding with the colossal metallic octopus. Boom! Sparks and lightning erupted as the ship struck the creature, creating a crater upon impact, signifying a safe landing. As Sun Wukong effortlessly opened the spacecraft's hatch, he transformed the vessel into a capsule, grasping it in his hand before swiftly turning and departing with an explosive surge of energy. This rather inhospitable manner of greeting was best executed while Gula remained unaware. The current situation was far from clear, and venturing alone into enemy territory was decidedly unwise. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished against the vast horizon. Gula's antennae twitched, and 2 towering trees nearby were brushed aside, instantly reduced to mere powder dissipating into the atmosphere. Had a flea just darted away from me? Gula pondered, bewildered, as he shook off the metallic octopus's gaze. Chapter 32. Sun Wukong's Plan. Sun Gohan soared across the vast expanse of the planet, gradually reducing his aura and slowing his pace as he sensed the presence of the Namekians, heading swiftly in their direction. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder also detected an unknown powerful entity approaching, causing a wave of panic to ripple through the subterranean hideout. Who could be nearing? Are they friend or foe? Have we been discovered? At that moment, a voice resonated in the Grand Elder's mind. Greetings, Grand Elder. I'm Sun Gohan from Earth. Please remain calm. I shall arrive shortly. The Grand Elder sighed with relief, thankful that it was not an enemy. There is no need for alarm. The newcomer is Sun Gohan, our ally. He reassured the others. Upon hearing his words, the group settled down, though whispers of speculation regarding Gohan's strength soon filled the air. Before long, Sun Gohan located their concealed hideout and appeared before them. Grand Elder, Dandy, he exclaimed as he descended into the cave, greeting the 2 Namekians he vaguely remembered. G. Gohan? Dandy stared in astonishment at the youth before him, struggling to reconcile the boy he remembered with the now taller figure. Indeed, Dandy. I've grown quite a bit over the years. Sun Gohan chuckled heartily. Oh. Dandy shyly approached Gohan, taking his hand and shaking it excitedly. After all, he was still just a child, Gohan mused, and he complied, shaking his arm a few times in return. Grand Elder, what is the situation now? How many Dragon Balls has Guldo acquired? Gohan inquired while still shaking Dandy's hand. Guldo? You mean the leader of those mechanical beings? Yes. They have seized 3 Dragon Balls, and 3 elders who guarded them tragically perished, along with 3 clans, the Grand Elder lamented, sorrow washing over his face as he recalled the fallen. So it's not entirely dire. What are the remaining 4 Dragon Balls? Gohan pressed. I have hidden the remaining 4 Dragon Balls in a secure location as per King Kai's instructions. They are quite safe, the Grand Elder affirmed. That's good to hear. Gohan nodded. Gohan, the robots have been seeking information about you while they stole the Dragon Balls. You must be cautious, the Grand Elder advised, recalling the recent actions of the mechanical beings. They had not killed the Namekians immediately but had interrogated them about a human named Sun Gohan and his whereabouts, which prompted the Grand Elder's warning. Seeking information about me? Gohan replied, somewhat taken aback. Indeed, there is some animosity. The mastermind, Guldo, is actually Frisia's brother. 2 years ago, he came to Earth seeking revenge for Frisia but was defeated by my father. He narrowly escaped, and it seems he harbors a grudge against me. Gohan reflected, his brow furrowed. Ah, I see, the Namekians responded, their expressions revealing a dawning comprehension. I will not conceal my intentions. I came to Namek to utilize the Dragon Balls. However, I did not anticipate Guldo's interference in the loss of so many lives. Grand Elder, your safety is paramount. Your existence is vital for the Dragon Balls, and only with you can we hope to revive those we have lost. You must survive, not only for yourself, but for all of Namek and faraway Earth. Therefore, I entrust the task of protecting the Grand Elder to you, Namekian warriors. Remember, even if you must perish, the Grand Elder must live. This is your most critical mission, Gohan declared, casting a sweeping gaze over all the Namekians present. We understand. The Namekian warriors nodded in agreement. I will contact you periodically. If any urgent matters arise, please inform me immediately. As for myself, I shall gather intelligence on the enemy and seek an opportunity to reclaim the Dragon Balls. Gohan outlined his plan, seeking input from the Namekians. After surveying the group, he noticed no one had alternative suggestions. He turned to the Grand Elder and asked, what about you, Grand Elder? Do you have any better ideas? The Grand Elder replied, we cannot think of any other methods. We shall proceed as you suggest. I will take great care concerning my safety. But you must also exercise utmost caution while gathering information. Very well, it's settled then. We shall divide our forces. You will protect the Grand Elder while I endeavor to retrieve the Dragon Balls, Gohan stated, feeling he had misspoken and awkwardly scratching his head. Goodbye, Dandy, Gohan said, patting Dandy's shoulder before waving farewell to the others. After bidding them farewell, Sun Gohan quietly flew back to the vicinity of the metallic octopus, stealthily hiding in the canopy of a large tree, enveloped by dense foliage. As he surveyed the metallic octopus planet, he resolved to remain concealed in the tree for a while, observing the surroundings. Sun Wukong deftly sliced and carved a simple chair from the trunk of a tree. Upon running his hand over it, he found it rather rough. Without some form of padding, it would surely be uncomfortable to sit upon. Thus, he retrieved a soft cloth to lay over the surface before settling down comfortably. Once perfectly seated, he produced the Dragon Ball radar, scrutinizing the indicators displayed. Indeed, ahead lay 3 Dragon Balls positioned together, undoubtedly the ones collected by Gula. Further afield, 4 Dragon Balls were clustered, which could only be the 4 buried by the Elder. Peering through the gaps in the leaves, he fixed his gaze upon the metallic octopus castle for a full hour, during which numerous robots traversed back and forth. Yet no other movements were discernible. If only I were a Transformer or Iron Man, he mused silently, I could blend in among them, infiltrate this octopus castle, and abscond with the Dragon Balls. After another hour of vigilant observation, Sun Wukong noticed the octopus's head slowly unveiling 2 enormous eyes, swirling and surveying its surroundings. Could this be Gula-esque gaze? The immense eyes, akin to small cities, sent a shiver down Sun Wukong's spine. After a few rotations, the eyes closed once more, as if the creature were drifting into slumber, dispatching mechanical minions to gather Dragon Balls and intelligence on its behalf. Might these wandering minions be akin to bacteria or parasites residing within Gula's very being? Sun Wukong speculated with malice. Once his eyes shut, he contemplated stealthily slipping in during a moment when no minions were present to purloin the 3 Dragon Balls, now in size comparable to a strand of his hair. Surely he would go unnoticed. Yet, on second thought, it appeared Gula had no hair at all. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong made a resolute decision to take a daring chance, for remaining in this stagnant state offered no clarity as to when it would conclude. Chapter 33. Encounter with Gula once again. After observing from the treetops for a brief while, Sun Wukong finally seized the opportunity. The mechanical soldiers had seemingly vanished, leaving his field of vision eerily desolate, while the metallic octopus fortress lay still and motionless. Sun Wukong leapt from the tree, propelling himself towards the metallic sphere with a swift stride, his speed akin to that of lightning. Remarkably, he generated not a whisper of wind. This was a testament to the fruits of his recent training in instantaneous movement. Although he had yet to master this technique entirely, he had gleaned the secret of moving without stirring even a breath of air. While others often evoked an aura of dominance by walking with a gust, he, in contrast, had discovered a method so refined that even his swift escapes were devoid of any breeze. With further practice, he surmised he might eventually glide through the air with a seamless grace, leaving not even the faintest zephyr in his wake. Sun Gohan swiftly approached the metallic fortress. But to his astonishment, he found no doors, no windows. How was he to gain entry? According to the Dragon Radar, the Dragon Ball resided within the body of this metallic octopus, a most unfortunate predicament. How then did these robots emerge? What course of action should he take? What if Cooler awoke? In that moment, Sun Gohan found himself ensnared in a dilemma, plagued by a barrage of questions. The terrain of Namek was utterly vexatious, characterized by its uneven landscape, dotted solely with towering trees, devoid of any shrubs or underbrush for concealment. He could scarcely find a thicket to hide in. Was he to bury himself in the earth? By chance, he spotted a small mound nearby and hurriedly crawled over, using it as a makeshift refuge that effectively obscured his form. No sooner had he concealed himself than he observed a squad of robotic soldiers emerging from the metallic octopus. As if surfacing from water, the walls of the metallic creature rippled, and approximately 20 to 30 robots stepped forth from the undulating surface. The sound of their movement was a cacophony of clanking, a veritable orchestra of noise. Suddenly, a similar clattering arose behind him. A robot was approaching, and Sun Gohan felt the cold press of a mechanical firearm against his back. Good heavens, had he been discovered so swiftly? Sun Gohan inwardly cursed his miscalculation, lamenting that he hadn't remained atop the tree canopy to observe. Sun Gohan swiftly turned around, only to discover a robot brandishing an arm towards him. It did not wield a long gun, yet its arm emanated a faint glow, with flames flickering forth, far more terrifying than any firearm. The robot, forged entirely of steel, exhibited a shimmering silver sheen upon its metallic skin, and atop its head rested a singular, orange eye, reminiscent of a Dragon Ball, which now fixated intensely on Sun Gohan, exuding an unsettling aura. Unidentified object detected. Unidentified object detected. The robot intoned in a mechanical, synthesized voice, reminiscent of a small Bluetooth speaker whispering in his ear. What does it mean by unidentified object? I am a bona fide human being, after all. It's nothing but scrap metal. These wretched robots are riddled with flaws. Upon receiving the signal emitted by this robot, nearby soldiers quickly converged, encircling Sun Gohan entirely. He hastily rose, finding himself in a standoff. Suddenly, the metallic wall rippled once more, and another robot emerged, glistening and exuding a metallic luster, with a robust tail trailing behind it, bearing a striking resemblance to Frieza, nearly blinding with its titanium brilliance as it emitted a series of creaking sounds. Sun Gohan squinted at the robot before him, overwhelmed by the brightness that prevented him from opening his eyes fully, fearing that he might be blinded. Could this be a metallic version of Cooler? Aside from the difference in skin tone, it bore a striking resemblance to the Cooler he had encountered 2 years prior. Creaking and clanking, the metallic Cooler approached Sun Gohan, scrutinizing him. "You must be Sun Gohan, at last. I have found you," he said with a smirk. "No, you've mistaken me. I am merely a passerby." Sun Gohan quickly refuted. "Who do you think you are fooling? I have seen you before. You've merely grown a bit." The metallic Cooler chuckled, his demeanor refined and gentlemanly. "I must say, Sun Gohan, I did not expect not only your height to increase, but also your sense of humor. Seize him." Without waiting for Sun Gohan's response, the metallic Cooler commanded the robotic soldiers to apprehend him. "Do you really think these pests can capture me?" "You may be overestimating your chances," Sun Gohan retorted with a chuckle, delivering a punch to each of the advancing robots, sending them flying away like tiny black dots disappearing into the sky. "It seems you have grown considerably stronger over the past 2 years. You are no longer that little brat. Where is your father?" The metallic Cooler observed Sun Gohan with keen interest. Sun Gohan refrained from directly answering the question and instead assumed a combat stance, eager to see what Cooler would say next. "How utterly dull, Sun Gohan. To be honest, I have been sent by another to specifically take your life here on Namek. The Dragon Balls are merely a secondary objective of mine," Cooler said with a sly grin. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Was it not that Gula harbored a grudge against him and sought vengeance? To his astonishment, there were actually others involved in this matter. Just as Sun Wukong was processing the shocking revelation, the metallic Gula seized the opportunity to strike, vanishing from sight only to reappear in the next moment behind Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Sun Wukong was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the metallic wall of the octopus, producing a resonant sound of metal colliding. Devious. Ambush. Sun Gohan raised his hand and tore through the steel that had ensnared his body, leaping from the metallic wall as his aura surged, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. The sheer force of his presence began to generate small whirlwinds around him, while fragments of earth and dust lifted from the ground, swirling in the air. The sight of Gohan's transformation ignited a sudden fury within Metal Cooler, for it reminded him of 2 years prior when he had been vanquished by this very form of Goku, sent hurtling toward the sun, leaving him with naught but a brain. Had he not encountered the enigmatic figure in black, he would likely have drifted aimlessly through the cosmos, awaiting the slow demise of his desiccated mind. "Die, Super Saiyan!" Metal Cooler bellowed, his form erupting into a blur as he charged towards Gohan with overwhelming rage, determined to shatter this detestable Saiyan into oblivion. Yet, in his fervor, he forgot the black-clad stranger's stipulation to preserve Gohan's corpse intact. Anticipating Cooler's fierce advance, Gohan knew he could not afford to be complacent. He summoned his power, manifesting 2 energy blasts in his palms, and with a vigorous swing, hurled them towards the oncoming Metal Cooler. The high-speed assault momentarily halted Cooler, forcing him to defend against the energy waves targeting him. He retaliated by conjuring 2 energy spheres of his own, launching them forcefully at Gohan's incoming blasts. The ensuing explosions erupted with thunderous roars, transforming the air into a blistering wave as a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, engulfing the vicinity in thick smoke and flames, leveling everything within a radius of several miles. Coughing from the acrid smoke, Gohan was taken aback by Cooler's audaciousness in directly confronting his family's energy attacks. Suddenly, a booming voice emerged from the smoke as Cooler charged forth, delivering a powerful punch towards Gohan. Swiftly evading the blow, Gohan countered, and in an instant, they were locked in a fierce struggle, a primal contest of physical might. With each collision, the two unleashed terrifying waves of energy and sound, shattering trees and causing the ground to fissure, while water from nearby lakes erupted into the air. Thus began a cataclysmic battle. Chapter 34. Entering the Big High Star. Damn it. This creature's body is impenetrably hard. Each punch and kick I land sends jolts of pain through my bones. Gohan lamented internally during the clash. After another fierce collision, they momentarily separated, and Metal Cooler ascended rapidly into the sky. Like a cannonball, he then dove down, engulfed in a blood-red aura. The tempest created by his high-speed descent sliced through the air like a multitude of razor blades, inflicting sharp pain upon Gohan. Before he could react, the wind blades had already carved a gash into his arm, blood flowing profusely. Yet, Sun Wukong stood motionless until Gula charged right before him. With a sudden force, he clapped his hands above his head, unleashing the earth-shattering palm. As his hands swept outward, his figure had already retreated several hundred meters. In that instant, a bolt of azure lightning struck Gula's face at close range, radiating throughout his entire being, ensnaring him in a multitude of blue electric currents that momentarily immobilized his every action, perhaps due to his metallic composition. The paralyzing effect of the earth-shattering palm exceeded all expectations, causing sparks to erupt from Gula's body with a crackling sound. Although the lightning restrained Gula's movements, his body, propelled by inertia, continued to roar as it crashed into the ground, sending dirt flying and thick smoke billowing into the air. Sun Wukong swiftly dashed back, plunging his hands into the earth to unearth a colossal stone measuring several dozen meters, hurling it fiercely into the cavern. This relentless endeavor continued as he excavated and smashed stone after stone, the resounding thuds echoing ceaselessly, accompanied by the furious roars of Gula reverberating from within the depths. Under the relentless onslaught of Sun Wukong's audacious attacks, Gula was finally driven into a fit of rage once more. channeling a cataclysmic energy through his hands aimed directly at the cave entrance. Instantly, a massive column of air, several meters in diameter, erupted forth, grazing the hem of Sun Wukong's garment as it ascended into the cosmos, radiating a blinding brilliance. Seizing this opportunity, Gula surged forth in the wake of the energy column. His eyes fixated on Sun Wukong as he unleashed lethal death rays, compelling Sun Wukong to constantly shift and evade. Gohan fled desperately through the ravaged terrain of Namek, with Frisia's brother Cooler relentlessly pursuing him, firing deadly beams that carved deep fissures into the planet's surface. The once pristine landscape now resembled a scarred battlefield, pockmarked with smoldering craters from the onslaught. If this continues, Namek will be torn apart, Gohan thought grimly. With a sudden pivot, he veered toward the massive metallic octopus-like structure, his feet pounding rhythmically against its armored hull as he sprinted along its surface. Cooler, undeterred, continued his barrage, death beams slicing through the air while volleys of energy blasts exploded around the young warrior. Haha, so this is your true form? Go ahead, give it your best shot. Gohan taunted, laughter laced with defiance. The energy attacks collided with the metallic beast, erupting in showers of sparks and plumes of acrid smoke. Yet the damage was far less catastrophic than the devastation wrought upon Namek's fragile crust. Instead of gaping chasms, only shallow dents marred the structure's surface. My, what thick skin you have. Allow me to assist. Gohan quipped mid-stride, his own hands now weaving rapid volleys of ki blasts toward the mechanical monstrosity. Cooler merely smirked, a chilling sneer twisting his lips. Unbeknownst to Sun Wukong, the Kamehameha waves he unleashed were absorbed by the metallic planet, transforming into energy for Cooler. You are truly relentless. In your frenzy, you even strike at yourself, Sun Wukong jested. Yet, Cooler showed no signs of relinquishing his pursuit, continuously launching Kamehameha waves that adhered to Sun Wukong's rear. While in motion, Sun Wukong concurrently concentrated his energy to form a Kamehameha wave and, with a mighty roar, propelled it towards the metallic planet. The impact was thunderous. At last, the wave proved effective, creating a significant breach in the octopus-like creature, with sparks illuminating the opening and billowing black smoke, reminiscent of burnt circuits and a short circuit. Cooler remained unfazed, for within a mere 2 seconds, the metallic planet initiated its self-repair mechanism, swiftly sealing the breach once more. Gazing in astonishment at the vanishing entrance, Sun Wukong turned to examine the traces he had left while fleeing moments ago. Indeed, the ground had been restored to its original state, pristine and unscathed, as if the metallic planet had endured no damage at all. However, he lamented the significant expenditure of his energy, now panting heavily as his inner strength ebbed. What a formidable opponent, Sun Wukong mused, just as Lord Kai had foretold. Cooler seemingly possessed boundless energy, making him an equally fearsome adversary. As his stamina waned, Sun Wukong found himself struggling to defend against the onslaught, and several energy blasts ultimately struck him in the back, shredding his clothing and searing his skin with their fiery intensity. The pain radiated through him, and with a swift roll, he leaped atop the octopus's head, recalling the 2 protrusions that marked the location of its eyes. Perhaps it would be effective to strike at them. Sun Gohan pondered for a moment, then gathered his energy, enveloping his hands in a layer of flames that shimmered with hues of gold and crimson. He unleashed a ferocious assault upon the eyes of the octopus. The air reverberated with the sound of metal being torn asunder. It was effective. A wave of elation surged through Sun Gohan, intensifying the ferocity of his attacks. However, Golra remained unfazed, laughing maniacally. You may laugh now, but I shall make you laugh again, Sun Gohan declared as he unleashed a dazzling flash from his left hand and a Kamehameha wave from his right. He struck the octopus's eyes, creating 2 gaping holes, through which its body plummeted. Thud. Sun Wukong felt as though his face had collided with the floor, a sharp sting radiating through his features, accompanied by a peculiar numbness reminiscent of an electric shock. In a sudden display of agility, he performed a fish-like flip and sat up, surveying his surroundings. Inside this octopus-like entity, an astonishing realm unfolded. Sources of light illuminated the space as brightly as day, as if it constituted an entirely separate world. Countless passageways meandered throughout, resembling an immense labyrinth, while numerous robots traversed the corridors, seemingly engaged in a patrol. Sun Gohan retrieved a mystical bean, placing it delicately in his mouth, and then immediately extracted the Dragon Ball radar, eager to discern the location of the Dragon Balls. However, as he unfurled the radar, countless silver wires erupted from the ground and walls, swiftly ensnaring the device in a tempest of electricity. Within mere moments, the radar transformed into a liquid metal, entirely absorbed by the silvery tendrils. How on earth am I supposed to proceed now? Once the radar was consumed, the metallic wires lunged towards Sun Gohan, piercing into him before he could react, rendering him as immobile as a porcupine. Ha! You have delivered yourself right into my grasp, Sun Gohan. Ha. At that moment, the surroundings shifted abruptly, and Sun Gohan found himself abruptly transported to a vast chamber, still immobilized by the numerous silver wires. From the ceiling, Cooler emerged, laughing heartily. Sun Gohan gazed at him in silence. Gula continued, Are you astonished by what has transpired? Sun Gohan, first and foremost, welcome to the planet Bigo. Allow me to enlighten you about its origins, Gula proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Chapter 35, The Sensation of Being Drained. Sun Gohan found himself ensnared by silver wires. Acutely aware of the energy within him gradually dissipating, coursing through the wires into Bigelow's star, where it was absorbed by Cooler S form. As he sensed the loss of his strength, he could hear Cooler speaking with great self-satisfaction, a triumphant expression adorning his face. The core of Bigelow's star is, in fact, a highly advanced electronic chip. Over the span of a millennium, it has consumed all available resources within the cosmic graveyard, gradually evolving into a metallic planet capable of devouring entire worlds. I owe my current form to your dear father. Had he not reduced me to nothing but a brain, I would never have been able to inhabit Bigelow's star, transforming into its main computer and governing its every action. Behold, that is my brain, Cooler exclaimed with enthusiasm, gesturing towards the center of the chamber as if pointing out a prized vegetable from his own garden. As Sun Wukong followed the direction of his fingertips, he beheld a multitude of tangled electric wires cascading down from the rooftop, at the end of which dangled a large pink brain. It resembled a cluster of grapes hanging from a tree, and had it not been for the senza bean nestled in his mouth, Sun Wukong might have burst into laughter. I can control Metal Cooler and create countless duplicates. If you strike one, I will already be suspended. How can you possibly defeat all of Metal Cooler? He chuckled ominously. One must admit, this was the most loquacious villain Sun Wukong had ever encountered. Just as Metal Cooler finished speaking, his form began to dissolve, ultimately merging into the metallic floor, and when he next spoke, it was the brain that emitted the sound. Now, I shall intensify my energy absorption. I relish witnessing your struggle, echoed the brain, creating an exceedingly bizarre scene. In that instant, Sun Wukong felt a significant acceleration in the depletion of his energy. As the silvery wires voraciously siphoned the vitality from his body, this situation evoked memories of his recent encounter in Dr. Jero's laboratory, where he had been similarly drained of energy. However, Metal Cooler was comparatively gentler, at least he was merely losing strength, without any blood gushing forth. Wukong, your situation appears dire. Do you have any strategies left? Suddenly resonated the voice of King Kai in his mind, indicating that King Kai had been monitoring the battle on Namek. Lord Kai, I am quite helpless. I fell into a hole of my own making, initially delighted at the prospect of finally locating the Dragon Balls hidden within. Little did I expect to find myself as a mere slab of meat on Metal Cooler's chopping block, ensnared by his wires that are draining my energy. However, I did place a senza bean in my mouth not long ago, and I have yet to swallow it. Sun Wukong hastily communicated telepathically to King Kai. Can you continuously consume senza beans to outlast him? King Kai inquired. That is not feasible, my lord. My hands are completely immobile. Had I not preemptively placed a bean in my mouth, I would have no sustenance at all. Therefore, your strategy of endless consumption is impractical, Sun Wukong replied. Wukong, find an opportunity to swallow the senza bean, then quickly unleash the Kaioken to break your limits. Perhaps this will allow you to escape. It is worth a try. King Kai suggested. Very well, I shall proceed as advised, Sun Wukong responded. What King Kai proposed aligned with Sun Wukong's own thoughts. It was worth taking a risk. The worst outcome would be no different from his current predicament. However, if successful, he could escape and devise a plan thereafter. The energy within Sun Wukong's body was depleting at an alarming rate, leaving him not only immobile but also feeling weak and languid, akin to the aftermath of an all-night gaming session, as though his very essence had been drained, extinguishing his passion. The Scion's energy was indeed overwhelming. Even after absorbing for the better part of the day, much remained unconsumed. A sound emanated from the mind of that ancient creature, accompanied by an involuntary belch. To belch? One must be satiated, he mused with a flicker of hope. Perhaps there was promise in this. Thus, he resolved to allow further absorption. However, due to the significant loss of energy, Sun Wukong could no longer sustain his Super Saiyan form. His hair had reverted to its natural ebony hue. Sun Gohan summoned the remnants of his inner strength, emanating a radiant glow as he transformed once more into the Super Saiyan form. In an instant, the silver tendrils absorbed energy at an accelerated pace, as the energy flowed like liquid gold, continuously siphoned by Biostar. He can still transform. How tenacious, murmured Gula. His plan was to drain Gohan's energy completely, then, with a gun pointed at his head, obliterate him, ultimately delivering the remains to that sinister figure he dreaded. After all, the shadowy figure sought nothing more than Gohan's lifeless body. Gula would gladly claim the Scion energy for himself. With a satisfied belch, Gula noted that the energy absorbed by Biostar was nearing its limit. It would require some time for digestion before it could resume, lest undesirable consequences ensue. Much like how one struggles to walk after overeating. Observing that Son Gohan had once again reverted from his Super Saiyan form, Gula surmised that his energy was nearly exhausted. He then coalesced into a metallic figure, advancing towards Gohan with a click-clack of movement, his finger aimed menacingly at Gohan's head, where a surge of energy began to materialize, threatening to pierce through Gohan's skull. In the blink of an eye, Gula witnessed Gohan's aura surge dramatically once more, as he ascended into the Super Saiyan form again. A red flame igniting around his golden aura. The explosive energy radiated outward, catching Gula off guard and sending him reeling. Gohan, with a flurry of movements, astonishingly severed the silver tendrils, propelling himself fiercely towards Gula's head. Alarmed, Gula swiftly shielded his brain behind him. The figure of Son Gohan moved ceaselessly, resembling a sword unsheathed, ablaze with the brilliance of hundreds of dollars worth of special effects. In an instant, he pierced through the body of Gula, transcending the entirety of the Bigelow star, fervently engulfed in golden red flames, before bursting forth from the celestial body and vanishing beyond the horizon. Only after Sun Gohan's silhouette had disappeared did Gula's shattered metallic form plummet to the ground, its components strewn about in disarray. What seemed like an eternity transpired in mere seconds. The scattered parts transformed into metallic liquid, disappearing into the earth once more, while Gula's brain, grazed by the fierce winds of Gohan's punch, oozed a few drops of crimson that fell upon the floor. A furious roar reverberated, ascending to the heavens. The Bigelow star had been penetrated by Sun Gohan, leaving a gaping cylindrical hole, measuring 5 or 6 meters in diameter and extending for hundreds of miles, through which the light of Namek shone brilliantly. The colossal metallic octopus, as immense as a planet, began to contract and reshape, ultimately transforming into the form of metallic Gula. Chapter 36, Counterattack. As the entirety of the Bigelow star diminished into Gula's form, Sun Gohan finally lost control of his body, crashing into the lake and sending waves soaring dozens of meters high. The forms of Super Saiyan and Kaioken dissipated simultaneously, and Sun Gohan struggled to emerge from the water. Collapsing on the shore, gasping for breath, he coughed, tasting the metallic tang of blood in his mouth before expelling a bloody phlegm. Despite exerting the Kaioken at double strength for merely a few seconds in his Super Saiyan state, he was unprepared for the severe toll it took on his body. Previously, during his trials on North Kaio's planet, he had determined that he could maintain the form for 10 seconds before reaching his limits. Now, after only 5 seconds, he was already spitting blood. This injury struck at the very core of his being, rendering the Senzu Beans incapable of fully healing him, potentially leaving behind unforeseen repercussions. Sun Gohan once speculated that his father's affliction with viral heart disease was likely closely related to his repeated use of the Kaioken technique at its maximum intensity. Sun Wukong emerged from the water, sensing that Gula's aura had unexpectedly intensified once more, causing him to furrow his brow. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for him. It seemed that in their next encounter, he might have to resort to the Kaioken technique once again to engage in battle. He resolved to first rendezvous with the Grand Elder. With that thought, his mind instinctively began to hone in on the Grand Elder's essence. In the next instant, Sun Wukong vanished from his location, only to reappear in the concealed cave of the Grand Elder. The Namekians were taken aback by his sudden appearance, creating a moment of chaos in the scene. Sun Wukong himself was taken aback, and then an overwhelming joy surged within him. This was indeed the instant transmission technique. There could be no mistake. Just moments ago, he had inadvertently succeeded in employing it. This marked his very first triumph in mastering this secret art. Sun Gohan, filled with surprise, embarked on his second attempt. This time, he sensed the presence of the Namekians on the opposite side of the planet and aimed to teleport there. However, his effort met with failure, as his body remained stationary and the skill could not be activated. It seemed that his previous success had been merely a fortunate coincidence, indicating that he had yet to fully master the technique. Nonetheless, this was a promising sign. The accidental trigger suggested that he was one step closer to mastering this art of instantaneous movement. After the initial shock, the Namekian elder inquired, "Gohan, what is the situation?" After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong spoke. "Elder, the Dragon Balls are concealed within the metallic body of Cooler. I was unable to retrieve them, and even my radar, capable of sensing the Dragon Balls, was absorbed by Cooler. Indeed, his strength is formidable. I nearly fell into his grasp moments ago." Upon hearing this, the Namekians erupted in a flurry of unrest. It seemed that Sun Wukong was not a match for these monstrous adversaries. What could be done? Was there no hope for Namek? At that moment, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, sensing the energy of the Namekians rapidly diminishing, vanishing altogether. It appeared that Cooler, in a fit of rage, had finally taken matters into his own hands, beginning the annihilation of the remaining Namekians and the human-inhabited Namekian tribes. Not only did Sun Wukong perceive this dire situation, but the elder also sensed it instantly. For him, every Namekian was akin to his own child and subject, making the loss of his kin resonate with an even more profound intensity. The elder and Sun Wukong locked eyes, both recognizing the shock reflected in one another's gaze. If no one intervened, Cooler would soon eradicate all Namekians. Sun Gohan remarked, "Everyone, it would be prudent for you to remain here for the time being while I venture out to confront this formidable foe, Gula." Sun Gohan declared, resolutely deciding that he would engage in a fierce battle against this formidable foe, Gula, even if it meant exhausting his ability to utilize the Kaioken technique multiple times. After all, he had more than 10 Senzu Beans in his possession. "Gohan, wait a moment. I notice you have sustained some injuries. Allow Dottie to treat you first," the elder said, his gaze piercing, having discerned the wounds that the Senzu Beans could not entirely heal. "Oh, very well," Dottie responded, stepping forward to grasp Sun Gohan's arm. With both hands emanating a vibrant green light, he directed it into Gohan's body. As the verdant glow permeated him, Sun Gohan felt as though he were enveloped in a gentle spring breeze, akin to the relief of a long-awaited rain after a drought. Remarkably, those injuries that the Senzu Beans could not fully mend began to improve, ultimately healing. "Wow, Dondi, this is incredible," Sun Gohan exclaimed, lifting Dondi into the air and spinning him around joyfully. It turned out that Dandy's healing magic was remarkably effective in alleviating the after effects of the Kaioken technique. Had Dandi administered his healing sooner to Goku, it might have very well curtailed the onset of his heart condition. However, Goku had not been fortunate enough to experience Dandi's magical healing. "Thank you, Dandi," Son Gohan said as he gently placed Dandi back on the ground. "I might need to trouble you for another restoration shortly," he added with a smile. "It's no trouble at all, Gohan. Keep pushing forward," Dandi encouraged, giving Gohan a thumbs up. "Would you like me to accompany you to the battlefield? That way, I can provide you with treatment whenever you need it," Dandi suddenly inquired. Son Gohan shook his head and replied, "No, that's too perilous. If I do that, I would have to divert my attention to protect you, which is not a viable solution." Dandi, feeling aggrieved, nodded in agreement and said, "That's true." Son Gohan waved his hand and soared into the sky once more, heading towards the direction of the menacing energy emanating from Cooler. Upon ascending to great heights, he realized with astonishment that the metallic planet known as Bigelow had vanished. Could it be that Cooler had departed? However, upon sensing further, Gohan discovered that Cooler was still on Namek, his power seemingly escalating. It appeared that Cooler had transformed the entire Bigelow into his own form, a hypothesis that aligned perfectly with the reality he encountered. Son Gohan swiftly soared above a Namekian village, witnessing Cooler leading a horde of robots engaged in a gruesome massacre. The panicked Namekians scurried about like headless flies, only to be pierced by energy blasts from the robots, falling lifelessly to the ground. The scene was one of utter despair and bloodshed. Occasionally, a warrior-class Namekian would manage to hold their ground momentarily, but as soon as Cooler intervened, these valiant fighters were effortlessly dispatched, akin to ants crushed beneath a boot. In the blink of an eye, an entire village faced annihilation. "Cooler, cease this at once," Son Gohan bellowed, his golden aura erupting skyward as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. He then dove into the fray of robots, akin to a fierce tiger plunging into a flock of sheep, obliterating each machine with a single punch, sending clouds of smoke and flames billowing into the air. The remaining Namekians seized the opportunity to flee, leaving only Cooler, Son Gohan, and a scattering of defeated robots on the battlefield. With a series of explosive booms, the last of the robots were dispatched, and the arena was left with merely two figures. Glaring at each other, Cooler and Son Gohan stood poised for battle. A cyclone swirled around them, lifting debris into the air while the surrounding waters surged, threatening to unleash a tsunami. In that moment, both warriors channeled their energy to its zenith. Their forms vanished, only to reappear high above, where a cacophony of explosive sounds echoed, releasing waves of energy that shattered the floating debris. The surface of Namek trembled, sinking rapidly as seawater surged inward. With a thunderous crash, Son Gohan was struck from the sky, plummeting into the water with a resounding splash that sent waves soaring dozens of meters high. Son Gohan swiftly surged to the surface, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He then leaped into the air, positioning himself not far from Gula, for he dared not remain on the ground. Should Gula unleash a powerful energy wave directed at the Earth, the consequences would be dire. "You are no match for me now. I am not merely a mere projection of Gula, but my very being encompasses the entirety of the planet Bigo." Gula roared with laughter, his gaze mockingly fixed upon Son Gohan. Son Gohan fixed his gaze upon Cooler, resolutely making up his mind to fight with all his might. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed the Kaioken, enveloping his Super Saiyan form in crimson flames. The ferocious energy generated a whirlwind, causing the very foundations of Namek to tremble. "What is this?" Cooler exclaimed in shock, recalling how Son Gohan had transformed into this state to pierce through and escape from Big Geatstar moments ago. "Prepare to meet your end, Cooler." With a thunderous cry, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of golden red lightning, swiftly closing the distance to Gula. He launched a fierce punch aimed directly at Gula's chest. Caught off guard, Gula hastily raised his metallic arms in a futile attempt to shield himself. However, he underestimated the sheer ferocity of Sun Wukong's strength, which effortlessly shattered his arms, and his fist crashed into Gula's torso. An explosion of brilliant flames erupted in the air as Gula's abdomen and chest were obliterated, sending metallic shards scattering, while an overwhelming surge of energy unleashed a cacophony of thunder and lightning. Die. Son Gohan had no intention of ceasing his assault. With another swift kick infused with a tempestuous force, he struck the lower half of Cooler, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered his legs into a myriad of metallic fragments, which scattered into the sky. As the fiery red energy surrounding Sun Wukong dissipated, he gasped for air like a bellows, his chest heaving dramatically, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. After merely 6 seconds, the side effects were overwhelming, and he struggled to catch his breath while gazing at the scattered metal fragments and components in the air. Is he dead? Sun Wukong pondered, then focused his energy, preparing to unleash another wave of ki to reduce the remnants to mere smoke and dust. At that moment, a fierce wind erupted, causing the scattered parts to coalesce at an astonishing rate, reassembling into the metallic form of Gula. Gula, now restored, also breathed heavily, staring in terror at Sun Wukong. By this time, Sun Wukong had completed his Kamehameha wave, thrusting his hands forward as it transformed into a colossal blue and white dragon of lightning, surging toward Gula. Gula, recognizing the imminent threat, swiftly evaded the attack at lightning speed. However, Sun Wukong deftly maneuvered, causing the Kamehameha wave to curve and pursue Gula once more. Gula, caught off guard by the wave's unexpected trajectory, found himself unable to dodge and was compelled to confront it directly. He summoned a red sphere of death energy to counter Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave. With a thunderous clash, the death sphere collided with the Kamehameha wave, resulting in a fierce stalemate. Gula roared, intensifying his output of power, and in an instant, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave was pushed back, leading to a massive explosion beside him. As the smoke cleared, Sun Wukong's right hand was severely injured, bloodied, and likely unable to lift again. Seeing Sun Wukong wounded, Gula chuckled. It appears that your crimson state is quite explosive, placing a significant strain on your body. You can no longer maintain that form, can you? Your strength is already waning, while this body of mine can regenerate no matter how you shatter it. Haha. Sun Wukong quietly extracted a single senzu bean and consumed it, then silently turned his gaze towards Gula. Suddenly, an enigmatic smile crept across his face. What are you laughing at? Gula inquired, intrigued by Sun Wukong's unexpected amusement. You have lost, Gula. Boom. The aura of Sun Wukong surged once more, as the fiery crimson energy of the King Kai fist enveloped him in an instant. Impossible. How have you regained your strength? Gula exclaimed in astonishment, a hint of fear creeping into his demeanor at the sight of Sun Wukong in this formidable form. Sun Gohan, seemingly treading upon the very air, emitted a sound akin to an explosion, and in an instant, his form vanished only to reappear before Gula. I declare your defeat, Gula. The moment you transformed the entirety of the Beigao star into your own body, you sealed your fate. Sun Gohan's voice rang out like the crack of lightning and the roar of thunder, reverberating in Gula's ears. Why? Gula pondered in confusion. Just then, he felt a rush of wind against his face, a chilling sensation enveloping his entire head, and an overwhelming sense of despair coursed through him. A colossal energy wave, crackling with lightning, struck Sun Gohan upon his head. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sound of a tremendous explosion resonated as Gula's head was obliterated into a mist of blood. Deprived of his cranium, Gula plummeted from the heights, plunging into the vast ocean below with a resounding splash. As Sun Wukong dissipated the crimson energy and spat out a mouthful of blood, he chuckled. You have transformed the entirety of the planet Beigao into your own corporeal form. Yet you remain oblivious to this fact. Your brain has shifted to the crown of your head. I can even perceive the pulsations of your mind. This Kamehameha wave has merged with a portion of the energy sphere I previously gathered, and your brain, struck directly, has been reduced to mere ashes. Can you still resurrect? Thus, you have lost, Gula. Chapter 37. An hour later. Boom. In an unknown star domain, a figure cloaked in black cursed, useless. The very fabric of space trembled at the utterance of these words, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, he vanished without a trace. On planet Namek, the ocean surged skyward, manifesting as a colossal tsunami that engulfed the entire planet. The world trembled violently, fierce winds howled, and thunder roared. Namek emitted ominous cracking sounds as the surface began to fracture incessantly. What? Sun Wukong, suspended in the air, was taken aback. How could this be? Gula had not perished? It was inconceivable. His aura had completely dissipated. At that moment, the sea erupted with a tremendous splash, and that mechanical form continued to expand, rising above the water's surface, its tentacles unfurling, once again transforming into the visage of a metallic octopus planet. The tentacles pierced into Namek, shattering rocks and causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake. What is happening? Gula's aura had seemingly vanished, yet the pace at which planet Beigao was consuming Namek's energy was inexplicably accelerating. At this rate, within an hour, the entirety of Namek's energy would be siphoned by planet Beigao, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion, a magnificent firework display amidst the cosmos. Sun Wukong hastily contacted the North Kai. Master Kai, what is happening? The situation has become even more dire as the Beigao star, led by Gula, frantically absorbs the energy of planet Namek. If it remains unchecked, planet Namek will soon face a catastrophic explosion. The voice of the North Kai soon resonated, his tone akin to an anxious ant on a hot pan. Clearly agitated, it is indeed dire. I have just observed, and planet Namek can only endure for another hour before it self-destructs. Gohan, is it possible for you to directly obliterate the Beigao star? This would effectively halt its voracious consumption. Sun Wukong shook his head hastily and said, No, Lord King Kai. At present, the planet Beigao has already devoured nearly half of Namek. If I were to explode it, the entire Namek would be affected, merely accelerating its destruction. Meanwhile, the location where the Grand Elder of Namek was hidden was submerged by waves, forcing the remaining Namekians to flee the caverns and take refuge in the sky. Gazing downwards, the Namekians were struck with terror. Was this the onset of their apocalypse once more? At that moment, over half of Namek had been consumed by a metallic octopus, while the remaining portion was engulfed in monstrous waves, the earth quaking violently, and volcanoes erupting profusely, casting a pall of smoke across the sky accompanied by relentless rumbling sounds. The erupting volcanoes were extinguished by the surging waves, producing acrid smoke, only for the volcanoes to erupt anew moments later, creating a cycle of destruction as Namek approached its cataclysmic end. The dwindling Namekians gathered around the Grand Elder, their faces etched with panic. The warrior Namekian, Baron, anxiously inquired, Grand Elder, what shall we do now? Are we to await our doom passively? The Grand Elder maintained a calm demeanor, already resigned to his fate. Yet he found himself at a loss for words to answer Baron's question. Just then, they saw Sun Wukong flying towards them. The Grand Elder rushed to meet him, urgently asking, Wukong, what news do you bring? Although he was unafraid of death, he felt a profound responsibility for the Namekian populace. Seeing Sun Wukong approach was akin to grasping a last lifeline, and he inquired with a tone filled with hope. I have slain the core consciousness of Biho. But without its master, it has reverted to its primal instinct of consumption. It seems Namek cannot be saved, Sun Wukong lamented sorrowfully. What are the 3 Dragon Balls? If we have them, we could wish for the dragon to transport us to Earth or another planet to evade this catastrophe, the Grand Elder suggested. I apologize, Grand Elder. But the 3 Dragon Balls remain within Big Ho. I was unable to retrieve them, and without the dragon radar, I cannot even ascertain their location, Sun Wukong replied. Hearing this, the Grand Elder's eyes dimmed with despair. At that moment, the voice of North Kai resonated within their hearts. Wukong, you can use your spaceship to send the Grand Elder to Earth. As long as he survives, he can recreate the Dragon Balls, and with the newly forged dragon, he could restore Namek and revive those who have perished, North Kai proclaimed. Sending the Grand Elder to Earth? Is that the only option? To forsake the entirety of Namek? Abandon all the living Namekians and relinquish my own life? Sun Wukong seethed with frustration. If only I could utilize instant transmission more adeptly. It seemed there was no other choice. Glancing at the surrounding Namekians and the Grand Elder, Sun Wukong produced his spaceship and handed it to the Grand Elder, saying, Grand Elder, this is my spaceship. Take it. If I do not return within half an hour, use it to fly to Earth. You must survive, this is a plea. Never did he imagine that merely half a year after being reborn into the Dragon Ball world, he would be faced with such a harrowing choice, to sacrifice his own life for that of another. This was a scenario he had never contemplated before. However, what could be done? The Grand Elder, and he could only choose for one to live. After passing the spaceship to the Grand Elder, Sun Wukong turned in fury and soared towards Biho. Grand Elder, you must revive me. There are still many things I have yet to accomplish, Sun Wukong murmured to himself. The reason Sun Wukong soared towards the planet Bigo was to wager whether he could locate the 3 Dragon Balls within half an hour, regardless of the outcome. He yearned to make one last effort, as there remained over 30 minutes to spare. Navigating through countless geysers and volcanoes, Sun Wukong swiftly arrived above Bigo. This terrifying metallic beast had now grown significantly larger than before, likely a consequence of having absorbed all of Sun Wukong's energy in the presence of the half-Namekian, resulting in its considerable expansion. Sun Gohan descended upon the ocular region of the metallic octopus, then, with both hands, concentrated his energy to unleash the Kamehameha wave, creating a gaping hole in its body before leaping inside. The familiar surroundings reminded him of the spot he had previously fallen. Recalling the coordinates indicated by the dragon radar, Sun Gohan began to dash frantically, relying on his instincts to search for the 3 Dragon Balls that represented his only hope for survival. Soon, a multitude of robotic soldiers began to flood the passage, all products of the advanced technology of the Galactic High Star Corporation. They obstructed his path, effectively sealing off the passage and rendering any further progress impossible. It seems my intuition is correct. You block my way. Which means ahead lies either the Dragon Balls or the central computer chip of your Galactic High Star, Sun Gohan scoffed. In an instant, the golden aura surrounding him surged violently, propelling him into the swarm of robots. With explosive force, he unleashed a torrent of energy, scattering sparks and lightning as he annihilated thousands of machines. At last, he tore a breach through the metallic horde and surged forward. Chapter 38. The metallic doppelganger Sun Gohan heightened his vigilance, enveloping himself in several layers of thick protective shields before charging forward. Each collision he made shattered a metallic wall, propelling him onward at remarkable speed. Countless silver wires surged toward him, attempting to ensnare him. Yet they ultimately failed to breach his defenses, returning empty-handed. Last time, I was careless. It won't be so easy now, Sun Gohan murmured. Then unleashed a powerful wave of energy, obliterating all the robots that sought to intercept him, continuing his relentless advance. After 10 minutes, he finally beheld a familiar scene, arriving at the very center of the chamber where Gula's brain had once been suspended. Indeed, this was the place, however. It seemed that the Dragon Balls were not present here. Sun Gohan surveyed the confines of the sealed room, finding no trace of the Dragon Balls. His gaze fell upon the spot where many silver threads once suspended Cooler S brain. Now, only an electronic chip floated, flickering with sparks of electricity. This chip was ensconced in a multitude of silver wires, resembling a charged cocoon, a remnant of the original chip from Planet Bighorn. Should this chip be destroyed, what fate would befall Planet Bighorn? Would it collapse entirely, or perhaps trigger a cataclysmic explosion? However, a bold idea suddenly sparked in Sun Gohan's mind. Spirit, awaken. I have a thought, he called out. I'm here, the spirit replied instantaneously. Try to transfer yourself onto this electronic chip, Sun Gohan suggested, excitement dancing in his eyes. He realized that Cooler S brain was likely anchored to this chip, exerting control over the entirety of Planet Bighorn. If Cooler could do it, why couldn't he? With no retreat available, he might as well take the plunge. After all, sometimes a dead horse could be treated as a living one. He fixed his gaze upon the chip and noticed several cracks upon its surface, likely a result of his previous energy wave. Although Cooler S brain had vanished entirely, the chip remained intact, continuously utilizing energy for self-repair, thereby accelerating its absorption of the Namekian energy. I cannot stray too far from my host. Please move closer, the spirit urged. Understood, Sun Gohan replied. Sun Wukong approached the electronic chip ensconced in a tangle of silver wires. As he took his first step, he felt an overwhelming heaviness, as if an invisible barrier obstructed his path. With a disdainful huff, his golden aura intensified, and he took a determined step forward. This time, the unseen impediment could not halt his advance. As he drew closer, an endless torrent of silver wires surged forth, attempting to assault Sun Wukong and drain his energy. However, he had anticipated this. His energy shield was impenetrable, rendering the wires utterly powerless to breach his defenses. At last, standing before the electronic chip, Sun Wukong placed his hand upon its surface. A surge of potent electricity coursed through his body, crackling audibly, and his palm bore the brunt of the shock, leaving him scorched and emitting a pungent odor of singed flesh. Now was the moment. Gritting his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his voice emerged low and strained, resonating from his throat. His spiritual essence received the command and surged forth from his right arm, plunging into the depths of the electronic chip. Boom! Sun Gohan felt an indescribable sharp pain surge through his mind. And then the electronic chip before him erupted with a blinding white light, akin to the execution of a solar flare. The entire room was engulfed in this intense radiance, rendering Sun Gohan unable to open his eyes, with a stinging pain coursing through them. After a moment, the brilliant light dissipated, allowing him to finally open his eyes. To his astonishment, he beheld the electronic chip, its cracks mysteriously mended, now calmly hovering without emitting the crackling electricity that had once surged forth. Suddenly, he realized that his mind was flooded with an overwhelming amount of information, encompassing all the memories and secrets pertaining to the higher star. The sheer volume of content was staggering, causing his head to throb, and recognizing that now was not the time for meticulous examination, he urgently inquired, Spirit Entity, what is the current situation? His intuition told him that his spirit entity was now fully integrated with the electronic chip. Indeed, upon hearing Sun Gohan's question, the spirit entity's voice resonated from the chip. It feels magnificent, an unparalleled sense of power, my host. You need not inquire further, simply attune yourself to it. In that instant, Sun Gohan sensed a pathway opening within him, a torrent of knowledge flooding his consciousness. This information had already infiltrated his mind moments ago, but due to its overwhelming nature, he had been unable to process it. Now, it had automatically filtered itself, elucidating how to control the chip. In the next moment, Sun Gohan directed a fragment of his spirit to descend upon the chip, and he was left astounded. A wondrous energy continuously reverberated back to his core, and he was astonished to discover that his physical form was becoming stronger and more resilient. After 2 minutes, the enhancement ceased, and Sun Gohan perceived that his corporeal body was now more than twice as robust as before. However, this augmentation was limited to his physical constitution. Neither his strength nor his energy had increased. Nevertheless, this was a delightful surprise, as he believed that enhancing one's physical constitution was far more challenging than augmenting strength or energy. If he wished to boost his strength and energy, a period of training would suffice to achieve that. However, enhancing his constitution was a different matter altogether, without specialized training techniques or extraordinary elixirs. Improving his physical form was exceedingly arduous. To illustrate simply, in his previous state, lacking the protection of energy, he could be injured by ordinary energy blasts or laser guns. Now, however, they would likely only serve to tickle him. Yet, he realized that now was not the time for such thoughts. He needed to act swiftly to halt the higher star from devouring Namek. Sun Gohan felt that he had transformed into a being akin to the creature known as Big Hoxing. As this thought crossed his mind, the tendrils of Big Hoxing began to retract, ceasing their consumption of Namek. Perhaps it would be better to revert to a humanoid form. This enormous size was rather cumbersome, he mused. In the next moment, the octopus-like Big Hoxing swiftly diminished in size, metamorphosing. Suddenly, Sun Gohan found himself standing upon the soil of Namek, and Big Hoxing had taken on a human form beside him, resembling him in every aspect, save for the hue. He himself was resplendent in gold, while Big Hoxing's manifestation shimmered in silvery tones, with a surface that appeared to flow like liquid mercury, radiating a metallic brilliance. From this point forth, he would refer to him as the metallic avatar, for the name Big Hoxing no longer sufficed, Sun Gohan resolved. How cool and dashing this form was. Far surpassing even the likes of Transformers and Iron Man, it was truly magnificent, filling Sun Gohan's heart with joy. He wondered if he could transform into other objects. Following this thought, the metallic avatar began to morph continuously into various shapes: cars, longswords, broad blades, rockets, cannons, airplanes, bowling balls, and shot puts, among others. However, Sun Gohan felt a tinge of regret, for these transformations were merely superficial. They did not embody the true essence of the objects. For instance, when the metallic avatar assumed the shape of a car, it was not a genuine automobile. Although it could move, it did so without the aid of an engine, floating gracefully instead, akin to his own flight technique. A peculiar combat scenario suddenly emerged in his mind. One day, during a fierce battle with a formidable foe, he would unleash the metallic avatar, transforming it into a bicycle to crash into the enemy. Then he would exuberantly shout, "Well done, my friend. 666. I'll send you a rocket." Following which, the metallic avatar would morph into a rocket, soaring into the sky. No, this was not suitable. Such a whimsical combat scene was entirely implausible. He could not engage in battle this way. After all, style was a lifelong pursuit. The scenario should unfold as follows. One day, in a fierce clash with a powerful adversary, he would let out a mighty roar and transform. First, he would become a Super Saiyan, and then his silver watch would disassemble with a series of clicks, transforming into a striking silver battle attire that draped over him or morphing into a gleaming silver spear, poised to confront his enemy with an imposing presence. This was the combat style he sought. Alternatively, he could allow the avatar to become an impressive transformer, engaging the enemy in battle. Yes, this was the aesthetic he desired. Sun Wukong shook his head, dispelling his increasingly erratic thoughts, and turned his gaze towards the metallic clone before issuing a command for it to transform into a stylish wristwatch. In an instant, the metallic clone swiftly diminished in size, ultimately becoming a stunning silver timepiece that gracefully floated over to adorn Sun Wukong's right wrist, fitting perfectly and exuding exquisite craftsmanship. Ah, the 3 Dragon Balls are contained within the clone. I can sense them, Sun Wukong murmured. He then soared into the sky, rapidly heading in the direction of the Grand Elder. On the ground, the volcano continued to erupt, and the Earth's surface remained fractured. Grand Elder, please don't depart just yet. You promised to wait for me for half an hour. Before long, Sun Wukong returned, relieved to find that the Grand Elder had not yet ascended in his spaceship. He was still offering words of comfort to the Namekians, assuring them that upon his return to Earth, he would swiftly create the Dragon Balls and revive both Namek and its inhabitants. Grand Elder, Sun Wukong called out from a distance. I bring you splendid news. No one need perish. I have secured the 3 Dragon Balls, and I have dealt with the metallic planet. Oh, really? That is wonderful. The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming in delight, his joy unmistakable. Their voices resonated loudly, and all the Namekians heard, instantly transforming the previously somber atmosphere into one of lively exuberance. After all, avoiding death was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. Even though resurrection was possible, no one wished to meet their end so readily. Quickly, bring forth the 4 Dragon Balls. Let us make our wishes. Although we have thwarted the devouring of the High Star, Namek has suffered severe damage. If we do not restore it soon, it will self-destruct within the hour, Sun Wukong remarked, glancing at the still erupting volcano. He then retrieved the 3 Dragon Balls from his silver watch and handed them to the Grand Elder. Oh, splendid. The Grand Elder was momentarily stunned before turning to the warrior Baron. Baron, quickly, fetch the Dragon Balls. Prior to the flood that had submerged their hiding place, the Grand Elder had instructed Baron to excavate the 4 Dragon Balls, which were now in Baron's possession. Understood, Grand Elder, Baron replied with a nod. Unfastening the cloth bag strapped to his back, retrieving the 4 Dragon Balls, and presenting them to the Grand Elder. Time is of the essence. Let us find a patch of ground that remains unscathed and commence our wishes. The Grand Elder, wielding magic, commanded the 7 Dragon Balls to float before him, rising and falling gracefully as they made their descent towards the earth. Not far ahead lay a relatively intact piece of land. The group followed him downwards. Chapter 39. Summoning the dragon as they all descended onto the patch of open ground, they noticed a cloud of dust and smoke lingering in the air. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong thrust his palms outward, creating a gust of wind that transformed into a cyclone, clearing the foul air from the vicinity. During the Bu saga, Sun Gohan recalled that the Dragon Balls on Namek had been optimized by the newly appointed Grand Elder, allowing for the simultaneous resurrection of multiple individuals. However, he was uncertain whether this enhancement still existed at the present time. If the Dragon Balls retained their original capabilities from the Frieza era, he would need to reconsider his wishes. After some contemplation, he decided to inquire with the Grand Elder. He turned to him and asked, Grand Elder, may I ask if the dragon on Namek can now resurrect multiple people at once? This question was pivotal. If the Dragon Balls had not been optimized, he would only be able to resurrect Uncle Piccolo first, and then use the Earth-S Dragon Balls to bring back those slain by the androids. Another complication arose from the fact that the Earth-S Dragon could not resurrect anyone who had already been brought back to life once. This would pose an even greater challenge, as he clearly remembered that aside from himself, all the other Z-fighters had been resurrected at least once. The Grand Elder smiled and replied, since the Frieza incident, I have indeed optimized the Dragon Balls. They can now resurrect many individuals. Hearing the Grand Elder's affirmative response, Sun Gohan sighed in relief and smiled, saying, that is wonderful. However, Grand Elder, could you grant me 2 wishes this time? The Dragon Balls on Namek can be used again in 130 days, but the Earth-S Dragon Balls require a wait of 365 days. Would it be possible for you to first restore Namek, and then, after 130 days, resurrect the other members of our race? The Grand Elder, with a kindly gaze, nodded and said, that is permissible. Thank you, Grand Elder. Let us summon the dragon and promptly restore Namek, Sun Gohan affirmed with a nod. The Grand Elder gestured for Dandy to summon the dragon, while Sun Gohan mentally reached out to Goku, the Z-Fighters, and King Kai on the North Kai's planet, inviting them into a telepathic conversation. Father, uncles, and King Kai, I have subdued the Bio Broly here on Namek and am now ready to summon the dragon to make our wishes. Informing them of this good news was merely a customary gesture, ensuring they were somewhat prepared. Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu were all elated upon hearing the news, though Goku's mood seemed slightly subdued, as he was acutely aware that he could not be revived through Namek's dragon. Although he typically did not engage in deep contemplation, he was certainly no fool. The others noticed Goku's melancholy demeanor. Krillin patted him on the shoulder and reassured him. Goku, we are merely going to be revived a little earlier than you. You should continue your training with King Kai, Gohan, and I will find a way. Indeed, Piccolo, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu agreed in unison. King Kai added, they will all be leaving soon. Are you unhappy staying here with me on King Kai's planet? Not at all, haha. But, King Kai, I believe I overheard you whispering yesterday about wanting to kick us out because there wasn't enough food. Is that true? Goku asked, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. Seeing Goku laugh brought forth a wave of laughter from everyone else as well. Father, I will make a wish to the dragon shortly to inquire about the method for reviving you, Son Gohan communicated, feeling a pang of sadness as he heard their voices. At that moment, Dandy had successfully summoned the dragon. Observing Son Gohan lost in thought, he called out several times without receiving a response. So he approached and tugged at Son Gohan's sleeve. Gohan? Gohan? Huh? Oh. Coming back to reality, Son Gohan noticed that the sky above Namek had turned dark, and a large green beast was swirling in the heavens, its blood-red eyes fixed upon them, with its breath echoing ominously. Son Gohan recognized that this was indeed the dragon of Namek, significantly larger than the dragon of Earth, and strikingly different in appearance. Moreover, it was not referred to as the dragon on Namek. The Namekians called it Purunga, meaning the god of dreams. Dandy, quickly make a wish to restore Namek, Son Gohan urged, noticing that the little fellow had yet to utter a wish for the planet's restoration, still awaiting his response. All right, Dandy nodded. Purunga, please restore Namek to its original state, he said, clasping his hands together and directing his wish towards Purunga in the Namekian language. Very well, this is quite simple. Purunga's voice resonated, rumbling like distant thunder. As the dragon's voice faded, the very fabric of Namek began to shift, as if time itself were reversing to a few months prior. Floodwaters receded back into the sea, volcanoes sank into the earth, and in the blink of an eye, everything returned to its former glory. The catastrophic explosion of Namek had finally been resolved. With the wish fulfilled, Dandy turned back to Son Gohan, eagerly awaiting his second wish. The second wish was to resurrect all the humans who had perished at the hands of androids 17 and 18. And the third wish was to inquire about the method of reviving his father, Son Goku. Son Gohan spoke directly, without hesitation. Dandy nodded, signaling his understanding of Son Gohan's desires, then looked up at Purunga, speaking in rapid Namekian. Upon hearing Dandy's words, the dragon's crimson eyes gleamed, and it hummed. The second wish has been granted. All humans slain by the androids have been resurrected. As for the third wish, I regret to inform you that it exceeds my capabilities. Please state a different wish. What? Even the dragon does not know the method of resurrection? Son Gohan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had held great hope for the dragon's reply, only to be met with a response that exceeded its power. The sensation was akin to a punch to his heart, leaving him breathless. Gohan, what wish should we change it to? Dandy inquired. Ask the dragon if it can directly revive my father, Son Gohan replied, refusing to give in to despair. Although he understood the improbability of such a wish, he felt compelled to try. All right. Dandy nodded again and spoke rapidly in Namekian to Purunga. Unfortunately, this wish cannot be fulfilled, the dragon Purunga stated. Sun Wukong let out a sigh, his spirits somewhat diminished, feeling as though everything had become rather tedious. Gohan, this won't do. What wish shall we change it to? Dandy inquired once more. Son Gohan let out a bitter laugh and said, Dandy, please resurrect the fallen Namekians. Dandy nodded and raised his head to make a wish like Purunga. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the soul auras of Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu gradually faded away before vanishing completely, signifying their resurrection. Congratulations to you all, exclaimed Son Goku. Once you return, please look after Gohan and Chi-Chi, he added with a smile. Krillin chuckled, Goku, Gohan can protect us now. It's more like we need him to safeguard us, haha. As he spoke, his voice grew quieter until it ceased entirely. He nodded seriously at Son Goku, assuring him. We understand, Goku. You can rest easy. Krillin then stepped forward and embraced Son Goku tightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. One by one, the others followed suit, hugging Son Goku, except for Piccolo, who stood awkwardly to the side, caught in a moment of hesitation, unsure whether to approach or remain still. Ultimately, it was Son Goku who walked over, shook his hand, and said, Piccolo, Gohan cherishes you the most. Please take good care of him. Farewell. With a hearty laugh, Son Goku waved goodbye. Farewell, Goku. Farewell, King Kai. They all waved as they leaped into the Snake Way. Son Goku continued to wave until their figures disappeared from sight, his hand lingering in the air, reluctant to drop. In a distant part of Earth, Vegeta appeared out of nowhere. He gazed incredulously at his hands and body, recalling that just moments ago, he had been battling androids 17 in hell. How had he suddenly arrived on Earth? Had he been resurrected? It must have been Kakarot's son. Realizing he had indeed returned to life, he murmured to himself before erupting with energy and soaring towards West City. Simultaneously, across various locations on Earth, be it cities, villages, or even more remote areas, Figures began to materialize, each one bewildered and disoriented, as if awakening from a dreadful nightmare. In Chapter 40, the Namekians only drink water. After granting 3 wishes, Purunga shone with golden light before dissipating into the air, transforming the Dragon Balls back into their stone form. Watching Purunga disappear, Sun Gohan fell into a daze for several seconds, then remembered he had yet to inform Bulma and Chi-Chi. He quickly initiated a telepathic link. Fearing they would worry about him, he had refrained from contacting them after landing. So they were unaware of the recent calamity on Namek and assumed Gohan had safely arrived and collected the Dragon Balls. Upon sensing Gohan's connection, Bulma and Chi-Chi were filled with excitement, believing that Shenron had been summoned and their wishes had been granted. Chi-Chi was the first to speak. Gohan, has the wish been fulfilled? Bulma chimed in eagerly. Gohan, when will you be back? Both women were impatient, and hearing their voices lifted Son Gohan's spirits. He smiled and replied, yes, the wish has been granted. All the humans who were killed by the androids have been successfully resurrected. I believe that if you open the door now, you will hear the cheers of the people on Earth. Bulma exclaimed with joy, that's wonderful. Then Vegeta must have been revived too. Trunks, did you hear? Your father is coming back. As she spoke, she lifted Trunks and playfully shook him, causing the little boy to burst into delightful laughter. Chi-Chi, still anxious, asked, what about Goku? As Sun Wukong's heart quivered, he realized that this matter had to be communicated to his mother. There was no evading it. He spoke earnestly, Mother, father passed away due to a heart ailment, and the dragon cannot revive him. However, rest assured, I shall devise another solution. Trust in me. Upon hearing this news, Chi-Chi felt her vision blur, nearly collapsing to the ground, her large eyes brimming with tears. Wukong, she murmured softly. Chi-Chi, do not be distressed. We must place our faith in Gohan. Shall we? Bulma comforted her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Of course, you remain calm, for your Vegeta has been revived, while my Wukong has not, Chi-Chi remarked. Casting a playful eye roll at Bulma, her sense of despondency slightly alleviated. Son Gohan continued, Aunt Bulma, the dragon radar accidentally melted into molten iron. So you will need to create another one. By the way, could you check if the Dragon Balls that turned to stone at home have been activated? Bulma walked over to inspect the several black-gray stones in the corner and replied, not yet. They still appear to be stone. Perhaps they require the Kaishin to reactivate them? I will contact him shortly to see if he can also optimize our Earth as Shenron. By the way, Gohan, I have made some progress on the videos you asked me to investigate. A few months ago, a vague shadow suddenly appeared in Dr. Gero's laboratory. Bulma suddenly remarked, oh, could it be Dr. Gero himself? Son Gohan inquired, puzzled. I'm not certain. The figure was completely shrouded in darkness, and the video was quite blurry, making it difficult to discern. Bulma responded, is someone indeed meddling in matters? Who could it be? Son Gohan mused, feeling somewhat bewildered. Thank you for your help. Please show me that video when I return. And Aunt Bulma, don't forget to make the dragon radar. Farewell, Son Gohan said. Chi-Chi then asked, Gohan, when will you be back? Son Gohan replied, Mother, I will be returning by spaceship shortly. I shall arrive in 10 days. Farewell. After severing the connection with Bulma and Chi-Chi, Son Gohan hastily established contact with Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo, has the Supreme Kai returned to the Kai's realm? With no other option available, as the Supreme Kai was not in the friends list and could not be reached directly, he had to rely on Mr. Popo for the connection. Mr. Popo responded, indeed, he has returned. He expressed his gratitude to you, Gohan. Son Gohan said, Mr. Popo, could you speak with the Supreme Kai and see if he can enhance the Dragon Balls of Earth, allowing them to grant 3 wishes at once? Much like the Dragon of Namek? Mr. Popo replied, very well, I shall discuss this with the Supreme Kai. Sun Wukong, I apologize for the inconvenience, Mr. Bobo. Farewell. After severing his connection with Mr. Bobo, Sun Wukong safely stowed away his personal satchel within the confines of his metallic doppelganger, for it was far more secure than carrying it on his person. Within that satchel resided all of his possessions, particularly the precious Senza beans and spacecraft, which were of utmost importance. Since acquiring this metallic counterpart, his spiritual essence had transitioned to reside within it, merging completely with the doppelganger. Sun Wukong had attempted to summon his essence back to his mind, only to discover that it was no longer possible. He had truly fused with the metallic entity. The crisis on Namek had been averted, and all individuals had been resurrected. The Grand Elder instructed everyone to return to their respective tribes and restore the customary order. Now, only 2 of his loyal attendants and Dandy remained by his side. Observing that Wukong seemed to have concluded his tasks, Dandy tugged at his garment and inquired, Wukong, what are your intentions? Are you returning to Earth now? The Grand Elder nodded in agreement, as this was likely the question on his mind as well. Sun Wukong smiled and said, prepare for a hearty meal, and then we shall return to Earth. Dandy nodded and replied, allow me to fetch you 2 buckets of fresh water. Sun Wukong was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, what a ridiculous notion of water. I yearn for meat. This thought reminded him that Namekians typically subsisted on mere water and photosynthesis, making them a remarkably easy-to-sustain species, seemingly devoid of any connection to carnivorous delights. Wait, Dandy. There's no need to prepare water. I desire meat and can manage it myself. Sun Wukong quickly interjected, halting Dandy, with a glint of mischief in his eye. He produced 5 bottles of orange juice from his clone and distributed one to the Grand Elder, Dandy, and the 2 attendants, saying, "Do give this a try." Curious, Dandy inquired, "What is this?" "This is a type of beverage, quite delightful. Simply twist off the cap and take a sip," Sun Wukong instructed, demonstrating by opening a bottle himself. The Namekians mimicked his actions, twisting off the caps and taking a sip, only to recoil in disgust, spitting it out. "What is this? It tastes terrible," exclaimed the Grand Elder, nearly retching. The expressions of the other Namekians mirrored his, their faces paling. "Are you a demon? How could you offer us such a foul drink?" "Well, you've wasted 4 bottles of orange juice," Sun Wukong lamented, shaking his head in disbelief. Without regard for the others, Sun Wukong plunged into the adjacent lake with a splash. Moments later, he emerged with a large fish, skillfully eviscerating it and rinsing it clean in the lake's waters. He then propped it up on a wooden stake and set it ablaze to grill. After half an hour, the fish was perfectly charred and golden. Yet its flavor was hardly commendable. It tasted akin to cold leftovers, a far cry from the delectable fish of Earth. In that instant, he found himself yearning for Earth. He needed to return swiftly. Chapter 41. Vegeta having hastily consumed a small portion, Sun Wukong discarded the entire grilled fish back into the lake. It was simply too unpalatable to endure, verging on torture rather than a meal. Dandy, Grand Elder, farewell, he waved to a few individuals, then retrieved his spaceship. Entering through the open hatch, the ship expelled flames and ascended into the sky. Initially, he had planned to visit Yardrat after concluding his journey to Namek. But upon receiving a message from Bulma, he resolved to return to Earth first before heading to Yardrat. Upon arriving on Earth, Vegeta flew at high speed, traversing several cities, and soon observed the chaotic state of the planet. The humans, revived from death by the androids, found themselves disoriented amidst the ruins of their cities, which were yet to be restored. Consequently, various disturbances erupted, arguments, fights, and rampant looting became commonplace. Meanwhile, some individuals formed small groups, seeking warmth and camaraderie and attempting to reach out to nearby governmental bodies for assistance. The scene was a veritable cacophony. "Humph, foolish earthlings," Vegeta scoffed, disregarding the turmoil as he continued his flight towards West City. "Bulma, Bulma," he called out as he descended, pushing against the iron gate of his home with excessive force, causing it to disintegrate before him. Vegeta stood there, mortified. At that moment, Bulma emerged from the basement stairs, cradling Trunks. She happened upon the sight of Vegeta dismantling the door. "Vegeta," she exclaimed, rushing over to confirm his return and promptly thrusting Trunks into his arms. "Trunks, Daddy's back. Go give him a hug," she said cheerfully. "Get this little brat away from me," Vegeta replied coldly, reluctant to embrace Trunks. "Hey, Vegeta, if you don't hold Trunks, I want tea cook for you," Bulma threatened, glaring at him before pushing Trunks closer. With a reluctant sigh, the Prince of Scions took hold of Trunks, who eagerly climbed onto his back, playfully tousling Vegeta's hair into a disheveled mess. "Damn it, you little brat," Vegeta muttered, though he made no move to dislodge him, instead ensuring his son wouldn't tumble off. Seeing Vegeta in such a disheveled state, Bulma burst into laughter, entirely lacking any semblance of decorum. "Humph, uncouth woman," Vegeta grumbled in response. "We're currently residing in the basement. Follow me." Bulma led the way, with Trunks perched on Vegeta's shoulders as they descended. Upon reaching the basement, Vegeta spotted Chi-Chi and lowered his voice to inquire, "Where's Gohan?" "He was just on Namek. He should be on his way back now," Chi-Chi replied. "Oh," Vegeta said, hastily directed by Bulma. "You need a shower. You smell terrible. Are you reluctant to set Trunks down? He can walk now." Bulma chuckled. Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment as he gently placed Trunks on the sofa, then made his way to the bathing area. Chi-Chi watched in disbelief, never imagining that the perpetually combative Vegeta would be so obedient under Bulma's influence. Quietly, she gave Bulma a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Bulma fetched some fresh clothes for Vegeta and brought them to the bathroom. Having heard from Gohan that their wish had been granted, Bulma had prepared several meals in anticipation of Vegeta's return, having slaughtered a number of wild chickens that Gohan had caught previously. Once Vegeta emerged from his shower, Bulma and Chi-Chi had already set the table, laden with food. Vegeta approached with the ferocity of a storm, devouring his meal with reckless abandon. Bulma and Chi-Chi were unfazed, accustomed to the Scion's voracious appetites, which resembled a competition for food. "Have Piccolo and Krillin returned yet?" Vegeta inquired, mouth full. "Not yet. They should be back from King Kai's planet soon," Bulma responded. "What about Kakarot?" Vegeta pressed. "Goku succumbed to a viral heart disease. It was a natural death, and the Dragon Balls cannot revive him. Gohan is still searching for a solution," Bulma explained. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Vegeta's eyelids twitched and his eating slowed. "So, he ultimately could not be revived?" "No. I believe he will return, and when he does, he will be extraordinarily powerful. Naturally, I, the Prince of Scions, will be the one to defeat him. Kakarot, just wait." After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta made a decision. "Bulma, I intend to train at the lookout for a while. Gohan informed me there is an exceptional training facility there, known as the Hyperbolic Time Chamber." "Are you going now?" Bulma frowned, perplexed. "Didn't you just come back? Is a Scion's life solely about training?" "Yes, I'm going now." When Gohan returns, I must challenge him to a duel, Vegeta declared with unwavering determination. Fiery resolve glinting in his eyes. With Kakarot absent, defeating his son would suffice for now. Training and fighting were the only labels Chi-Chi and Bulma could attribute to the Scions. Given the circumstances, there was no stopping them. I truly have no means to reason with you Scions. All you do is train and fight, Bulma sighed, then conceded. Fine, go ahead. I know I can't stop you. How about going tomorrow instead? She suggested hesitantly. Why delay until tomorrow? I wish to leave now, Vegeta replied, shaking his head in confusion. Go on, just go. Bulma huffed in annoyance. Rude woman, Vegeta scoffed, then soared into the sky towards the lookout. Before long, Vegeta arrived at the lookout and inquired with Mr. Popo and Kami about the hyperbolic time chamber, expressing his determination to train there. I wish to enter for a week, until Gohan returns. You cannot prevent me. Vegeta asserted resolutely, showing no intention of backing down. Not so fast, Mr. Vegeta. You must listen. Each person can only enter for 2 days. If you exceed that, you won't be able to return, Mr. Popo interjected, gesturing to halt Vegeta. 2 days? Really? What can be accomplished in that time? Vegeta wore an incredulous expression. Mr. Bubbles? I assure you, what I say is true. Outside, a day passes, while inside, an entire year elapses. You have spent 2 days inside, which equates to 2 years of training, Mr. Bubbles explained. Such a marvelous chamber exists? Vegeta was astonished. Gohan had merely mentioned the hyperbolic time chamber to him without hinting at its remarkable nature. How long did Gohan spend inside last time? Vegeta inquired further. Gohan only spent half a day, which translates to 6 months within, Mr. Bubbles replied. Very well, 2 days it is. I refuse to believe that after 2 years of training, I cannot surpass your 6 months. Vegeta chuckled. When you return, I shall challenge you, young one. Mr. Vegeta. Please follow me, Mr. Bubbles said with a resigned gesture towards the heavens, leading Vegeta towards the hyperbolic time chamber. Chapter 42, The Gathering Storm on Bowsy Mountain. The sun shone brightly, and the birds chirped melodiously atop the trees. The air was rich with the fragrance of wildflowers and fresh grass. Taking a deep breath, Laziri felt that a splendid day was unfolding. After rising early, she tended to the wild chickens and ensured the newly planted potatoes and seeds received ample water. Observing the sprouting vegetables and potatoes lifted her spirits. Having completed her chores, she returned to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, only to discover that her rice supply was nearly depleted. Thus, she resolved to venture out to procure some rice, and perhaps treat herself to a new outfit. Having worn boys' clothing for some time, her movements felt somewhat coarse. Although the garments were loose and comfortable, she preferred feminine attire. After a quick tidy-up, Laziri securely locked the door and took to the skies, heading towards the nearest city. To her surprise, the streets were abuzz with activity, and she spotted the long-missed presence of humans. Upon entering the city, she was met with a throng of people, bustling and lively. Is it because the humans hidden away have emerged following the cessation of the android's destruction? She pondered. With curiosity, Laziri entered a store specializing in rice and requested 50 pounds. The shopkeeper was taken aback at the sight of a young girl purchasing such a hefty amount, wondering how she would manage to carry it. If delivery were required, he would not venture far. After weighing and paying for the rice, the shopkeeper watched in astonishment as Laziri effortlessly lifted the 50-pound sack with a single hand. As if it were a mere cabbage, he silently marveled at his good fortune in not shortchanging her, for she appeared formidable. Excuse me, shopkeeper, may I ask you something? As she prepared to leave, Laziri hesitated and turned back. The shopkeeper, startled, stammered, Why yes, miss, what is it? Noting his fear, Laziri offered a gentle smile and softened her tone. Why are there so many people today? It's said that those killed by the androids have returned to life. Prompting a surge of people into the city, the shopkeeper answered sincerely. Humans have been resurrected? What does that entail? If they've returned, why are they not going home? Laziri furrowed her brow, pressing for more information. After a brief exchange, the shopkeeper sensed her demeanor was not as intimidating as her strength suggested, and he relaxed. It's because, while they have mysteriously returned, their cities have vanished, leaving them homeless. They have come to the nearby city to seek shelter or procure supplies. You should be cautious. Things are quite chaotic now. Thank you for the warning, shopkeeper, Laziri replied, clutching the sack of rice as she stepped outside. She soon spotted a clothing store and placed the rice in a corner with a thud, attracting curious glances. Selecting 2 pairs of cropped jeans, a white t-shirt, and a beige top, she donned an outfit from her selection, stowing her previous garments in her bag. Instantly, the tomboy transformed into a beautiful swan, drawing admiring looks and envious glances. At checkout, the cashier couldn't help but compliment her and even offered a discount. With her purchases complete, Laziri grabbed the sack of rice and exited the store. Now clad in her new attire, she garnered even more attention, leaving others astonished at her delicate frame strength. Not far from the store, a group of young men began to take notice of her, surrounding her with ill intentions. However, before they could utter a word, Laziri elegantly swept her leg, sending them tumbling to the ground, bloodied and bruised. The remaining ruffians, too frightened to speak, quickly retreated, while those on the ground scrambled to their feet, brushing off the dust in haste. After this brief altercation, no one dared to challenge Laziri again. allowing her to exit the city safely. She took to the skies, flying towards Baozi Mountain, her mind racing with thoughts of the shopkeeper's words. The deceased had returned to life. Surely Gohan was responsible, as he was likely the only one on this planet capable of such a feat. Though unsure of how he accomplished it, the revival of those she had slain eased her guilt significantly, bringing her a sense of relief. If ordinary Earthlings had returned, then surely Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Goku would have as well, Laziri mused. With their revival, she resolved to remain low-key and cautious, avoiding any encounters to prevent potential conflicts. For the Z fighters, she and Lapith had taken their lives, such enmity would likely linger for a lifetime. After setting down the rice, Laziri suddenly remembered that the original inhabitants of her home would likely return soon. It was time for her to leave this place. Although she felt a pang of sadness, she recognized it was unavoidable. She tidied her home once more, gathered the drying clothes, fed the chickens again, and left her remaining coins on the coffee table. After a moment's thought, she placed a gold bar atop the coins, secured the doors and windows, and left, glancing back with a heavy heart. Having resided in this place for over 10 days, Laziri felt a sense of confusion. Now, where was she to go? Half a day after departing from Planet King, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu, the valiant warriors, arrived back on Earth. Upon their return, Krillin resolved to visit Kame House first. Yamcha, having nowhere else to go, accompanied him. Tien, having gained newfound clarity after his resurrection, decided to seek out Launch. Kaiatsu, who had always been by Tien's side, reluctantly followed him, leaving Piccolo feeling somewhat awkward and directionless. Ultimately, Piccolo chose to venture to the vast wilderness near West City, a place he fondly remembered training with Gohan for several months. He longed to revisit the environment and perhaps retreat there for a period of contemplation. In the celestial realm, the heavenly temple, the old Kai and Mr. Popo stood at the edge of the temple plaza, gazing down at Earth, surveying every corner of the planet and scrutinizing human activities. This was a privilege bestowed upon him as a deity and a daily duty. Observing the Z warriors' safe return and subsequent dispersal, the old Kai turned his gaze towards the room of spirit and time, a smile gracing his lips. Their presence brought him a sense of peace. He continued scanning the Earth, witnessing the chaos and unrest of humanity, who were rioting and fighting due to their loss of homes. He shook his head in resignation. He then spotted Lazuli departing from the Capsule Corporation, his brow furrowing in concern. Where was she headed? Was she intent on causing further destruction? His gaze swept over the remnants of Dr. Gero's laboratory, now reduced to a massive crater filled with rubble and debris. At that moment, he noticed a figure rising from the dust. The old Kai's eyes narrowed, and he instinctively took a few steps back. A mere glance at the individual revealed a heart brimming with hatred. Chapter 43. Dr. Gero amidst the ruins of Dr. Gero's laboratory, a gaunt figure emerged from the dust, clad in a black hat, with long white hair cascading down, and a hawkish nose adorned with a tuft of white beard, his eyes radiating malice. He inspected his hands with a look of confusion before brushing off the dust and chuckling coldly. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that I, Dr. Gero, would return to life? It seems those two treacherous traitors have surely met their demise. They deserve it. Ha ha ha. Indeed, this individual was Dr. Gero, the last malevolent scientist of the Red Ribbon Army, the creator of all androids. In his final moments, he had transformed himself into Android 20 using computer technology. After unleashing Androids 17 and 18, he was caught off guard and swiftly annihilated by 17, reduced to mere remnants. Following his death, he was cast into hell by King Enma, but he remained inconspicuous, evading Frisia and his son, leading to nearly all of hell forgetting his existence. It was only when Android 17 was also sent to hell that Dr. Gero realized something was amiss on Earth. Someone had defeated 17 and 18. Yet he continued to remain hidden, with 17, unaware of Drive Gero's presence in hell. When Gohan wished for the revival of all humans who had perished at the hands of the androids on Namek, Dr. Gero was unexpectedly resurrected, although transformed into an android. His intellect and consciousness remained intact, allowing him to be categorized as a human by the Grand Supreme Kai, resulting in his inexplicable revival. Who could have imagined my laboratory would be in such ruins? Those wretched 17 and 18. Dr. Gero seethed with fury, mistakenly attributing the destruction to them, unaware that the true culprits were still aboard their spaceship, in slumber. Heh, fortunately, I had a backup plan. It was wise of me to establish 2 laboratories. He smirked coldly. It is time for my son to greet these Earthlings, he murmured before soaring into the sky towards the neighboring plateau. After a brief flight of 2 or 3 minutes, Dr. Gero descended and began his search. The plateau's terrain was characterized by strong winds year-round, with many hills shaped like mushroom pillars due to relentless storms. The area appeared barren, with only a sparse growth of drought-resistant plants like cacti. After searching for a moment, he exclaimed in delight, "Haha, found it." He pressed down on one of the mushroom pillars, causing an iron door to swing open. Dr. Gero entered, activating the backup power within, illuminating the space before closing the door behind him. As the lights flickered on, a winding staircase descended before him. He walked down the stairs and opened another door, revealing an expansive room with a massive glass orb atop the ceiling, casting light akin to daylight. The room housed only a few computers, a laboratory table, and a white hibernation pod, all else absent, creating an atmosphere of emptiness. Approaching the computer, Dr. Jero retrieved a remote-like device and placed it in his bag. He then sat beside the hibernation pod, gazing intently at it, lost in thought for a moment. The white hibernation pod bore the number 16. Staring at the pod, Dr. Jero was engulfed in memories. He recalled a robust young man bursting through the door. Confronting him loudly, "Dad, why did you tell the commander I can't participate in this battle? Who are you to decide for me? I must go." Dr. Jero, enraged, retorted. "You foolish child, do you comprehend the danger of this mission? You may not return. Is your life so expendable?" Ignoring his father, the young man stormed out, and thereafter, he never returned. Dr. Jero dispatched individuals to search for months, yet no trace of his son was found. Eventually, rumors circulated within the military that Dr. Jero's son had been obliterated in the explosion during that fateful battle. Upon hearing this, Dr. Jero was struck with despair, descending into madness. Months later, he began to experiment with androids, capturing living humans for his trials, thus bringing forth the creation of androids. Shaking his head to dispel the memories, he turned his gaze to the hibernation pod of 16, speaking softly, "You never heeded your father's advice. Thus, I designed you to be gentle and obedient. I bestowed upon you immense power and strength." After a brief silence, he continued, "Yet, you are not my biological son. My true son's body was never recovered. Otherwise, I would not have crafted you from this metal. Nevertheless, I have not placed you alongside 17 and 18. I have provided you with a separate laboratory. My son, do not disappoint me. No, I should refer to you as Dr. Jero oscillated between fits of laughter, moments of contemplation, and bursts of anger. Having endured immense trauma that left his nerves perpetually frayed. "Awaken, number 16, he commanded, as he stood to unseal the stasis pod. The pod creaked open slowly, and number 16 blinked awake, rising from his slumber. Like a mechanical being, he rotated his neck with a series of clicks before addressing Dr. Jero with a courteous greeting. "Hello, Dr. Jero." After exchanging pleasantries, number 16 emerged from the pod and obediently positioned himself beside Dr. Jero. He was modeled after the likeness of Dr. Jero's son, albeit with a significantly augmented physique, towering over 2 meters and boasting muscles akin to a walking mountain. In contrast, Dr. Jero stood at a mere 1.7 meters, requiring him to tilt his head back uncomfortably to meet the gaze of the 2.5-meter-tall creation. Dr. Jero twisted his neck and remarked, "I am uncertain how they managed to defeat numbers 17 and 18, but now that you are activated, your energy surpasses those 2 traitors. I refuse to believe they can best us again. Number 16, heed my command and obliterate the nearby cities." With an impassive expression, number 16 replied, "Doctor, I must decline this mission. My directive is solely to eliminate Sun Goku and ensure your safety. Other tasks fall outside my operational parameters." Dr. Jero's face contorted in frustration, regretting the choice to imbue this colossus with a gentle and obedient disposition. This number 16 was a failure, though perhaps the only advantage was his loyalty. "Curse it, Dr. Jero exclaimed, pointing at number 16, only to realize he was powerless to compel him, ultimately relinquishing his reprimand. If you refuse to wreak havoc, I shall take matters into my own hands. You must ensure my protection." Dr. Jero settled for a compromise. This time, number 16 nodded in agreement, stating, "That is within my capability. Safeguarding your safety is my duty. Let us go greet the Earthlings." Dr. Jero chuckled ominously, consumed with a desire for vengeance. He yearned to eliminate Sun Goku, to retaliate against humanity, and to slay the reigning king. Had it not been for them, his Red Ribbon army would not have perished. Nor would his son have met his tragic end. Thus, today he would unleash chaos, with their first destination being the nearest city, North City, where the former king resided. Chapter 44, The Great Crisis in West City. Meanwhile, Gohan had just concluded his research on the metallic doppelganger. Through Gula's recollections, he had glimpsed the shadowy figure intent on taking his life. The reasons behind this threat eluded him, leaving him in a state of confusion. However, true to his nature, he chose to set aside these perplexities and focus on enhancing his instant transmission technique instead. Vegeta, drenched in sweat within the hyperbolic time chamber, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, each strike resonating through the air. Piccolo, having ventured to the desolate plains, surveyed his surroundings before settling into a meditative posture, practicing his mental fortitude. Krillin and Yamcha arrived at the Turtle Hermit's abode, only to discover it abandoned and cloaked in dust. After rummaging through the remnants, Krillin packed some items into his bag, and together with Yamcha, they soared towards the sacred world of the Kais. Tien and Kaiatsu traversed 2 cities, searching every conceivable location where launch might have gone, yet her whereabouts remained elusive. In the current state of disarray, with communication still down, locating a single individual amidst the throngs of people proved exceedingly challenging. Sun Wukong requested the king of the otherworld to encase his hands and feet in 10 tons of metal, persistently engaging in rigorous training. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the resistance, General Kid, with a head as large as a cauldron, found himself overwhelmed by the chaos and skirmishes erupting around him. He dispatched numerous troops to quell the unrest, yet the more he attempted to suppress it, the more tumultuous it became. Agitated, General Kid paced back and forth in the conference room, causing both Satan and Bidalai to feel dizzy and disoriented. Indeed, Son Gohan had succeeded. Humanity had been resurrected. However, in light of the current state of disorder, how is one to address this predicament? General Kid's repeated lamentation of the situation had become tiresome. Bidalai, unable to tolerate it any longer, shook her head vigorously like a rattling drum and pouted, protesting, Grandpa Kid, could you please stop? You're making my eyes blur. And if I go blind, who will honor you? Hearing his daughter speak, Satan quickly chimed in. Yes, General, please refrain from pacing. If you cannot manage it, simply report to His Majesty the King and let him deal with it. Ha ha ha. General Kid approached Satan and gave him a light slap on the forehead. Rebuking him, you Satan, what a disgrace. If I cannot alleviate the king's burdens, what use is there in my position as a general? Covering his reddened forehead, Satan looked innocently at General Kid. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes as he leaned closer to the general's ear and whispered, General, this chaos is exceedingly difficult to control, unless what? General Kid inquired, puzzled. Unless we create an artificial human now to intimidate them, in that case, the people of Earth will unite? Ha ha, wouldn't you agree, General? Satan winked mischievously. Your suggestion bears some merit, Satan. Are you implying that our forces should masquerade as artificial beings to suppress the chaos? General Kid's eyes brightened, giving Satan a thumbs up. At that moment, a rumble echoed through the ground, shaking the mountain slightly, and dust began to rain down upon them. In a comical display, Satan ducked for cover under the table, clasping his hands atop his head and raising his rear end, appearing utterly ridiculous. General Kid was left speechless. Despite Satan's imposing stature, his courage was surprisingly small. He was always the first to hide in times of crisis, yet he was also the last to give up. It was a mystery what thoughts occupied his mind. Bidalai, demonstrating more courage than Satan, rushed over to grasp General Kid's hand, sharing a look of exasperation directed at the hiding Satan. Her cheeks flushed. Daddy, this is so embarrassing. The tremor subsided after a few seconds, and General Kid glanced at the still cowering Satan, saying, all right, Satan, are you really going to be frightened by such a minor quake? Have some shame and come out. Satan scrambled out, dusting himself off and laughing heartily, entirely unfazed by the earlier fright. What a lack of ambition. General Kid rolled his eyes. General, trouble is brewing. A new enemy has emerged. The North City has been destroyed. A soldier rushed in, panting, saluting General Kid, and delivering the urgent news. What did you say? General Kid exclaimed, nearly doubting his own hearing. New enemies have appeared in the North City. 2 peculiar men are suspected to be new artificial humans, the soldier reported. The resistance had its own intelligence network, and such significant events quickly reached headquarters, where General Kid would determine the next course of action. Fortunately, the king was still in the East City and had not yet returned to the North. General Kid muttered to himself before addressing the soldier, and soon several more communication soldiers arrived, receiving loud commands, relay my orders, continue monitoring the movements of the new enemy, while simultaneously reinforcing the defenses in East City, ensure the king's safety, and report any unusual activity immediately. Delays in military matters will lead to execution. General Kid then distributed tokens to each soldier, confirming his orders, before sending them off. The soldiers, eager to comply, hurried away as if propelled by the wind. General Kid turned to Satan with a wry smile, saying, Satan, you truly are a harbinger of misfortune. From the time the soldier arrived to when he departed, Satan remained in a state of bewilderment. General Kid then looked at Bidalai, stating, Bidalai, didn't Sun Gohan give you a communication wristband? Try to see if you can reach him. Upon hearing General Kid's instruction, Bidalai quickly activated the wristband to call Sun Gohan, dialing repeatedly to no avail, and then shook her head at General Kid. Furrowing his brow, General Kid remarked, it seems Sun Gohan has yet to return to Earth. This is dire. Is there anyone capable of withstanding these 2 artificial beings? Will the recently resurrected humans face annihilation once more? The Earth was once again enveloped in a shroud of terror. Meanwhile, Krillin and Yamcha had just reached the Heavenly Temple, where they found the old Kai standing at the temple plaza, drenched in sweat and bearing an expression of shock. Krillin approached, asking, Kai, you look unwell? Has something happened? The Kai glanced at Krillin and Yamcha, his voice trembling as he replied, Krillin, Yamcha. 2 new evil artificial beings have emerged in the North City, and it has already been destroyed. 2 new artificial beings? Krillin and Yamcha exchanged alarmed looks, their faces paling as their legs began to tremble. Artificial beings? But weren't they all eliminated by Gohan? Krillin stammered. What can we do? We'd just be walking into our demise, Yamcha lamented, recalling how they had all been eliminated by artificial beings just months prior. What terrifying foes they were. Going there would be tantamount to delivering themselves as offerings. What could they possibly do against such adversaries? There are 2 new artificial beings, and they are currently flying towards the West City. Their next target is likely the West City. The Kai's expression darkened. What? The West City? Krillin and Yamcha gasped in unison. Isn't Chi-Chi and Bulma still in the West City? Krillin asked Yamcha. But can we really stop the artificial beings? Yamcha was drenched in sweat. Yamcha, we promised Goku to protect Chi-Chi. Krillin gritted his teeth, his determination shining through as he looked at Yamcha. After their resurrection, Goku had urged them, when the time comes, make sure to take care of Gohan and Chi-Chi. They nodded in agreement. I'm scared too. But I must go, Krillin declared loudly. With that, A white aura erupted from him as he shot into the sky, tears visible on his face. Wait for me. Yamcha gritted his teeth and followed after Krillin. Chapter 45, The Gathering of the Z-Fighters, Part 1. Humanity is truly fragile, almost as if they are made of glass. With a mere flick of my hand, they perish like ants. Heh. Dr. Gero wore a grim expression as he described the most horrifying events in the simplest terms. As if discussing a newly completed work of art. My proudest creation has been destroyed by those two detestable traitors. This time, I shall pay a visit to Dr. Brief. If he agrees to cooperate with me, together we will surely create even more perfect artificial beings. Then, we shall conquer the entire Earth. And even set our sights on the universe. As Dr. Gero soared through the air, he muttered to himself, accompanied by the stoic number 16, who remained silent like a wooden figure. However, the obstinate Brief, who had always prided himself on his high standards, would likely be difficult to persuade. If he refused to cooperate, Gero mused, then he would simply have to be eliminated. If he could not be an ally, he must vanish. Battling against the fierce winds. Dr. Gero and number 16 flew towards West City, instilling fear in its inhabitants. Dr. Gero had previously conducted research on Brief and held great admiration for his inventions. The products from the Capsule Corporation were renowned for their ingenuity, with sales reaching every corner of the globe. Gero himself had utilized numerous products from the Capsule Corporation. He revered Dr. Brief's intellect and creativity, experiencing a kinship between heroes. In a world where few could earn Gero's respect, Brief was one of the rare exceptions. A super scientist of equal stature. The Capsule Corporation stood as a premier global enterprise, prominently located in West City. The towering edifice not only symbolized the corporation but also represented the city itself, making Gero's pursuit of the Capsule Corporation a relatively effortless endeavor. Shortly, Gero and number 16 descended from the sky, landing on the lawn of the Capsule Corporation headquarters. Since the emergence of the androids, the corporation had ceased operations, leaving the premises deserted save for Dr. Brief and his wife, who were reluctant to depart, along with their only daughter, Bulma. They have been secretly conducting specialized research in the laboratory beneath the Capsule Corporation. Dr. Gero surveyed his surroundings and, noticing the absence of any personnel, called out loudly, Dr. Brief, this is Gero. I have come to discuss a potential collaboration. I hope you will come out for a conversation. The expansive area amplified his voice, creating echoes that reverberated throughout the building. Yet, silence met his plea. Meanwhile, in the hidden laboratory beneath the Capsule Corporation, chaos erupted upon hearing Gero's words. Dr. Brief, his wife, Bulma, and Chi-Chi gathered, their expressions grim. Bulma, clutching trunks, exclaimed, Dr. Gero? Dad, isn't he the creator of the androids? Why has he suddenly appeared? Didn't we hear rumors that he was killed by his own creations? Dr. Brief pondered and replied, it may be related to Gohan's wish. Perhaps Gohan wished for the resurrection of the humans who perished at the hands of the androids, thereby bringing Gero back to life. Now that he is here, it must be with a purpose. Let us remain calm and listen to what he has to say. Despite Brief's attempt to comfort them, he himself was filled with anxiety. Cold sweat forming on his back. After a prolonged silence following Gero's announcement, he grew impatient and raised his voice. Brief, I have shown you considerable respect. I have never commanded my androids to obliterate West City. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to rubble long ago. Why do you still hide? If I am not mistaken, you have crafted a secret underground hideout, scurrying away like a rat, haven't you? Gero, renowned for his intellect, had accurately deduced Brief's hiding place. Partly as a ruse to unsettle him. It seems you doubt my capabilities. Very well, I shall commence the destruction of other parts of West City to demonstrate my sincerity. He cackled, ascending into the air and gesturing wildly. With each motion, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, resulting in thunderous explosions and cries of terror. The mushroom clouds from the energy detonations rose, engulfing West City in a haze of dust and smoke. In mere seconds, apart from the Capsule Corporation's edifice, the entirety of West City lay in ruins. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Gero descended once more, declaring, Brief, now that West City, save for the Capsule Corporation, has been decimated. If you do not emerge, I shall unleash a colossal energy cannon beneath this very ground. Feeling the tremors from the explosions above, the items in the basement were tossed about. Chi-Chi steadied a nearby computer and urgently suggested, Bulma, why not contact Mr. Popo and see if he can help? And what about Vegeta? Try to find him. Regaining her composure, Bulma dialed Mr. Popo's communicator, her voice trembling. Mr. Popo, where is Vegeta? Where is he? If he doesn't come soon, his beautiful wife is in grave danger. Dr. Gero is here. Mr. Popo squinted, raising the communicator away from his ear to buffer the volume of her voice. Miss Bulma, your husband is currently training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Krillin and Yamcha have already flown to West City. Fuming, Bulma shouted, what do you mean? Get him out of there immediately. My life is at stake. Mr. Popo shivered at her intensity, quickly responding, yes, I will call him out right away. He thought to himself how intimidating Bulma was. And no wonder Krillin and Vegeta seemed slightly apprehensive around her. He hurried towards the hyperbolic time chamber, hoping that Vegeta wouldn't be too angered after a day's training. Bulma, stay hidden for now. Given that Gero has gone to such lengths to summon me, he likely does not intend to kill me. Otherwise, he would have already destroyed this place. I will go out to meet him, Dr. Brief resolved after much contemplation, deciding to confront Jero to prevent the destruction of their sanctuary. Father, Bulma cried out, grasping Dr. Brief's hand. It's all right, I must confront him, or we will perish more swiftly, Dr. Brief insisted, breaking free from Bulma's grip and making his way up the staircase to the surface. Could it be that Brief is not here? Jero muttered quietly to himself. Just then, the doors of the Capsule Corporation swung open, and Dr. Brief emerged. Jero, momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter as he approached Dr. Brief, saying, Brief, I assure you I harbor no ill intentions. I merely seek to collaborate with you. Together, we can develop even more formidable androids, and then we shall dominate this planet. What do you say? Do you expect me to assist you in creating androids? You must be dreaming, Dr. Brief retorted, locking eyes with Jero. Brief, do not be ungrateful. Eliminating you would be but a simple gesture. Do you not fear my words? This is number 16, an android even more powerful than 17 and 18, Jero sneered, gesturing towards number 16. I have transformed myself into an android as well. Behold this perfect physique and energy. Are you not envious? Dr. Glow extended his hand, unleashing a beam of energy that instantly pierced through the building behind Dr. Brief, causing it to collapse with a thunderous roar, sending dust spiraling into the air. If you're willing to join us, I can transform you into a cyborg as well. Then, you two can be ageless and immortal. What do you say? Dr. Glow continued to tempt. With his cigarette clenched between his lips and his hands buried in his pockets, Dr. Brief remained unmoved. I have no desire to become a monster like you. Dr. Glow's patience waned, and with a scowl, he decided that this obstinate man must be eliminated to prevent future obstacles. Furrowing his brow, Dr. Glow emitted 2 beams of red laser from his eyes, aimed directly at Dr. Brief. If fate did not intervene, Dr. Brief would be pierced by these deadly beams and meet his end there. In that critical moment, a figure clad in a white cloak appeared like lightning, rolling with Dr. Brief to narrowly evade the lethal lasers. The red beam struck the ground, creating 2 deep craters. Who dares? Dr. Glow seethed with rage, realizing someone had intervened in his plans. Chapter 46, The Assembly of Z Warriors, Part 2, Piccolo, you've arrived as well? At that moment, 2 more figures descended from the sky, landing in the arena, one of whom spoke. As the dust settled, their identities became clear. Krillin and Yamcha had joined the fray. Piccolo was the one who had saved Dr. Brief. You too, huh? Piccolo said, shielding Dr. Brief behind him with a wry smile. I'm here too. A voice echoed from above as Tien and Kaiatsu descended. Dr. Glow observed the gathering of warriors with a cold smirk. Are you all eager to meet your demise? Do you think I am an easy target? Old man, you called yourself that. Why not return home and rest instead of causing a ruckus? Yamcha retorted, seizing the opportunity to deliver a verbal jab, even if he couldn't match Glow's strength. You seek death. Dr. Glow roared, lunging towards Yamcha. Watch out. Krillin, Tien, and Piccolo shouted in unison. Am I about to die again? Yamcha thought in panic, as Dr. Glow was already upon him, too fast for him to react. Reminiscent of the time he was swiftly defeated by Android 17. Perish. Dr. Glow's fist came crashing down. At that moment, Piccolo, nearest to Yamcha, extended his arms like rubber, seizing Yamcha by the shoulders and yanking him back just in time to evade the powerful strike. That was close. Thank you, Piccolo, Yamcha exclaimed, rolling out from the dust and wiping the blood from his mouth. We stand united, Piccolo declared. The group quickly formed a defensive circle, backs pressed together. Where's Vegeta? Krillin mumbled. He flew to West City right after arriving at the sacred temple, unaware that Vegeta is in the hyperbolic time chamber, Yamcha replied, harboring a lingering disdain for Vegeta, especially since his association with Bulma had only intensified his irritation. Why have you all gathered here? Krillin asked Piccolo and Tien. There was a massive explosion in North City, so I rushed over to investigate and followed from there, Piccolo explained. So did I. Tien and Kaiatsu nodded in agreement. He is coming, Tien suddenly shouted. At that moment, Dr. Glow charged at them once more. You worthless fools, seeking death, he bellowed, moving with blinding speed. Dr. Glow unleashed a flurry of strikes, akin to a tempest, aimed at the 5 warriors. Bang. Kaiatsu was sent flying, the weakest link in their formation shattered. Bang. Bang. Krillin and Yamcha were struck as well, collapsing into the dust with blood trickling from their mouths. Solar flare, Tien shouted, placing his hands on his forehead. A brilliant light erupted as bright as the sun, blinding anyone who hadn't closed their eyes in time. Fortunately, Piccolo had mentally communicated with Tien beforehand and had closed his eyes, maintaining his sight. As Dr. Glow covered his eyes in agony, Piccolo and Tien seized the opportunity to unleash a relentless assault upon him. Boom, boom, boom. Dr. Glow staggered under the barrage, the dust rising in clouds. You 2 imbeciles are courting death. Dr. Glow seethed. Temporarily blinded and unable to sense their energy, he found himself defenseless against their onslaught. I'm going to kill you. Dr. Glow roared, flinging 2 energy blasts forward to force Piccolo and Tien back. As they retreated, black oil dripped from Dr. Glow's visage. We have a chance. He is significantly weaker than androids 17 and 18, Piccolo remarked with excitement. Everyone's sight had returned, revealing the injured Dr. Glow, igniting a flicker of hope within them. I will not let you escape. Dr. Glow wiped the oil from his mouth, his fury palpable. With a heavy stomp, the ground cracked beneath him like a spider's web, propelling him forward in another charge toward the 5 warriors. Kamehameha wave. Having just endured close combat, they were not about to let him approach so easily. Krillin, fully charged, thrust his palms forward at the oncoming Dr. Glow, unleashing a vibrant blue energy wave that hurtled toward him. Come on, bring it, Dr. Glow thought, a cruel smile crossing his face. Having expended much energy in the previous battle, Krillin's attack seemed like a blessing. He halted, spreading his fingers wide to meet Krillin's Kamehameha. What is he doing? Piccolo wondered. In that instant, Dr. Glow's hands made contact with the energy wave, creating a gentle breeze as he absorbed the entire Kamehameha wave into his body. The wave was completely consumed, causing no harm whatsoever, and Dr. Glow appeared invigorated, as if he had consumed a potent elixir. In stark contrast, Krillin was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, bent over with his hands on his knees, clearly exhausted and drained of energy. He absorbed my energy. Krillin gasped weakly. Panic washed over the group. Everyone, be cautious. Do not use energy blast against him, Piccolo shouted. Hee. Dr. Glow laughed coldly, charging at them once more, his speed even faster than before. We must divert his attention. We cannot engage in battle here. Using his mental prowess, Piccolo conveyed his thoughts to the other 4. Upon receiving his message, they nodded in agreement, and a surge of energy erupted from their bodies as they ascended into the sky, departing West City at remarkable speed. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Brief remained behind, knowing that relocating the battlefield was essential for them to engage in combat without reservations. Attempting to flee? It would not be that simple. Dr. Gero, currently seething with rage, would not allow their escape and immediately veered in pursuit of the 5. Seeing Dr. Gero leave, Android 16 took to the air, closely following him. With their current strengths, they quickly exited the confines of West City, but due to Krillin's recent depletion of energy, he lagged behind, struggling to keep pace with the others. Krillin, I'll assist you, Yamcha called back, intending to help him. However, at that moment, a gust of wind heralded Dr. Gero's swift approach. He unleashed a powerful kick at the 2, sending them plummeting from the sky into the dense forest below, where the sound of crashing trees erupted and wildlife scattered in panic. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Piccolo shouted, halting their flight to pursue the direction in which Krillin and Yamcha had fallen. Yet, Dr. Gero was faster, swiftly blocking their path. Solar Flare. Tien unleashed the technique anew. Fool, do you think I would fall for the same trick twice? Dr. Gero scoffed, having already anticipated Tien's movements the moment he raised his hand to his forehead. In an instant, he closed his eyes. You're next, Tien. Haha. Dodging the solar flare, Dr. Gero appeared behind Tien, seizing his arms and rendering him immobile. At that moment, Tien felt his energy being drained steadily by Dr. Gero from behind, and he feared for his life once more. Chapter 47. Vegeta arrives. Tien, Kaiatsa cried, extending his hands to unleash his psychic powers in an attempt to restrain Dr. Gero. Alas, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. His abilities were ineffective, and he was struck back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Dr. Gero immobilized Tien in midair, and Piccolo seized the opportunity to close in. With a resounding thud, he delivered a heavy kick to Dr. Gero's head, knocking off his black hat and revealing the grotesque, writhing brain beneath. Dr. Gero's brain was only separated by a layer of hard glass, clearly visible, explaining his need for the hat. Without its cover, the once frail old man appeared even more hideous. Stunned by Piccolo's strike, Dr. Gero reluctantly released Tien, who fell from the sky. Kaiatsu, check on the others, Piccolo instructed. Right, Kaiatsu nodded, descending to follow Tien's trajectory. Piccolo's gaze shifted from Android 16 to Drive Gero. He wondered why the seemingly powerful giant had yet to intervene, allowing the old man to handle them alone. However, the current situation indicated that the other 4 had nearly exhausted their combat capabilities, leaving him to face 2 adversaries alone. He silently hoped that the giant would continue to refrain from action. Piccolo swiftly removed his heavy cloak and the weighted hat, both imbued with gravity-enhancing magic, weighing hundreds of pounds and hindering his speed. After discarding the cumbersome gear, he charged at Dr. Gero. Relying solely on close combat, he thought, I cannot use the Kamehameha. Humph, seeking death. Dr. Gero replied disdainfully as he approached Piccolo. The 2 fists collided with an explosive sound, yet Dr. Gero remained steadfast while Piccolo was forced back several paces, the disparity in their power evident. Though fear gripped him, Piccolo had no choice but to charge again. This time, however, Dr. Gero seized both of Piccolo's hands, causing him to feel his energy being rapidly siphoned away. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero chuckled sinisterly. This is bad. Piccolo realized and quickly broke free, retreating beyond Dr. Gero's reach. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he gasped for breath. With a mighty shout, his severed arms miraculously regenerated, identical to their former state. Yet this regeneration drained his stamina and energy further, diminishing his power once again. Piccolo was no match for Dr. Gero. If Dr. Gero did not absorb energy, Piccolo believed he could endure hundreds of rounds, but with his energy waning, defeat loomed closer, especially with Android 16 lurking nearby. He pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, gathering energy for one final strike, pouring every ounce of strength into this last endeavor. Soon, his energy surged and broke through his limits, coalescing between his fingers, veins bulging as an ominous force emanated from his right hand. Special beam cannon, Piccolo bellowed, directing both hands toward Dr. Gero. In an instant, a colossal surge of energy transformed into a golden pillar, surrounded by razor-sharp energy blades, hurtling towards Dr. Gero's chest. Hiki. Dare to unleash a Kamehameha? Bring it on. Dr. Gero laughed heartily, arms wide, preparing to confront the terrifying energy column. Doctor, don't take it head-on. Android 16 shouted, finally making his move. Equipped with sensory devices and keen analytical capabilities, Android 16 discerned that the power of the special beam cannon was beyond what Dr. Gero could withstand. Otherwise, it would pierce through his hands and body. For the first time since his activation, Android 16 sprang into action, appearing before Dr. Gero in an instant. Raising his arms, he blocked the devastating energy column, which crackled against his arms, creating showers of sparks, yet ultimately failed to inflict any harm. As the energy of the special beam cannon dissipated, Piccolo gazed in disbelief at the imposing figure of Android 16, terror consuming him. No, it's impossible. You actually withstood the special beam cannon unscathed. The special beam cannon, immensely powerful, far surpassed the Kamehameha in strength given equal combat power. However, it required a longer charge time and was a single target attack, as opposed to the Kamehameha, which charged quickly and was a widespread attack, each possessing its own strengths. With the special beam cannon unleashed, Piccolo's energy plummeted once more. At that moment, a golden figure, crackling with electricity, shot in from the distance like a cannonball, crashing into the battlefield and generating a fierce whirlwind that stung painfully. The trees beneath swayed violently, creating ripples akin to a green ocean. In this critical moment, Vegeta had finally arrived. Vegeta. As Piccolo beheld the shimmering golden figure, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Super Saiyan Vegeta, this battle might indeed be winnable, he mused. Piccolo. Step aside. Vegeta commanded coldly. I can handle them alone. Move aside and check on those worthless fools. When Piccolo remained unmoved, Vegeta's voice rose again. His golden aura surging dramatically, exuding a terrifying presence. Feeling the overwhelming force radiating from Vegeta, Piccolo recognized his own impotence in the situation and retreated. Soaring downward to find Tien and Krillin, along with Yamcha. Don't think you can escape. Hey. Dr. Gero cackled, pursuing Piccolo. Vegeta sneered, his figure flickering as he swiftly intercepted Dr. Gero's path. Meet your demise, you rusted scrap. Dr. Gero, stunned and caught off guard, was sent flying by a single punch from Vegeta. Vanish, you filthy firework. Ultimate flash. Vegeta's lips curled as he raised his hands, conjuring a terrifying surge of energy, unleashing his most formidable technique. A colossal energy wave surged forth, its dreadful intensity racing toward Dr. Gero, threatening to engulf him. In a desperate bid, Android 16 moved at high speed, intercepting Dr. Gero with a powerful kick that sent him soaring. However, in doing so, he could not evade the cataclysmic energy wave. Enduring the full brunt of the ultimate flash, 16 was propelled several dozen kilometers away, but with every ounce of strength, he redirected the energy blast into outer space. The energy wave shattered the atmosphere with a thunderous explosion, its blinding brilliance rivaling that of the sun, casting half the Earth into a momentary darkness for those who dared to open their eyes. Chapter 48. The emergence of Android 18 as the blinding light dissipated. Vegeta remarked with a cold smirk, Well, not bad at all. You managed to withstand my ultimate flash, fresh from the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta's confidence surged upon witnessing Android 16 endure his might. The Scion's combative instincts flared, igniting a fervent desire for battle to validate his year of training. Come, let us fight. Vegeta bellowed, rapidly closing the distance to 16. Unfazed, 16 stood his ground, meeting Vegeta head-on. Their hands clashed, and they began a fierce contest of strength, grappling in a test of true power. Vegeta shouted, his golden aura erupting once more as his muscles bulged and veins throbbed. He gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of his might. 16, equally determined, gripped Vegeta's hands tightly, roaring with effort. The two were suspended in the sky, the surrounding winds howling as clouds were swept away and trees rustled violently. Layer upon layer of energy radiated outward, causing the earth to tremble once more. Despite the stark difference in their heights and builds, the power displayed by both was nearly equal. Vegeta, fresh from the hyperbolic time chamber, and 16 were locked in a fierce stalemate. Vegeta is astonishingly powerful, Piccolo marveled, sensing the escalating energy from afar. He descended to the ground, locating Krillin and Yamcha, checking for their vital signs. Fortunately, they had merely succumbed to unconsciousness, not death. What about Tien? Piccolo inquired as he spotted Kaiatsu carrying Tien. Tien has fainted, Kaiatsu replied, landing beside Piccolo and arranging Tien alongside Krillin and Yamcha in a neat line. They sheltered beneath a massive stone in the forest, surrounded by dense trees that provided a semblance of safety from the malevolent androids. Piccolo pressed his palm against Tien's chest and, with a firm push, transferred energy into him. Tien gasped awake, eyes fluttering open. Tien! Kaiatsu exclaimed in hushed excitement, careful not to alert the nearby androids. Seeing Tien revived, Piccolo repeated the process, awakening Krillin and Yamcha as well. This was Piccolo's unique ability, akin to a medical defibrillator reviving a heartbeat. As Krillin and Yamcha stirred, they looked at Piccolo, asking, "What's happening outside?" Vegeta has arrived, transformed into a Super Saiyan, and is currently engaged in a fierce battle with that towering android, Piccolo explained. Vegeta is holding his own against the formidable foe, but that giant is far stronger than the old man. You must focus on sensing Vegeta's energy. It's astonishing that this android can trade blows with him. Krillin, sensing Vegeta's energy, gasped, "Indeed, Vegeta's energy is incredibly potent, likely surpassing Gohan's at the time on King Kai's planet. Yet, this android is capable of holding its own against him, indicating its strength exceeds that of androids 17 and 18. Yamcha pondered, if Vegeta is battling the tall one, what of the old man? That old man was sent flying by Vegeta and has likely fallen into this forest, searching for us. We must exercise utmost caution, concealing our energy to avoid detection. He is no foe to be trifled with, Piccolo cautioned. Everyone nodded in agreement, remaining hidden beneath the massive stone, silent and vigilant. Meanwhile, Gohan was still aboard the spaceship, having just unwrapped a pack of cookies, savoring each bite. As he indulged, King Kai's voice echoed urgently, "Gohan, Gohan, this is dire. 2 new androids have appeared on Earth, and Vegeta and the others are embroiled in a fierce battle. Vegeta has just emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, his power soaring, and he is locked in a fierce struggle with one of the androids. However, Piccolo and the others are in grave danger. Their lives may be at stake." "What? How can there be new androids?" Gohan exclaimed, his face pale with shock. "Another unexpected turn of events. It must relate to the wish you made. When androids 17 and 18 were revived, they eliminated their creator, and your wish inadvertently resurrected another," King Kai explained. "Is it Dr. Gero? Who is the other one?" Gohan pressed, urgency lacing his voice. "Could it be the rotund android 19? It is an android named 16, and Vegeta is currently in combat with him," King Kai revealed. 16? So this android was lost but hidden away by Dr. Gero? Gohan pondered, the implications dawning upon him. No wonder the sleeping pod of number 16 was not found in Dr. Gero's laboratory at that time. According to Lord Vegeta's assertion, the fact that he could contend equally with number 16 indicates a significant enhancement in Vegeta's strength, considering that number 16's power far surpasses that of numbers 17 and 18. However, this implies that Dr. Gero could easily manipulate the others at will, although Uncle Piccolo was able to match Dr. Gero evenly during the Z era. This version of Uncle Piccolo is considerably weaker than his counterpart from the Z timeline. How infuriating. I cannot believe I overlooked Dr. Gero's involvement when I made my wish. All of this is a consequence of my own carelessness. Sun Wukong struck his thigh with considerable force, feeling a pang of guilt. If this time, due to the actions of Dr. Gero, several of his uncles were to meet a tragic fate once more, and if Aunt Bulma and his mother were to perish as well, he would bear the weight of being the greatest sinner. Son Gohan was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove, yearning to return to Earth immediately. King Kai, please continue to monitor the developments on Earth. I will attempt instantaneous movement. I implore you, let it be effective this time, Son Gohan said to King Kai. Given the speed of the spaceship, it would still take more than 8 days to reach Earth. In those 8 days, countless events could transpire. Could he wait months to return to Namek? No. That simply wouldn't do. Instantaneous movement, I beseech you. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others had been hiding beneath a massive rock for quite some time, holding their breath. Only when the outside was silent did they finally exhale and rise, eager to leave the forest. However, as soon as they emerged from their hiding place, they heard the booming laughter of Dr. Gero, who had been perched atop a tree, playing a cat-and-mouse game while waiting for the 5 to appear. From that vantage point, he could see nearly the entirety of the forest, making it impossible for them to escape his gaze. At that moment, the battle between Vegeta and Android 16 had shifted to another location, with only distant echoes of their clash reaching the group. They had no awareness of the ongoing confrontation. Where else can you hide? Heh. Dr. Gero descended, his hawk-like eyes fixated on the 5, ready to pounce at any moment. Currently, apart from Piccolo, the others were too exhausted to fight. 4 of them had either depleted their energy or were unable to withstand a single attack from Dr. Gero, making it exceedingly difficult even to stand. Just then, another individual descended from the sky, positioning themselves between Dr. Gero and the 5. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the 5 turned pale with despair, cold sweat pouring down their brows. The person was Android 18. You're still alive? Excellent. Please take care of them for me. So I want to have to dirty my hands, Dr. Gero exclaimed with glee upon seeing her, dressed in capri pants and a pale yellow t-shirt, with golden shoulder-length hair. Android 18 cast a cold glance at Dr. Gero before turning to Krillin and the others. Sitting on the ground, Krillin felt a chill run through him, and the others were equally startled as Piccolo stepped back. Run. I'll hold him off, Android 18 instructed quickly, extending her arms to block Dr. Gero. What? The others were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Was T-18 an ally of that old man? What did this mean? Was she helping them? Countless questions flashed through the minds of the Z-fighters, recalling how just months ago they had been killed by her and the boy known as 17. Could it be she was setting a trap for them again? Seeing them frozen in place, 18 snapped. What are you fools doing? Hurry and run. It seems there is history between them. We need to leave. Piccolo was the first to react, signaling for the others to follow him. 18, you traitor. Are you trying to cause chaos? Dr. Gero shouted. A traitor? You, wretched creature, captured my brother and me for experiments. Today, I will settle the score, 18 replied. Her beautiful face is cold as ice. Oh, regained your memories, have you? It seems something extraordinary has transpired. However, I must first eliminate these nuisances, Dr. Gero sneered. Dodging 18 and launching himself toward the fleeing group. Prepare to perish, you wretches. Dr. Gero hurled several energy blasts toward their backs. As the blast approached, fear gripped them. Apart from Piccolo, anyone struck would likely meet an immediate demise. With me here, you shall not succeed. A fierce shout rang out as 18 intervened, deflecting each energy blast just before they could reach the others, momentarily sparing their lives. She is truly helping us, Yantra remarked in disbelief. The group exchanged glances, momentarily forgetting to flee. 18, you are courting death. Dr. Gero bellowed in fury. Monster, such grandiose claims, yet you fear to speak them aloud. Lazuli scoffed, her eyes gleaming with determination. She launched herself at Dr. Gero, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing into the rocks, debris flying everywhere. Nevertheless, Dr. Gero emerged from the rubble, seemingly unscathed. I may not be your equal, but do not forget that you are my creation. Behold what I possess. He cackled, producing a remote control from his pocket. You. Lazuli gasped, her expression shifting to one of horror. This remote was the emergency shutdown device for her and 17. And she never expected Dr. Gero to craft another so swiftly after the last was destroyed. What are you all staring at? Hurry and flee. I may soon perish. 18 shouted to the onlookers. Upon seeing the remote, she realized her fate was sealed. If Dr. Gero pressed that button, her energy would be locked, and she would fall into a deep slumber. Guilt washed over her. She had intended to save them, but had inadvertently placed herself in jeopardy as well. Listen to me, and I will refrain from using this remote, Dr. Gero proposed with a grin. Android 18 was a flawless creation, powerful and brimming with energy. And he did not wish to destroy her so easily. Not a chance, Lazuli retorted without hesitation, preparing to flee beyond the remote's range, where Dr. Gero could do nothing to her. Stop. Dr. Gero would not allow her to escape. As she took off, he pressed the remote. In an instant, 18, who had ascended into the air, plummeted back to the ground with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. She fell unconscious, devoid of awareness. Dr. Gero approached, kicking her aside before seizing her by the collar and delivering a devastating blow to her abdomen. Blood erupted from her mouth, and crimson trickled down her lips. With her defenses shattered, 18 could not withstand Drive Gero's relentless assault. After 2 strikes, she lay on the brink of death, merely one more blow away from her demise. You deserve this. I shall spare you for now, but rest assured, I will torment you thoroughly later. Dr. Gero let out a cold snort, then tossed number 18 to the ground like a rag, advancing towards the 5 individuals with relentless intent. Despair washed over them. Despite the whirlwind of events that had unfolded, it had only been mere seconds since number 18 appeared and was subsequently defeated. The abruptness of this turn of fate left them utterly unprepared. Was it inevitable that they would not escape Dr. Gero's clutches? At long last, success was achieved, thanks to the countless trials of instantaneous teleportation I had endured. Accompanied by a gust of wind, Gohan finally materialized on Earth, standing before Piccolo and the others like an immovable mountain, blocking Dr. Gero's path and instilling an overwhelming sense of security in the 5 behind him. Gohan! Krillin exclaimed, laughter mingling with tears. The emotional roller coaster of despair and hope experienced within just a few minutes was ineffable. Gohan's arrival was a beacon of relief. This thought resonated in everyone's minds. Dr. Gero, enraged by the emergence of yet another obstacle, felt his fury reach a boiling point. In just half a day, he had faced a series of misfortunes. First, his attempt to recruit Dr. Brief had failed. Then, when he sought to eliminate Brief, Piccolo intervened. As he aimed to eliminate the 5, Vegeta arrived unexpectedly. After finally diverting Vegeta, number 18 had caused further disruption, and now, just as he dealt with her, yet another individual stood in his way. Was today a culmination of his misfortunes, as if he had drawn the short straw for 8 lifetimes? Throughout his existence, he had never experienced such a streak of bad luck. Who are you? Seeking death? Dr. Gero barked angrily, continuing his advance. His question was understandable in his memory banks. Gohan was merely a child, yet the figure before him was a teenager standing at an impressive height of 1.6 meters. Dr. Gero, I'm afraid you won't succeed. Gohan retorted with a mocking smile. Won't succeed at what? Dr. Gero inquired, puzzled. At killing me. Without further ado, Sun Wukong took a decisive step forward, instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan form. With a single, thunderous punch imbued with lightning and flames, he struck Dr. Gero squarely in the chest. An explosive sound reverberated through the air as metal shards and oil flew in all directions. Dr. Gero was vanquished in an instant. Could he have fallen with just one blow? The onlookers stood in astonishment, mouths agape. Chapter 50, The Silver Sun Wukong. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Everyone is unharmed. I hope. Sun Wukong approached the group. No, we are fine. We merely had a significant amount of energy absorbed. A few days of recuperation will suffice. Piccolo replied with a smile. Sun Gohan appears to have grown even stronger. As his former mentor, a sense of joy and pride swells within him. We share the sentiment. Krillin chimed in. The group remains upright and mobile, showing no significant signs of distress. With the supply of Senzu beans dwindling, each use feels like a pang of loss. After contemplation, Sun Gohan decides to extract 3 Senzu beans, meticulously dividing them into 6 portions before distributing them to his companions, carefully stowing away the remaining half. Will this work? Yamcha inquired, taken aback by this unconventional method of consuming the Senzu beans. You'll find out once you ingest it, Sun Gohan replied. He himself had never tried this approach, although he had observed Son Goku splitting Senzu beans in half to share with others. The group, albeit skeptical, placed the rice grain-sized fragments into their mouths and swallowed. As the Senzu beans were ingested, a wave of warmth surged through their bodies, revitalizing their strength and energy significantly. While they had not fully recovered, their ability to move was restored. It truly works. Yamcha exclaimed, leaping with excitement. I told you it would be effective, haha. Son Gohan laughed heartily. Noticing the color returning to his friends' faces, Son Gohan's gaze swept across the surroundings and fell upon a figure collapsed in the dust. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. With her golden hair, it could only be Android 18. Android 18? Wasn't she the one who attacked you earlier? Son Gohan furrowed his brow, gathering energy into a sphere, ready to strike. Wait, Gohan. Android 18 just saved us, Krillin quickly interjected. Waving his hands in a gesture of caution, Son Gohan dispersed the energy in his hands and, filled with curiosity, inquired, Uncle Krillin, what is happening? Krillin then recounted all that had transpired, including the sudden appearance of Android 18, who had intervened to confront Dr. Gero, as well as the dialogue exchanged between her and Dr. Gero. Sun Wukong cast a peculiar glance at Krillin before turning to the others. Uncle Krillin, do you no longer harbor any hatred towards her? Sun Wukong suddenly chuckled. Observing their previous exchange, it seemed they were once victims of circumstance. Despite having been killed by her once, she had now saved him, which could be considered even, if she refrains from further malevolence. It would be as if they had never crossed paths, and that would not be a matter of great consequence. After some contemplation, Krillin replied, What about you all? Sun Wukong then inquired of the rest. Well, as a man, I believe in separating matters clearly. It doesn't bother me, Yamcha responded with a chuckle while scratching his head. Indeed, Tien and Piccolo remained taciturn, merely nodding in agreement. Kaiatsu naturally aligned with Tien's stance, nodding repeatedly. Very well, I shall go check on her. Sun Wukong nodded and approached Android 18. At that moment, Android 18's lips were still stained with blood, her face marred and her clothing covered in dust. Completely devoid of her former striking allure and aloof demeanor, she appeared nothing more than a frail woman on the verge of losing her life. Sun Wukong lowered his gaze and lifted Android 18, gently placing her upon a patch of grass. He then retrieved a bottle of clear water from his clone, intending to wash away the bloodstains from her face. However, in his flustered state, he inadvertently splashed water all over her. Krillin approached to take a look and said, Ahem. Krillin uncle, could you assist me in checking if the remote control is still around? Observing Krillin's approach, Sun Wukong cleared his throat and replied, Certainly. Krillin nodded and continued on, scouring the ground in search of the remote control, soon joined by others in the quest. Gohan contemplated for a moment before retrieving a garment from his doppelganger's satchel, tearing the fabric into a makeshift towel. He dampened the cloth with water and proceeded to gently cleanse Android 18's face and arms, while most areas were wiped clean. Fresh blood persistently trickled from the corner of her lips no matter how often he dabbed it away. Without Senzu beans, she won't make it, Gohan muttered under his breath. Reluctantly producing a single precious bean, parting her lips, he carefully placed it inside. After a brief hesitation, he tilted her head slightly and trickled some water into her mouth, an action reminiscent of feeding a household pet. Yet, with 18 unable to swallow on her own, there was no telling when the bean would reach her stomach. After an agonizing wait with no sign of improvement, Gohan sighed and adjusted her posture. Channeling his ki into her body, he guided the bean's fragments downward until they dissolved within her system. Only then did the bleeding cease, and a faint flush of vitality returned to her pallid complexion. Satisfied with her gradual recovery, Gohan laid her gently upon the grass before turning to the others. Well? He inquired. Did you find the remote? Not a trace, came the collective reply as they shook their heads in frustration. We've searched everywhere. As Sun Wukong pondered, he recalled that when he confronted Dr. Gero, the latter was indeed wielding a remote control. To his astonishment, with a single punch, he had obliterated Dr. Gero, along with the remote control. There is no need to search further. After reflecting, it seems that I inadvertently destroyed the remote control. He coughed awkwardly. What shall we do now? How do you intend to manage Android 18? Piccolo inquired. Let her rest for a while. I will soon have Bulma create a new remote. She possesses the blueprints for the androids, so crafting a remote should not pose a significant challenge. Since Android 18 has saved our lives, and as previously mentioned, we can overlook her past transgressions. Once I revive her, she shall be free to choose her path, should she continue her nefarious ways. I will take it upon myself to handle her, Sun Wukong contemplated, recalling Krillin's account and reminiscing about the moments leading up to his battle with androids 17 and 18. Sun Wukong found himself increasingly convinced. These android siblings were indeed tragic figures, and the true architect of their plight was none other than the now shattered Dr. Gero. Very well. I shall heed your words, Piccolo nodded. He then added, Wukong, the battle with Vegeta is still ongoing. Shall we offer him assistance? Son Gohan shook his head and remarked, Uncle Vegeta is so prideful, he likely wouldn't want us to intervene. Their strengths are quite comparable, so let him enjoy the fight. We can observe and learn. Perhaps offering him our applause. What do you think? Although Gohan possessed considerable power, his mindset sometimes resembled that of a child, mused Piccolo. And what about this? Piccolo pointed at Android 18, who lay on the grass. I have a solution, Gohan replied. He then extended his right hand, causing the silver watch on his wrist to dissolve and fall to the ground, where it expanded and writhed, swiftly transforming into a silver version of Son Gohan. The silver Gohan approached, hoisted Android 18 onto his back, and returned to stand behind Gohan. What is this? The others gasped in astonishment, as they had never encountered such a phenomenon, an additional Gohan, and one that was silver, no less. Hiki, this is a result from my recent visit to Namek. Consider him my doppelganger. Do not underestimate him. His power surpasses mine, Gohan said with a smile. He spoke the truth, without utilizing Super Saiyan God techniques. His own strength was indeed inferior to that of this metallic counterpart. Can he speak? Krillin inquired curiously, stepping closer to inspect the silver Gohan. Uncle Krillin. The silver Gohan greeted with a cheerful smile. Wow, you startled me. But you're quite interesting, Krillin exclaimed, first taken aback, then intrigued. As he circled the metallic doppelganger and even touched its cold, metallic hands, confirming it was indeed a robot. The others were equally amazed. Let us go witness their battle, Gohan suggested with a grin, then soared into the sky, the metallic doppelganger carrying Android 18 closely behind. Seeing Gohan ascend, the others followed suit, taking to the air. Chapter 51. The release of Android 16. The battle between Vegeta and Android 16 had persisted for an extended period, shifting across countless battlegrounds and traversing half the globe. As they flew through the white clouds and over a vast ocean, the group finally caught sight of the two still engaged in fierce combat over the sea, where waves surged dozens of meters high, creating enormous fluctuations and whirlwinds that culminated in a tsunami, threatening to inundate countless innocent lives. As the saying goes, when celestial beings clash, mortals suffer. However, both fighters were exerting themselves to control their energy dispersal. Otherwise, a mere casual strike from either could instantly reduce the Earth to cosmic debris, perched high in the clouds. The spectators watched intently, their eyes unblinking as they absorbed the unfolding battle, utilizing their energy-sensing abilities to grasp the situation more clearly. In truth, Vegeta's strength slightly exceeded that of Android 16, but the latter was endowed with a perpetual energy core, rendering him a being of infinite energy. As their strengths ebbed and flowed, Vegeta gradually found himself at a disadvantage, sustaining increasing injuries as the fight wore on, growing ever more anxious. They exchanged blows, each landing painful strikes, yet neither was willing to relent. Vegeta was brash and combative, while 16 remained taciturn, having yet to utter a single word throughout the ordeal. In the blink of an eye, the two men wrestled their way into a forest, toppling rows of towering trees and startling countless birds and beasts. As birds attempted to take flight, they were knocked down by the force of the combatants' energies, a terrifying spectacle. How long will this fight persist? This is quite extraordinary, Tien Shinhan said, swallowing hard as he voiced his thoughts. It should be nearing its conclusion. They are both running out of stamina, Piccolo observed sharply, his keen ears attuned to the sound of falling trees, confidently predicting the imminent end of the battle. Gohan, what do you think? Piccolo asked, turning to Gohan, who possessed the highest battle power among them. Yes, it should be ending soon, but Uncle Vegeta might lose, Gohan replied, furrowing his brow. Why? That android is injured, and Vegeta's assault is quite fierce. The android has been on the defensive, Krillin queried, puzzled. Pay close attention. Vegeta's energy is gradually waning, while that android's strength remains constant. He is an infinite energy type. Vegeta's ferocity stems from his desire to conclude the fight swiftly, as he knows he cannot sustain this for much longer, Gohan explained. Oh, I see. The others nodded in understanding, returning their focus to the battle below. Gohan cast a glance at the ground, then turned to observe Android 18, who was resting on the back of his clone. He initiated a mental communication, reaching out to Bulma. Hello, and Bulma, how are things on your end? Are you all right? Gohan inquired inwardly as he connected with her. Oh, Gohan, where are you? A terrifying individual just wreaked havoc at the Capsule Corporation, and it frightened me to death. My dad mentioned that those two villains were led away by Piccolo and Krillin, but I still feel quite anxious. When will you return to Earth? As soon as the call connected, Bulma began to express her distress. Rest assured, Aunt Bulma, I have already returned to Earth, and Uncle Vegeta is engaged in battle as well. We will soon vanquish the androids. By the way, do you remember those design blueprints of the androids I shared with you last time? Could you create a control device for them? A remote that can stop and start the androids, Gohan requested. Is this remote necessary to deal with the androids? I have studied this before. And I can make it right away. It will be ready shortly, Bulma replied. That sounds about right. I'll come by to collect the remote later. Goodbye for now. Aunt Bulma, Gohan said before terminating the mental link. Once the conversation concluded, Gohan focused his gaze back on the battlefield, only to find that the fighting had ceased and the forest had grown quiet. However, he could still sense Vegeta's energy, indicating he was not in immediate danger, merely exhausted. Let us descend, Gohan declared, descending from the air, followed closely by the others as they flew towards the ground. Upon landing, Gohan observed Vegeta still standing defiantly. Though he was panting heavily, his chest rising and falling, his right hand clutching his injured left arm, sweat pouring from his forehead, silent and unable to move. It seemed he had reached his limit, barely managing to remain upright. Meanwhile, Android 16 lay motionless beneath a large tree, a small bird perched on him, wandering about. This bird was astonishingly bold. Gohan understood that 16 possessed a kind heart, a pure spirit, and a fondness for nature and small creatures, making him approachable to these animals. They felt a sense of familiarity and were not afraid of him. At this time, Vegeta emanated an aura that kept others at bay. Krillin and the others preferred to maintain their distance, watching from afar, deriving an inexplicable satisfaction from Vegeta's disheveled state, observing their amused expressions. Gohan felt a sense of helplessness and approached Vegeta, producing a half-senzu bean to offer him. Yet, Vegeta remained unmoving, merely turning his eyes without any intention of accepting the bean. Could he not move his arm? Gohan pondered, ultimately placing the half-bean into Vegeta's mouth. Vegeta glared at him, making muffled sounds as he attempted to spit out the bean, but Gohan cheerfully remarked, Uncle Vegeta, you really should not spit that out. It's a senzu bean. With that encouragement, Vegeta reluctantly swallowed the bean, and soon he regained the ability to move. After giving Gohan a fierce glare, he strode towards Android 16, gathering energy into a ki blast, intending to obliterate him. The small birds, sensing Vegeta's approach, took flight in alarm. Just as Vegeta was about to unleash the energy blast, Gohan seized his wrist. Son Gohan said, Uncle Vegeta, wait a moment. In truth, this android is not such a terrible fellow, spare his life. Vegeta's expression shifted from confusion to a simmering rage as he glared at Son Gohan and retorted. What did you say? I care not whether this individual is virtuous or vile. Any being that obstructs my sight shall meet their end at my hands. Sun Wukong shook his head and said, Uncle Vegeta, in that moment, had Android 16 desired your life, you would already be dead. What does that mean? Vegeta was taken aback. Ignoring the dazed Vegeta, Sun Wukong approached Android 16. Upon reaching him, he nudged his body with his foot and said, Stop pretending, get up. Android 16 opened his eyes and abruptly sat up, gazing at Sun Wukong with a look of confusion. Sun Wukong chuckled softly. Upon his descent, he had meticulously observed that Android 16 was not truly unconscious, he merely had his eyes shut. Noticing that Vegeta was unable to move, he refrained from delivering a lethal blow, instead opting to remain there motionless, pretending to be incapacitated. When Android 16 sat up, Vegeta was taken aback, recalling his own precarious situation moments ago. Had this android seized the opportunity to strike, he would have undoubtedly met his demise. Android 16 then turned to Sun Wukong and spoke in a grave tone. Sun Wukong, what do you intend to do? Sun Gohan smiled gently and remarked, I have no particular plans. I can sense that you do not truly wish to engage in battle. Your previous association with Dr. Gero was merely a result of his manipulation. I recognize you as a person who cherishes nature, cares for animals, and loves this planet. I can spare you. But I hope that one day, should the Earth require your assistance, you will rise to the occasion. Android 16 furrowed his brow and replied, Why should I heed your words? I am aware that within you lies a device capable of sensing energy and assessing combat power. You should also be able to detect the strength within me, which could effortlessly extinguish your life. I am not here to negotiate. Do you understand? Son Gohan's expression hardened, and an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from him as he coldly stated, I understand. Android 16 nodded in acknowledgement. Reining in his aura, Son Gohan added, You may leave. The reasons behind Sun Wukong's intervention to prevent Vegeta from eliminating Android 16 are multifaceted, as he harbors his own intentions. Android 16 is not a malevolent or savage being. Rather, his presence emanates a serene and comforting aura reminiscent of nature. Most importantly, the power within him is formidable and cannot be underestimated. Among all the individuals present, only Sun Wukong stands as a match for Android 16, who could potentially triumph over anyone else, while Vegeta may temporarily suppress him. The prolonged engagement would ultimately lead to Vegeta's defeat at the hands of 16. The Earth requires more warriors for its protection, and Sun Wukong, being but one individual, cannot always be present. Should he venture into outer space or traverse alternate dimensions, what fate awaits the Earth in his absence? If any unforeseen circumstances arise during his absence, the need for Android 16 serves as an additional safeguard, though Sun Wukong sincerely hopes that this safeguard will never need to be employed. In this brief interlude, Sun Wukong has welcomed Android 16 into his circle of trusted allies, granting him the ability to connect with 16 at any moment, free from the fear of any deceitful antics. As he observes Android 16 departing, Sun Wukong returns to the scene. At this juncture, Vegeta catches sight of the silver-haired Sun Wukong and Android 18 upon his back, and he questions, what is the meaning of this? Are you truly intending to spare this woman as well? Sun Gohan scratched his head and helplessly explained once more, in simple terms, that silver figure is my doppelganger. The android number 18 behind him has sustained severe injuries while rescuing Uncle Piccolo and the others, making her impossible to kill. Humph. Vegeta, visibly displeased, snorted coldly and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. The current mission is nearing its conclusion. Chapter 52. The Shadow Dr. Gero has perished, Android 16 has departed, and Vegeta has flown away, leaving Android 18 unconscious, carried by the silver doppelganger. I'm going to Aunt Bulma to retrieve the remote control. Would you like to accompany me? Sun Gohan inquired, glancing at the others. We won't be going. Chaos and I must continue our search for launch, Tien Shinhan replied. Shaking his head. I shall not join either. I am heading to the Supreme Kai's temple, Yamcha declared. The awkwardness of encountering an ex-girlfriend who has become another man's wife was something he wished to avoid entirely. By the way, Uncle Yamcha, if you visit the Supreme Kai's temple, could you kindly inquire about the status of the Dragon Balls? A few days ago, I spoke with the Supreme Kai about optimizing their function, and I am curious about any progress made, Sun Gohan said, looking toward Yamcha. Certainly, Yamcha nodded in acknowledgement. What about Uncle Krillin and Uncle Piccolo? Will they be joining us to Aunt Bulma's? Sun Gohan turned his gaze toward Krillin and Piccolo. Sure. It has been a while since I last saw Bulma and Chi-Chi. I'll accompany you, Krillin responded with a smile and a nod. Piccolo remained silent, seemingly hesitant to speak. Sun Gohan discerned that Piccolo wished to accompany him, yet given Piccolo's nature, he was uncertain how to express this desire. Sun Gohan spoke, Uncle Piccolo, let us embark together. Piccolo merely nodded in agreement. When the dragon is summoned, we shall reconvene. Uncle Tien, I hope you will bring lunch along. Farewell, everyone. With a wave of his hand, Sun Gohan bid them goodbye, and the group ascended into the sky. Sun Wukong first informed Chi-Chi, then soared towards the direction of West City. Sun Gohan, accompanied by his metallic doppelganger, 18, Krillin, and Piccolo, arrived at the ruins of the Capsule Corporation. Gohan, Chi-Chi exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears as she rushed forward. Having anticipated Gohan's arrival, she had been waiting on the ground. The metallic doppelganger instinctively opened its arms behind her. Chi-Chi enveloped Gohan in a warm embrace, inquiring tenderly about his well-being and whether he had missed her over the past few days. Unbeknownst to anyone, the metallic doppelganger quietly lowered its arms, a fleeting shadow of melancholy flickering in its eyes. Sun Gohan sensed the lost emotions emanating from the metallic doppelganger and turned to Chi-Chi, saying, Mother, look behind you. There is another version of me. Now you have two sons, isn't that wonderful? Chi-Chi released her hold on Sun Gohan and leaned forward to glance back. She beheld Piccolo and Krillin waving at her, and then she spotted the silver Sun Gohan, carrying Android 18 on his back. A multitude of questions filled her mind as she turned to her son, asking, Gohan, what is happening? Is that really another you? That is my doppelganger. He is also your son and is capable of honoring you, Sun Gohan replied. He could not very well disclose that the other one was, in fact, your true son. Although the spiritual essence had transferred to the silver doppelganger, the body was still governed by the original. In the absence of directives from the primary entity, the doppelganger would not initiate speech or action. Thus, the current doppelganger comprises three components: the dominant consciousness of the original, a small fraction of the indigenous thought of the spiritual essence, and a body constructed from advanced technological electronic chips, akin to a high-tech being. Chi-Chi responded with an understanding but offered little further reaction. Her gaze then shifted to Android 18, perched upon the back of the Silver Sun Gohan. And she suddenly exclaimed, and what about that girl? Gohan, you aren't falling in love, are you? Sun Wukong hurriedly refuted, Mother, what are you saying? It is not as you think. Number 18 merely fainted. Once she regains consciousness, she will leave. Number 18? Chi-Chi pondered inwardly, what a peculiar name. Sun Gohan decided to temporarily conceal the identity of Android 18 to spare his mother any unnecessary distress. In truth, neither Chi-Chi nor the Briefs couple had ever encountered Android 18. Only Bulma had a vague awareness of the appearances of Androids 17 and 18. Yet she had never seen them in person and would likely not recognize them even if she did. Perhaps overlooked by Chi-Chi, the silver doppelganger's thoughts grew somewhat melancholic. Sun Gohan was at a loss for words to offer comfort, managing only a slight reassurance in his heart. After which the silver doppelganger transformed into a silver watch that affixed itself to his right wrist. Sun Gohan, with a sense of resignation, lifted Android 18 in his arms and made his way towards the basement of Bulma's residence. Following closely behind were Chi-Chi, Krillin, and Piccolo. Sun Wukong placed Android 18 upon the sofa and then proceeded into the underground laboratory, a space where Bulma typically conducts her research and develops various inventions. Observing Sun Wukong's departure, Chi-Chi settled beside Android 18 and scrutinized her with keen interest. Were it not for the fear of awakening 18, she would have eagerly reached out to examine her further. Was it truly not a romantic relationship? How suspicious, Chi-Chi mused quietly, her chin in hand. Krillin and Piccolo exchanged glances with Chi-Chi and then at the seemingly dormant Android 18, feeling an overwhelming sense of awkwardness in the living room, and thus followed in Sun Wukong's footsteps to the workshop. Upon entering the workshop, Sun Wukong noticed Bulma engrossed in her work. Judging by the object in her hands, she appeared to be in the midst of crafting a remote control, as the controller for the androids had yet to be completed. "And Bulma, I'm here," Sun Wukong announced. "Oh, you're here. Please take a look at the surveillance video on the computer. I've already copied it to the desktop." "I'm still working on this," Bulma replied without lifting her gaze, busy twisting the screws in her hands. "All right," Sun Wukong acknowledged, moving to a nearby computer. Pulling up a chair and sitting down, Krillin and Piccolo followed closely behind, eager to discover what the video entailed. Son Gohan is quite familiar with the use of computers. Although he hasn't interacted with one much in this life, he was exceedingly well acquainted with them in his previous existence, having engaged with such devices almost daily. Thus, it was only natural for him to deftly operate the computer and, as expected, he discovered a video file on the desktop. Without hesitation, he initiated the playback of the video. The imagery was rather monotonous, merely depicting scenes from Dr. Gero's experiments, yet it was eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. If not for the countdown timer on the screen, one might have believed they were gazing at a still image. After a brief moment, a rustling sound emanated from the video, and a shadowy figure began to materialize on the screen. This silhouette was exceedingly indistinct, shrouded in a dark aura that obscured its features. The figure appeared for a fleeting 2 seconds before vanishing, leaving the screen tranquil once more, identical to its prior state. Upon witnessing the emergence of the shadow, Gohan's pupils constricted momentarily. Although the shape was vague and nearly imperceptible to others, Gohan was certain he had encountered this entity before. He had seen it in the consciousness of Metal Cooler. This was the very figure that had sent Cooler to Namek to deal with him. Indeed, it was this dark-clad individual. Who was the shadowy figure? Why did he seek to confront Gohan? A chill coursed down Gohan's spine. The sensation of being targeted was profoundly unsettling. "Gohan, what are you looking at?" Krillin inquired, intrigued. "I do not know who this person is, but I am certain he harbors malevolent intentions. He once dispatched Cooler to Namek to eliminate me, and even set traps in Dr. Gero's laboratory, nearly leading to my demise. This individual wishes to kill me," Gohan replied gravely. Krillin and Piccolo were taken aback by this revelation. Aside from the androids, did they have any other unknown foes? However, the only information we possess is this video. We have no idea when or where this foe might appear. In any case, we must remain vigilant. The primary reason I have kept Android 16 around is due to this individual. Yes, 16 is the large android, Gohan stated thoughtfully, gazing intently at Piccolo and Krillin. "I will also inform Tien, Yamcha, and Vegeta. Everyone must exercise utmost caution, and if anything unusual arises, we should communicate promptly." "Understood. Gohan, you must be particularly vigilant. According to your account, he has already made 2 attempts on your life. You need to be on high alert." Piccolo nodded, expressing his concern. "Should we inform Bulma and Chi-Chi?" Krillin asked. Son Gohan shook his head and said, "Let us refrain from informing them for now, lest we incite panic. We should remain vigilant." Krillin nodded in agreement. Initially, they thought they could relax after resolving the issue with the androids, but now another potential threat loomed. And both Krillin and Piccolo felt the weight of the situation once more. "Here you go. I've completed the remote control." At that moment, Bulma rushed over, holding a remote, and presented it to Son Gohan. "Fantastic," he exclaimed, taking the remote and giving Bulma a thumbs up. "So, did you glean anything from the video?" Bulma inquired. Seeing Krillin hesitating to speak, Son Gohan shook his head and turned to Bulma, saying, "It's just a shadowy figure. I cannot discern who it is. But Aunt Bulma, there is no need to worry. We'll handle these matters." He chuckled lightly. "That is for the best," Bulma remarked, ruffling Son Gohan's hair. "Oh, please don't mess it up." Son Gohan shook his head, brushing Bulma's hand away, and added, "I'll be out for a moment, but I'll return shortly." With that, Son Gohan stood up and dashed into the living room, where he found Chi-Chi pinching Android 18's cheeks. Could it be that Chi-Chi mistook 18 for a Barbie doll due to her golden hair? "Mom, hold on. Please don't play with her just yet. I'll be right back." Son Gohan swiftly picked up Android 18 and ran outside. Chi-Chi and Bulma, who followed him out, were left speechless. Bulma hadn't even had a chance to truly see 18 before Son Gohan disappeared in a flash. What in the world just happened? In truth, Son Gohan intended to quickly remove Android 18 from the situation, but he was reluctant to use the remote in front of Chi-Chi and Bulma, fearing it would frighten them. Hence, he resorted to this tactic. "Are young people nowadays always in such a hurry?" Bulma asked, glancing at Chi-Chi. "Is the girl pretty?" Son Gohan embraced Android 18 and soared to a nearby mountain, gently placing her down upon the verdant grass. He then retrieved a peculiar remote control, which astonishingly featured only a single red button, presumably a simplistic device, designed for effortless operation with a single press to activate and another to deactivate, Gohan mused. With the remote aimed at 18, he pressed the button firmly. Silence ensued, as no sound accompanied the action. Son Gohan's speculation proved to be correct. After a brief moment, Android 18 blinked and gradually opened her eyes, awakening from her slumber. She then sat up, bewilderedly surveying her surroundings. It was then that she spotted Son Gohan standing before her. "You." Android 18 exclaimed in surprise, instinctively shifting backward. Do not be alarmed. I have no intentions of harming you at this moment, Sun Wukong remarked, finding amusement in her startled demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the ruthless woman she once was. What do you intend to do? Despite his words, Android 18 remained tense, her anxiety palpable. Leave now, and may you exercise discretion, refrain from indiscriminate killing. Or I shall have no choice but to eliminate you, Sun Wukong stated, turning to depart. However, he paused, turning back to add, I have destroyed the remote control. You are free now. With that, he crushed the device in his hand, reducing it to mere fragments. Without further hesitation, he unleashed his energy and soared toward West City. Android 18 gazed up at the sky, momentarily frozen in thought, unable to grasp the gravity of the situation. Chapter 53. Returning home. Did Sun Wukong truly spare me? Android 18 pondered, lost in contemplation as she watched him disappear into the distance. How could I ever resort to wanting killing again? A self-deprecating smile escaped her lips. Gradually, she ascended into the air, aimlessly drifting toward the heavens. Upon returning to Bulma's basement, Gohan was met with the puzzled expressions of Chi-Chi and Bulma, which caused him some exasperation. Both women were asking the same question. Where is that girl? Don't look at me like that. She left on her own after waking up. I can't answer any other questions, Gohan shrugged. The two gossiping women ultimately failed to elicit any answers and had no choice but to give up in resignation. What about Vegeta? Why haven't you seen him return home? Bulma inquired. I don't know. He flew away right after the battle. At first, I thought he had gone home. Gohan replied, shaking his head. Hearing this, Bulma refrained from further comment. After all, she had married a scion who was not fond of returning home. At this moment, Chi-Chi empathized deeply with Bulma's sentiments, as she too had once had a man in her life who preferred to be away. They were kindred spirits in their shared plight. Never mind him. He'll come back on his own when he gets hungry, Bulma said with a sense of nonchalance. What are your plans now, Gohan? Bulma turned her attention back to him. Due to Gero's appearance, many innocent lives were lost, and the cities that were destroyed have yet to be restored. I hope to see when the Guardian can optimize the Dragon Balls for us to make our wish. I used instant transmission to return to Earth. While my spaceship is still traveling through space, it won't arrive for at least another week, so I guess I will have to wait patiently, Gohan said, finally placing a hand on his forehead in exasperation. After a moment of silence, Gohan suddenly declared, Mom, let's go home. Upon hearing Gohan's wish to return home, Chi-Chi felt tears welling in her eyes. It had been far too long since they had left Capsule Corp, and she was yearning for home. Finally, Krillin and Piccolo decided to take their leave, their destination unknown. Gohan and Chi-Chi departed West City, returning to the place they had called home for so many years. Regardless of the chaos and strife outside, the surroundings of their home remained pristine and untainted, with fresh air and trees swaying gently in the breeze, offering a sense of tranquility. As mother and son opened the door and stepped inside, the dusty scene they had imagined did not greet them. Instead, they were met with an immaculate space, spotless and free from dust. Gohan had braced himself for a thorough cleaning, but upon opening the door, he was taken aback by the unexpected cleanliness. Mom, have you been home? Gohan asked, puzzled. No, Chi-Chi shook her head, equally bewildered. How strange. Could it be that we were robbed? And this thief also tidied up our home? Gohan mused. Worried that they might have been burgled, Gohan hurriedly searched through the house, ultimately discovering that the vegetable garden in the backyard had been newly planted with vegetables and potatoes. The kitchen now boasted a large bag of rice, and a few wild chickens were being raised. On the living room table, he found a stack of cash and a gold bar. Mom, it seems like our house was used as a hotel while we were away. Look, they even left us money. Gohan handed the cash to Chi-Chi. Wow. They left so much money. Chi-Chi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight, her thoughts immediately shifting to the joy of having money. Observing Chi-Chi's reaction, Gohan felt a pang of sympathy. For so many years, she had been the sole support of their family. Chi-Chi, you have worked so hard, he thought. Remembering that General Kid had promised him some money, he resolved to visit him soon to retrieve it, hoping it would bring more happiness to his mother. This person must not have left long ago. The chickens in the yard still look lively and haven't been hungry for long, Gohan remarked before soaring into the air. Scanning the vicinity for any signs of the previous occupants, but finding none, he returned. Gohan, let me cook for you. I'm quite hungry myself, Chi-Chi said cheerfully. Rushing into the kitchen. On her way home, she had already procured a good amount of ingredients. It had been a while since she had cooked at home, and her excitement bubbled over. Sure, Mom, I'll go put some things away in my room and then help you out, Gohan called back as he headed towards his room. Upon entering, he found his room still clean and orderly, just as he had left it, though a faint pleasant aroma wafted through the air, leaving Gohan feeling inexplicably curious. Sun Gohan extracted a capsule, pressed the button, and tossed it to the ground. Instantly, the capsule transformed into a colossal bag. From within, he retrieved an abundance of books and assignments, intending to place them upon his desk. The last time he discovered his bag brimming with all his books and assignments, he was both amused and exasperated, pondering when Chi-Chi had managed to fill it. Perhaps it had become a peculiar habit of hers. On every journey, she would invariably stuff his bag with an endless supply of homework and textbooks. Even on that occasion when he, along with Bulma and Krillin, first venture to Namek. There was no exception. Chi-Chi had packed an overwhelming amount of assignments, compelling him to toil away at his studies aboard the spaceship. Sun Wukong picked up a book and placed it on the desk, only to discover a notebook tucked away in the corner. What could this be? Had his mother forgotten to put away another book? With a sense of curiosity, Sun Wukong grasped the notebook and began to peruse its contents. The first page read, August 8th, sunny. This morning, I ventured into the vegetable garden to plant greens and potatoes, and later, I went to the back mountain to catch some wild chickens. Life has been tranquil, and I find myself growing fond of this place. I express my gratitude to its original owner, though I know not where they are now. I wish them peace. August 9th, sunny. Today has been another beautiful day. Yet nothing remarkable occurred. It dawned on him that this was a diary, and the elegant handwriting suggested it belonged to a girl. It seemed that a young woman had taken residence in his home recently, and quite possibly, she had been sleeping in his room. August 15th, sunny. The vegetable seeds in the garden have sprouted, and the potatoes are beginning to shoot. Today has brought joy. However, I discovered that we had run out of rice. Thus, I descended the mountain to purchase a bag, only to find that the deceased had returned to life. This is wonderful news. Surely, it was Sun Wukong's doing? The diary abruptly ended here, but August 15th was merely 2 days past, confirming that she had indeed just departed not long ago. Sun Wukong flipped to the final page of his diary and beheld several lines of text. The nightmare has ended. I am no longer under the dominion of a demon. I have reclaimed my former self, yet my brother perished in his endeavor to save me. I am willing to spend the remainder of my life atoning for this sin. Could it be mere coincidence? Sun Wukong wore an expression of incredulity. Various indications suggested that the girl residing in his home was likely Android 18. Had she been living in his house these past few days? And had she left everything impeccably tidy, along with a substantial sum of money? This implied that her departure a few days prior was due to her realization that the deceased had been resurrected, and the homeowner might return, prompting her to leave. Was it merely a coincidence that she subsequently encountered the chaos wrought by Dr. Gero, leading her to stealthily follow and assist Piccolo and the others? With this line of reasoning, many matters fell into place. It was highly probable that this girl was indeed Android 18. Sun Wukong found himself in a state of bemusement, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Is it truly possible for such coincidences to occur in this world? Indeed, it seems that this realm is remarkably small. Sun Wukong put away his notebook, tucking it into the drawer, and proceeded to organize all his books and assignments on the desk and bookshelf. After changing into a comfortable outfit, he dashed out of his room, taking a handful of rice and some leafy greens to feed the wild chickens. This rare moment of leisure was quite delightful. Sun Wukong felt a surge of joy, and his spirits seemed to elevate, bringing about a subtle enhancement in his cultivation. Chapter 54. 10 billion Wukong. Dinner is ready. Come help me bring the dishes out. Chi-Chi called from the kitchen. All right, I'm coming. Sun Wukong replied. Sprinting into the kitchen and carrying the dishes to the dining table, his appetite already peaked, and his throat moist with anticipation. I haven't had my mother's cooking in ages, he exclaimed with a broad smile as they sat down to eat. You silly boy, I've told you not to talk while eating, Chi-Chi chided, casting a playful glare at him. After the meal, Sun Wukong assisted in clearing the table and washing the dishes. He then made his way to the nearby river. Stripping down to just his shorts, he leaped into the water, swimming and frolicking with the fish and shrimp. Moments later, he sprang from the water, skimming the surface as he ran joyously without the use of any techniques. Splash, splash, splash. Sun Wukong dashed swiftly, producing a series of crisp sounds as his feet splashed against the water. His speed was remarkable in a short span of time. He raced along the river for several dozen kilometers before retracing his steps. Occasionally, small creatures quenching their thirst by the riverside would be startled and flee at his approach. How exhilarating! Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming sense of joy, bursting into laughter. The scenes he had often envisioned in his previous life were now effortlessly within his grasp. Sun Gohan swiftly returned to Baozi Mountain, leaping from the riverbank, where a gentle breeze evaporated the droplets of water on his skin, leaving a refreshing sensation. He chose to sit down and recline on the grass, relishing this serene moment. The following day, he visited the headquarters of the Resistance to meet General Kid. Gohan informed him that the newly emerged androids had been dealt with, which brought great joy to General Kid, who promptly handed Gohan a card without further ado. What is this? Gohan inquired as he accepted the card, lifting it for a closer inspection. It resembled a bank card from his past life. Yet it was crafted from a peculiar, resilient material that ordinary blades could not damage. This is a universally accepted bank card. You may withdraw funds from any bank or ATM worldwide. It contains a sum of 10 billion in cash. I apologize, Mr. Sun. I initially requested a larger amount. But due to the current state of affairs where every place requires funds, the king sanctioned only 10 billion, General Kid explained, his expression somewhat sheepish. 10 billion? Gohan was taken aback. Although he had little concept of monetary value in the Dragon Ball world, 10 billion seemed an exceedingly substantial figure. If there were no extraordinary circumstances, would he not have enough to last a lifetime? At that moment, he felt a pang of injustice for the Dragon Ball warriors of the main world, who had saved the Earth countless times only to lead modest lives, with some even struggling to make ends meet, while that wretched Satan enjoyed wealth beyond measure. He pondered how they reconcile this disparity. Perhaps it was this very quality that made the Z-fighters admirable, yet Gohan did not consider himself of such noble disposition. What was his, he would claim without hesitation. General Kid, that will suffice. May I ask what the password is? Gohan asked nonchalantly as he tucked the bank card away. This card has no preset password, Mr. Sun. If you wish to establish one, you may do so at the bank, General Kid responded. Understood. Gohan nodded, then continued. By the way, with the threat of androids now eliminated, the world should soon return to normalcy. As for the humans who perished, I will ensure their resurrection in due time. Though that was a function of Shenron, Gohan did not mind appropriating the credit for himself, preferring not to burden General Kid with explanations of such supernatural matters. After parting with General Kid, Gohan made his way to East City, where he casually visited a bank to withdraw several $100,000 in cash for himself. He then opened a new account, transferring $50 billion into the new card, before heading to Satan's martial arts dojo. At that moment, Satan was training the dojo students, with Biddy Lee diligently following his lead, executing punches and kicks with commendable form. Satan, I have come to repay you, Gohan greeted cheerfully, pulling out a few 10,000 bills he had prepared and handing them to Satan. Satan was taken aback. He had not anticipated the return of the money he had lent, when Gohan had previously borrowed from him. He had resigned himself to the likelihood of never seeing it again. Receiving the cash, Satan passed it to his companion, Gildo, and smiled at Gohan. Gohan, did you come specifically to repay the debt, or is there something else on your mind? Upon seeing Gohan's arrival and the absence of any reports regarding the android's destruction that day, Satan surmised that Gohan had indeed resolved the matter. I specifically came to repay you. I felt uneasy about being in debt, Gohan replied with a grin, winking at Biddy Lee. Biddy Lee immediately shot him a glare. Biddy Lee, would you like to learn the art of flight? Gohan inquired. Can I really learn? Biddy Lee's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, I will teach you, Gohan assured her. Let's go. I will instruct you elsewhere, he said, taking her hand and soaring into the sky. Goodbye, Mr. Satan. Gohan's voice echoed from above. That rascal. You promised you were here solely to repay the debt. Sun Wukong has once again deceived his daughter away. Sun Wukong carried Biddy Lee back to Bowsy Mountain. And as they descended from the sky, he shouted, Mother, I have returned. Where are you? What are you shouting so loudly for? Chi-Chi's voice echoed from the kitchen. Mom, are you cooking? That's wonderful. Biddy Lee, you must taste my mother's culinary skills. She cooks exquisitely. Sun Wukong exclaimed, then led Biddy Lee towards the kitchen. Wukong, weren't you supposed to teach me how to fly? Why did you bring me to your home? Biddy Lee inquired, puzzled. I was hungry, Sun Wukong replied. As they entered the kitchen, Chi-Chi was indeed busy preparing a meal. Upon noticing the adorable girl accompanying her son, her curiosity piqued. Wukong, who is she? Mom, this is Biddy Lee, my good friend. Biddy Lee, this is my mother. Sun Wukong introduced them with a smile. Hello, Andy, Biddy Lee said shyly. Feeling a bit awkward in the presence of a stranger, but her politeness shone through as she bowed slightly. Hello, Chi-Chi responded with a smile. Then cast a curious glance at Sun Wukong. You see, I promised Biddy Lee that I would teach her how to fly, but I got hungry. So I came home first. After we eat, I will teach her, he explained. Oh, then take Biddy Lee to the living room, and don't tease the little girl. Chi-Chi said, gently urging them towards the living room. Mom, wait a moment, there's something else. Sun Wukong said as he retrieved a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Chi-Chi, continuing, this is the reward from His Majesty the King. It contains 5 billion in cash. Please keep it safe. I don't want you to work so hard anymore. 5 billion? Chi-Chi gasped in astonishment, her voice rising above 80 decibels. The vegetables she had been washing fell to the floor, and the wild chickens in the cage began to cluck incessantly, creating a scene of utter chaos. Mom, please don't get too excited, Sun Wukong said, both amused and exasperated as he hurried to help Chi-Chi tidy the disordered kitchen, with Biddy Lee lending a hand as well. Naturally, Biddy Lee was equally astonished by the mention of 5 billion. Her family was not nearly as affluent as the main world, merely a modestly well-off household. The figure was astronomical to her, something she had never even conceived. Is Wukong really this wealthy now? Wukong, you are truly remarkable, Chi-Chi exclaimed, tears glistening in her eyes. Over the years, she had never felt such a sense of security. Goku had never been good at earning money, typically relying on hunting and selling homegrown vegetables and grains. Those meager earnings barely sufficed for daily expenses, leaving no room for savings. After Goku's passing, hunting opportunities diminished, and the cultivation of crops decreased. Chi-Chi occasionally had to seek assistance from the Bull Demon King just to make ends meet. Life had become quite arduous, although she never voiced her struggles. The bitterness in her heart was known only to her. Today, her son had presented her with a bank card, claiming it held 5 billion. And Chi-Chi felt as though she might burst with joy. She found herself invigorated, proud, and filled with admiration as she gazed into her son's eyes. I will keep it safe for you, and when you need money, I will return it, Chi-Chi said. Mom, I still have more. Buy whatever you wish. If it runs out, I will earn more, Sun Wukong declared with grandiosity. All right, you two go to the living room. I will have dinner ready shortly, Chi-Chi said, putting away the card and ushering Sun Wukong and Biddy Lee out of the kitchen. However, Biddy Lee did not proceed to the living room. She was captivated by the wild chickens and, clutching some rice, began to play with them, eliciting their clucks. She then wandered into the backyard, noticing the newly sprouted vegetable seedlings. Grabbing a watering can, she busily tended to the plants, thoroughly engrossed in her tasks. For her, these experiences were entirely novel. Having lived in the eastern capital, she seldom encountered such things, and her youthful spirit blossomed in delight. Sun Gohan felt a sense of helplessness. He could hardly believe that Bulma possessed such a side to her character. He glanced at the nearby fruit trees, leaped up, and plucked several succulent pears. After washing them with clear water, he presented them to Bulma. "Try these. They are truly delicious," he said. Bulma washed her hands as well and took a bite of the pear, instantly recognizing its exquisite taste, far superior to those purchased in the city. "You too. Hurry in for dinner." At that moment, Chi-Chi called from inside the house, announcing that the meal was ready. "Coming," Gohan responded, giving Bulma a nod as they both entered the house. To their delight, they found Chi-Chi had already arranged several enticing dishes on the dining table, each a feast for the senses, igniting a strong appetite. Bulma, eager to serve everyone, insisted on dishing out the food despite Gohan's attempts to persuade her otherwise. Chi-Chi observed Bulma with sparkling eyes, intrigued by her thoughts. "Wow, Andy, your cooking is absolutely delectable," Bulma exclaimed after savoring a few bites. "I told you. My mother is an excellent cook," Gohan replied with pride. "If it's delicious, eat more of it. Both of you are still growing," Chi-Chi encouraged, placing a chicken leg in each of their bowls. "Thank you, Auntie. Your cooking is far better than my mother's," Bulma remarked with a smile. "Your mother? Isn't it said that chefs cook in your household?" Gohan inquired, puzzled. "Who said my home is run by chefs?" Bulma looked at Gohan, slightly bewildered. "Ah. I just guessed," Gohan admitted awkwardly. He had spoken too hastily, recalling that they existed in a different timeline. In the primary world, Mr. Satan was revered as a hero, which would naturally lead to hiring chefs. However, in this timeline, Mr. Satan was merely the head of a martial arts school, living in tumultuous times, and it was entirely reasonable for them to cook for themselves. Bulma's mention of her mother piqued Gohan's curiosity. In his recollection of the Dragon Ball universe, there had never been a description of Bulma's mother. He only knew that by the time Bulma appeared, her mother had passed away many years prior, a figure scarcely elaborated upon. This suggested that Bulma's mother would likely meet her demise in the near future. "Bulma, is your mother unwell?" Gohan asked, furrowing his brow. "There are 3 possibilities for death: illness, accident, or homicide," he probed cautiously. "How do you know my mother is sick?" Bulma's face expressed shock. "So, it is indeed due to an illness? Do you not know who I am? I possess peculiar magical abilities, and recently I have felt that I can foresee the future." Gohan fabricated, leaving Bulma and Chi-Chi momentarily stunned. "Has she seen a doctor?" "What did the doctor say?" Chi-Chi interjected, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, she has. The doctor said my mother has heart disease, and current technology cannot cure it," Bulma replied, her gaze dimming as she touched upon her sorrowful reality. "What? Heart disease?" This time, it was Gohan and Chi-Chi who were taken aback. Sun Wukong succumbed to viral cardiomyopathy, a despairing affliction that claimed his life within 3 days of manifestation, leaving no time for intervention. Consequently, a series of events ensued, with Sun Gohan tirelessly striving to resurrect his father. "What is the matter? Why the astonishment?" Biddy raised her head, gazing at the two with curiosity. "My father also perished from viral cardiomyopathy," Sun Gohan replied. "Oh, I apologize," Biddy said with a wry smile, realizing she had never seen Sun Gohan's father, mistakenly believing he was merely away from home. "By the way, your mother suffers from regular heart disease, doesn't she?" Sun Gohan inquired further. "Yes, indeed. The doctor mentioned she could last 5 more years at most, but she must avoid emotional turmoil as it could shorten her lifespan." Biddy responded softly, her eyes brimming with tears. "Oh, you need not worry. I have a way to cure your mother," Sun Gohan assured, patting Biddy's shoulder. "Really? But didn't your father fail to recover?" Biddy initially brightened, then lowered her head again, suspecting Sun Gohan was merely offering comfort. "I speak the truth. My father's condition was not the same as your mother's. He suffered from viral cardiomyopathy, which took him in just 3 days. We were caught off guard. Nevertheless, I am still searching for a means to resurrect him, and I am confident I will soon succeed. As for your mother's heart condition, rest assured. I am acquainted with the head of the Universal Capsule Company and have already urged her to develop a specific remedy for heart disease, which will yield results in a few years. Furthermore, there are other methods. Have you heard about those humans who were slain by androids returning to life? That's the method I'm referring to," Sun Gohan explained earnestly. "Brother Gohan, is that truly the case?" Biddy exclaimed, her eyes wide with hope as she sought his affirmation once more. "Indeed," Sun Gohan nodded. "Now, let us dine first, after our meal. We shall learn the art of flight," he added with a smile. Yes. With their hearts unburdened, the meal became more delightful. Kiki smiled at Gohan, signaling that he need not worry about her. She had come to terms with Goku's situation and believed her son would find a way to revive him. Chapter 56. Kiki returns to martial arts practice after the meal. Biddy insisted on helping Kiki wash the dishes, prompting laughter from Kiki, though ultimately, Biddy broke 2 dishes and was ushered out of the kitchen. Haha. Sun Gohan could not contain his laughter. Humph. Biddy ignored him and ran off to play with the chickens. Soon after, Kiki finished washing the dishes and joined Gohan in the living room, where he called Biddy back. Mom, why not learn to harness your energy and practice the flight technique? It would be quite beneficial, Sun Gohan suggested. He recalled Kiki's prowess as a martial artist in her youth, having trained in the turtle school, and believed she could easily handle a few minor foes. Now, filled with enthusiasm, he wished for his mother to rekindle her martial abilities, believing it would bring her joy, especially since they were no longer burdened with daily needs. Moreover, Sun Gohan's primary intention in bringing Biddy along was to ensure she could train alongside Kiki, alleviating her solitude, as training together often proves more fruitful than solitary practice. Do I really have to learn? Kiki asked, astonished at her son's suggestion. Of course. Weren't you a martial arts expert in the past? Learning to harness energy could even aid you in gardening, Sun Gohan teased. Is that truly possible? Kiki questioned, her expression filled with doubt. Absolutely. You will no longer need to worry about daily needs. Practicing martial arts offers numerous benefits, strengthening the body and enhancing beauty. When your father returns, he will see a youthful and vibrant version of you. You could even spar with him daily. How delightful and romantic that would be. Sun Gohan chuckled, encouraging Kiki to embrace martial training. Hearing her son's words, Kiki felt a spark of excitement, particularly at the prospect of enhancing her beauty and the chance to spar with Goku upon his revival. All right, I shall learn, Kiki resolved, motivated to become more youthful and beautiful to train with Goku. Excellent. Let us proceed to the grassy area outside, Sun Gohan exclaimed, snapping his fingers and leading the way outdoors. Once on the grass, he sat cross-legged. Kiki and Biddy followed suit, curious and awaiting his guidance. This marked Sun Gohan's first experience teaching martial arts, and he felt an inexplicable nervousness at the prospect of being a mentor. Ahem. Sun Gohan cleared his throat and continued. To master the flight technique, one must first adeptly control their energy. Once you master the control of your inner energy, you will be able to soar freely through the skies and unleash energy blasts akin to rocket cannons. What is energy? Biddy asked, intrigued. Energy is a hidden force within the human body, difficult for ordinary individuals to harness, yet quite manageable for martial artists like us. We can easily perceive and control our energy, enabling us to fly and project it outward to strike our adversaries. Sun Gohan elucidated, conjuring a small orb of energy in his hand and presenting it before the two. Behold, this is the energy residing within our bodies. As he spoke, he hurled the energy sphere towards a distant rock, which shattered into dust upon impact. While Chi-Chi was unfazed, Biddy Lee gaped in astonishment. Do I possess such a thing within me? Biddy Lee queried in disbelief. Indeed, but the energy within you is not as potent. To harness greater power, diligent training is essential, Sun Gohan affirmed. Regarding the cultivation of energy, our initial step is to sense the energy within our bodies and then guide it outward. It is crucial to relax, attain a tranquil state of mind, concentrate, and visualize directing the energy between your palms. Sun Gohan closed his eyes and, placing his hands in a virtual embrace atop his legs, slowly drew forth a thread of energy, forming a small vortex between his palms as a demonstration, inviting the two to explore on their own. Take your time to experiment. Feel free to ask questions later, he added before rising and summoning his silver doppelganger to engage in a sparring session. With two women, one large and one small, training diligently, he knew he must not let his own focus wane. After 2 hours, Sun Gohan returned to find both still seated cross-legged. A tiny vortex, akin to a firefly, had formed between Chi-Chi's palms, while Biddy Lee, furrowing her brow, trembled as if straining to force out energy. Wait, Biddy Lee, it's not about forcing it out. You must relax, calm your mind, concentrate, and guide the energy forth, Sun Gohan reminded her. You're doing well, mother. Adapt to this sensation, practice diligently, and soon you'll be able to control it effortlessly, enabling you to fly, he encouraged Chi-Chi. It appeared that Chi-Chi possessed a solid foundation in martial arts, and it was indeed a pity that she had neglected her training for so long. Encouraging her return to martial arts would provide her with a new hobby. A commendable choice. Sun Gohan mused that his father would be overjoyed to learn that his mother was resuming her martial studies. He then glanced upward, sensing the energy of North Kai, yet he could not detect Goku's presence, likely due to the restrictions of the underworld, which severed the energies of the deceased from reaching the living realm. Instantaneously, he executed the technique of instant transmission, finding himself successfully on North Kai's planet. Remarkably, his success rate with instant transmission had significantly improved, and he believed it would not be long before he mastered it completely. Goku, engrossed in his own training, immediately sensed Gohan's energy and rushed over. What brings you here? He asked with delight, grabbing Gohan's shoulder. Father, I was practicing instant transmission and suddenly found myself here, Gohan replied, smiling at his father. Haha, Gohan, you're amazing. You've grown taller, Goku exclaimed, gesturing to indicate Gohan's increased height. Father, I'm teaching Mother to harness energy. I want her to resume her martial training. Once you are revived, the two of you can train together, Gohan stated. Really? But isn't Chi-Chi averse to martial arts? Didn't she always urge you to study and become a scholar? Goku queried incredulously. Father, it's not that you missed the point. It's that you didn't realize how much she values martial arts for maintaining her physique and enhancing her beauty. She is more enthusiastic than anyone. Gohan laughed heartily. What? Goku exclaimed, utterly perplexed, unable to grasp Gohan's words. As for her desire for me to become a scholar, it merely stems from wanting me to earn more money and avoid constant battles. If we can earn more, we can train until no one can defeat us. Alleviating her worries, Gohan explained. But Gohan, I can train, but I don't know how to earn money, Goku lamented. Father, just focus on your training. I will take care of the finances, Gohan replied cheerfully. Come on, let's have a sparring match, but without transforming into Super Saiyan. Let us fight in our normal forms. Son Gohan assumed a fighting stance and charged towards Sun Wukong. Chapter 57, Vegeta's challenge after an exhilarating battle between father and son. They sat on the ground in a rather unrefined manner. Son Gohan retrieved a capsule and pressed the button, which transformed it into a large package. From this package, he procured an abundance of food and beverages to share with Sun Wukong. The two sat on the grassy expanse, unwrapping their provisions and joyfully indulging in their feast. Lord Kai, would you care to join us? Son Gohan called out to the Kai. No, thank you. Rather, why not tell a corny joke? The Kai replied, winking and chuckling lightly. Son Gohan, feeling somewhat exasperated, recounted a joke to King Kai, who nodded in satisfaction. A few days prior, South Kai had mentioned that they were encountering some difficulties in the southern galaxy and requested a formidable warrior from the northern galaxy for assistance. Gohan, do you have the time? North Kai suddenly inquired after hearing the joke. To be honest, esteemed King Kai, I have been exceedingly busy lately. Perhaps you might consider enlisting Vegeta instead? Gohan replied, shaking his head. He was genuinely overwhelmed with responsibilities and found it nearly impossible to spare a moment. While he could send a clone in his stead, an instinctual voice within him advised against such an action. He faced a multitude of tasks awaiting his attention. And he also needed to journey to Yardrat to explore the possibility of discovering some useful secret techniques. That extraordinary planet might hold the key to resurrecting Goku. Vegeta? I would rather not. He strikes me as rather villainous, and I prefer to avoid any dealings with him. Besides, South Kai did not specify the nature of the issue. So it likely isn't of great consequence, North Kai remarked. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Please do not hesitate to contact me should you require anything further. Gohan stated to North Kai. Goodbye, Dad. Gohan waved farewell to his father. He then placed 2 fingers to his forehead, intently searching for the energy signatures of Chi-Chi and Bula. Although their energies were faint, Gohan recognized them well and swiftly located their presence. However, to his dismay, he experienced a failure in skill execution, shattering the illusion of mastery he had attempted to project, leaving him utterly speechless. Sun Wukong and the King of Worlds remained oblivious to the fact that Son Gohan had failed to unleash his skill. After standing motionless for a full 10 minutes, he suddenly vanished in an instant. The 10-minute incantation time for the teleportation skill could be considered a significant improvement, and Son Gohan felt quite content with this progress. In the next moment, Son Gohan reappeared at the Bowsy Mountain. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that Chi-Chi and Biddy Lee had ceased their cultivation of energy and had instead engaged in a lively sparring match. Son Gohan reclined on the grass, observing the captivating exchange of attacks between the two combatants, each maneuvering with remarkable agility. It was evident that Chi-Chi was allowing Videl to take the lead. Chi-Chi's every strike was executed with effortless finesse, while Videl appeared to be struggling to defend herself yet continued to persevere. It seemed that his mother was relishing the thrill of battle, Gohan mused privately, as he admired the fierce clash between the two women. A powerful aura surged toward the nearby Mount Payas. It was Vegeta, who was approaching with great speed. He did not disguise his energy, and Gohan immediately sensed his arrival. Sure enough, Vegeta soon descended from the sky, landing a short distance away from him. Vegeta fixed his gaze on Gohan, his eyes brimming with a fervent desire for combat. Without needing to utter a word, Gohan instinctively understood that this battle-hungry warrior had come to issue a challenge. Are you ready to accept my challenge, boy? Vegeta stated succinctly, clearly articulating his intent. Sun Wukong stood up, nodded slightly, and with a smile remarked, all right, let us change our location. Sun Wukong readily consented, harboring no intentions of evading battle. He was eager to ascertain the current prowess of Vegeta and felt an urgent need for a vigorous confrontation to transcend his existing limitations. The recent skirmish on King Kai's planet had already proven to be immensely beneficial. Son Gohan cast a glance at Vegeta, smiling slightly, before a white aura erupted from his body, soaring skyward as he swiftly flew towards the vast wasteland. Vegeta followed closely behind, 2 streaks of white light cutting through the clouds above. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi and Videl remained oblivious to their arrival and departure, continuing their training. The speed of Vegeta and Son Gohan was astonishing. In just a minute or two, they reached the remote and desolate expanse of the wasteland. A barren land devoid of life, filled only with yellow earth and shrubs, offering the perfect setting for an unrestricted battle. The two warriors gazed at each other from a distance and, in unison, ignited golden flames around their bodies, transforming into their Super Saiyan forms. Little brat, I hope you show no mercy. I will fight with all my might, Vegeta stated coldly. Bring it on, Son Gohan shouted, his spirits soaring high. The two swiftly moved towards each other. Boom. Energy surged forth. The two figures collided and quickly separated again. Vegeta clenched his already numbed hands, staring in astonishment at Sun Gohan. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he was still surprised to find himself at a disadvantage from the very first strike. Has this kid already distanced himself from me so much? Vegeta thought, fire of unwillingness flickering in his eyes, having experienced so much. While neither of them could be said to have much affection for each other, they were certainly no longer mortal enemies. Thus, both held back their strength, refraining from unleashing their full power in a life-and-death struggle. Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he raised his power to its peak and launched another attack. Following the earlier clash, Sun Gohan had roughly gauged Vegeta's strength and deliberately lowered his own energy slightly in anticipation. Boom, boom, boom. The two collided once more, then separated again, only to clash yet again. The skies were filled with their rapid movements, the remnants of their collisions creating afterimages, while the entire wasteland was engulfed in swirling dust. Fierce winds howling, and dark clouds roiling with lightning striking down. The thunderous sounds were incessant. Refreshing. Haha. Sun Gohan laughed heartily, reveling in the exhilaration of the battle. Although he wasn't exerting his full strength, he felt invigorated, gaining inspiration from the fight. Both Vegeta and Goku were combat geniuses. Battling with them often imparted incredible techniques and strategies, allowing one to achieve maximum effectiveness with minimal effort. If Vegeta and Sun Gohan possessed equal strength, without a doubt, it would be Sun Gohan who faced defeat. Vegeta had a wealth of combat experience, while Sun Gohan, in his previous life, had been an ordinary youth. In this life, he was merely a 9-year-old boy, severely lacking in battle experience. Boom. The two separated once more, and Vegeta, panting heavily, realized that this full power form was draining his stamina significantly. Are you looking down on me? Seeing Sun Gohan remaining composed without even a hint of fatigue, Vegeta erupted in anger. That's not my intention, Uncle Vegeta, Sun Gohan replied with an awkward laugh. He wished to fight with all his strength too, however. If he did, a single punch would determine the victor, and he still wanted to learn more from Vegeta. Ending the fight with one blow would be utterly pointless. Then you better fight seriously with all your strength, Vegeta shouted, veins bulging on his forehead, furious that this kid, while sparring with him, was still holding back, which he interpreted as a sign of disrespect. His anger was reaching a boiling point. Sun Wukong, all right, let us proceed once more. Sun Gohan found himself in a state of helplessness, fearing that if he unleashed his full wrath, his opponent would be too intimidated to continue. The disparity in their strengths was indeed considerable. Since you wish to witness my full power, allow me to demonstrate, he declared, as the golden flames enveloping him swelled dramatically. His hair stood rigidly upright, and the overwhelming aura he emanated forced Vegeta to stagger back several paces. This was the Super Saiyan form at full power. Having emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber and endured countless battles, Gohan had approached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan. However, he still sensed a lingering absence of enlightenment. A missing opportunity. The encounters with both Goku and Vegeta had finally shattered his limitations, allowing him to officially transcend into the full power Super Saiyan form. You, Vegeta gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Gohan. The sheer intensity of Gohan's aura created a wall of energy that pressed forward, making it difficult for Vegeta to breathe. His resolve to continue fighting dissipated in the face of such overwhelming strength. The gulf between them felt insurmountable. To persist in battle would be nothing short of self-humiliation. With his arms hanging limply, Vegeta surrendered his fighting spirit. Recognizing the futility of the battle, Gohan decided to relinquish his full power form, reverting to the standard Super Saiyan state as he approached Vegeta. Uncle Vegeta, let us enter the hyperbolic time chamber once more. You two can achieve this, Gohan suggested. Upon hearing this, Vegeta lifted his head, hope rekindling in his eyes. What form is this? He inquired. Super Saiyan at full power. Gohan replied candidly, offering no concealment. It was only during our recent battle that I truly broke through into this form. I owe you my gratitude, Uncle Vegeta. He added with a smile. Just entered this form? Very well, grant me a day, and I shall return to the hyperbolic time chamber. Once I emerge, I will seek you out, Vegeta declared decisively, taking to the skies toward the Supreme Kai's palace without waiting for Gohan's response. Son Gohan, is it true that pure-blooded Saiyans are inherently so combative? He himself does not possess that incessant desire for battle at all. Thought Son Gohan with a wry smile. Chapter 58, The Activation of the Dragon Balls. When Sun Wukong returned to the Baozi Mountain, he found Chi-Chi and Biddy already ceased their combat, seated together as they explored the intricacies of harnessing their energy. How are you? Is there any issue? Sun Wukong inquired as he approached them. Wukong, you're back. Oh, have you dyed your hair? Even your eyebrows? Chi-Chi exclaimed. No, it's just that I've been training, Wukong replied. At this moment, he maintained his Super Saiyan form to master his full power, which drew their attention upon his return. Wukong, could you revert to your original appearance? You look rather rebellious, Chi-Chi's voice trembled slightly. Though she had witnessed Goku's Super Saiyan transformation, she had never seen Wukong in such a state. And the sight of his golden hair and eyebrows was somewhat unsettling for her. I can revert to black hair, but I am currently in training. I will change back once I am finished, Wukong explained helplessly. So, how is your energy training going? Show me what you've learned, he suggested. Hoping to divert the conversation from his hair, Chi-Chi and Biddy then focused intently, attempting to channel their energy between their palms. Chi-Chi's progress was commendable. A cyclone of energy had begun to form, and the fluctuations of her aura were palpable. In contrast, Biddy's efforts were less successful. Her attempts occasionally sparked a flicker of energy that quickly extinguished, indicating she had a considerable journey ahead, requiring more practice. This was unsurprising, as Chi-Chi, albeit not having deliberately practiced energy control, belonged to the turtle school, with both her husband and son being martial arts prodigies, allowing her to learn much more swiftly. Conversely, Biddy was encountering this unfamiliar domain for the first time, and managing to sense even a hint of energy within a day was already a notable achievement. Showcasing her sound martial arts foundation. Excellent. With more practice, you will be able to utilize the flight technique, Wukong praised. He then explained the principles of the flight technique to them, encouraging independent practice before he soared off to the Supreme Kai's temple. Upon arriving at the temple, Wukong discovered not only Yamcha but also Krillin and Master Roshi present. However, there was no sign of Vegeta. Presumably, he had retreated into the hyperbolic time chamber once more. Ah, everyone is here, Wukong announced as he descended gracefully onto the temple plaza, approaching the group gathered beneath a tree. Oh, Wukong, you've come. Krillin beamed. Although the others were curious about Wukong's sustained Super Saiyan form, they refrained from questioning it, recognizing that he must have his reasons for such a choice. Certainly not to flaunt it before them. By the way, I haven't seen Uncle Vegeta. Has he gone into the time chamber again? Wukong inquired. Yes. He just went in not long ago. He rushed back looking quite disheveled and immediately dove into the chamber. Yamcha and I intended to enter as well. But he got there first. We simply couldn't compete with him, Krillin replied with an awkward shrug. Haha, it's no big deal. Each person only has 2 days anyway. He used 1 day last time, so he will surely emerge tomorrow. You two can enter then, Wukong reassured them. Indeed, that's true. By the way, Wukong, what brings you here? Do you wish to enter the time chamber as well? If so, you may go in tomorrow, Krillin suggested. Yes, we are not in a hurry. Yamcha concurred. Sun Gohan waved his hand and smiled, saying, No, I merely wish to see the status of the Dragon Balls. I wonder if Lord Kami has completed the optimization. Oh, is that so? They are inside, Krillin replied, gesturing towards the entrance of the Kami's palace, indicating that old Kami and Mr. Popo were within. Just as Sun Gohan was about to step into the grand hall of the palace, he saw Kami and Mr. Popo emerging, the latter cradling a model of the Eternal Dragon, which resembled a rather inexpensive figurine one might find on the market, its plasticity quite apparent. Is this the optimized Eternal Dragon? Sun Gohan pondered. Lord Kami, Mr. Popo, Sun Gohan greeted them with a smile. Gohan, you have arrived. Perfect timing. The Dragon Balls have been fully optimized. I shall now reactivate them, and then they will be ready for use, old Kami announced with a grin. He motioned for Mr. Popo to place the dragon model upon the plaza, then began to chant incomprehensible words in the Namekian tongue while covering the model with his hands. Gradually, a golden aura emanated from Kami's hands, enveloping his entire form before transforming into serpentine bolts of golden electricity that entwined around the dragon model. As old Kami continued his incantation, the model erupted in a dazzling display of white light, ascending into a thick golden beam that pierced through a cloud, exploding into 7 strands of lightning that scattered in all directions. 7 golden lights descended, some plunging into the sea, others into the desert, dense forests, and bustling metropolises. As the radiance faded, the 7 bolts of electricity transformed into 7 translucent orange orbs, which reflected an enticing sheen, imbued with magical potency that compelled one to covet them for safekeeping. The Dragon Balls have been successfully reactivated, old Kami declared, as the dragon model vanished entirely. And everyone regained their composure. Kami, how many wishes can the Dragon Balls now grant? Can they resurrect humans who have died twice? Sun Gohan inquired. Currently, they can grant 2 wishes, and yes, they can indeed resurrect individuals who have died twice, Kami confirmed with a nod. Can they revive multiple people at once? Krillin asked, recalling that the previous Namekian dragon could only resurrect 1 individual at a time. He was concerned that although there was an additional wish, it might still only allow for the revival of a single person. Rest assured, the Dragon Balls have been configured during activation. They can now grant 2 wishes, resurrect multiple individuals, and even bring back those without retaining their physical forms, Kami reassured them with a smile. Wow, that's fantastic, the group exclaimed in unison. Then I shall go find Bulma to retrieve the dragon radar, Sun Gohan declared, waving goodbye to everyone as he leaped down from the palace and soared towards West City. Gohan is always in such a rush, Master Roshi muttered. Before long, Sun Gohan arrived at Bulma's home. Bulma, the Dragon Balls have been reactivated by Kami. I have come to borrow the dragon radar. I shall gather the Dragon Balls so we can make our wishes, Sun Gohan stated. Upon hearing his words, Bulma returned to her workshop and retrieved the dragon radar. Gohan, here you go, she said, handing him the radar. After a moment's thought, she added, You mentioned that the Dragon Balls have scattered across the earth? What about these few stone balls? Bulma pointed to a corner where 7 dusty, fist-sized stone orbs lay quietly. Those are the previous Dragon Balls. They should be useless now. We might as well discard them. Chapter 59, launches Sun Wukong departed. He casually took several stones with him, tossing the 7 orbs into a nearby pile of rubble. He then retrieved his Dragon Ball radar and began his quest for the Dragon Balls. The nearest one was only a few hundred kilometers away. Murmuring to himself, he soared through the air. Moments later, he found himself above a vast ocean, the radar indicating that the Dragon Ball lay beneath the waves. With a splash, he plunged into the water. 10 minutes later, he emerged, water plants clinging to him, clutching a Dragon Ball that shimmered with 4 small stars, the 4-star ball. After stowing the Dragon Ball in his bag, Sun Wukong skillfully evaporated the moisture from his clothing using his energy. Then checked the radar again before setting off towards his next destination. In the southern region of the Dragon Ball world, there lay the city of South City. Once a bustling metropolis, second only to West City, it had hosted every world martial arts tournament on Papaya Island. However, an assault by artificial humans had turned South City into a smoldering ruin. All buildings were damaged, but thanks to the Dragon Balls, the deceased were revived. And the people quickly began to rebuild their civilization amidst the wreckage, erecting houses like bamboo shoots after the rain. They procured new cranes, motorcycles, tools, and materials from neighboring cities to reconstruct their homes. Little did they know that soon, the dragon would restore their ravaged cities and abodes, leaving them to ponder their feelings on the matter. At that moment, on a newly established road near South City, a blonde beauty sped past on her motorcycle, pursued by 5 others on similar bikes. With excitement radiating from her, she provocatively taunted the men behind her, "Cowards, come and chase me. Come on, ha ha ha." After her taunts, she burst into laughter. The 5 men, enraged, shouted back, "You filthy girl, return that orange orb to us, or you'll regret it." The blonde, unfazed by their threats, deftly maneuvered her motorcycle with one hand while retrieving a glass-like orange orb from her ample bosom, waving it behind her as she continued her taunts. "Cowards, if you can catch me, then maybe you can take it from me. Dream on." "Wow, boss. This girl is fierce. Should we just give up?" one of the smaller men suggested. "No way, it infuriates me. We have to catch her and tie her up." The leader bellowed, adorned with a large gold chain and black sunglasses, looking every bit the part of a tough guy. Yet, this tough guy had just been humiliated hours earlier when he discovered a beautiful orb in the ruins of South City, a gem that seemed imbued with magic. And before he could even warm it in his hands, the blonde had swooped in and snatched it away. It was always he who took from others. Today he was robbed by a woman. How could he tolerate this? The worst part was her relentless provocation. "With looks like yours, can't you act like a decent person?" he lamented. "Haha, come on, come on," she shouted, revving her motorcycle to the maximum, turning back to unleash her infinite mockery. "Boss, I can't take this crazy woman anymore," one of the men shouted. "Floor it. Chase after her. I refuse to believe we can't catch this little brat." The group was furious, their eyes ablaze with rage. "And do you think you can steal the Dragon Ball from me, you bunch of cowards?" The blonde laughed heartily, stuffing the Dragon Ball into her bag. Then, from seemingly nowhere, she produced upon witnessing Lan Chi riding her motorcycle into a village. Sun Wukong observed as she halted the bike, transforming it into a capsule. He descended from the sky and followed Lan Chi into the village. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, hurriedly caught up with Lan Chi. Startled, Lan Chi turned around to see a golden-haired youth following her, which instilled a sense of fear within her. As the blue-haired Lan Chi was even too timid to crush an ant. Who are you?" Lan Chi asked, having never encountered Gohan before. She merely perceived his golden locks as a sign of ill intent. "Lan Chi, it's me, Gohan, the son of Sun Wukong. Do you remember Sun Wukong?" Gohan replied with a cheerful demeanor, exuding familiarity. "Sun Wukong? Are you truly the son of Sun Wukong?" Lan Chi exclaimed with sudden excitement. "Indeed, without a doubt." Gohan affirmed with a nod. "Then you can no longer call me sister, you must refer to me as Auntie," Lan Chi said, her lips curling into a smile as she spoke playfully. Sun Wufan. To traverse into the realm of Sun Wufan is a delightful experience, yet it invariably entails a perpetual sense of being a generation younger than everyone else. Chapter 60. The Brick. Lan Chi lifted her gaze and scrutinized Sun Wufan, finding that this golden-haired youth bore a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong, particularly in the eyes, which were remarkably similar. Hence, she harbored no further doubts. The azure-haired Lan Chi was indeed a rather innocent soul, which explained why Wukong and Krillin had so effortlessly brought her back to the Kame house in the past. At times, her naivety was almost alarming. Had it not been for her tendency to become irritable upon sneezing, she might have long been sold off by now. "Can I call you Wufan?" Lan Chi inquired, appearing somewhat bashful. "Of course," he replied. "How are your father and the others?" After so many years apart, Lan Chi was unaware of the news regarding Wukong's passing. "My father has passed away, but the others are still well," Sun Wufan responded with calmness. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Was he killed by those dreadful androids?" Despite her feelings of regret, Lan Chi was eager to uncover the truth behind the events. "No, my father succumbed to viral heart disease, which occurred 2 years ago. As for the androids that appeared recently, I have already defeated them." After a brief pause, Sun Wufan continued, "And Lan Chi, do you know? Tian Jin Fan has been searching for you." "What? Is that true?" Lan Chi's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as she grasped Sun Wufan's shoulders, shaking him vigorously. Sun Wukong could sense the fluctuations in Lan Chi's emotions. The timid blue-haired woman, in that fleeting moment, was unexpectedly imbued with strength and courage. Could this be the power of love? Sun Wukong, lacking understanding, had no experience in this regard from his previous life, and in this life. He had yet to experience it. He believed that love must be among the most beautiful things in the world. Indeed, it is true. Tianjin Fan expressed his past remorse for neglecting you, realizing that one should not leave regrets in life. Thus, he has come to seek you out. Sun Wukong remarked with a smile. As Sun Wukong gazed into Lan Chi's eyes, he noticed a glimmer of tears, yet those eyes remained remarkably bright, imbued with joy amidst the tears. Although Tianjin Fan had never uttered such words, Sun Wukong generously spoke highly of him. Tianjin Fan, being somewhat clumsy and stubborn, had mustered considerable courage and determination to express his desire to seek out Lan Chi. My apologies for merely standing here and chatting. I should have invited you to my humble abode, Lan Chi said, wiping away her tears and playfully tossing her voluminous blue waves. She then led the way, guiding Sun Wukong to a modest dwelling. Describing it as a house would be a stretch. It was merely a makeshift shelter formed by a few windbreak boards, with a roof of iron sheets to shield against rain and sun, a stark simplicity. Such wooden and tin structures served as temporary residences for villagers, who were in the process of erecting new buildings in the nearby plains. Countless houses of this type dotted the village, extending as far as the eye could see, likely housing several hundred families. At that moment in the afternoon, the village was predominantly occupied by the elderly, the infirm, and the weak, while the robust youth had ventured to the nearby plains for work. This area was transforming into a burgeoning city, with numerous houses just having their foundations laid. The air filled with the sounds of machinery, shouts, and rhythmic hammering, as everyone worked with fervent enthusiasm and a spirited atmosphere. As Sun Wukong inspected the makeshift iron house at the construction site, he found it astonishing that such a beautiful young woman resided in such a meager environment. The interior was sparse, consisting only of a wooden bed, a rudimentary wardrobe, and a table adorned with a few everyday items, nothing more. It was difficult to fathom how a young, beauty-conscious girl could endure living here. How laughable. This is how things are in the southern region lately. Having a place to stay is already a blessing, she said with an awkward smile, pulling over a wooden stool to invite Wukong to sit, while she settled onto the bed. Indeed, life was even harsher during the rampage of the androids, he replied. Is it safe for you to live here alone? Wukong inquired. Not at all. Many are aware that I transform into a fearsome visage whenever I sneeze, so they're wary of me and would not dare to trouble me, she chuckled. Noticing Wukong's puzzled expression, she continued. You may find it hard to believe, but my situation is relatively fortunate. A young girl arrived in the village recently, working even harder than I do. I see her daily at the construction site, hauling bricks with a strength that is truly astonishing. Hauling bricks? If I heard correctly, are you saying that a young girl is laboring at the construction site every day? How peculiar. Aunt Lan Chi. The reason I encountered you is that I am on a quest to collect the Dragon Balls to restore the cities that have been devastated, Wukong explained. Oh, I see. Here, take this. Lan Chi retrieved the one-star Dragon Ball from her bag and handed it to Wukong, who graciously accepted it with a grateful nod. Aunt Lan Chi, why not come with me? I can take you to find Tianjin Fan. There is no need for you to remain in this place. Wukong proposed after a moment of contemplation. There is likely nothing worth lingering for in such an environment, right? He thought, hopeful that Lan Chi would agree to leave. Is that all right? Would it be too much trouble for you? Lan Chi asked, her eyes sparkling with surprise yet tinged with apprehension, reflecting her characteristic demeanor. Not at all. It's no trouble whatsoever, Wukong reassured her with a smile. Then please pack a few belongings, we shall leave shortly, he added. All right, Lan Chi nodded, rising to gather her things. However, she hesitated, unsure of where to begin, particularly as she lacked a bag to carry her items. Sun Gohan discerned her predicament and retrieved a capsule from his silver wristwatch, presenting it to Lan Chi. Use this capsule, it transforms into a large parcel, which is empty for you to fill with everything here. Thank you. Lan Chi accepted the capsule and pressed the button, watching it morph into the shape of a large package. She meticulously placed each item of clothing inside, ensuring that not a single daily necessity was left behind. Soon, the room was left with only an empty table and a bare bed. After pressing the button again, she turned the parcel back into a capsule, storing it close to her. All set, she announced. Excellent, let us depart from here, Sun Gohan replied with a smile, pushing open the door and stepping outside. Where are we headed now? Lan Chi inquired as she followed him into the open air. I shall take you to Bun Mountain first, and then I will notify Tianjin Fan to meet us there, Sun Gohan contemplated before speaking. As dusk approached, he remembered that he needed to return by Dili to Dongdu. So he decided to escort Lan Chi to Bun Mountain first, and then send a message to Tianjin Fan to join them. Once at Bun Mountain, he would return to Dongdu with Bai Dili. And how shall we travel? Did you bring a jet here? Lan Chi asked curiously. Having been separated from everyone for too long and unaware of recent developments, including Sun Gohan's ability to fly at will. Fear not, I shall carry you. And we will soar through the skies, Sun Gohan assured her, lifting Lan Chi onto his back without a care for the bewildered stares from passers-by. He ascended effortlessly into the air. There was no need for concealment. Sun Gohan had no qualms about revealing his extraordinary abilities. The astonishment of the onlookers was of no concern to him. He certainly had no intention of retreating to the outskirts to fly just to shield his abilities from view. Is this form of flight solely for combat? Wouldn't it be too extravagant for mere transportation? Lan Qi asked in amazement. In her recollection, Tianjin Fan only utilized this remarkable flying technique during battles, rarely employing it in everyday situations, leading her to believe that such flight would be quite exhausting. In truth, Lan Qi was not entirely mistaken. Flying did consume a considerable amount of energy. In the past, with their lower battle powers, such exertion would have been unsustainable. However, for the warriors of the present day, the energy expended in flight was merely a drop in the vast ocean. Everyone had grown stronger, and their capabilities were no longer comparable to before. This is nothing, Sun Gohan replied with a nonchalant smile. As Sun Wukong carried Lan Qi, they soared through the sky, swiftly arriving above the plains of Nandu, where a flurry of construction was underway. Below lay the reconstruction of Nandu, with many workers hailing from the nearby village. Lan Qi glanced downward and explained to Sun Wukong, in truth, they need not rebuild the houses. I shall soon use the Dragon Balls to restore the city. Imagine the amusement when they discover that the ravaged Nandu has returned to its former glory in just a few days. Sun Wukong chuckled. Wait, who is that? I believe I see a familiar face, he exclaimed suddenly, coming to a halt and descending toward the ground, hovering above the construction site. He positioned himself at a vantage point that allowed him to clearly discern the scene below. The workers were diligently engaged in their tasks, too absorbed to notice the two figures above them. Wukong, that is the girl I mentioned earlier. She has only just arrived here, Lan Qi remarked, pointing below. There. A blonde young woman was meticulously handling red bricks, her movements precise and dedicated. She effortlessly lifted several hundred bricks at once, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those nearby. What do you think? Impressive strength, isn't it? Surprising, isn't it? Lan Qi inquired. I am indeed astonished, but I am perplexed as to why she is here. Laboring with bricks, Sun Wukong replied with a wry smile. If his vision were not impaired, he would undoubtedly recognize that the girl toiling at the construction site was Android 18. With her unparalleled beauty, one might wonder why she would engage in such labor. Noticing the astonished expression on Sun Wukong's face, Lan Qi clarified, Wukong, do not underestimate her. With her method of working, she could earn tens of thousands in a single day, far surpassing the income of most individuals below. Is Android 18 truly aspiring to amass wealth through bricklaying? Could it be that the former Sun Wukong took a misguided path? Instead of farming and hunting, had he utilized his abilities for bricklaying or instant transportation, he could have easily become a billionaire. Sun Wukong felt as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his heart. Chapter 61. Lazili's Ambition. Lazili left her last vestiges of wealth at Baozi Mountain. Stripped of all possessions, she was indeed living a life of hardship. Logically, with her abilities, she could easily rob a few affluent individuals to secure a better existence. However, the restored essence of her character rendered her incapable of such actions. After departing from the western capital, Lazili resolutely made her way to the southern capital, a place rife with opportunities, as the city was in the throes of reconstruction. And her physical strength made her well suited for the numerous jobs available. She had explored various employment options in other cities, such as working as a restaurant server, a shop assistant, or a nanny. Yet, apart from these rudimentary roles, her limited education prior to becoming an artificial human meant that at just 17, she was ill-equipped for any more intellectually demanding positions. The tedious nature of these jobs aside, they offered meager compensation, barely amounting to 2,000 or 3,000 yuan a day, just enough to get by, with the prospect of saving being nearly impossible. However, she had compelling reasons to save. Her goal was to amass 100 million yuan to negotiate with Sun Wukong. Frugal to a fault, she believed that money was omnipotent. She intended to approach Sun Wukong, seeking his and Vegeta's forgiveness and to borrow the Dragon Balls, with the hope of resurrecting her brother, Lapus. This brother, who had been her sole companion since childhood, was willing to sacrifice his life to save hers. Although she was uncertain whether the deal would come to fruition, she felt it was worth a try. Lazili found bricklaying to be a suitable endeavor. Her immense strength allowed her to transport a considerable volume of bricks in a single effort, even outpacing the fastest machinery. She calculated that aside from eating and sleeping, if she dedicated herself to moving fire bricks, she could earn between 60 to 100,000 yuan per day. At this rate, she would accumulate 100 million yuan within 3 years, at which point she could seek out Sun Wukong. She recognized that bricklaying might not be the optimal solution, yet it was the best option she could conceive at present. With this objective in mind, Lazili felt invigorated, becoming the most diligent worker on the construction site. Naturally, many men were drawn to her beauty and entertained nefarious thoughts. However, upon witnessing her ability to lift several tons with one hand, they quickly quelled any inappropriate intentions. Unbeknownst to Lazili, Sun Wukong had observed her for several minutes from high above, as she remained wholly focused on transporting the fiery red bricks. Let us move on. It doesn't concern us, Sun Wukong murmured, shaking his head and departing with Lan Qi, soaring through the sky. Lazili lifted her gaze to the heavens, sensing a fleeting presence above moments earlier, yet upon looking up, she saw nothing. Shaking off the feeling, she returned to her task of moving another batch of bricks. Sun Wukong swiftly arrived at Baozi Mountain with Lan Qi. During their flight, he utilized telepathic communication to contact Tianjin Fan, informing him of Lan Qi's discovery and requesting him to rendezvous at Baozi Mountain. Upon hearing the news, Tianjin Fan expressed his delight and indicated his immediate departure towards the mountain. After gently placing Lan Qi down and making a brief introduction, Sun Wukong promptly set off to return Bidalai to the Satan Martial Arts Hall in East City. Sun Gohan reassured Videl not to worry excessively about her mother's illness, promising that he would deliver the heart disease remedy once it was successfully developed. He waved goodbye to Videl and Satan before soaring into the sky, making his way toward the West City. Upon his return to the Capsule Corporation, he discovered that Tien and Kaiatsu had already arrived. Tien was engaged in conversation with Launch, while Kaiatsu attempted to join them but was playfully pulled away by Sun Gohan. The two then made their way to the edge of a cliff, where Sun Gohan instructed Kaiatsu to wait for him before leaping into the river below. Moments later, Sun Gohan emerged from the water, triumphantly dragging a large fish behind him. With Kaiatsu lifting the tail, he carried the fish's head in the direction of home. Upon seeing Gohan and Kaiatsu approaching with the sizable catch, Chi-Chi called out to Gohan, asking him to assist in dispatching a few wild chickens to prepare for dinner that evening. Sun Wukong handed the fish to Jiaozi and then ventured into the kitchen, making his way to the backyard. Upon sighting a few chickens, he was suddenly reminded of Android 18, who was busy moving bricks. He mused that these wild chickens must have been caught by her, shaking his head to dispel these thoughts. He seized the last two wild chickens by their claws and brought them out. He expertly bled the chickens, then scalded them with boiling water to remove the feathers and entrails, swiftly rendering them clean. After placing the cleaned chickens on the cutting board, he stepped outside to prepare the large fish he had just carried back. Tianjin Fan noticed Sun Wukong's intent to kill the fish and approached to offer assistance. Sun Wukong waved his hand and smiled, saying, "No need. You two continue your conversation. Jiaozi will help me." He then winked at the pair and called Jiaozi to the riverbank. The two quickly set about dispatching and cleaning the fish. Jiaozi, a culinary virtuoso, demonstrated remarkable skills, preparing the ingredients with a deftness that astonished Sun Wukong. "Jiaozi, your culinary prowess is truly impressive," Sun Wukong praised with a smile. "Oh, it's nothing. I've just become familiar with it through practice," Jiaozi replied, her pale face breaking into a smile, indicating her pleasant mood that day. "What are your plans for the future?" Sun Wukong suddenly inquired. "I'm not sure. I just follow Tianjin," Jiaozi responded, as expected, placing all her decisions in Tianjin Fan's hands, which yielded no definitive answers. "What if you move to Baozi Mountain?" Sun Wukong suggested with a grin. "I follow Tianjin," came Jiaozi's reply. Baozi Mountain was vast, currently home only to Sun Wukong and his family. He contemplated inviting Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi to be his neighbors, thinking it would alleviate the loneliness during his absence, providing Chi-Chi with companionship to converse with. Once the large fish was cleaned, he set it up to cook over a fire, entrusting Jiaozi with the task of grilling it. Knowing her culinary skills would far surpass his own, Sun Gohan approached Tien, Shinhan, and Launch, taking a seat beside them. He gazed at Tien and inquired, "Do you two have any plans for the future?" Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared beside them, causing Lan Qi to blush momentarily. Tianjin Fan also felt a touch of embarrassment, smiling awkwardly as he remarked, "I am unsure. Perhaps it is a home without borders." Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, inwardly lamenting that this Tianjin Fan was indeed a simpleton. It was one thing to wander the world aimlessly. However, to drift about with Lan Qi, was that truly acceptable? Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and said, "Aunt Lan Qi, what do you think of Baozi Mountain? Why don't you both settle here and become our neighbors? Currently, it is just our family here, and your presence would certainly bring more vibrancy." Lan Qi's eyes sparkled with hope as she looked towards Tianjin Fan. Though somewhat simple-minded, Tianjin Fan was not foolish. He glanced at Lan Qi, nodded, and readily agreed. As the conversation unfolded, nightfall enveloped them completely. At this moment, dinner was ready. Under the soft glow of the reserve power lights, they gathered in a circle to enjoy their meal, with a large roasted fish dominating the table, making for a delightful feast. Observing the circle of friends and family, Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming joy. It had been a long time since Baozi Mountain had been so lively. After the meal, they revisited the idea of Tianjin Fan and the others relocating to Baozi Mountain. Chi-Chi, being the most familiar with the area, promptly recommended a suitable location for habitation. Tianjin Fan, with his somewhat dull demeanor, possessed a tenacity and swift execution. Once he made a decision, he acted on it with remarkable speed. He resolved to commence the preparations the very next day, setting out to gather materials and hire workers. That evening, Chi-Chi and Wukong encouraged Tianjin Fan and the others to stay. The vacant rooms in their home only required a bit of tidying up to be ready for occupancy, although Chi-Chi and Lan Qi were not well acquainted. The bond between women can sometimes flourish unexpectedly. A shared meal or a shopping trip can forge deep friendships. Thus, that night, Chi-Chi invited Lan Qi to share her room, while Tianjin Fan and Dumpling shared another, leaving Sun Wukong to occupy a room alone. Amidst the occasional chirping of crickets from outside, the group drifted into a peaceful slumber with smiles on their faces. Chapter 62. 2 Wishes. The following day, when Sun Wukong awoke, he found that Tianjin Fan and the others had already descended the mountain to commence their building preparations. Upon inquiring with Chi-Chi, he learned of their whereabouts. He offered some guidance on the dance of the sky to Chi-Chi, and once he saw her begin to float gently, he departed, embarking once more on his quest to gather the Dragon Balls. This time, there were no interruptions, and by afternoon, Sun Wukong successfully collected all 7 Dragon Balls. Holding the miraculous orbs close, he contemplated where to convene with his companions to summon the dragon. Ultimately, he decided to gather everyone at Bowsy Mountain, as the majority were already present there. The principle of the majority prevailed. On his way back, Sun Wukong, in a moment of whimsical distraction, veered off course. Soaring above the southern city, he was curious to observe what the golden-haired girl was doing and why she was engaged in such labor. After a few minutes of watching from above without clarity, he dove downward, heading towards Bowsy Mountain. During his flight, he communicated telepathically with Krillin, Yamcha, Piccolo, Master Roshi, Tianjin Fan, and Bulma. Initially, Bulma expressed reluctance to come due to the distance, but upon hearing that Lan Chi was at Bowsy Mountain, her spirits lifted, and she immediately exclaimed her desire to fly over and reunite with her long-lost friend. As Sun Wukong recalled that Vegeta should have emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber by now, he inquired about Vegeta's whereabouts from Bulma. Bulma informed him that Vegeta had just returned home and was currently taking a shower. She would soon persuade him to accompany her to the Capsule Corporation. Before long, Sun Wukong found himself back at the Capsule Corporation. He observed Chi-Chi practicing her flight technique in midair, displaying a level of proficiency that suggested she had made considerable progress. Short-distance flights appeared to pose no challenge for her, yet it seemed her energy reserves might not suffice for prolonged aerial endeavors. Mother, impressive indeed. You can fly within a day, Sun Wukong exclaimed, soaring beside Chi-Chi with a warm smile. How have you returned? Have all the Dragon Balls been gathered? Chi-Chi inquired, her expression brightening as she descended to the ground. As Sun Wukong descended alongside her, he settled onto the verdant grass and remarked, Indeed. We have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. I have also informed everyone to rendezvous at the Bowsy Mountain. Soon, we shall summon the Eternal Dragon and make our wishes. By the way, have Tien and the others returned? Chi-Chi replied, they brought back a multitude of supplies along with a crew of workers. They should currently be laying the foundation over there. As she spoke, Chi-Chi gestured towards the direction across the river, which was the area she had mentioned last night as suitable for habitation. Very well, I shall go and check on them, Sun Wukong nodded. Then leapt across the river to the opposite bank, where he sensed Tien's energy and made his way in that direction. In truth, the location was in close proximity to Sun Wukong's home, requiring only a few minutes of walking to reach. Tien had likely procured several temporary capsule tents for habitation, as a few tents had already been erected beside the construction site, offering shelter for the night. Meanwhile, dozens of workers were busily laboring on the site, indicating that these were indeed the construction workers recruited by Tien and Lan Chi. Sun Wukong was quite curious about where Tianjin Fan had acquired such substantial funds to hire these workers. However, he felt too shy to inquire directly. After all, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi possessed impressive martial arts skills, which suggested they might have saved money from past endeavors. As Sun Wukong approached, Tianjin Fan greeted him with a smile. Wukong, you have returned. Observing their progress, Wukong remarked, at this rate, you will be able to move into the new house in less than half a month. He flashed a thumbs up. Indeed, Tianjin Fan replied. A house constructed in this manner is certainly more comfortable than a capsule tent. Moreover, capsule houses deteriorate quickly and require frequent replacement, making this human-constructed dwelling a more suitable option for long-term residents. Hence, I decided to hire additional workers. That is undoubtedly true. Wukong nodded in agreement. After engaging in casual conversation for half an hour, a succession of familiar auras descended upon Bowsy Mountain as friends began to arrive. Sun Wukong greeted Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, and Lan Chi, and the 4 of them made their way to Wukong's home. Lan Chi, it has been so long, Bulma exclaimed, dashing toward Lan Chi and taking her hand, laughing joyfully. These 2 friends had not seen each other in many years. Instantly reminiscing about the time they had fought for front-row seats at the World Martial Arts Tournament, during which Lan Chi had sneezed and threatened other spectators with a gun. Haha. The 2 shared a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, Krillin and Yamcha exchanged mischievous glances with Tianjin Fan, giving him enthusiastic thumbs up, which made him feel rather bashful. Master Roshi stealthily approached the 2 lovely ladies, slowly extending his head in an attempt to squeeze between them. You lecherous old man, get away from me, Bulma exclaimed, catching on to his intentions and delivering a swift kick that sent Master Roshi tumbling. As he fell, his glasses flew off. Yet he still reached out to touch Bulma and Lan Chi's hands. Sun Wukong gazed wide-eyed, secretly acknowledging that Master Roshi was indeed the quintessential contender in the realm of folly, truly invincible. Vegeta, leaning against a tree, cast a furious glance, his teeth clenched. Uncertain whether his ire was directed at Master Roshi or Sun Wukong, regardless, he was teetering on the brink of an explosion. Master Roshi glanced at Vegeta and hastily sidled away towards Chi-Chi, only to be met with a resounding slap to the face, leaving a vivid 5-finger imprint. Krillin, Yamcha, and Sun Wukong erupted in laughter, clutching their stomachs. All right, everyone, let us not make a fuss. It's time to summon the dragon, Sun Wukong announced after clearing his throat. Gradually, a hush fell over the group. Sun Wukong, with reverence, extracted 7 gleaming Dragon Balls from a package and placed them upon the ground. He clasped his hands together and proclaimed with fervor, Arise, Shenron, and grant our wishes. As his words echoed, the 7 dragon balls radiated a resplendent golden light, coalescing into a unified sphere. The once sunlit sky darkened as ominous black clouds gathered, enveloping the heavens in a shroud of night. Lightning flickered within the clouds, crackling ominously, and several bolts struck towards the direction of Bowsy Mountain. At that moment, a brilliant golden lightning surged from the dragon balls, ascending skyward and entwining with the dark clouds, transforming into a colossal azure dragon. This magnificent dragon, hundreds of meters high and thousands of meters long, spiraled majestically in the air, its blood-red eyes emanating a fierce glow as it gazed downwards. Its voice resonating like thunder. "Human who has gathered the dragon balls, proclaim your wish. I shall grant you too." Meanwhile, chaos erupted at a construction site in South City. The once blazing sun was suddenly obscured by rolling clouds, casting an eerie night upon the land, inciting panic and dread among the onlookers. In the face of the unknown, fear and reverence intertwined within the hearts of all. Lotsie Lee furrowed her brow, casting her gaze towards Bowsy Mountain, where a flicker of golden light emerged. Is that Chiron? Has someone summoned the dragon? Without hesitation, Lotsie Lee soared into the air, swiftly making her way towards the mountain. Given the proximity of South City to Bowsy Mountain, she soon found herself hovering above, where she beheld the magnificent azure dragon spiraling in the sky, regal and imposing. Although she had perused the archives detailing the dragon balls, witnessing Shinran in person left her momentarily awestruck. Lotsie Lee descended gently, concealing herself behind a grand tree, affording her a perfect vantage point to observe the summoners and overhear their words. Yet, their thoughts were wholly consumed by the dragon, and Lotsie Lee's presence went unnoticed, as she emitted no aura. Is this their home? Upon recognizing the faces of those who had summoned Shinran, she was taken aback. This place was familiar to her. She had resided here for a time, and she imagined the vegetables she had planted were now thriving robustly. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's voice rang out. "Shinran, please restore the earth and cities to their original state, as they were before this year's devastation." "Understood," came Shinran's deep, resonant voice. A gleam flashed in its enormous eyes, and after a brief pause, it declared, "Your wish has been fulfilled. Now, please state your second wish." Sun Wukong contemplated for a moment before exclaiming, "Dragon, please resurrect all the humans who have perished over the past 6 months, but of course, exclude the wicked among them." "Is that possible?" "No problem," the dragon responded with a resonant hum. Chapter 63. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. The dragon's voice echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, and then it was enveloped in a radiant golden glow, transforming into 7 bolts of lightning that shot off in every direction. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, restoring clarity to the heavens. When Razlie heard the second wish, she paused for a moment, then as if struck by a sudden realization, she took to the sky. "Who is there?" This commotion caught Sun Wukong's attention this time. "Stay here. I will investigate," he instructed his friends and family before hastily pursuing her. Razlie soared through the air, heading toward the ruins of Dr. Jero's laboratory. Why is it her?" Sun Wukong, trailing behind, caught sight of her silhouette ahead. How did she catch up? Razlie sensed someone pursuing her and, in a flurry, glanced back to discover it was Sun Wukong. She immediately accelerated her speed. "Stop." Sun Wukong's current velocity far surpassed hers, and in an instant, he overtook her, blocking her path. "What do you intend to do?" he inquired, furrowing his brow as he gazed at her. Initially, Sun Wukong thought she was being pursued by the men in black, only to realize it was Razlie. "I need to save someone. Could you please let me pass?" Razlie implored, her eyes filled with urgency. "Save someone? Are you up to some trickery again?" Sun Wukong questioned. "Why don't you believe me? Come with me." "I fear if I delay, she may be taken by a beast," Razlie responded, her expression fraught with anxiety. With that, she sidestepped and continued flying ahead. Recalling the notebook on his desk and linking it to Razlie's peculiar behavior over the past few days, Sun Wukong decided not to obstruct her this time. Instead, he matched her pace as they flew toward the site of Dr. Jero's laboratory. The laboratory was not far from Bowsy Mountain, and within minutes, they arrived. As Razlie descended, she beheld the site of Dr. Jero's laboratory, once in ruins, now restored to its former glory. She had previously visited and found it in shambles, so the miraculous restoration by the dragon astounded her. "Restored?" Razlie gasped in disbelief as she surveyed the scene. "Yes, it must have been restored by my first wish." Sun Wukong nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Sun Wukong began to surmise Razlie's intentions. It likely pertained to the child she once held dear. The very child transformed into a mist of blood within that terrifying laboratory. The memory of that dreadful place darkened Razlie's expression. After a brief struggle, she steeled herself, gritted her teeth, and pushed open the door to Dr. Jero's laboratory. "Wait, are you out of your mind?" Sun Wukong recalled that horrifying laboratory and attempted to dissuade her. But she had already entered. "You are courting death," he thought, reluctantly following her inside, muttering to himself that if this woman were ensnared once more by that dreadful laboratory, he would not risk his life to rescue her. They crept cautiously, inching toward the entrance of that fearsome chamber. Razlie peered inside and indeed spotted a child on the dimly lit floor, who had awakened and was now rolling around, clenching her fists. Her palms slick with sweat and beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, she resolved to enter the chamber. "Hey, wait." Sun Wukong attempted to reach for her, but he could not stop her. She had already rushed in to embrace the child. She truly has no regard for her life. Yet this time, there were no strange sounds. The chamber remained eerily quiet. The chamber has deactivated? Sun Gohan lifted his gaze and fixated on the glass container positioned in the center of the dim chamber, which had originally housed the immature form of Cell. The verdant nutrient solution within the vessel flowed languidly, yet the absence of the young Cell's presence indicated that he had not been resurrected. A wave of relief washed over Sun Gohan. Nonetheless, he had no intention of stepping into the chamber. Who could predict what might transpire within? If the room were to activate unexpectedly, it could lead to dire consequences. It was evident that the cloaked figure appeared to have targeted him specifically. The last encounter involving the absorption of the energy and blood from androids 17 and 18 had been pure misfortune, a calamity that befell the innocent. Quickly, Lazuli emerged with the child in her arms. Weren't you afraid just now? Sun Gohan inquired, but upon noticing the beads of sweat adorning Lazuli's forehead, he realized his question was redundant. The expression on her face conveyed the internal struggle and immense courage it took for her to enter the chamber. You startled me. Thankfully. Everything is fine, Lazuli exclaimed, her smile blooming suddenly. After all, she was still a young girl. The joy of surviving an ordeal was palpable and impossible to conceal. Are you aware of the circumstances surrounding this chamber? Lazuli turned to Sun Gohan. Yes, I have been here before and narrowly escaped with my life, he nodded affirmatively. What do you intend to do with her? Will you raise her? He gestured towards the little girl cradled in her arms. I shall return her to her parents. They reside in South City, and they should have been revived by the dragon, Lazuli replied. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Gohan asked, by the way, why have you been working at the construction site in South City these past few days? Lazuli suddenly looked up at him, her face betraying embarrassment. How did you know I was working there? I happened to notice while collecting Dragon Balls, Sun Gohan replied nonchalantly. Lazuli stammered, uncertain of how to articulate her situation. She had yet to save a significant amount of money and was unsure if it was appropriate to discuss it with Sun Gohan. Never mind. If you don't wish to speak of it, you needn't tea, Sun Gohan interjected. Let us head to South City, he declared. You're coming with me? Lazuli exclaimed, astonished. Of course. I must ensure you return the child to her family. What if you deceive me and sell her instead? Sun Gohan asserted. Lazuli regarded him with exasperated silence. Upon reaching the laboratory's exterior, Sun Gohan unleashed a ki blast, obliterating the laboratory once more, and then the pair soared towards South City. At that moment, South City had been restored by the dragon, regaining its former glory with towering skyscrapers. Waves of people flooded into the city, returning to their homes. Observing this scene, Lazuli suddenly cried out, Oh no. What's wrong? Sun Gohan inquired, puzzled. With South City restored, I might lose my job. Lazuli's face contorted in distress. Why are you still thinking about your work at a time like this? Sun Gohan retorted. It's because I need to save money. Lazuli lamented. On the verge of tears. You truly are a materialistic individual, Sun Gohan remarked. No, but what am I to do now? Lazuli expressed her helplessness. What do you need to save money for? Sun Gohan asked, bewildered. I wish to save enough to make a transaction with you. I want to resurrect my brother. After struggling with her feelings for so long, Lazuli resolved to be candid. And how much do you intend to save? Sun Gohan regarded her with keen interest. 100 million, she stated. 100 million? You plan to earn that by working at a construction site? Sun Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes. I've calculated that if I worked tirelessly for 3 years, moving bricks, I could accumulate that sum, but now I have no job, Lazuli explained earnestly. Her face contorted with conflict and despair. You truly are a remarkable individual, Sun Gohan expressed, unable to find the words to describe his current emotions. Merely giving her a thumbs up. Following Lazuli's recollections, the two located the little girl's home. However, her parents had yet to return, leaving them to wait idly outside. Soon, the night enveloped them entirely. During this time, Sun Gohan used telepathy to reassure Chi-Chi and the others that he was safe and would return later. After an exasperating 2-hour wait, the child's parents finally arrived. Lazuli extended her hand to return the child, but the couple seemed to recognize her and hesitated, trembling with fear and apprehension. With no other choice, Lazuli gently placed the child on the ground and turned away with a heavy heart, her eyes dimmed with sorrow. As Sun Wukong observed, she indeed returned the child, and he quietly followed her departure. Well, I'm heading home, Sun Wukong stated. Oh, Lazuli seemed momentarily distracted. After a brief pause, Lazuli suddenly turned back. Wait a moment, Sun Wukong. If I truly manage to save up 100 million, can my brother be resurrected? Lazuli looked towards Sun Wukong. The matter of resurrecting your brother requires the consensus of everyone. It is not a decision I can make unilaterally. As they are the ones directly involved, Sun Wukong replied earnestly. Understood, Lazuli nodded. Goodbye. Farewell. The two parted ways, with Sun Wukong soaring towards the direction of Baozi Mountain, while Lazuli flew towards the construction site where she would likely reside for the time being, as she had yet to determine another destination. By the way, the wild chickens you captured, number 18, have already been devoured by me. Sun Wukong's voice echoed from a distance. Chickens? What chickens? Lazuli was taken aback. So, was that Sun Wukong's home? Oh dear, she had forgotten to take her diary. Did Sun Wukong surmise that she had once stayed at his house? Indeed. He must have read that diary, which explained why the usually boisterous Sun Wukong was unexpectedly amiable today. Upon returning to the Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong discovered that everyone had gathered around Tian Shinhan's tent. This group was far from ordinary. A mere excursion to the back mountains would yield an impressive bounty of game. After distributing a portion of their catch to the workers, they proceeded to set up a barbecue grill and dining table before Tian Shinhan's tent. Bulma retrieved a capsule, transforming it into tables, chairs, and an array of items, including condiments, napkins, and beverages, everything one could desire. The workers nearby stood in awe, watching as this group effortlessly conjured a barbecue, as if performing magic, leaving them to wonder if they were caught in a dream. The workers planned to spend the night in nearby tents, although they had brought some provisions. The sight of the fresh game shared by their employer prompted them to stow away their dry rations, ignite a fire, and prepare the meat. Wukong soon arrived, descending from the sky. Upon seeing him, Krillin and Yamcha raised their beer cans in a toast to Wukong. However, Chi-Chi shot them a disapproving glare, admonishing, "Do not encourage Wukong to drink." The two men recoiled slightly, chuckling awkwardly. Wukong hesitated, but ultimately resigned himself to raise a glass of juice instead, clinking it with Krillin and Yamcha before downing it in one gulp. Initially, Sun Wukong intended to invite others to reside at Baozi Mountain. However, Yamcha and Krillin, accustomed to a nomadic lifestyle, declined his invitation. Master Roshi's presence on Kame House rendered his visit impossible, and Bulma's main base in West City, a bustling metropolis, made it awkward for him to extend an invitation. Consequently, Baozi Mountain was ultimately home to only the Tian family. The two families occupied the entire mountain, enjoying a life of leisure. Vegeta sat alone beneath a tree, appearing somewhat out of place. Occasionally, he cast a glance at Sun Wukong, who remained in his Super Saiyan form, causing Vegeta to furrow his brow. Eventually, he seemed to come to a realization, his energy surging as he ascended into the air. He refrained from mentioning the previous bout before entering the hyperbolic time chamber, as even after a year within, he had yet to attain full power, thus temporarily relinquishing the challenge of confronting Sun Wukong in his current state. Initially, Chi-Chi wished to persuade Bulma to stay at Baozi Mountain for a night, but Bulma, concerned about her son Trunks, insisted on returning home. Subsequently, Sun Wukong accompanied her back to West City. As the group dispersed, a day passed quietly. The following day, Sun Wukong visited Bulma's home again to inquire about the heart disease antidote and the time machine. Bulma informed him that she and Dr. Brief had only recently begun their research and had not made significant progress. In a moment of inspiration, Sun Wukong recalled that his silver doppelganger possessed a highly advanced intelligent electronic chip, which might prove beneficial to Bulma and Dr. Brief's research. Consequently, he instructed his doppelganger to replicate a disk, transferring the pertinent technological knowledge from the chip onto it, and entrusted it to Bulma as a reservoir of knowledge, enabling her to explore and reference innovative technologies at her convenience. Upon receiving the disk, Bulma perused a small portion of its contents and was elated, exclaiming that Gohan had rendered her a tremendous service, cherishing the disk as a priceless treasure. It is worth noting that this electronic chip had accumulated an immense wealth of advanced technological knowledge over countless millennia, rendering its contents extraordinarily vast and astonishing. That very day, Bulma promptly enhanced the multifunctional capsule technology, making it more user-friendly and capable of storing a greater variety of items. After playfully teasing Trunks, Sun Wukong departed from the multifunctional capsule company and soared towards the village of Ucha. As he had envisioned, nature was restored, humanity revived, and this enchanting village radiated its former splendor anew. Standing on the edge of the clouds, Son Gohan observed the serene paradise for a while before choosing not to disturb its tranquility, turning away to depart. In the following 2 days, the long-lost Oolong and Puar were located and subsequently accompanied Yamcha to the Kame House. This perpetually lecherous pig-headed creature and Master Roshi once again formed the mightiest of partnerships, engaging in unique programs and specialized magazines, leading a carefree existence. The city was restored by the Dragon Shinran, with its power supply, water supply, communication systems, and transportation systems all returning to normalcy. The apocalyptic life had finally come to an end, ushering in a long-awaited peace for Earth. On a new day, Son Gohan telepathically inquired about Vidal's training progress, offering a few pointers, before he began practicing martial arts on the grassy patch in front of his home. Reflecting on and consolidating the results of his training over the past few months, he felt invigorated, filled with new insights and inspiration, as if he had been reborn. Thus, another day passed. On the following day, Gohan visited the Capsule Corporation, inquiring if Bulma could create a portable gravity chamber for him. With a cheerful smile, Bulma produced a capsule and handed it to him, exclaiming, "I knew you and Vegeta would request this, so I prepared it in advance. Isn't that impressive?" With a proud lift of her chin, she continued, "This is a 50-square-meter gravity chamber, capable of adjusting the gravity up to 1,000 times that of Earth. Just remember to recharge it once a month, understood?" Fully comprehending her instructions, Gohan accepted the capsule with a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Thank you, Bulma. I must be on my way. My spaceship should arrive on Earth this afternoon." With a wave, he departed from the Capsule Corporation. Around 2 in the afternoon, a spaceship approached Earth, piercing through the atmosphere and transforming into a fiery projectile hurtling towards the surface. with alarming speed if the trajectory did not alter. The spacecraft would crash directly into the city, likely causing extensive destruction and possibly resulting in casualties. The imminent impact location was North City, the very heart of the Dragon Ball world, where the king resided, making it the capital. In the palace, a messenger rushed in, flustered as he reported to the king. "Your Majesty, this is dire. A satellite has detected Sun Wukong tightly grasped the spaceship, akin to clutching a football, and called down below. Everyone, remain calm." "This is my spacecraft." Chapter 65, The Mysterious Visitor from Earth. Sun Wukong gently tapped the spaceship, which then transformed with a resounding pop into a capsule the size of a thumb, which he promptly stowed away. He smiled at the ground before turning and soaring away. The royal palace square erupted into a frenzy. Eventually, Kid stood up and declared, "I recognize him. He is the remarkable youth who defeated the androids. General Kid, please regale us with tales of his exploits." Others chimed in. "Indeed, General Kid, we ought to draw closer to such a heroic youth." Consequently, General Kid found himself surrounded by a throng of admirers. The king of the dog-headed people shook his head in resignation. The following day, Sun Wukong bid farewell to everyone and embarked on his journey to Yardrat. Time swiftly passed, and a month slipped away unnoticed. One afternoon, as a gentle breeze caressed the air, the climate of Earth had transitioned into autumn. Leaves were adorned with golden edges, and fruit trees hung heavy with their bountiful harvest, creating a unique beauty. Diligent farmers began reaping the grains from the fields, tractors humming as they worked, laughter and joy wafting from the fields. A celebration of the abundant harvest. At that moment, a farmer, gazing skyward, suddenly spotted a colossal spacecraft descending from the azure sky. This immense vessel differed greatly from the smaller combat ships. The latter, designed for speed, often landed violently, leaving behind a crater. In contrast, this large spacecraft was equipped for a smooth landing, providing an experience devoid of turbulence for its passengers. The ship settled gracefully on the ground, stirring up a gust of wind that sent leaves scattering. The hatch opened with a creak, and a cadre of peculiar, diminutive aliens emerged in an orderly fashion, each wielding standard-issue laser guns, their movements precise and disciplined, indicative of rigorous training. The small, purple-skinned aliens lined up before the ship, saluting to welcome their leader's descent. Sure enough, moments later, two figures emerged from the hatch, standing before the assembled aliens. The small aliens stood even straighter, fearful that any displeasure from their leaders could cost them dearly. Such was the nature of the soldiers, accustomed to the capriciousness of their commanders. The two men at the hatch were tall. The elder, a burly figure with a scarred left eye, bore a rugged face adorned with a beard, his remaining eye gleaming with an ominous light. The younger man, slender yet muscular, showcased granite-like muscles on his bare torso, adorned with a golden necklace and wristbands. A red cloth wrapped around his waist, and a golden headband crowning his head, while his white trousers accentuated his towering height, estimated to be over 7 feet. In stark contrast to the cold demeanor of the older man, the young man's expression was blank, almost dazed, emanating a gentle aura. As they descended from the spacecraft, two brown, furry tails swayed behind them, revealing their resemblance to Earthlings, yet they were unique in the cosmos, members of the warrior race known as the Psiots. The elder Scion retrieved a Frisia standard energy detector, fitting it over his intact right eye, and began scanning for powerful energy signatures. Soon, he detected several significant energy sources approaching rapidly. "Oh, Prince Vegeta, have you come yourself?" "This is fortuitous," the one-eyed Scion remarked with a smile, though a subtle glint of coldness flickered behind the detector. The younger Scion remained silent, standing like a statue behind him, utterly still. The powerful energy sensed by Earth's warriors drew them in, converging towards the spacecraft. Soon, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu arrived one after another. The sudden emergence of such formidable presences filled the air with tension. Uncertainty loomed over whether they were friends or foes, and the recent peace of Earth seemed at risk. Vegeta furrowed his brow, confusion etched across his face as he sensed two familiar energies among the crowd. It was a sensation of kinship. Yet he knew planet Vegeta had long been destroyed. Aside from a few remaining Psions on Earth, where could any others possibly be? The closer he drew, the more perplexed he became. As Vegeta descended from the sky, Krillin, Piccolo, and the others followed suit, observing from a distance, prepared for any potential conflict. "Prince Vegeta." The one-eyed Scion knelt before him, gesturing for the small aliens to do the same, exclaiming, "All hail Prince Vegeta." Only the tall young Scion remained unmoved, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings, casting a disdainful glance at Vegeta. Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha exchanged bewildered glances, pondering whether these beings were remnants of Vegeta's past. Unaware of the young Scion's expression, Vegeta focused on the kneeling one-eyed man, inquiring sternly, "You are a Scion, are you not?" The one-eyed man responded with a smile, "Indeed. Prince Vegeta, I am Paragus. We have long sought you. We have come to escort you to the new planet Vegeta, where you shall reign as king. Only under your leadership can our warrior race thrive once more, and together we shall forge the mightiest empire in the universe." His voice rose with fervor, stirring the hearts of his subordinates, who cheered enthusiastically. Unmoved, Vegeta coldly scoffed, I have no interest in that. I merely wish to know how you survived." Paragus replied, "Long ago, My son and I were dispatched by King Vegeta to the distant planet Vampa on a mission, allowing us to escape the destruction of planet Vegeta. This is my son, Broly. Paragus gestured toward the young scion adorned in red cloth. Broly suddenly smiled at Vegeta, nodding a greeting. Hello, I am Broly. A sense of unease washed over Vegeta, akin to the sensation of being stalked by a venomous snake, as his heart raced. Consider yourselves fortunate. However, I have no interest in the throne of planet Vegeta. You may leave. Glancing at Broly, Vegeta sensed something amiss, an unsettling discomfort gnawing at him, prompting him to turn away and attempt to depart. Prince Vegeta, you are the only one who can defeat the legendary Super Saiyan, Paragus declared, but unbeknownst to Vegeta. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Paragus's mouth. What? The legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta's eyes snapped open, and he turned sharply to fixate on Paragus. Indeed, King Vegeta. The legendary Super Saiyan was wreaking havoc in the southern galaxy. If this continued unchecked, our hard-won new planet Vegeta would be annihilated. And it is likely that the northern galaxy would soon face the same fate, Paragus lamented. Are there other Super Saiyans? The legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta clenched his fists, his gaze narrowing, and then he addressed Paragus loudly. Let us go find him. With that, Vegeta brushed past the others and entered the massive spaceship. Are we really going? Krillin and the others were at a loss. Aren't you companions of King Vegeta? Why not accompany us to the southern galaxy? Consider it a journey. Paragus proposed with a jovial smile, his right hand on his chest and bowing in an inviting gesture. We shall not go. We cannot be of any assistance, Piccolo declined. And the others nodded in agreement. They understood their limitations. If their adversary truly was a Super Saiyan, their presence would only serve as a hindrance. Paragus, still bowing, narrowed his eyes momentarily but quickly regained his composure, saying, Very well, then we shall meet again on Earth next time. As he spoke, Paragus waved his right hand, and soldiers surged into the spaceship. He and Broly followed suit. The hatch closed, and the colossal vessel erupted into flames, soaring towards the southern galaxy. On North Kai's planet, a sense of dread enveloped the atmosphere. This is bad. We're doomed. The North Kai's antennae quivered, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. What is wrong, Lord Kai? Goku, having shed his heavy gear, approached with concern. Vegeta has been deceived. He has gone to the southern galaxy, North Kai revealed. Lord Kai, what on earth are you saying? Could you please clarify? Goku pouted in confusion. A terrifying Super Saiyan has emerged in the southern galaxy, causing destruction across numerous planets. It won't be long before even our northern galaxy is not spared, North Kai explained. Is there truly such a formidable being? I would love to meet him. Goku exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with combat fervor. That Super Saiyan is likely stronger than you, North Kai cautioned. Wow, really? I can't wait to challenge him. Goku remained exhilarated. Are you not afraid of someone stronger than you? North Kai inquired. Afraid? Yes, but I'm even more eager to witness his power. Unfortunately, I cannot go, Goku pouted, appearing somewhat forlorn. Vegeta is already en route to the southern galaxy, but I have seen that the destructive Super Saiyan is with him. I wonder what scheme they are concocting, North Kai mused. After a moment, he added, I don't know what is going on. I can't reach Gohan either. I envy Vegeta, Goku stated. Meanwhile, Gohan was immersed in rigorous training within an absolutely sealed environment on the planet Yardrat, focusing on mastering a new secret technique, isolating him from North Kai's telepathic communications. The training progressed swiftly but was excruciatingly painful, akin to being cut repeatedly with a blade. The overwhelming agony drenched Gohan in sweat, his lips turning pale as he persevered. After 10 days of relentless effort, Gohan finally mastered the technique, sighing in relief as he escaped the torment of that torturous training regimen. The pain endured daily was unimaginable, akin to salt being poured into fresh wounds, with the sensation of healing only to be ripped open again. Such a grotesque ordeal was only bearable out of necessity. Otherwise, Gohan would never subject himself to such torment. No wonder the uncle who taught him this technique, Master Marta, mentioned that it had not been learned in thousands of years and could only be understood through ancient texts. Who else but him would pursue such a perverse and ultimately unbeneficial technique? As Sun Wukong rose to his feet, he stretched his limbs, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds reminiscent of popping beans. How refreshing. He inhaled deeply, marveling at the sensation. Although this secret technique bore no tangible benefits for his martial arts training, Sun Wukong felt that this period of practice had considerably enhanced his resilience, succinctly encapsulated in the phrases toughened and pain-enduring. After sitting in stillness for such an extended duration, the movement of his limbs revealed a peculiar sensation in his groin, accompanied by a tingling itch in his lower back, akin to that of ants nibbling at his skin. When he reached back with his right hand, he was astonished to discover that his long broken tail had once again sprouted, now extending a length of 20 to 30 centimeters. It seemed necessary to fashion a hole in his trousers, as it was rather uncomfortable to confine it within. Sun Wukong found himself in a humorous predicament. Regarding this newly regrown tail, he had no intention of severing it again. He surmised that the tail was not merely an integral aspect of a Scion's identity, but also a wellspring of their power. More importantly, it was a symbol of charm, an attribute that transcended time. After all, who could dismiss such an appealing trait? Furthermore, it might serve unexpected purposes in the future, particularly when he had a girlfriend, perhaps to perform a magic trick or two. He was resolute in his decision not to part with his tail. Some had claimed that the tail was a burden for a scion, a sentiment Sun Wukong vehemently opposed. The creator would not bestow upon the scions a superfluous appendage. Everything in existence has its purpose, even if its utility has yet to be fully realized. Others argued that retaining a tail could be a hindrance in battle, much like long hair, which could easily be seized by an opponent, leading to potential harm. Sun Wukong found this reasoning laughable, if such logic prevailed. Wouldn't every warrior be compelled to shave their heads and amputate their limbs, reducing themselves to mere sticks? After all, hands and feet could also be grasped by adversaries. Could they not? The tail was, in essence, a scion's third hand, or perhaps a third leg. When utilized effectively, it could yield remarkably unexpected advantages. Sun Gohan crouched down, endeavoring to summon the energy within him to gradually permeate into his tail. However, he was unprepared for the surge of ferocious and bloodthirsty emotions that erupted as soon as the energy flowed in, causing him to startle and hastily abandon this perilous experiment. Never mind that. He resolved to venture out and seek some sustenance from Uncle Marda, for he was on the verge of starvation. Gohan murmured while rubbing his stomach. And then he opened the door to the secret chamber and stepped outside. The moment he beheld the azure sky and fluffy clouds, he was immediately bombarded by a flurry of calls from King Kai of the North. Hello, Gohan, are you there? Gohan, are you there? The tone was fraught with urgency and tension. What on earth was happening? Son Gohan quickly responded, Lord King Kai, I'm here. What is it? The North Kai replied. Could you come to my location? I have an urgent matter to discuss. Understood. I shall arrive shortly. Son Gohan nodded in agreement. Then proceeded to sense the North Kai's energy, teleporting instantly to North Kai's planet. It is worth mentioning that after arriving on Yardrat a fortnight ago, under Uncle Marda's guidance, he had perfected his instant transmission technique and could now execute it at will, no longer fearing any failures. Upon Son Gohan's sudden appearance, the North Kai was about to address him, but was interrupted by the grumbling of Gohan's stomach. With a resigned sigh, the North Kai summoned Bubbles to prepare a meal for Son Gohan. Is he just like Goku? Does he need to eat every time he arrives? The North Kai murmured. His mutterings, however, did not go unnoticed by Goku, who retorted, Lord King Kai, I have been residing on North Kai's planet continuously, haven't I? Son Gohan inquired. Lord King Kai, what pressing matter requires my attention? The North Kai organized his thoughts before responding. Indeed, a terrifying Super Saiyan has emerged in the South Galaxy, wreaking havoc across its planets. This bloodthirsty and aggressive being poses a significant threat, and it won't be long before even our North Galaxy falls victim to his wrath. Therefore, I must implore you to journey to the South Galaxy and eliminate this Super Saiyan. The mention of the South Galaxy and a Super Saiyan triggered a memory in Son Gohan's mind, instinctively leading him to think of the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. This individual is nothing short of a chosen one, a once-in-a-millennium Super Saiyan whose terrifying strength, speed, physique, and endurance render him a formidable force. Broly's bloodlust and combative nature transform him into a pure combat machine, and his notorious temper has earned him a reputation as the legendary ancestor of all irascible beings. In his infancy, when Kakarot's cries disturbed his slumber, Broly's fury was ignited, leading him to pursue Kakarot relentlessly throughout his life. Indeed, the world of Dragon Ball I inhabit is not the primary realm, suggesting that various bizarre bosses may emerge. Son Gohan mused inwardly. As he pondered, the North Kai continued. Yes, this Super Saiyan is indeed Broly, and Vegeta has been lured into the South Galaxy by him and his father. The North Kai's words confirmed Son Gohan's suspicions. This Super Saiyan was truly Broly. However, the North Kai remained unaware that Broly and his father had deceived Vegeta with intentions of murder. Chapter 67, The Legendary Super Saiyan. In the year 737 of the Age of the Dragon, Broly and Kakarot were born on planet Vegeta on the same day. Upon birth, Broly's power level exceeded 10,000. Startling the infant Kakarot, whose cries awakened him. Broly harbored a lifelong grudge against Kakarot for this. The alarming power of Broly drew the attention of King Vegeta, who, fearing Broly's extraordinary potential, resolved to eliminate him. Before this plan could be executed, Broly's father, Paragus, learned of it. To ensure the plan's success, King Vegeta decided to eradicate Colonel Paragus as well. After a powerful energy blast killed Paragus, King Vegeta dispatched an assassin to slay Broly, discarding their lifeless bodies in a refuse dump. Unbeknownst to King Vegeta, both Paragus and Broly clung to life. In a swift act of retribution, the tyrant Frieza, terrified of the legendary Super Saiyan, descended upon planet Vegeta, annihilating it with a death ball. In a moment of desperation, Broly unleashed his latent potential, dragging Paragus to safety as they escaped the cataclysm. The father and son drifted through space, ultimately landing on the inhospitable planet Vampa, where they began their life steeped in vengeance. In the South Galaxy, on new planet Vegeta, upon landing, Vegeta immediately demanded Paragus take him to find the Super Saiyan they had spoken of. Paragus replied that their whereabouts were currently unknown, and they would have to wait for news on new planet Vegeta. Subsequently, the father and son escorted Vegeta to the royal palace. Upon arrival, hundreds of extraterrestrial beings knelt before them, chanting, "Long live King Vegeta." Vegeta, casting a cold glance, offered no response. For these beings were not of his kin, but merely a collection of moderately powerful aliens unworthy of being his subjects. Paragus explained. These are followers from various planets in the South Galaxy, previously outlaws with commendable combat abilities, now at your service, King Vegeta. Vegeta frowned, retorting, a rabble. This is not a garbage dump. At the mention of garbage dump, Paragus trembled momentarily but quickly regained his composure, plastering on a smile. King Vegeta, please rest inside. We will inform you as soon as we receive news of the Super Saiyan. Chef, arrange for some refreshments immediately. Vegeta entered the palace and sat upon the throne. Feeling utterly bored. Observing Vegeta's entrance, Paragus clenched his fists, his heart brimming with resentment. Humph, detestable Vegeta, enjoy your moment of triumph, soon. I shall send you to join your father. After enduring 2 days of tedium within the palace, a messenger burst in, exclaiming, report. The Super Saiyan has been sighted on Torikama Star. At last, he has made an appearance. Broly, take me there at once. I shall punish this legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta exclaimed with excitement, unable to contain his impatience. Yes, Broly nodded in agreement, leading Vegeta aboard the spacecraft bound for Torikama Star. As the ship ascended, Paragus erupted in laughter. Foolish Vegeta, just 1 more day to wait, and tomorrow, a colossal meteor will collide with this planet, turning you to ashes alongside it. Paragus cackled. A sound he had suppressed for days. Regrettably, Kakarot's son did not accompany them, necessitating another confrontation. What a nuisance, Paragus thought. His plan was to lure both Vegeta and Son Gohan to new planet Vegeta, using the explosion of the planet to eliminate them, thus relocating to Earth. Despite being a lowly planet, Earth boasted the finest environment in the galaxy, ideal for habitation. He calculated that eliminating Vegeta and Son Gohan would grant him dominion over the entire galaxy. Which is why he did not choose Earth as the primary battleground, an opportunity for both vengeance and galactic supremacy. Half a day later, Vegeta returned in a fit of rage. Having found no trace of the Super Saiyan, feeling his efforts were in vain. Curse be this day. He seethed, glaring fiercely at Paragus. Paragus could only offer a forced smile. King Vegeta, this Super Saiyan is not easily found. With persistence, you shall surely uncover him. At that moment, a sudden disturbance rippled through the air, and Son Gohan's figure materialized beside Vegeta. The sudden appearance of Sun Wukong startled Paragus greatly, leaving him bewildered as to how this individual had materialized so unexpectedly. However, in the next instant, his surprise transformed into immense joy upon realizing that Sun Wukong had indeed arrived. This development signified that his plan could be executed flawlessly. These 2 individuals would accompany the new planet Vegeta to its demise. Sun Wukong, what brings you here? Vegeta's expression was far from pleasant, ignoring Vegeta's peculiar demeanor. Sun Wukong spoke directly, Uncle Vegeta, do not believe a word this old man says. In truth, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan responsible for the devastation of the South Galaxy. What? Vegeta's eyes widened as he turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong. It is true. I have just come from the North Kai, and he informed me of this. Sun Wukong asserted. You are deceiving me, Paragus. Vegeta roared in fury, seizing Paragus by the collar and lifting him off the ground. And no, please, King Vegeta, do not heed his words. Broly is weaker than I. There is no way he could be the fabled Super Saiyan. Paragus gasped, desperately attempting to explain. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from behind. Kakarot. Broly emerged with a fearsome countenance, advancing towards Sun Wukong. With each step, his aura intensified, radiating an overwhelming power. Witnessing Broly's transformation, everyone present was taken aback. And Vegeta marveled at the terrifying shift in Broly's formidable presence and strength. Gohan was astonished that Broly had mistaken him for his father, Goku. Paragus, on the other hand, was taken aback by Broly's sudden loss of control. Vegeta, equally surprised, inadvertently released Paragus, allowing him to collapse. Paragus clutched his chest, gasping for breath, and aimed the remote control device he wore at Broly, commanding, "Stop, Broly." The remote was crafted by the finest scientists, designed specifically to counteract Broly's rampage, working in tandem with the headband he wore. When Broly entered his berserk state, he became a bloodthirsty menace, unrecognizing even his father, Paragus, who had previously suffered injuries from his rampaging son. Aware that Broly could kill Gohan and Vegeta, Paragus dared not gamble with their lives. He ultimately decided to lure Vegeta to New Vegeta, intending to destroy him along with the planet. However, Broly had spiraled out of control, exceeding Paragus's plans. Kakarot. Broly's power surged, his eyes filled with fury and bloodlust, his muscles bulging as he transitioned from a lean form to a hulking figure. Kakarot. He roared, his energy escalating further, whipping up a fierce wind that sent leaves and debris soaring, causing the palace to tremble precariously. Chapter 68. Broly, look. Your father is dead. Broly advanced step by step, his aura demolishing the surrounding structures, slicing through the air like a razor. Paragus bore several cuts on his face from the tempestuous winds. Yet, Gohan and Vegeta, possessing far superior strength, remained unaffected by the wind blades. As Broly approached, Gohan's expression grew grave. The Mad Ant's strength was not to be underestimated. He would have preferred to avoid a direct confrontation if it were not absolutely necessary. Broly's overwhelming might was no trifling matter, In his Super Saiyan form, he was undoubtedly invincible, and the outcome of a battle in Super Saiyan 2 was uncertain. As his combat prowess only intensified with each clash, seemingly boundless. In Gohan's memories from a previous life, Broly had bested Goku, Vegeta, young Gohan, and Trunks simultaneously. Had it not been for Goku intervening forcefully, the Dragon Ball saga might have unfolded entirely differently. Witnessing Broly's hair shift from chestnut red to pale blue, then to golden, his power escalating further, Vegeta was left in shock. He seized Paragus by the collar once more, exclaiming, "You despicable wretch, have you deceived me?" At this point, Paragus realized that any further concealment was futile, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Indeed. What dreams of kings do you still harbor? I brought you here solely to eliminate you." "Ha ha ha. Why?" Vegeta questioned coldly. "Vegeta, how naive of you, Prince of the Scions, to pose such a foolish query. It seems Earth has changed you significantly, ha ha ha." Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Paragus abandoned all pretense and laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Broly had completely lost control. His headband shattered as he charged at Gohan, unleashing a flurry of punches. The sheer force of his physical might left Gohan in disarray, retreating under the relentless assault. His hands numb. "How formidable, truly monstrous," Gohan muttered, shaking his tingling hands. "Kakarot." Broly, perceiving a resemblance in Gohan's face and sensing the shared bloodline, roared in a frenzy. Charging at Gohan again. The ground cracked beneath him, dust swirling in his wake, an awe-inspiring display of power. "Fear you? Come at me." Gohan, fueled by anger from the relentless blows, unleashed his full power in Super Saiyan form. The two clashed fiercely. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Paragus remained locked in a standoff. "Vegeta, you have no idea how much I loathe your father. Out of fear that Broly's incredible talent would threaten your position, he cast us aside like refuse. Yet, we survived. Ha ha ha. Your reckoning has arrived. You cannot hope to defeat Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan who appears but once in a millennium." Paragus had succumbed to madness. Cackling uncontrollably. "That accursed old fool. Had my father not eliminated you then, I shall do so now." Vegeta scoffed, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He unleashed a ki blast, piercing through Paragus's torso. The Saiyan physique was remarkably resilient. Despite a gaping wound in his chest, Paragus did not succumb immediately. Blood gushed from his mouth as he clutched his injury, gradually collapsing into a pool of crimson. In his final moments, he managed to laugh, intermittently cursing, Vegeta. You will regret this. When Broly loses control, no one can contain him. He will unleash chaos upon the entire galaxy. With that, Paragus drew his last breath, his face still twisted in a maniacal grin, his eyes remaining wide open. "Hey, Broly, look, I have slain your father," Vegeta taunted, laughter echoing in his voice. "Huh?" In the midst of battle, Broly turned to glance at the fallen Paragus, ignoring Vegeta as he charged once more at Gohan. "Uncle Vegeta, are you a fool?" Gohan spat blood, his mind racing with frustration. Broly matched his full power, battered and bruised, yet his momentum only grew stronger, threatening to surpass Gohan's output. "Humph, you dare to disregard me?" Vegeta, incensed by Broly's indifference, erupted in a golden aura, gathering energy into a ki blast aimed at Broly's back. With a thunderous explosion, smoke enveloped the area. Broly emerged unscathed from the haze, a wicked grin on his face as he lunged at Vegeta. "You insolent ant, I shall not grant you a swift death." Broly's eyes glowed with malice as he charged forward. "Come at me, Broly," Vegeta roared, a wild laugh escaping him. In a fit of rage, he nearly lost his sanity. With a lightning-fast strike, Vegeta's fist connected with Broly's face, but Broly remained unfazed, grinning at Vegeta. "Trash, perish." Broly's voice echoed like a beast's howl as he delivered a brutal kick to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta was sent flying, akin to a rag doll, as Broly followed, the ground cracking beneath his feet, before delivering another crushing blow that sent Vegeta into the earth. Blood trickled from Vegeta's mouth as he endured Broly's relentless onslaught, utterly powerless to retaliate. "No, this is impossible. How can he be this strong?" Breathless and engulfed in searing pain, Vegeta teetered on the brink of despair. At that moment, Gohan appeared behind Broly, delivering a swift kick that sent Broly staggering and helped Vegeta to his feet. "Uncle Vegeta, how are you?" Gohan inquired anxiously. Observing that Vegeta was rendered immobile and his hair had reverted to its ordinary black state, Gohan produced a Senzu bean and offered it to Vegeta. Upon consuming the bean, Vegeta revived, his gaze filled with terror as he beheld Broly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "How is this possible? Were you truly battling this monster just now?" Vegeta directed his question at Gohan, though he hardly expected a response. He had witnessed the fierce struggle, and it was clear that Broly was an unfathomable terror, a veritable beast. "The legendary Super Saiyan," Vegeta mumbled, trembling slightly, his expression one of utter despondency. "Uncle Vegeta, you must avoid close combat with him. His physical strength is overwhelming. It would be unwise to engage him directly. I'll distract him. You should look for an opportunity to attack from a distance," Gohan suggested. Just then, Broly gathered a colossal energy sphere and hurled it with tremendous force. "Watch out." Gohan and Vegeta quickly evaded the attack. The explosion of the energy sphere reverberated across the new Vegeta planet, sending a massive mushroom cloud into the sky. Vegeta sought refuge nearby, while Gohan leaped to safety. "Kakarot." Broly bellowed once more, pursuing Gohan relentlessly. As he advanced, Broly unleashed a barrage of green energy blasts, each explosion creating craters across the surface of the new Vegeta planet, leaving it pockmarked and scarred. Damn it! Gohan growled in frustration as he fled. Come forth. My doppelganger, today we shall fight side by side. Gohan glanced at the silver watch on his right wrist and spoke resolutely. The watch began to dissolve, transforming midair into his silver doppelganger form. Let us go, brother. Gohan nodded toward his silver counterpart. Understood. The doppelganger affirmed. Together, they turned to confront the relentless Broly, who was hot on their heels. Chapter 2 has arrived. I humbly request your support and recommendations. Chapter 69. Spirit Bomb. Ha ha ha. Broly's maniacal laughter echoed, his exuberance infectious, igniting the spirits of Gohan and his silver doppelganger. The three of them were now ablaze with fervor as the battle escalated to its peak intensity. It is worth noting that Broly is a tragic figure from infancy. He was betrayed by King Vegeta, only to be further manipulated by his father, forced to wear a control device that denied him freedom for most of his life. Now liberated from his confines, he reveled in his newfound power, unrestrained in his desires. The bloodthirsty, warlike, and cold-blooded nature of the Scion race was epitomized in him. Destruction and combat consumed his thoughts, leaving little room for anything else. Yet, there was one matter that held significance for him, everything concerning Kakarot, which he vowed to obliterate. Boom. 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 Son Gohan, the silver doppelganger, and Broly collided with tremendous force. The sound reverberated deafeningly, unleashing shockwaves that shattered everything in the vicinity, the earth, colossal boulders, and trees crumbled to dust. Though the silver doppelganger's strength was slightly inferior to that of its original, son Gohan, it possessed an exceptionally robust physique, proving itself formidable enough to contend with Broly. Thus, the current scenario found the silver doppelganger preoccupying Broly, while son Gohan maneuvered gracefully nearby, incessantly wearing down Broly's stamina. Despite Broly's formidable prowess, he bore numerous injuries from this relentless tactic, with several bloodstains marring his body. However, this fleeting advantage was short-lived. Broly's aura surged once more, transforming his golden hair into a pale green, his muscles swelling anew, and his battle power soaring dramatically. Broly had officially entered his Super Saiyan form. This is dire. This foe's strength surpasses all expectations. In the previous life, he appeared far less formidable on screen, or perhaps he simply did not reveal his true power then. Son Gohan pondered. Ha ha ha. Are you despairing, Kakarot? Broly laughed heartily, his body radiating a brilliant green light. From his form, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts and a spectacular 360-degree display. Instantly, the sky was filled with a relentless storm of energy projectiles, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Son Gohan and the silver doppelganger moved with swift agility, evading the relentless onslaught of energy blasts. As these energy projectiles struck the ground, they shattered mountains and rivers, sending debris soaring through the air while thick clouds of smoke and dust enveloped the sky. A perfect opportunity presented itself. Broly was unable to sense their energy. Son Gohan was overjoyed. This environment was exceedingly advantageous for him. Son Gohan's form darted about, evading the barrage of energy blasts while simultaneously channeling his power. A formidable Kamehameha wave swiftly took shape. With a vigorous thrust of his hands, a colossal blue energy column, imbued with the might of thunder, surged forth towards Broly. Cloaked in mist, the massive energy beam tore through all obstacles, crashing into Broly's form. Yet, astonishingly, Broly erected a formidable shield, rendering Gohan's assault momentarily ineffective as both warriors found themselves in a stalemate. Suddenly, the sky erupted with the sound of thunder, as two titanic forces clashed, producing a continuous, resonant roar. At that moment, Vegeta made a sudden appearance, unleashing another energy wave aimed at Broly's rear. However, this attack too was thwarted by Broly's protective barrier. Broly bellowed in a frenzied roar, his power escalating once more, muscles and stature expanding dramatically. The overwhelming surge of energy deflected Gohan's Kamehameha wave off course, causing it to narrowly miss Broly and plunge into the vast cosmos, obliterating a planet near new planet Vegeta. Ha ha ha, Kakarot, meet your demise. Broly charged forward, landing a devastating punch that sent Gohan spiraling backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed through mountain ranges. That's not me. Gohan lamented inwardly, feeling a sense of helplessness. Gohan was sent flying, yet Broly, in his arrogance, chose not to pursue his advantage. Instead, he turned to face the silver Gohan and Vegeta, a sinister smile curling at his lips as he charged towards Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta was like a startled bird, overwhelmed by the oppressive force of the Super Saiyan bloodline and the immense evil aura, rendering him too fearful to confront the enemy head-on. He erupted with energy and fled. This marked the first time Vegeta retreated without a fight. Observing Broly's relentless pursuit of Vegeta, Silver Gohan gave chase after Broly. Thus, Broly pursued Vegeta, while Silver Gohan pursued Broly. Sensing Silver Gohan closing in, Broly abandoned his chase of Vegeta and turned to confront the Silver Doppelganger. In that instant, the battle-worn Gohan teleported back from hundreds of kilometers away. Doppelganger, hold him off for a moment. I need to gather energy for a spirit bomb. Gohan conveyed telepathically to his doppelganger before finding a concealed spot to begin collecting energy, arms raised towards the heavens. Seeing Broly turn his attention to the Silver Doppelganger, Vegeta hesitated for a moment before returning to assist Silver Gohan with long-range attacks against Broly. However, at that moment, the Silver Doppelganger, overwhelmed by Broly's escalating power, found himself at a severe disadvantage, enduring relentless blows. Gohan had initially hoped to unleash another King Kai fist in his Super Saiyan state, but his body could no longer withstand such a strain. The technique would irreparably damage his physique. And even the Senzu Beans could not mend the injuries he had sustained from his last forced use of it against Cooler on Namek. The remnants of that injury had yet to heal. If Gohan attempted the technique again, it would likely result in his immediate demise. Thus, he had no choice but to opt for the lengthy charge time of the Spirit Bomb, hoping that Silver Doppelganger and Vegeta could stall long enough for him to gather the necessary energy. Damn it, what a monster, there is no opportunity to strike. Vegeta thought, hovering in midair, panting heavily as he fixed his gaze on Broly and Silver Gohan. The battlefield was a grim sight, with the Silver Doppelganger continuously absorbing punishment from Broly's ferocious attacks, unable to retaliate. With a resounding crash, Broly's fist collided with the Silver Doppelganger's right arm, tearing it asunder. Fortunately, the Doppelganger, composed of liquid metal, was quick to regenerate a new arm in the next instant, but the scene was utterly tragic. Haha. Broly laughed maniacally, his fist raining down upon the Silver Doppelganger, whose metallic form shattered under the force. Debris flew in all directions amid the billowing dust, accompanied by the sound of thunderous blows. As Vegeta watched the relentless assault on Silver Gohan, he seized an opportunity to unleash a Kamehameha wave, striking Broly squarely in the back. Yet, Broly showed no reaction, continuing his assault on Silver Gohan. Vegeta unleashed wave after wave, but Broly merely absorbed the attacks with his back, swinging his fists and laughing heartily. Vegeta, are you merely tickling me? Furious, Vegeta shouted, behold my final flash. Gathering his energy, he launched the powerful attack towards Broly. The resulting explosion echoed through the air, the ground quaking beneath them as a significant portion of the new planet Vegeta was obliterated. Thankfully, Broly managed to mitigate most of the energy from the final flash. Otherwise, the planet would have been torn apart. However, the terrifying reality was that Broly emerged largely unscathed, while Silver Gohan faced the brunt of Broly's onslaught, compounded by the residual energy from the final flash, causing him to disintegrate into several large fragments. Gohan, the real Gohan, still gathering energy. Since the harrowing scene unfolding on the battlefield, his eyes widening in horror, teeth grinding in anguish. Within his consciousness, he felt the Doppelganger's fear and helplessness. It dawned on him that the Doppelganger was not merely an extension of his power, it harbored the true essence of Gohan's consciousness. He had overlooked this fact, realizing that this Gohan was merely 9 years old and had just expressed a cry of despair. Gohan, don't die, don't die. Gohan's anguished roar echoed, tears streaming from his eyes. He raised the massive spirit bomb skyward, his sorrowful voice resonating through the heavens. Broly, meet your end. Chapter 70. The Dilemma of Silver Gohan. The colossal spirit bomb hung in the sky, its blinding white light illuminating the new planet Vegeta in a ghostly glow. Broly glanced upward, shock evident on his face. Vegeta, having experienced the devastation of the spirit bomb firsthand, recognized its unparalleled might and was taken aback by Gohan's ability to gather such an immense reservoir of energy. Broly halted his assault, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he prepared to charge at Gohan. At that moment, the Silver Doppelganger had reformed, gripping Broly's ankle tightly, preventing him from taking flight. Gohan, move aside, the spirit bomb will hit you too. Gohan warned his Doppelganger, obeying his master's command. The Silver Doppelganger reluctantly released Broly's foot and collapsed weakly to the ground. The previous battles had taken a severe toll on him, having been shattered multiple times and reconstituted, leaving him fundamentally weakened. Freed from restraint, Broly soared into the sky, launching himself toward Gohan. Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan, internally lamented the dire situation. Despite having gathered enough energy for the spirit bomb, he found it nearly impossible to lock onto Broly's rapid movements. In an instant, Broly dashed before him, forcing Gohan to rely on his instant transmission and afterimage techniques to evade Broly's relentless assaults. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve, as Broly managed to land several direct hits on Gohan, exacerbating his injuries. With only a few Senzu Beans left, contained within the capsule of his Silver Doppelganger, Gohan found himself unable to access them. If he sent the Doppelganger to distract Broly, it would inevitably suffer the brunt of the spirit bomb's impending blast. Yet, if no one could restrain Broly, his staggering speed would render any attack ineffective, plunging Gohan into a perplexing dilemma. At that moment, the Silver Doppelganger, having not received any commands from Gohan, took matters into its own hands. It struggled to its feet and soared into the air, coordinating an assault alongside Vegeta against Broly. Alas, neither stood a chance against Broly, especially in their current weakened states. Once again, the Doppelganger's arms were severed, and Vegeta was struck by an energy blast that sent him crashing to the ground, creating a massive fissure upon impact. Struggling to escape the crevice, Vegeta opened his clenched palm to reveal a universal capsule, an item the Silver Gohan had surreptitiously bestowed upon him during the chaos. Vegeta realized that this was not intended for him, but rather a means to aid the original Gohan, who was still struggling to maintain the spirit bomb. The silver doppelganger receded momentarily, then regenerated 2 arms, gazing intently at Broly. In the following instant, its eyes glimmered with determination as it made a pivotal decision. Its form began to expand, swiftly growing from a height of 1 meter to an impressive 4 to 5 meters. Once it reached 5 meters, it ceased to grow and charged toward Broly. Broly, witnessing the enlarged doppelganger's approach, bellowed with laughter. Ha! What good does growing bigger do? He remained unfazed. The silver doppelganger met Broly's gaze resolutely, and as their bodies collided, its limbs transformed into a metallic liquid, ensnaring Broly's limbs and binding him midair. In that moment, the silver doppelganger relayed a powerful consciousness to Gohan. Hurry, launch the spirit bomb. I cannot contain him for long. Gohan, still gasping for breath and barely holding the spirit bomb together, stared incredulously at the scene before him, momentarily at a loss on how to respond to his doppelganger's plea. Come on, what are you waiting for? The silver doppelganger roared. This time not through telepathy but vocally. But that would mean your demise, Gohan replied, tears welling in his eyes. I would vanish in exchange for your survival. For the survival of the entire galaxy. I harbor no regrets. If you hesitate further, we will all perish, and even your mother will fall. The silver doppelganger's voice was filled with anguish, culminating in a heart-wrenching cry, though its mechanical nature prevented any tears from flowing. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Broly began to thrash violently, attempting to break free from the doppelganger's grip. Yet, the doppelganger liquefied its form once more, enveloping Broly entirely, save for his head. You wretched beast, await your doom, the silver doppelganger coldly stated. This indeed was the only viable method to defeat Broly, and despite Gohan's deep sorrow, he had no choice but to comply. He steadied himself, pushing the colossal spirit bomb toward Broly and the silver doppelganger. The immense spirit bomb emitted a resonant hum, collapsing the very fabric of space as it descended from above. Ah! Broly screamed, frantically shaking his head as his power surged yet again. The silver doppelganger sensed Broly's impending escape and quickly liquefied its entire body, encapsulating Broly within a spherical form. At that moment, the silver doppelganger resembled a miniature version of a giant star. Broly, trapped within the doppelganger's confines, rampaged wildly, dismantling every component within. Gohan felt the excruciating pain transmitted from his doppelganger, realizing that even without the spirit bomb's blast, Broly could very well end the doppelganger's existence. Ha! You cannot contain me. Broly cackled as he broke free, but his laughed son Gohan was utterly astonished. This terrifying figure had suddenly appeared before him. Was he destined to meet his end here today? Chapter 71. The Peculiar Son Gohan. This was the first time Son Gohan truly encountered this enigmatic figure cloaked in black. The first instance had been within the consciousness of the metallic doppelganger, Gula, the second, through the surveillance footage of Dr. Gero. However, this time, the man himself had manifested directly. The appearance of the cloaked figure was fleeting, lasting no more than half a second, leaving Son Gohan with little opportunity to observe him closely. The figure was shrouded in dark mist, evoking an inexplicable instinct within him. He felt as though he should recognize this individual, yet he could not ascertain who it was. The spirit bomb thunderously crashed into the ground, carving a chasm over 1,000 meters wide and stretching for several dozen kilometers, subsequently soaring into outer space. At that moment, the planet New Vegeta lay in ruins. And with the impending celestial meteor on its way, the planet's explosion was merely a matter of time. An explosion was inevitable. Sun Wukong maintained a vigilant watch, his senses heightened as he scrutinized the surrounding space, ever wary of the black-clad figure's potential return. However, after scanning the area for half an hour, the enigmatic figure failed to materialize. Could it be that this individual had already departed from the planet? Was the technique employed earlier akin to instantaneous teleportation? Such a peculiar character, now that I am gravely injured, would not an ambush be the opportune moment? Sun Wukong murmured to himself, setting a firm resolve. Sun Wukong descended beside Vegeta, surveying him before inquiring, Uncle Vegeta, how are you faring? Still alive? Here, take the capsule from your doppelganger. Vegeta replied coldly, clearly wounded yet still putting on a brave front. In truth, both warriors were in a similar state, their energy nearly depleted and their bodies marred by numerous injuries. Sun Wukong's eyes dimmed as he accepted the capsule. So, you had long been prepared for sacrifice, and even remembered to pass the capsule on to me. All of Sun Wukong's possessions are essentially contained within this capsule, which includes divine beings, spacecraft, supplies, bank cards, and more. Son Gohan opened a capsule and retrieved a single Senzu bean, which he carefully split in half, offering one portion to Vegeta while consuming the other himself. With this single bean, only 2 remained, a stark reminder of their scarcity. Did you see that man in black just now? Son Gohan inquired. What man in black? Vegeta responded, perplexed. He had been in a peculiar position and had not witnessed the emergence of the mysterious figure who had taken Broly away. Now, Broly's presence had entirely vanished, and Vegeta presumed that he had been obliterated by the recent energy blast. Never mind, it's of no consequence, Son Gohan replied, shaking his head. Although he harbored concerns about the potential reappearance of the man in black, remaining stationary was not an option. He resolved to heighten his vigilance instead. When faced with adversity, one must adapt. We cannot be paralyzed by fear. Let us investigate whether Paragus left behind anything of value. With that, Son Gohan ascended into the air. heading toward the palace. Are we going to scavenge? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, yet he hesitated little before following Son Gohan toward the palace. Regrettably, the palace had been ravaged during the recent battle, leaving little of worth behind. After a thorough search, the only item of significant value appeared to be the colossal spaceship. Son Gohan resolved to bring the colossal spacecraft back to Earth as a trophy from his expedition to the southern galaxy. Uncle Vegeta, place your hand upon my shoulder. We are prepared to return to Earth, Son Gohan declared. With one hand gripping the spacecraft and the other two fingers poised against his forehead, he commenced the search for the energy signatures of his companions on Earth. Vegeta, with a conflicted expression, rested his hand on Gohan's shoulder. In that moment, Son Gohan sensed the presence of his friends on Earth, and with a swift instant transmission, they traversed from the southern galaxy to the northern galaxy, arriving on Earth. Upon arrival, Son Gohan entrusted the spacecraft to Vegeta, requesting that he pass it on to Bulma to ascertain whether it held any further utility. Subsequently, Son Gohan executed another instant transmission back to Yardrat, regretting that he had not taken the time to greet Uncle Marta before his departure. A lapse of etiquette that weighed on him. This visit was specifically to express gratitude to Uncle Marta, who had imparted a secret technique to him over the past month, before returning to Earth to address certain matters. Speaking of Uncle Marta, he was indeed a rare gem of a person. During his month on Yardrat, Son Gohan received considerable care from him. The Yardratians were generally diminutive in stature, comparable to the ultimate form of Frieza. Their green skin was adorned with patches of black, reminiscent of Cell, yet their forehead antennas and pointed ears evoked memories of Piccolo. Thus, they appeared as a curious blend of Frieza, Cell, and Piccolo. Observing Son Gohan's diligence and politeness, Uncle Marta once contemplated marrying his beautiful daughter to Gohan. He remarked that although Gohan was not particularly handsome, his kind heart made him worthy, and he had no qualms about offering his lovely daughter as a bride to Gohan. Suddenly, a vision of his wedding photograph materialized in Sun Wukong's mind, depicting him holding hands with a diminutive Cell, standing side by side. Son Gohan shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum, declaring that he already had a beloved and could not marry another woman. Upon hearing this, Uncle Marta expressed his deep regret, lamenting that Gohan had missed the opportunity to wed a wife as beautiful as a blossoming flower. This time, as Son Gohan had just arrived at Uncle Marta's residence, the latter once again inquired, "Gohan, are you truly not considering my daughter any further?" Uncle Marta was filled with disappointment. Sun Wukong shook his head vigorously. "Very well. Let us not dwell on this matter for now. How has your secret technique been progressing?" Uncle Marta, suppressing a smile, turned to Sun Wukong with a serious expression. "Indeed, I have mastered it. I was somewhat apprehensive before, but now I have made up my mind." Sun Wukong nodded in affirmation. Uncle Marta sighed and remarked, "What you are undertaking is a gamble. What if the dragon cannot resurrect you after its use?" Son Gohan smiled calmly. "Let it be. I choose to take this gamble. Uncle Marta, I must take my leave now. I am grateful for your care over the past month." With that, Son Gohan took a step back and bowed respectfully to Uncle Marta. "I look forward to your return," Uncle Marta replied with a smile. Soon after, Son Gohan returned to Earth, and his first act was to head to the Capsule Corporation, where he indulged in a hearty meal, savoring each bite while engaging in a lengthy conversation with Chi-Chi. Following this, he visited each of his friends: Tien, Launch, Chazu, Piccolo, Krillin, Master Roshi, Bulma, Grandpa Ox King, Videl, Korin, Kami, Mr. Popo, Yamcha, and Android 18. He recounted the fate of Androids 17 and 18 to those concerned, inquiring whether they would be inclined to resurrect 17. After listening, they all nodded in agreement, expressing no objections, as the principal antagonist, Dr. Gero, had already been dealt with, and their own revival through Shinron had alleviated much of the animosity. When he encountered Android 18, she was engaged in underground fighting, stating that it was a quicker way to earn money. Son Gohan mentioned the possibility of resurrecting Android 17, which elicited a rare smile from the typically stoic Android 18. "Android 18, truth be told, I am not in want of money. You needn't worry about saving. Focus on living well instead of fixating on gathering that billion." Son Gohan remarked with a grin before instantaneously vanishing from Earth. Android 18 was momentarily taken aback, and by the time she regained her composure, Son Gohan had already disappeared from her sight. She found today's Son Gohan rather peculiar, as though he were imparting final instructions. Even if she could not sense his presence, Son Gohan's telepathic abilities made locating him quite effortless. Chapter 72, The Art of Sacrifice. Son Gohan appeared on King Kai's planet, where he discovered King Kai joyfully driving around. Meanwhile, Goku was diligently training as usual. Upon seeing Gohan's return, King Kai halted his little red car, and Goku approached eagerly. "Gohan, how did it go? Is Broly truly formidable?" Goku inquired with palpable excitement, reflecting on Broly's terrifying strength. Gohan nodded and replied with a wry smile, "Indeed, he is exceptionally powerful. Uncle Vegeta and I suffered greatly at his hands, but ultimately, we managed to subdue him with the Spirit Bomb. However, he was rescued by a mysterious figure in black." "Huh?" Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Son Gohan turned to King Kai and inquired, "My lord, do you happen to know the background of that figure clad in black?" King Kai shook his head and replied, I regret to inform you that I am also unaware of who this individual is. They seem to have appeared out of nowhere. I see, Gohan continued. In any case, this is a terrifying individual who has already plotted against me multiple times. Henceforth, we must all remain vigilant, especially you. Dad, you tend to be rather careless. Gohan smiled as he glanced at Goku. Haha, surely you wouldn't target a dead man like me. Goku laughed heartily. No, you have been resurrected starting today. Gohan stated earnestly. What do you mean? Both Goku and King Kai were taken aback, unable to comprehend Gohan's words. I have learned a new secret technique during my time on Yardrat, known as the transfer of life. This technique can bring you back to life, Gohan explained. Really? Goku exclaimed with delight, placing his hands on Gohan's shoulders, overwhelmed with joy. For him, resurrection meant he could engage in more battles. He had been feeling stifled on King Kai's planet. Sensing Goku's excitement, Gohan nodded with a smile. The transfer of life? That name seems to suggest deeper implications. It can't be that simple, can it? King Kai, unlike the oblivious Goku, furrowed his brow and inquired. Haha, it's really nothing much. It's just a matter of transferring my life to Dad, and then after a year, you can use the Dragon Balls to bring me back, right? Gohan feigned calmness, laughing heartily. Indeed, aside from mastering instant transmission on Yardrat, Gohan had also acquired this long-forgotten technique of life transfer, which offered him no personal benefit whatsoever. This technique not only lacked any advantage for the practitioner but was also excruciating to learn. Each training session felt akin to wielding a blade that sliced away at one's own life. Gohan had endured considerable suffering in the process. When he first encountered this technique, Gohan recalled the old Kai from his past life. During the Buu saga, it was the old Kai who had given his life to Goku, enabling him to shed his halo and return to the living world. Previously, Gohan had believed this was a skill and privilege possessed solely by the Kai. But upon discovering this technique, he began to suspect that the old Kai's ability was not an inherent skill, but rather one derived from his fusion with that extraordinarily ugly witch in his past. The old Kai had once mentioned that he was quite handsome in his youth, until one day he encountered a remarkably ugly witch who took one of his earrings and wore it. This act triggered the fusion effect of the earrings, thus merging him with the old witch and transforming him into the withered, unattractive form he bore thereafter. The young Kai had been oblivious to the skill of granting life to others, leading Gohan to feel he was nearing the truth. However, this remained merely Gohan's conjecture. The truth was known solely to the old Kai, who was currently sealed within the Z-Sword. In essence, the transfer of life technique allowed one to bestow their life upon the deceased, granting them rebirth. Initially, Gohan was filled with trepidation and uncertainty about whether to use the skill on Goku. After all, he was a time traveler. What if, upon his death, the Dragon Balls revived the original Gohan instead of him? What would he do then? It was only after witnessing the sacrifice of the Silver Clone on New Vegeta that he resolved to proceed. Regardless of whether the Dragon Balls revived him or the original Gohan a year later, it would ultimately hinge on fate's design. If it were the original Gohan who returned, that might still represent a beautiful conclusion. After all, he had not traversed into this world through death. Perhaps he could even return to the present. Gohan, are you certain this is viable? If there are risks involved, I'd rather not be resurrected, Goku stated seriously, an uncommon solemnity gracing his features. Rest assured, it will be fine. Gohan offered a reassuring expression to his father before retrieving a capsule and handing it to Goku. What is this? Goku inquired. Inside is my fortune, Senza beans, a spaceship, and a considerable amount of money. Dad, this is entrusted to you, Gohan replied with a smile. Very well. I shall merely safeguard it for you. I will return it after a year, Goku chuckled. All right, let us sit down. By the way, Dad, could you please inform Mom and our friends that I'm merely training in the universe for a year? I wouldn't want them to worry, Gohan stated. Then settled down cross-legged behind Goku. Understood. Goku nodded in agreement and also sat cross-legged. Once settled, Gohan began to invoke the transfer of life technique. His approach was markedly more painful compared to that of the old Kai, who had executed it with casual ease. Son Gohan placed his hands behind Sun Wukong and invoked the technique of sacrifice. In an instant, he felt his body being slowly severed. An overwhelming wave of pain surged through him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, rolled down his forehead, and his lips turned pale. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, had underestimated the toll exacted by this secret technique. The agony he experienced while invoking it was magnitudes greater than that endured during his training. A level of suffering far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Gohan, today I, Shinyu, return my life to you, he murmured within himself. As life force surged from his being, flowing into Wukong's body, his form toppled backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, losing control of his consciousness. Under the gravity of the North Kai's planet, Gohan's body became as heavy as several hundred kilograms, the impact resonating loudly. As the potent life force surged in, the halo above Sun Wukong's head gradually dimmed, until it ultimately vanished. Sun Wukong has been completely resurrected. Upon his revival, he is in excellent health, devoid of any latent cardiovascular ailments. This can be attributed to the fact that he returned with his physical form intact after death. His demise resembled a reboot. erasing all ailments and injuries. Now, revived, he possesses a body that is as robust as ever. Not only has he come back to life, but thanks to the infusion of vitality from Gohan, he has also become even stronger. Sensing the changes within himself and hearing a thud behind him, Sun Wukong swiftly turned around, only to witness Gohan collapsing backward, devoid of any signs of life, his essence utterly extinguished. Sun Wukong's heart is heavy with sorrow. And even this steadfast man, who typically wears a smile, finds his eyes glistening with tears. Sun Wukong, his only son, has now sacrificed himself to save him. Chapter 73. Sun Wukong returns to Earth. Sun Wukong gently rested his son's head upon his lap and turned to the North Kai, inquiring, "Oh, esteemed Kai, why has Gohan not vanished, and why does his body remain here?" The North Kai chuckled helplessly, replying, "Isn't this quite normal?" Sun Wukong remarked, "No, I have died twice, and my body accompanied me to the underworld. So you believe that this unfolding is a normal operation, do you?" The King of the World shot him a disapproving glance. However, upon reflection, it occurred to him that Son Gohan had saved the Earth on several occasions. Thus, King Yin should have made an exception to preserve his physical form. Why then, was this body still present? Immediately, the King of the Worlds contacted King Yin. "King Yin," the North King inquired, "has Son Gohan reported to the underworld?" King Yin responded with a flurry of questions. "Oh, it is you, North King. What brings you here? Is it that Sun Wukong's child, Son Gohan? Has he perished?" Upon hearing King Yin's words, the North King deduced that Son Gohan had not yet journeyed to the underworld. Frowning, he replied, "Yes, please keep a close watch. I will reach out to you again in a few hours." "Understood, my lord," King Yin replied before the North King severed the connection and turned to Sun Wukong, stating, "He has yet to report to the underworld. I shall contact them again in a few hours." Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. He then lifted Son Gohan's lifeless body and carried him into the house, laying him upon the bed where he usually rested. After several hours, the North King re-established contact with King Yin. "What news? Has Son Gohan arrived in the underworld?" he inquired. King Yin responded, "He has not come." "How long has he been deceased?" The North King replied, "It has been half a day." That should not be the case, typically. The deceased arrive in the underworld within an hour unless he has not truly died. King Yin responded. The North King's brow furrowed. "That is impossible. I have personally checked, and there are no signs of life. His breath has vanished. How can such a peculiar circumstance occur?" King Yin replied, "I cannot say. Son Gohan has indeed not reported to the underworld." "Very well, I understand. If there are any developments regarding him, please notify me immediately." With that, the two severed their connection. The North King turned to the anxious Sun Wukong, his expression grave, and said, "Gohan has not reported to the underworld. King Yin suggests that he may not have completely passed away, yet the absence of any signs of life and breath is indeed a most perplexing matter." Sun Wukong inquired, "What shall we do now, Lord King of the North?" The North King pondered for a moment before responding, "Wukong, perhaps it would be best if I safeguard Gohan's body. I assure you that he will remain in this pristine state for a year. As for you, you may collect the Dragon Balls after a year to find a way to awaken Gohan. Should there be any news from King Yama, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Indeed, he lacked the extraordinary capabilities of the North Realm King. Had he been tasked with preserving Son Gohan's physical form, it would likely have turned to a mere pile of bones within a year. Now, he could only place his hopes in the dragon. Upon seeing Wukong's consent, the North Realm King approached Son Gohan's bedside, raised his hand, and with a swift motion, the body of Son Gohan vanished, transported into a dimension beyond. Witnessing this feat from the North Realm King, Sun Wukong felt a profound sense of relief. Sun Wukong said, "Lord of the King of the Worlds, I shall return to Earth now and visit you again when time permits. Please keep a vigilant eye on Gohan. Should there be any developments, do not hesitate to contact me. Also, regarding matters with King Yama." The North King of the Worlds nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand. Go on your way, and do indulge in a few more books of dry humor during your time away. I look forward to hearing some jokes when you return." Sun Wukong wore a pained expression. In the next moment, he vanished in an instant, making his way towards Earth. As for the reason why Sun Wukong did not report to the afterlife after his sacrificial transformation, that matter shall remain unaddressed for now. The emergence of Sun Wukong's aura immediately captured the attention of everyone on Earth. Vegeta, initially taken aback, soon displayed immense delight and a fervent fighting spirit, bolting out of his home and swiftly soaring towards the direction of Baozi Mountain. "Haha, Kakarot, I am on my way," he exclaimed. "Hey, Vegeta, where are you going?" Bulma called out, but by then, Vegeta had already vanished from sight. Piccolo, too, with a smile gracing his face, ascended into the sky. Following suit were Krillin and Yamcha, both inexplicably drawn towards Baozi Mountain. As for Tien and Kaiatsu, who resided in close proximity, they swiftly made their way over as well. Upon his return to Earth, the first thing Sun Wukong did was head home. He spotted Chi-Chi practicing martial arts on the grassy lawn and called out to her, "Chi-Chi, I'm back." He then sprinted towards her and lifted her high into the air. Hearing Wukong's voice, Chi-Chi initially thought she was dreaming, even as he hoisted her up. She reached out and pinched his cheek with surprising force. "Ouch, Chi-Chi, that hurts." Wukong exclaimed, gently setting her down. Was it not a dream? Overwhelmed with joy, Chi-Chi's eyes brimmed with tears as she leapt into Wukong's broad embrace. Chi-Chi, Wukong whispered softly, holding her tightly. The couple remained in that embrace for a long while, silent, until Wukong tenderly murmured in her ear, I have returned. At that moment, Chi-Chi burst into tears, wiping her tears on Wukong's chest. They had been apart for nearly 3 years. Chi-Chi, there are many people here, Sun Wukong remarked. Upon hearing his words, Chi-Chi opened her eyes to see a line of familiar figures not far away, observing them with great interest. Among them were Vegeta, Piccolo, Yamchu, Krillin, Tien, Chaozu, and Launch. Ignore them, Chi-Chi replied, burying her face deeper into Wukong's embrace. Yet, after a few more seconds, she reluctantly released Wukong and waved at the group. Haha. Krillin and the others approached with a slightly awkward demeanor. Wukong, you're finally back. This is wonderful. Krillin, who was closest to Wukong and had spent the most time conversing with Yamcha, smiled as he patted Wukong on the back. Haha, indeed, I have returned, Wukong said. Scratching his head. Kakarot, have you been training these past few years? Let's have a duel. Vegeta stepped forward. Vegeta, I'm hungry. Let us eat before we fight, Wukong replied. Ha ha ha, Wukong is still the same. Yamcha laughed heartily, and soon everyone joined in the laughter. Is that not Launch? Sun Wukong looked at Launch, contemplating for a moment before recalling her name. Wukong, I currently live with Tien, just across from your house, the blue-haired Launch said with a gentle smile. Pointing across the river while linking arms with Tien, proudly asserting her claim, leaving Tien blushing. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, tousling Launch's hair, and she sneezed, transforming into her blonde self. I'm so happy. I suddenly feel like celebrating by sparring with someone. Haha, Chi-Chi, let's cook. Little Wukong said he was hungry, right? Leave the chickens, ducks, and fish to me, ha! The blonde Launch laughed heartily, dragging Chi-Chi into the house. The others couldn't help but shiver slightly. Chapter 74. Sun Wukong and his companions. Wukong, where's Gohan? I haven't seen him, Piccolo inquired. Gohan. He has gone to train in outer space and will return in a year, Wukong replied, taken aback by the question, his response somewhat awkward. For he was not adept at lying. Oh, so he went to outer space. No wonder he came to chat with me for quite a while yesterday. Krillin nodded in understanding. Yes, he came to see me too, Yamcha added, also nodding. He visited me as well, Tien remarked. He came when I was with Tien and Launch, Chaozu stated. Everyone turned their attention to Piccolo. Of course he came to see me too, Piccolo admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed under their gaze. That kid, going to outer space for training without properly informing us. Instead rambling on about boring things, and even saying he would help me find a girlfriend, Krillin shrugged his shoulders, chuckling helplessly. Upon hearing the words of his companions, Sun Wukong felt a pang of sorrow within him. Perhaps it would be best to continue concealing the truth until he had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, at which point he could explain everything to them. By the way, Wukong, how did you come back to life? Piccolo inquired once more. It was Gohan who learned a remarkable secret technique on Yardrat. He is the one who resurrected me, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Wow, Gohan is truly impressive. Akin to the dragon itself. No, even more formidable than the dragon, for it could not bring you back, Yamcha remarked. Indeed, Wukong, you have an extraordinary son. Without him, our Earth would still be in ruins, and we would be stuck on King Kai's planet, Tien Shinhan added in admiration. Yes, that kid is undeniably powerful, I must admit. His strength surpasses mine by far. However, Kakarot, your prowess is uncertain, Vegeta interjected, managing to provoke Sun Wukong with a meaningful expression. Wow, Vegeta, I wish to spar with you, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, before adding, but let's wait until after we finish eating. Humph. Wukong, let me tell you. Many events have transpired since we returned to Earth, including the arrival of Android 18, Android 16, and an elderly robotic fellow. You might not be aware, but Android 18 is actually a good person, albeit under the control of that old man, Dr. Gero. As for Android 16, he was a massive android who vanished after Gohan let him go. Gohan asked us yesterday if we could revive Android 17, and we all agreed, Yamcha said, pulling Sun Wukong aside, his words spilling forth like rapid gunfire. Wukong, I believe Gohan has feelings for Android 18. Though she is beautiful, she is still an android. Such a young heart is far too troubled, Yamcha mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Yamcha raises a valid point. Is Gohan truly considering a relationship with an android? What would happen if they could not have children? Wukong, you ought to counsel Gohan, Krillin chimed in. Indeed, it is quite vexing, Sun Wukong admitted, stroking his chin as well. Love is truly a perplexing matter. Piccolo felt out of place in their conversation, as he was asexually reproduced and could not comprehend the concept of love. Meanwhile, Vegeta, observing the group of men gossiping, clenched his teeth in irritation. Hey, Vegeta. Are there any other Scions besides us? The sudden appearance of Broly has me quite thrilled, Sun Wukong called out to him. Humph, to my knowledge, aside from us, there is only my brother, Tarbal. There are no other Scions left, Vegeta replied with a stern expression. Your brother Tarbal? Is he as strong as you? No. He is gentle-natured and lacks combat talent. He should get along well with you lot. Why am I wasting my breath? Hurry up and eat so we can duel. Vegeta snapped, irritated that he had revealed information about his family. The others, accustomed to Vegeta's tsundere demeanor, merely shrugged in response. Before long, Chi-Chi and Launch had prepared the meal, and Sun Wukong gathered everyone to share the food. Despite Vegeta's protests, the dining table soon became a battleground between him and Wukong, with the latter devouring a considerable portion of the meal. Piccolo, on the other hand, required no sustenance and quietly sipped water while observing the others. He mused that had Wukong not returned, Vegeta would never have deigned to share a meal with him. During the meal, Sun Wukong recounted the circumstances of his resurrection and mentioned that Gohan had ventured into outer space, not to return for another year. Oh, no wonder he spoke so much to me yesterday without directly telling me he was going into space for training. He must have feared I would oppose him. How frustrating. Chi-Chi said, her eyes glistening with tears. Isn't it because you constantly make him study? Krillin remarked. Krillin. Chi-Chi glared at him, causing him to shrink back. I haven't made him study recently. After the meal, it was time for the duel between Vegeta and Sun Wukong. They decided to fly to the vast wilderness for their battle, and everyone insisted on accompanying them as spectators. The sight of Chi-Chi soaring into the air alongside them was astonishing. It was a surprising turn of events that left everyone in awe. As they noticed Chi-Chi struggling to keep pace, Sun Wukong returned to lift her, swiftly surpassing the others. Vegeta clenched his fists, cursing his decision not to bring Bulma along, feeling as if he was being subjected to a deluge of romantic antics. In mere minutes, they arrived at the expansive wilderness. The spectators stood at a distance as the two Scion warriors, who had not seen each other in nearly 3 years, faced off with palpable tension. With a thunderous roar, both warriors unleashed their energy simultaneously, golden auras erupting around them and stirring the very winds of the world. Haha, come on, Vegeta! Sun Wukong exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. This battle has been years in the making. Come forth, Kakarot, and let Prince Vegeta defeat you. Vegeta responded, equally exhilarated. With a series of thunderous impacts, they engaged in rapid exchanges of punches and kicks, filling the air with explosive sounds and sending shockwaves that kicked up clouds of dust. They are evenly matched. Piccolo commented after observing their clash for a while. Yes, their combat prowess appears to be on par, Krillin concurred. It was no surprise, as although Vegeta had trained for 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, Sun Wukong had also honed his skills on King Kai's planet for over 2 years, where the gravity was 10 times that of Earth, and he had even worn weighted clothing provided by King Kai. If Wukong were to enter the hyperbolic time chamber again, wouldn't he utterly dominate Vegeta? Yamcha laughed. Stop dreaming, old Sun wouldn't do that, unless faced with an insurmountable foe. He prefers to train outside, Piccolo remarked. As they conversed, Sun Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously struck each other in the right eye. Instantly, both of their eyes swelled with bruises. And if they were to receive a punch to the left eye, they would resemble a pair of fighting pandas. Before long, they exchanged blows again, landing punches on each other's left eyes, resulting in 4 darkened eyes locking gazes, nearly causing them to burst into laughter. Damn you, Kakarot! Vegeta exclaimed, only to be met with another punch to the nose, causing blood to flow freely. Kakarot. Who would have thought you would become so despicable after being dead for 2 years? Vegeta wiped a trickle of blood from his nose, seething with indignation. Ha ha, Vegeta. You're quite amusing right now, Goku chuckled, clutching his belly as laughter erupted from him. Bang! Just as Goku finished laughing, he was struck by a powerful elbow from Vegeta, plummeting from the sky with a thunderous crash into the ground, causing the earth to crack ominously. Die Kakarot! Vegeta exclaimed, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that struck the entrance, sealing off Goku's escape route and sending tremors through the land, enveloped in swirling smoke. Kamehameha! A brilliant blue beam shot skyward, hurtling towards Vegeta, who had no choice but to halt his assault and evade. Yet, Goku's silhouette surged forth alongside the Kamehameha wave. The two engaged in a fierce struggle once more. Onlookers could not help but swallow hard. The nature of their battle was indescribable, simultaneously simplistic and brutal, swift and direct. After an hour of relentless combat, both warriors lay panting on the ground, their Super Saiyan forms dissipating as they lay motionless, utterly exhausted, their stamina and energy depleted. The fight inevitably came to a halt. As the spectators observed their cessation, they rushed to the battlefield. Some fetched water for the combatants, but no magical beans were available to expedite their recovery. After sitting in place for over 10 minutes, the two gradually regained some strength and energy. Kakarot. Next time I will surely defeat you, Vegeta huffed angrily. I won to lose to you, Goku declared, clenching his fists. Humph, just you wait. Vegeta retorted with a cold snort before soaring into the sky. As Vegeta departed, the crowd began to disperse, the many headed toward the direction of Bun Mountain. Tien, Launch, and Kaiatsu, along with Goku and Chi-Chi, totaling 5, flew toward Bun Mountain. Upon arrival, Goku first took a refreshing shower before succumbing to sleep. Having not rested at home for several years, the exhausting battle had made him drowsy at the sight of a soft bed. Observing Goku's slumber, Chi-Chi diligently cleaned up the remnants of their earlier meal, washing all the dishes and tidying the table. After practicing her martial arts on the grass for a while, she too took a shower and returned to the room, falling into a deep sleep beside Goku. Their slumber lasted a full day, only awakening the following noon. Having not rested at home for so long, Goku enjoyed a particularly sweet and deep sleep, while Chi-Chi felt secure with his return, allowing them to lazily stay in bed until midday. Upon rising, their stomachs growled in unison, both nearly famished. The couple hurried to brush their teeth and wash their faces before preparing lunch. Remarkably, Goku helped Chi-Chi wash vegetables, creating a scene of warmth and harmony. After their meal, Chi-Chi took Goku to Tien's new home for a visit. Tien's house had just been completed the previous week. Stepping inside, everything felt brand new and comfortable. After admiring Tien's new furnishings, Chi-Chi decided they too should acquire some new items for their home. Thus, she pulled Goku along to the city. In addition to purchasing some furniture, Chi-Chi acquired several new outfits for herself and Goku, as well as multiple sets for Gohan. Currently, Goku donned a loose, casual outfit, a stark contrast to his usual orange training garb, which made him feel quite uneasy. He longed to return home and don his familiar orange training suit. The couple spent the afternoon shopping, accumulating a myriad of items. Fortunately, in this era, the existence of the multifunctional capsule alleviated the burden of transporting their purchases, sparing them the need to hire a large truck. Chi-Chi, I'm hungry, Goku lamented, a frown adorning his face. After a long day of shopping, even Goku, with his extraordinary scion physique, felt utterly exhausted. In the realm of shopping, it seemed all Earth women could outlast even the mightiest scion, and this was no jest. Shall we go eat? Chi-Chi, invigorated and radiant in her trendy new outfit, suggested. All right, let's eat. At the mention of food, Goku's spirits lifted, and he straightened his previously hunched posture. I can't deal with you sometimes, Chi-Chi remarked, rolling her eyes at him. However, her tone and smile betrayed her. She was truly pleased. They casually selected a seemingly clean restaurant, ordering a veritable feast. Observing the abundance of their order, the waiter initially assumed they were expecting guests, only to realize that it was just the man voraciously devouring the food while the woman nibbled delicately, leaving a mountain of plates stacked before him. This spectacle drew the attention of other patrons, some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment for social media. Just then, a striking young woman with shoulder-length golden hair entered the restaurant. Chi-Chi, who had been surveying the surroundings, recognized her immediately. Isn't that the girl Gohan brought home to Bulma last time? Noticing a familiar face, presumably a friend of her son, Chi-Chi waved energetically at Android 18, calling out, "Blonde girl, over here." Unaware of her name, she could only shout in such a manner. Sun Wukong turned his gaze towards Chi-Chi, who was calling someone, only to discover a girl he did not recognize. Curiously, he inquired, Chi-Chi, who is this girl? She is a friend of Gohan, Chi-Chi replied with a playful wink. Android 18, feeling hungry, had casually entered a restaurant but was bewildered when a woman she did not know kept beckoning her over. Reluctantly, she approached. As she stepped closer, she recognized the man seated opposite the woman. Isn't that Sun Wukong? She thought, bewildered. So, the woman across from him is his wife? Gohan is their son? Did she invite me over at Sun Wukong's behest? What should I do? Should I go or not? That's the question. Oh well, I've turned over a new leaf. My past actions were not entirely my own. The Sun Wukong in the database is gentle and kind. He surely wouldn't make things difficult for me, she reasoned, steeling herself to approach. In reality, she overthought it. Sun Wukong had no idea who she was, mistaking her for a friend of Gohan. Mr. Sun Wukong. She greeted as she reached the table, nodding to him, wondering what he wanted to discuss. Wukong, do you know her? Chi-Chi asked, surprised that 18 seemed familiar with Wukong. No, I don't. Who is she? Sun Wukong replied, confused. The couple's dialogue left 18 equally perplexed. Oh, it must be Gohan who told you about me. I didn't realize you were such good friends, Chi-Chi declared, clapping her hands as if uncovering a secret. Come, sit down. You're here to eat, right? Alone? Then let us eat together. I'll call the waiter to add a few dishes. With great enthusiasm, Chi-Chi pulled 18 to sit beside her and called out to the waiter to bring extra utensils and dishes. We're all family here. No need to be so formal, she said warmly. Meanwhile, 18 still appeared bewildered, her demeanor somewhat naïve, prompting her to silently ponder. Who am I? Where am I? What on earth is happening? Chapter 76. A new adversary appears seated awkwardly. 18 noticed Sun Wukong devouring food, while Chi-Chi remained as lively as ever. May I ask where Gohan is? I haven't seen him, she inquired. He has training in outer space, didn't he tell you? Chi-Chi replied with a smile. No, 18 said, feeling increasingly uneasy under their scrutiny. Oh, and what is your name? Chi-Chi continued her inquiries. My name is Lazuli, but you can call me Android 18, she answered honestly. Android 18? The infamous Android 18? Sun Wukong lifted his head in realization, scrutinizing the girl before him. Indeed. Just as Piccolo described, a beautiful girl with golden hair, she is unmistakably the one before me. Yes, 18 nodded, with no intention of concealing her identity. Upon seeing her nod, Chi-Chi was taken aback. However, recalling that Gohan had mentioned how the former android 18 was merely under the control of Dr. Gero and was not inherently evil, Chi-Chi relaxed her demeanor and reassessed the girl. Indeed, she was beautiful and slender. If she were a human girl, she would be a rare gem. But alas, she was a robot, Chi-Chi mused. Can you have children? Chi-Chi blurted out unexpectedly. Sun Wukong nearly choked on his drink, coughing violently. What? Why would you ask me that? 18 replied, perplexed. Oh, I spoke without thinking. You don't have to answer, Chi-Chi acknowledged, realizing her faux pas. Such a question was indeed awkward. However, it's not something I cannot answer. I believe it should be possible, as I was originally an ordinary human girl. I merely have an energy core installed within me. 18 reflected. Sister, why do you ask me this? She questioned, looking at Chi-Chi curiously. You should call me aunt, not sister, Chi-Chi reminded her. But you look so young. Only a few years older than me. Why should I call you aunt? 18 responded, puzzled. Really? Do I look young? That makes me happy, Chi-Chi chuckled. Momentarily diverted by 18's comment. You're quite perceptive, but you still ought to call me aunt, since you are Gohan's friend, Chi-Chi smiled. Ah, aunt. Am I truly friends with Gohan? Are they misunderstanding something? Why are they being so kind to me? 18 thought, feeling a strange warmth at the notion of friendship. Just then, the dishes that Chi-Chi ordered arrived. Eat, eat. Have plenty, you can't stay so thin, she insisted. Hearing Chi-Chi's simple concern, 18's mind wandered. Lost in nostalgia. It had been years since she felt someone's care. Her parents had been murdered by Dr. Gero years prior, and she and her brother had been turned into androids by him, leading to their abandonment by the world. Despite possessing immense power, they felt utterly empty, possessing nothing but strength. After her brother left her following the nightmares, she began a solitary existence, devoid of family and friends, struggling to survive each day alone. Overwhelmed by her memories, tears brimmed in 18's eyes. A person can be as strong as they are fragile, and 18 was a testament to that. What's wrong? Dear? Why are you crying? Chi-Chi asked, noticing 18's sudden tears, swiftly handing her a few tissues. Thank you, 18 murmured, taking the tissues to wipe her tears and inhaling deeply to regain her composure. Chi-Chi was taken aback by her rapid transformation. I apologize for causing you to laugh, 18 said, feeling slightly embarrassed. It's all right. Let us eat now, Chi-Chi replied with a smile, secretly thinking how sentimental this girl was. Subsequently, they lapsed into silence, quietly enjoying their meal. When it was time to pay the bill, 18 insisted on covering her portion, but Chi-Chi firmly rebuked her, leading 18 to reluctantly concede with a final thank you. As they parted ways, Chi-Chi considered inviting 18 to visit Baozi Mountain, but 18 shook her head in refusal. On the way home, Chi-Chi remarked to Wukong, Gohan brought home another girl last time, named Videl, who was also quite charming. I wonder whom he will choose as his wife in the future. Oh, I don't know, Wukong replied, completely oblivious to matters of romance. Having once thought a bride was merely a delightful dish. You silly. Chi-Chi cast a glance at Wukong, then relinquished her own flight, opting to perch upon his back as he soared towards Baotou Mountain. Meanwhile, at the Capsule Corporation, Vegeta persevered in his relentless training within the gravity chamber. Following the acquisition of a copy chip containing Gohan's silver doppelganger, Bulma and Dr. Brief significantly accelerated their research on the time machine and heart medication, achieving commendable progress. During this period, Goku sought out Bulma to gain access to the gravity chamber, often immersing himself in rigorous training. Outside, he engaged in sparring sessions with Chi-Chi and Tien, leading a fulfilling life. One day, to everyone's surprise, Biddy managed to fly to Baotou Mountain using her flight technique, and upon witnessing the sweat glistening on her brow, Chi-Chi understood that the girl must have stumbled and paused countless times before reaching her destination. Chi-Chi informed her that Gohan had ventured into outer space for training and would be away for a year. After sharing a meal with Biddy, the girl flew back to East City. Thus, 6 months passed quietly. On a day like any other, a disturbance arose near the vast wilderness surrounding North City. In the second laboratory of Dr. Gero, where the dormant capsule for Android 16 was previously housed, it was revealed that the lab was not merely a single level but comprised two. The lower level housed the dormant capsule for Android 16 and facilitated drive Gero's daily activities, while the sub-level stored the supercomputer responsible for creating androids. This supercomputer continued to operate autonomously, adhering to Gero's commands even after his demise, never pausing in its relentless work. At that moment, 5 dormant capsules were lined up on the floor, each emitting a rhythmic beeping sound, indicating the presence of an android within each. The beeping intensified as it detected Goku's energy signature, initiating the revival protocol. Androids 13, 14, 15, and 19 began to awaken, while 21 remained in slumber, awaiting further orders. The chilling electronic sounds shattered the silence of the underground laboratory, with the computer accelerating its operations. Chapter 77, Trunks' Birthday Celebration. Wukong. Are you ready? It's been ages since we've been to West City. We should hurry, Chi-Chi urged. Almost there, almost there. This outfit is quite challenging to put on, Goku mumbled through the fabric that obscured his head. The couple was en route to celebrate Trunks' second birthday. Chi-Chi had donned a newly purchased outfit and meticulously applied her makeup, looking splendid, While Goku had initially intended to wear his training uniform, but Chi-Chi insisted he change into his suit, which led to the delay. "Goku, let me help," Chi-Chi said, unable to bear the sight of Goku struggling with the wrinkled attire. She approached him, smoothing out the sleeves and assisting him into his jacket, finishing with a neatly tied bow tie. As the bow tie snugly embraced his neck, Goku complained, "Chi-Chi, must I wear this? It's essential. We're going to the city today." Chi-Chi replied, her eyes narrowing as she stopped him from loosening the bow tie. "Goku, for Gohan's next birthday, let's make it a grand affair, shall we?" Chi-Chi suggested. "Absolutely. We should see how Trunks' celebration unfolds and organize a party for Gohan as well." Goku agreed enthusiastically. "Goku, I have something to tell you," Chi-Chi leaned in, whispering in his ear. "What is it?" Goku blinked in confusion. "I might be pregnant," Chi-Chi said, her hand resting on her belly with a mysterious smile. "What?" Goku's expression was one of bewilderment. "You fool," Chi-Chi exclaimed, playfully delivering a light punch to his head, nearly causing him to stumble. "What is it, Chi-Chi?" Goku scratched his head in confusion. "Gohan is going to have a brother or sister," Chi-Chi announced loudly, having abandoned any notion of subtlety. Knowing Goku's straightforwardness was the only way to ensure he understood. "Really?" Goku's eyes widened in excitement as he rushed over to lift Chi-Chi into the air, brimming with joy. "Yes," Chi-Chi nodded. "Let us not delay any further." "All right, I'll carry you. It's quicker this way," Goku said with a smile, hoisting Chi-Chi onto his back as they soared away from their home. Upon arriving at Capsule Corporation, they found it teeming with people, bustling with activity. Bulma had granted a day off to thousands of employees to partake in Trunks' birthday celebration, inviting all friends and family to join in the festivities, creating a grand spectacle. With the assistance of the staff, the expansive plaza in front of the corporation was adorned beautifully, festooned with colorful balloons and elegant ribbons. A towering cake, several meters high, stood at the center, diligently guarded by attendants. The once empty plaza was now filled with tables laden with food, most seats occupied by guests, creating a vibrant atmosphere. At the forefront of the plaza, a stage had been erected, where a renowned singer performed. Meanwhile, the glass facade of the 100-plus-story Capsule Corporation building illuminated with colorful lights, forming the words "Happy Birthday, Trunks," visible to half of West City, showcasing the lavishness of the affluent. How exasperating it is for the capitalists, who indulge in their wealth without restraint. Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi descended from the sky, their expressions filled with astonishment, and soon found themselves among Krillin, Piccolo, and the others. Bulma had gathered her friends and family together, engaging them in cheerful conversation. Despite the large number of guests, Bulma was determined to personally host her closest friends. On this day, she adorned herself in elegant attire, radiating grace and sophistication. Upon spotting Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, she approached them with a bright smile. "Wow, Wukong, you look incredibly handsome in that outfit," she exclaimed. "Really?" Sun Wukong scratched his head in modesty. "Bulma, you should give up. Don't try to woo my Wukong," Chi-Chi interjected playfully. "Ha ha ha, Chi-Chi, you look lovely today too. Come. Have a seat," Bulma replied, unfazed by the jest, guiding Chi-Chi and Wukong to their places. The table was already filled with familiar faces: Master Roshi, the Ox King, Yamcha, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Launch, Din, Piccolo, Oolong, Puar, and now Wukong and Chi-Chi, making a gathering of over 10 people. "Hello, everyone." Sun Wukong greeted in his signature style before settling into his seat, eagerly anticipating Bulma's culinary arrangements, the earlier thoughts of learning to host a birthday party seemingly forgotten. "Launch, when are you having children?" "My Chi-Chi says she is expecting again," Sun Wukong remarked idly, igniting a stir among the guests. Chi-Chi and Launch turned crimson, reminiscent of having consumed a spicy dish, while the others congratulated Wukong and Chi-Chi. "Wukong, what are you doing?" Chi-Chi discreetly nudged his foot under the table. "Isn't it a joyous occasion worth mentioning?" Sun Wukong replied, puzzled. Chi-Chi found herself outmatched once more. "Where's Vegeta?" Wukong scanned the surroundings but did not spot him. "Not sure," asked Bulma. Krillin shrugged, indicating they hadn't seen Vegeta upon their arrival. At that moment, Bulma was at another table, surrounded by her relatives, including Dr. Brief and his wife, who was cradling little Trunks. "Bulma, where's Vegeta?" Sun Wukong leaned forward to inquire. "He is probably still training. He was just in the gravity room and dislikes these kinds of gatherings," Bulma replied with a hint of exasperation. "Such dedication," Wukong mused. "Wukong, have you heard from Gohan? It's such a pity he missed Trunks' birthday. Trunks adores him," Bulma asked with a smile. "Not yet." Wukong shook his head. The implication to others was that Gohan was far away training without news, while Wukong meant that neither King Kai nor King Yama had any updates. It seemed they would have to rely on the Dragon Balls 6 months later to seek Gohan's whereabouts. Little Trunks, upon hearing Gohan's name, stood up babbling, "Gohan. Goku, Gohan. Mommy, where is Gohan?" Laughter erupted from the crowd, delighted by the child's innocent affection for Gohan. Chapter 78. Things took a turn. Trunks' birthday celebration was in full swing, with various performers taking the stage to entertain the guests. Bulma, with a wave of her hand, summoned an array of dishes, elevating the atmosphere to its peak. To everyone's surprise, Vegeta emerged from the gravity room, casually wiping the sweat from his brow before joining the gathering beside Trunks. "Wow, Vegeta, you finally made it. Trunks must be so touched," right? Bulma exclaimed joyfully. Humph. I was merely hungry. I have no interest in such trivialities, Vegeta grumbled, devouring a large pork knuckle. Daddy. Trunks raised his little spoon. Vegeta, after a moment's thought, took Trunks' spoon, scooped a piece from his pork knuckle, and handed it to him. Trunks tasted it, his face scrunching in discontent, prompting him to whine. You little rascal. Vegeta shot him an irritated glance before tearing off a chicken leg and offering it to Trunks, who finally appeared satisfied. Everyone watched in disbelief at this unusual display. Meanwhile, Piccolo, holding a cup of water, observed the humans indulging in their feast, enviously wishing he could partake in their enjoyment. For him, food tasted like chewing wax, and he couldn't fathom why they relished it so much. As the guests finished their meals, the time to cut the cake approached. A singer serenaded the crowd with Happy Birthday, elevating the festive spirit to its zenith. However, slicing the towering cake was no simple task. It would require a sturdy platform and multiple people wielding knives to manage it, and even then, strength might fall short. At this moment, it was Dumpling's turn to shine. With swift gestures, he executed a flurry of motions, gliding over the massive cake thousands of times before exclaiming, Ha! The enormous cake exploded into thousands of pieces, which were then carried aloft by small paper plates, showering the guests with cake slices. The uninformed crowd erupted into applause, mistakenly believing this to be a magician's grand finale. Their enthusiasm palpable as their hands grew red from clapping. Though they didn't know how the trick was performed, it left them in awe. Haha, Dumpling. Your superpower is incredible, Yamcha praised, giving him a thumbs up. This is nothing, just basic skills, Dumpling replied shyly, his pale face flushed with modesty. Suddenly, the sky, which had begun to darken, erupted in brightness. Everyone looked up, anticipating another magical performance, their faces filled with excitement. However, the Z fighters suddenly froze, their expressions shifting to alarm. This was no illusion. A massive energy wave was descending from the heavens. This is bad. There are so many ordinary people here. Who could be doing this? Sun Wukong fumed. Enough of this. Without regard for the stares around him, Sun Wukong leaped to his feet, clenched his fists, and transformed into his Super Saiyan form, his body aglow with golden light. Kamehameha. He gathered energy at his waist and propelled it skyward. A blue energy column surged forth, meeting the impending energy blast. Boom. The Kamehameha collided with the energy blast, sending shockwaves across the ground, toppling several tables. In an instant, the Z fighters sprang into action, shielding the ordinary people from the flying debris, before launching themselves skyward to confront the threat. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong's spirit surged once more, amplifying the power of the Kamehameha wave, which forcefully dispelled the incoming energy blast with a resounding boom, sending them hurtling into the vastness of the cosmos. Master Rashi, Chi-Chi. Please be cautious and keep an eye on Bulma and the others. I shall ascend to the skies, Sun Wukong admonished, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Chi-Chi and Master Rashi, before launching skyward alongside Vegeta and the others. Which foul rodent dares to disrupt this occasion? Today is my son's birthday celebration. Vegeta seethed, instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan form, illuminating the previously somber sky with two radiant golden beams. Haha. Our sole objective is to eliminate Sun Wukong. Should you wish to interfere, you shall meet the same fate. Came a voice from above, where four figures hovered ominously. Among them stood a tall, robust man, a man of average build, a rotund figure, and a diminutive individual, all four unmistakably male, each bearing a red insignia. Upon recognizing these individuals, Sun Wukong's brow furrowed deeper as he spoke gravely. You are remnants of the Red Ribbon Army? Indeed, we four are super androids, created by Dr. Jera's advanced computer, with the singular purpose of exterminating you, Sun Wukong, replied the man of average stature, donning a cap. Damn it, just how many androids has Dr. Jera produced? Piccolo's expression soured, turning an ashen green. Ahem, you scrap heaps are merely daydreaming. Only I shall vanquish Kakarot. Who do you think you are? Vegeta retorted, his irritation palpable as the audacious words of the androids stoked the flames of his self-assuredness, cultivated through months of rigorous training. Vegeta, do not underestimate them. They are formidable, Sun Wukong warned. Humph, I shall defeat their strongest, Vegeta scoffed. And that leaves you, Kakarot, Vegeta stated, casting another glance at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong disregarded Vegeta's provocation and turned his gaze towards the four androids, suggesting, shall we change the battlefield? The four androids remained silent, adopting a stance poised for imminent attack. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and then soared into the distant sky, followed closely by the four androids. Vegeta and his companions also pursued them, accompanying Sun Wukong on his flight. The androids had received a singular directive to eliminate Sun Wukong. The location of the battlefield was of no consequence. Their internal chips did not stipulate any fixed requirements for the battleground. Sun Wukong led the group to the vast western desert, the closest location to the western capital, a desolate place ravaged by relentless sandstorms, devoid of human presence, where they could engage in a fierce battle. Come on, he declared, adopting a combat stance, ready to confront the onslaught of the four androids. With a cap adorned with a duckbill, Android 13 charged forward. In an instant, the four androids lunged at Sun Wukong. Do we not exist? Vegeta roared in fury, swiftly intercepting the tall and robust Android 14, who appeared to be the strongest among them. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu surrounded the plump Android 19. While androids 13 and 15 coordinated their assault against Sun Wukong, who found himself besieged from both sides. Chapter 79, Intense Battle, Chaos Unleashed. In the past 6 months, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others had made significant progress. With their numbers, they matched the corpulent Android 19 blow for blow, the air crackling with their exchanges. Vegeta, facing Android 14, found the encounter relatively easy. The android was no match for his current prowess. Within minutes, Vegeta had the android reeling, delivering a devastating series of blows. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, Android 14's strength was not as formidable as it appeared. In fact, the true powerhouse among the androids was the seemingly ordinary Android 13, who struck with the ferocity of thunder, joining forces with Android 15 to engage Sun Wukong in a fierce contest. Sun Wukong, intent on honing his skills, refrained from unleashing his ultimate techniques, leaving the extent of Android 13's capabilities uncertain. Crack! Bolts of lightning rained down from the heavens. The tumultuous clouds and howling winds bore witness to the intensity of the conflict. "Ha! You worthless scrap metal, is that all you've got?" Vegeta laughed heartily, delivering a swift kick that sent the brawny Android 14 flying. He then moved in close, unleashing a barrage of punches like a tempest upon the android, causing dark, oily fluid to trickle from its mouth. Yet, Android 14 remained silent, resembling a mere punching bag. This was the most exhilarating fight Vegeta had experienced in years, relishing the overwhelming dominance he exerted. The memories of being pummeled by Frieza on Namek were vivid, as were the defeats he faced against Androids 17 and 18, which ended with his demise. Even after transforming into a Super Saiyan in Hell, he had suffered against Frieza, and subsequent encounters with Android 16 had yielded similar results. He had been overpowered by Gohan, and later, Broly had bested him effortlessly. But today, facing Android 14, Vegeta finally achieved victory, releasing the pent-up emotions that had long weighed on him. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta retreated several paces before launching a flurry of energy blasts, cascading like shooting stars toward Android 14. A thick cloud of smoke billowed, debris soaring into the air as countless metal shards erupted from the chaos. The law of no smoke without fire was shattered today. Android 14 met its demise amidst the explosions. Android count, -1. Ugh, Vegeta spat, having accidentally inhaled a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the battle between Sun Wukong and the two androids escalated to a fever pitch. The diminutive Android 15 met its end as Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick, its body exploding in a dazzling display like fireworks, scattering oil and metal fragments across the sky. "Now it's one-on-one," Sun Wukong chuckled, launching a key blast at Android 13. Seeing Sun Wukong and Vegeta each dispatch an android, Piccolo and Krillin rejoiced. The tide of battle seemed firmly in their favor. "Get out of my way," Vegeta bellowed as he charged toward the fray surrounding the rotund Android 19. "Be careful, Vegeta, that android absorbs energy," Piccolo cautioned. "Humph, so what?" Vegeta scoffed. At that moment, Android 19 seized Vegeta's arm, beginning to siphon his energy. "Oh, this is interesting," Vegeta remarked nonchalantly, propelling himself off Android 19, dislocating its arms in the process. "Die." Final flash. Vegeta roared, his power surging as golden lightning crackled around him, a terrifying energy erupting from within. Android 19 sensed impending doom and attempted to flee, moving at an astonishing speed for its short legs. However, Vegeta would not grant it the luxury of escape. He thrust his hands together, unleashing a powerful final flash that obliterated Android 19's head, reducing it to dust. The hefty body stumbled forward, collapsing to the ground after several involuntary steps. One strike. A decapitation. Such overwhelming power left Krillin in awe. After a prolonged struggle against Android 19, where they had gained no advantage, Vegeta had dispatched the android in an instant. The others were equally stunned, captivated by Vegeta's might. "Only you remain," Sun Wukong declared coldly amidst the melee, vanishing and reappearing behind Android 13. Delivering a crushing kick, he continued to laugh maniacally. Android 13 hovered steadily in the air, halting the descent of his body. And with the integration of 3 computer chips and 6 battery packs, a transformative metamorphosis began. His muscles swelled rapidly, soon resembling the formidable physique of Broly. His skin underwent a striking transformation, shifting from its original hue to a striking blend of blue and white, with his face enveloped in a blue hue and a wild crimson hairstyle reminiscent of a reimagined Vegeta. Overall, the changes were profound. Where Android 13 had once appeared as an ordinary human, he now bore the visage of a demon. Due to the inherent lack of an aura in androids, none could sense the shift in 13's power, yet deep down, everyone understood that he had undoubtedly grown stronger, exuding an aura of terror. An invisible pressure radiated from 13, instilling a sense of oppression within all. Vegeta, ever the impatient one, charged forward with wild laughter, only to be swiftly sent flying back by a single punch from this super android 13, blood spilling from his mouth. Though Vegeta's defeat could be attributed to his overconfidence, it was undeniable that this Super 13 was a different caliber compared to the previous androids 14, 15, and 19. This foe was frighteningly powerful, evoking a sense of facing Broly once more. "Vegeta, how are you faring?" Goku flew in, joining the others in a line, his brow furrowed as he gazed at Vegeta. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes narrowing as he cast aside his earlier disdain. Without responding to Goku, he leaped once more, charging at Super 13. Chapter 80. Uniting to vanquish the adversary, Vegeta, now devoid of his earlier arrogance, unleashed a ferocious and rapid assault. Each strike sliced through the air with a crackling sound, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, yet all his attacks were effortlessly evaded by Super 13. Landing not a single blow. It appeared that Super 13's speed had reached a terrifying level. You coward, merely dodging, Vegeta seethed in anger. Haha, Vegeta. Did you think my enhancement was limited to speed? Allow me to demonstrate my power, Super 13 retorted with a cold smirk, swiftly shifting from defense to offense, forcing Vegeta to retreat. Damn it, Vegeta gritted his teeth, struggling to defend himself. It was evident that Super 13, in both strength and speed, had begun to dominate the battle, establishing an absolute advantage. Out of respect for Vegeta's pride, Goku remained high in the sky, refraining from joining forces against Super 13. It seems Vegeta is no match for this foe. I wonder if he possesses any other strategies, Goku pondered quietly as he observed the battle unfold. Damn it, Vegeta roared. And his golden aura surged once more, boosting his power as he began to retaliate against Super 13. Now this is getting interesting, Super 13 laughed heartily, simultaneously augmenting his own strength, sending Vegeta flying once again. Vegeta, you have disappointed me, Super 13 scoffed. Seizing the moment while Vegeta was airborne, Goku intervened. Vegeta. It's my turn now, he shouted, unleashing his energy as he faced Super 13, taking up the fight in place of Vegeta. Damn Kakarot, you're stealing my prey. Vegeta shouted in fury as he struggled to rise from the rubble. You fought long enough. It's time for me to take over, Goku replied, already engaged in a fierce struggle with Super 13. However, after only a few exchanges, Goku too was sent flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As expected. This form still isn't enough. Let me try this new transformation I've recently mastered, Goku muttered. He then positioned his arms before his forehead, exerting himself as his muscles expanded. And with a powerful thrust, a golden aura erupted, illuminating the sky. The golden energy surrounding Goku seemed to materialize, wrapping around him as an overwhelming wave of power surged forth, causing the very ground to tremble. How terrifying. What transformation is this? Piccolo gasped, feeling the oppressive energy that made it hard to breathe. Goku's power has increased significantly. How formidable, Krillin marveled. He may have surpassed the previous Gohan. Yamcha and Tien echoed in agreement. Is this the full power Super Saiyan form? That damn Kakarot, Vegeta lamented, recalling Gohan's similar transformation. Unsatisfied, he stomped in anger, cracking the ground beneath him. Vegeta had trained extensively for this full power state, always falling just short of achieving it, and now he found himself outpaced by Goku, who had successfully attained the full power form. Vegeta seethed with frustration. After all, just 6 months prior, he and Kakarot had been evenly matched. Let the second round begin, Goku declared, clenching his fist and stretching his muscles before launching himself like a beam of golden light towards Super 13. Heh, Super 13 sneered, charging to meet the incoming Goku. Boom. Their collision unleashed a tempest of wind and a cacophony of sound. Boom, boom, boom. The noise resonated as they continued to clash. In an instant, the two figures became indistinguishable, replaced by flashes of golden and blue energy colliding in a relentless pursuit. The air crackling with the sound of their ferocious exchanges, a display of sheer power. This android can actually match Kakarot in full power. Vegeta clenched his fists, frustration boiling within him as he narrated the battle. If this duel were taking place on solid ground, it would likely shatter the earth beneath them. The chase between the two warriors continued for a solid half hour, resulting in a stalemate. However, as time wore on, Goku began to tire, while Super 13 seemed to possess boundless stamina and energy. If this battle continued, Goku risked eventual defeat. With his right hand outstretched, Sun Wukong spread his 5 fingers wide, and 5 columns of energy transformed into meteors, hurtling towards Super 13, effectively blocking his attack trajectory. Upon witnessing the 5 energy columns approaching, Super 13 let out a derisive snicker, raising his hand to swat them away as if they were mere flies, redirecting their course before propelling his body into the heights of the sky. After such a prolonged struggle, he grew weary and resolved to unleash his ultimate move to conclude the battle. He spread his hands, and a terrifying crimson energy began to coalesce, forming a massive blood-red energy sphere before him. The sphere spun incessantly, exuding a nauseating stench of blood that could incite revulsion, while gusts of wind surged, causing the onlookers on the ground to have their hair whipped about and their garments flapping violently in the fierce breeze. Sun Wukong confronted the terrifying pressure head-on, resolutely placing his hands before him to shield his eyes from the fierce winds, lest he be unable to open them. SS Bomb, roared Super 13, as the crimson energy orb surged once more, descending from the heavens. Sun Wukong, if you evade this, the earth shall bear the brunt of the SS Bomb's assault. And in that moment, the entire planet will erupt in an explosion. Haha. Super 13 cackled maniacally. You despicable fiend. Sun Wukong was also filled with fury. This unscrupulous artificial being actually intended to coerce him into enduring the devastating SS bomb by threatening the annihilation of Earth. Yet, there was no retreat. Should he evade the attack, his comrades below would be consumed by the crimson energy sphere, leading to a cataclysmic explosion that would spell doom for all. He found himself with no alternatives. Kamehameha. With both hands swiftly converging at his waist, Sun Wukong concentrated a formidable Kamehameha imbued with hues of blue and gold. In a sudden motion, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing the blue-gold energy wave that boldly surged toward the descending SS explosive bomb. The Sun family unleashed a formidable energy, unparalleled in this lifetime. A resounding boom echoed as the golden-blue Kamehameha collided with the crimson SS energy blast, sending shockwaves across the globe. In the arid desert, fragments of stone and grains of sand were disturbed by the overwhelming force, losing their gravitational tether and rising into the air, only to be consumed by the terrifying waves of energy, ultimately disintegrating into nothingness. The ground plummeted dramatically, and in the distance, the ocean was drawn forth, conjuring a tsunami that surged into the city, heralding disaster once more upon humanity. Sun Wukong roared, veins bulging on his hands, amplifying the output of the Kamehameha wave. Humph. In the high skies, Super 13 was equally defiant, pressing down with both hands, causing the descending SS explosive bomb to grow even more ferocious. Several figures flew in and stood beside Wukong, each gathering their most powerful techniques to confront the falling SS explosive bomb. In an instant, 5 differently colored energy waves merged into Wukong's Kamehameha wave, and high above, Super 13 finally faltered, retreating several paces. Damn it, perish. Super 13, incensed, summoned an even greater force to augment the SS explosive bomb, making it colossal. Super 13 still had strength to spare. Vegeta. Wukong, biting down so hard his gums bled, felt his muscles swell again, his veins bursting, crimson blood flowing forth as he bellowed. Bastard. Even though Vegeta was loath to ally with Wukong, the current circumstances forced him to swallow his reluctance, reigniting golden flames around him as he charged to the rear of the group, concentrating his most formidable attack. Ultimate Burst. Vegeta unleashed his full power, the golden energy tearing through the air, merging into Wukong's Kamehameha wave, hurtling towards Super 13's SS explosive bomb. Boom. Wukong. Super 13's unwilling voice echoed. A blinding flash illuminated the scene as the Kamehameha wave surged, swallowing the SS explosive bomb and Super 13, propelling them into the vast cosmos, culminating in a resounding explosion. The tremendous blast obliterated Super 13, reducing him to vapor, marking his complete demise in the void of space. Chapter 81. Krillin's Fortunate Encounter. Ha. Ha, ha. Wukong chuckled weakly before collapsing to the ground, his golden hair turning black. This full power form was merely a recent endeavor, he could hardly master it, and the earlier surge had overwhelmed his physical limits, leaving him somewhat drained. Krillin, eager to assist, was halted as Wukong waved his hand. Let me lie here for a few minutes, I'll get up on my own soon. Very well. Upon hearing this, everyone disregarded their dignity and sat down. Exhaustion had taken its toll on all. A few minutes later, Wukong rose, dusted himself off, and smiled, saying, all right. Let us head back. Where to? To Trunks' birthday party. It's not over yet, is it? Speaking of which, after the fight, I'm feeling hungry, ha ha ha. Wukong laughed heartily, clutching his hair. Others, Vegeta snorted coldly, leading the charge skyward towards West City. Upon arriving at the Capsule Corporation in West City, chaos reigned. It seemed the earlier quake had further impacted this area. When they had left, tables were already flying, and the tremors had only exacerbated the situation, truly a relentless cycle of turmoil. Seeing everyone return, Bulma rushed out. Please help. Some people are trapped under the debris. Bored. Vegeta ignored the scene and headed straight back to the gravity chamber. Huh? Such a rude fellow. Bulma furrowed her brows in frustration. The others, however, were eager to assist, quickly moving around the site to rescue those trapped beneath the rubble. Help, please. A weak female voice called out. Krillin turned and noticed a young girl pinned under a metal frame, a structure that had collapsed during the earlier tremor, trapping her lower half. Fortunately, several boxes nearby had cushioned the weight. Otherwise, her legs would surely have been crushed. Help, help. I'm trapped. The girl cried out again. Just a moment. I'll get you out. Krillin rushed over. You need to call for more people. This frame is too heavy for just one person. The girl warned him. Having assessed the weight of the metal structure, knowing it would take at least 5 or 6 people to shift it, if one person tried to lift it alone, it would only increase her pain without helping. It's all right. I'm very strong. The girl was about to say more when she saw the not-so-tall Krillin effortlessly lift the heavy frame and toss it aside, helping her sit up. How are you? Are you all right? Krillin quickly inquired, checking for injuries. I can't move. I have no feeling in my lower body, the girl replied timidly. Let me take you to the hospital. Krillin scooped her up, ready to head over and inform his companions that he was taking her to the hospital. After lifting her, he realized this was the first time in his life he had been so close to a girl, causing his face to flush slightly. In the heat of the rescue, he hadn't had the chance to observe her features, but now, looking down, he found her to be quite lovely, a demure beauty, likely in her early 20s. Her height not much shorter than his own. The young girl noticed Krillin's gaze and felt her cheeks warm with a blush. To break the awkwardness, she initiated conversation. You're so strong. Do you practice martial arts? Yes, I've been training since I was a child, Krillin replied. My name is Isha. I work at Capsule Corporation. Thank you for today. The girl introduced herself, brushing back her black hair. Oh, you work for Bulma? I'm a friend of hers. My name is Krillin, haha, he said, feeling somewhat awkward in this exchange. Let me get you to the hospital, Krillin stated. Then found Bulma to inform her he was bringing the girl to the hospital. Upon learning Isha was one of her employees, Bulma replied, there is no need to go to another hospital. We have our own medical team here at Capsule Corporation. Just hand her over to the medical staff. At that moment, a few medical personnel approached with a stretcher, signaling Krillin to place Isha on it. Krillin laid Isha down on the stretcher, appearing reluctant to part with her. The medical staff quickly took Isha away. "Okay, Krillin, thank you for saving me. Once I'm healed, can I treat you to a meal? Can I have your contact information?" After the stretcher had moved a few paces, Isha called out to the medical staff, turning to Krillin. "Hey, Krillin. That girl is asking for your phone number." Yamcha chimed in, having approached and playfully nudged the dazed Krillin. "Huh? That girl wants your contact information." Yamcha pointed at Isha on the stretcher. "Oh." Krillin jogged over. Seeing Krillin's comical expression, Isha stifled a laugh, but inadvertently caused herself pain, transforming her smile into tears as she whimpered. "All right, I'll give you my number. Just don't cry." Continuing, Klin called for Isha to retrieve her phone and hand it to him. He saved his number in her device, and then the stretcher lifted Isha again, heading towards the Universal Capsule Corporation building. "Hey, Klin, you have a chance. Who knows, you might soon have a girlfriend. I truly envy you," Yamcha exclaimed, approaching and playfully slapping Klin on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "Oh dear, you make me feel quite embarrassed," Klin replied, stepping on Yamcha's foot, causing him to wince and release his grip. Laughter erupted among them. After spending a significant part of the day in activity, they finally rescued everyone trapped. As they realized their hunger, Bulma had already prepared a feast. The group quickly washed their hands and began to feast. During the meal, Yamcha, disregarding Klin's furious gaze, recounted the earlier events between Klin and Isha, inciting hearty laughter from everyone. Klin thought that girl wouldn't get his contact information and cried. In fact, she was just injured. Yamcha chuckled. "Just you wait, Yamcha. Once I finish my meal, I shall challenge you to a duel." Amidst the commotion, they soon filled their bellies and witnessed Klin and Yamcha engage in a playful game of rock, paper, scissors before each returned to their respective homes. Chapter 82. Awakening Sun Gohan. The aftermath of the earthquake was gradually resolved by the inhabitants of Earth. Dangerous buildings were demolished, and those needing relocation moved to new homes, restoring peace. After half a month, Isha finally recovered and was discharged from the hospital. She fulfilled her promise and invited Klin to dinner as a token of gratitude. During the meal, they surprisingly found themselves quite compatible, sharing numerous common interests and enjoying each other's company immensely. Over the following months, their encounters became increasingly frequent, with Klin often visiting the Universal Capsule Corporation. Bulma had already noticed their budding relationship and would occasionally exchange knowing glances with Klin and Isha. In a realm shrouded in darkness, Sun Gohan had been adrift for nearly a year. After employing the sacrificial technique, he found himself in this peculiar void, devoid of light, soundless, and incomprehensibly vast. Initially, Gohan was bewildered. Logically, after utilizing the sacrificial technique, his lifespan should have been exhausted, leading him to the underworld, or back to his previous life on Earth, or even to the netherworld of his former existence. Why would there be an underworld? With the occurrence of reincarnation, it seemed reasonable, but none of that transpired. Instead, he was confined in this pitch-black space, akin to being locked in a small room. What could be the reason? Was it because he was a traveler, belonging neither to the Dragon Ball universe nor to his previous life on Earth? If so, where was this place? Was it a prison for the souls of travelers? Did other souls reside here as well? Driven by curiosity, Gohan began a thorough search through the dark expanse, wandering through every corner of the void. After considerable exploration, he discovered that he was utterly alone, trapped in a space resembling a small, dark room. Would Shinran be able to resurrect him? Gohan began to worry. He did not wish to remain trapped in this desolate place. Another 6 months passed, and it became increasingly apparent that Chi-Chi's belly had grown. Observing her expanding form, Bulma suggested that Goku hire a nanny to assist Chi-Chi with her daily needs. However, Chi-Chi refused, asserting that she was not so delicate. "I managed just fine when I was pregnant with Gohan, and I intend to do the same now. I train regularly. My body is strong. I just need to be a bit cautious in the last month or two," she insisted. Goku, lacking understanding of such matters, acquiesced to Chi-Chi's wishes. But he kept a watchful eye on her, ensuring she did not undertake any strenuous tasks. He took on all the work at home, from tilling the soil to hunting, while Chi-Chi handled the cooking. "Goku, it has been a year, hasn't it? Why haven't we heard from Gohan? Does he not want to come home?" Chi-Chi remarked, seated on the couch. "Chi-Chi, I was just about to mention this. Gohan didn't go off to train in outer space," Goku replied as he sat beside her. "Not to train? What do you mean?" Chi-Chi asked, puzzled. "In truth, Gohan sacrificed his life to save me. He asked me to keep it a secret from everyone, fearing it would cause them sorrow. Now that a year has passed, I will collect the Dragon Balls to resurrect him," Goku explained. "What? Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and ask Bulma for the Dragon Radar to gather the Dragon Balls." Chi-Chi urged, astonished but recognizing the urgency of reviving Gohan. In a hurried manner, Sun Wukong arrived at Bulma's residence, swiftly retrieved the dragon radar, and set off to gather the Dragon Balls. Remarkably, within a mere half-day, he successfully collected all 7 Dragon Balls. Prior to making his wish, he sought out Piccolo. Piccolo, a composed and astute ally, is known for his unwavering reliability and his deep concern for Gohan. With him by his side, Sun Wukong felt considerably at ease, at the very least. He need not exert his mind over the wish-making process, as he could entrust the task to Piccolo, allowing him to simply stand by as a passive observer. Sun Wukong informed Piccolo about Gohan's predicament and subsequently contacted King Kai, requesting him to retrieve Gohan's corporeal form from the alternate dimension. Upon encountering Gohan's physical body, King Kai was taken aback, for both Gohan's hair and eyebrows had turned an ethereal white, with his long hair cascading to the ground, matching his height. If he were to don a white garment, he would resemble a colossal white radish. Despite his bewilderment, King Kai promptly reached out to Goku. Goku, I have successfully brought Gohan back. You may now make your wish, he conveyed. Understood, I am aware, Goku replied. Before Sun Wukong's dwelling on Baotou Mountain, he poured out 7 Dragon Balls from his bag and bellowed, Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish. Instantly, the sky darkened, enveloped in ominous clouds, and a golden beam ascended, transforming into a verdant dragon spiraling majestically in the air. Chi-Chi and Tianjin Fan, who were nearby, rushed over and beheld Sun Wukong and Piccolo summoning the dragon. Piccolo, it's your turn, Sun Wukong gestured towards him before stepping aside. Shenron, please resurrect Son Gohan. Piccolo called out to the Emerald Dragon. After a moment of silence, Shenron's voice resonated with a deep echo. I regret to inform you that Son Gohan has succumbed to the exhaustion of life and has entered a state of slumber. I cannot revive him. What? What is happening? The crowd gasped in disbelief. What shall we do, Wukong? Chi-Chi, upon hearing Shenron's words, immediately burst into tears. Tianjin Fan and the others, having received an explanation from Piccolo, looked up in shock at the dragon. Piccolo, what are we to do now? Sun Wukong asked anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Piccolo addressed Shenron once more. Can you not extend Son Gohan's lifespan and awaken him? Once again, there was silence, and then Shenron's eyes glowed red as he buzzed. I have granted Son Gohan an additional 1,000 years of life. Shall I confirm the use of the second wish to awaken him? What is this trickery, dragon? I merely inquired. I did not make a wish. Piccolo glared at Shenron. What is going on? I was only asking a question. If it were possible, I would have wished for Gohan to have eternal life, yet you have only added 1,000 years without my consent. Shenron continued to inquire. Shall I confirm the use of the second wish to awaken Son Gohan? Without addressing Piccolo's grievances. No, wait. Piccolo raised his hand, signaling for the dragon to pause. King Kai, Shenron has already granted Son Gohan 1,000 years of life. Please see if you can awaken him, he called towards the heavens. Knowing that King Kai was attentively observing the situation. All right, just a moment, I shall try. Indeed, King Kai's voice resonated in the air, akin to Shenron's, causing the dragon to glance around. On King Kai's planet, he suddenly slapped Son Gohan twice, but the young warrior did not awaken. After checking his breath and heartbeat, King Kai found they had returned. With a flourish, King Kai produced a bucket of water and drenched Son Gohan's head, sending splashes everywhere. What? In the darkness, Son Gohan felt the cascade of icy water drenching him, and after a startled sneeze, he sprang up. Ah, my eyes. A blinding light pierced through, causing a sharp pain. And it took a moment for him to gradually adjust to the brightness. Lord Kai? Son Gohan's dazed mind quickly cleared as he realized he had escaped the shadowy realm and arrived on King Kai's planet, regaining control of his body. Gohan, you are awake. King Kai beamed. Yes. Did you just douse me with ice water? Son Gohan remarked, noticing the water bucket in King Kai's hands and his own drenched state. I did that to rouse you. By the way, Shenron has granted you 1,000 years of life, which is why you have returned. King Kai explained before quickly changing the subject. Now, take a look at yourself. With a sweep of his hands, a grand mirror appeared before Son Gohan. As Sun Wukong raised his head, a cascade of question marks erupted above him. He could comprehend the elongated tail. After all, it had fully emerged. Yet, what was the meaning of this long mane of white hair and those white eyebrows? A white-haired demon, perhaps? He appeared to possess a hint of wickedness. Am I to achieve perfect mastery of my ultimate technique upon my demise? Chapter 83. Your clone has not perished. However, Sun Wukong recognized that this was merely a trivial quip of his own. His hair had simply changed color and length due to some unknown cause. This transformation might be linked to the exhaustion of his lifespan. Lord Kai, I shall return to Earth now and seek you out later. Yet, Sun Wukong had no time to ponder these matters. He swiftly teleported back to Earth. Upon his sudden appearance, the peculiar nature of his appearance left everyone in a state of bewilderment. I too am at a loss regarding my hairstyle. But now is not the moment to dwell on that. Let us first make our wishes, he said awkwardly, then turned his gaze towards the eternal dragon. Wukong, what is your wish? Piccolo inquired. Uncle Piccolo, I wish for the eternal dragon to restore my clone and to grant it a new scion body. Sun Wukong replied earnestly. That constitutes 2 wishes. How shall we proceed? Piccolo frowned. At that moment, the dragon in the sky buzzed impatiently, "There is still one wish remaining. If you do not speak it soon, I shall depart." Sun Wukong observes that this dragon, after being optimized, seems to possess a greater sense of humanity. Has undergone a transformation. Sun Gohan lifted his gaze towards the dragon, his eyes fixed with an intensity that made the dragon feel uneasy. "How about this? Revive my doppelganger using the essence of a scion's physical form. That could be considered a wish, wouldn't you agree?" Sun Gohan proposed. That makes sense." Piccolo nodded in agreement. "Oh dragon, please restore my doppelganger using the essence of a scion's physical form." Sun Gohan articulated his desire to the dragon. After a moment of contemplation, the dragon responded with a low hum. "I'm afraid this wish cannot be fulfilled. Your doppelganger has not perished." "Not perished?" Sun Wukong was astonished. Where could he be? Why can I no longer sense him? Sun Wukong had previously conducted numerous experiments, and despite his every effort, he could not sense the existence of his doppelganger. This led him to firmly believe that the doppelganger had perished. Yet now, the dragon had the audacity to inform him that the doppelganger was still alive. What could this possibly mean? Sun Wukong was utterly bewildered. "Then please transfer my doppelganger here," he implored the dragon, altering his wish. "Since the doppelganger is alive, surely it can be brought over. I regret to inform you that your doppelganger has declined the transfer. Please propose an alternative wish." The dragon buzzed in response. "What on earth is happening? Has this dragon downgraded rather than upgraded?" The dragon replied, "What can I do? I am just as helpless as you. None of the wishes you have made can be fulfilled." In the depths of his mind, Sun Wukong was engulfed in a myriad of thoughts regarding the matter of the doppelganger, which had indeed stirred a multitude of reflections within him. This doppelganger had undergone certain mutations beyond his comprehension. After a moment of silence, Sun Wukong turned to the group and inquired, "It seems my wish cannot be fulfilled. Does anyone else have a desire they wish to express?" The others exchanged glances until Tianjin Fan finally spoke up. "Wasn't there a minor earthquake during the battle against the androids half a year ago? Should we not ask Shenlong to restore the earth? Battle against the androids? What transpired? Were there many casualties?" Sun Wukong asked, perplexed. "No, it was not so grave. Allow me to recount the events of the past 6 months in detail," Tianjin Fan replied, proceeding to explain the occurrences that had unfolded. "Was it the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 19th androids? By comparing their appearances, I can ascertain which androids were involved." Sun Wukong mused. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Given that there were no significant casualties, it would be wise to refrain from utilizing the Dragon Balls. Sometimes, we must empower the people of Earth to resolve their own issues rather than overly relying on the Dragon Balls. Furthermore, did I not previously promise Android 18 that I would resurrect her brother? Thus, let us dedicate this wish to reviving Android 17. What does everyone think?" Sun Wukong gazed at his companions present. "Very well," he affirmed. The group nodded in agreement, signaling their lack of dissent. "Dragon, please resurrect Android 17, Sun Wukong implored, lifting his gaze. After Sun Gohan finished speaking, a few seconds passed before the colossal eyes of the dragon flashed with a crimson light. And its voice resonated. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." Then, a brilliant golden light illuminated the sky as the dragon erupted into a dazzling burst. And the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the distance. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the once gloomy atmosphere was restored to brilliance. Videl hurriedly approached, embracing Sun Gohan tightly, tears streaming down her face. As Sun Wukong gazed upon his mother Chi-Chi, who was visibly pregnant, he seized the moment to inquire joyfully, "Mom, how many months along are you?" "I am already 6 months pregnant. This child, despite being gone, has your father deceiving everyone into believing he has gone to outer space to train," Chi-Chi replied, embracing Wufan, tears cascading onto his hair. The emotional state of a pregnant woman made her unable to contain her tears upon seeing Wufan's expression. "I am going to have a younger brother. How wonderful!" Wufan exclaimed, gently placing his hand upon Chi-Chi's swollen belly. "How do you know it's a brother?" "It could very well be a sister," Chi-Chi said, managing a smile through her tears. "It's just a feeling. I have an instinct it's a brother." Wufan grinned widely, his face blossoming with joy. After a while, Wufan released Chi-Chi and turned to Sun Wukong, saying, "Dad, could you give me a haircut later?" "Sure, no problem. I promise to make it look as lively as before." Sun Wukong replied with a smile. "Unbelievable, old son. You can actually cut hair?" Piccolo teased. "Let me tell you, I truly can. I used to cut Wufan's hair." Sun Wukong retorted, casting a glare at Piccolo. "Too bad none of you have hair. Otherwise, I could give you all the same style," he remarked, looking at Piccolo. Then at Tianjin Fan, and finally at Jiaozi, pointing at himself and Wufan. "Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, what's the matter? Why are Jiaozi and I getting caught in the crossfire without saying anything?" Tianjin Fan responded, bemused. "Ah, Wufan, your tail has grown back. You should have it trimmed as well." Sun Wukong suddenly noticed a brown tail sprouting from Wufan's white hair. "No, it'll hurt. I want to cut it." Wufan stubbornly shook his head. "At your age, how can you still speak so childishly?" Sun Wukong remarked. "Dad, I am still a child. I'm only 10 years old." Wufan stated with a serious demeanor. Haha. Tianjin Fan, Piccolo, and Jiaozi couldn't help but burst into laughter, surprised that Wukong was momentarily outsmarted, feeling quite pleased. Wufan, if you don't cut that tail, you'll turn into a gorilla when the moon rises, Sun Wukong earnestly cautioned. I will be careful. There is no need to worry, Wufan insisted stubbornly. All right then, just be cautious, Sun Wukong conceded, observing his obstinate son. Sun possesses no semblance of authority, while Wukong. Suddenly, Sun Gohan clenched his fist and transformed into a Super Saiyan, his long hair soaring skyward, elevating him to over 2 meters in height. What was happening? This unexpected metamorphosis startled everyone. Was a new adversary emerging? The crowd grew cautious, glancing around warily. At that moment, Sun Gohan abruptly turned. His hair sweeping against a large tree with a resounding crack, severing it in two as it crashed to the ground, leaves scattering in the air. I just wanted to test the hardness of my hair, he remarked. Chapter 84. Space, you must admit, it is quite sturdy, though my neck feels a tad sore. Sun Gohan said, shaking his head as if wielding a massive sword. Stop shaking it. It looks rather peculiar, Chi-Chi commented. You should have your father cut it. That hair must weigh dozens of pounds. Who can withstand such a burden? All right, but what color is it now? Is it golden? Sun Gohan inquired. Indeed, it is golden. Goku nodded in affirmation. It appeared that even after transforming into a white-haired form, Gohan's hair reverted to gold upon achieving Super Saiyan status, he mused internally. Goku then rushed home to fetch the necessary tools and a chair for cutting hair, promptly trimming Gohan's locks. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Tien, and others sat on the ground, keenly observing the father-son duo as they tended to Gohan's hair. During this interlude, Sun Gohan meticulously assessed his physical condition, discovering that he was in impeccable health. An immense vitality surged within him, continuously nourishing his internal organs, imparting an ethereal sense of exhilaration. Most importantly, his strength had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1, with the potential to break through into Super Saiyan 2 at any moment. His robust energy was restless, yearning for release. As for the mysterious dark space, it had brought an unexpected surprise to Gohan. Moments ago, he had brushed his fingers against the severed strands of hair and, with a spark of inspiration, envisioned storing the white locks within that enigmatic realm. To his astonishment, the strands in his hand vanished as if they had indeed been absorbed. Sun Wukong was on the verge of exclaiming, if it can be inserted, can it also be extracted? Sun Gohan sensed with remarkable ease the existence of the dark space. Simultaneously locating the strand of hair he sought, contemplating how to extract the white hair, he found it resting in the palm of his hand in the next instant. Had he not been particularly attentive, no one would have noticed that the strand had shifted locations several times in a mere span. The sensation was wondrous, within the darkness. He could see nothing, yet from the outside, he perceived the events within the space as if endowed with a divine perspective. This expanse appeared vast. As Sun Gohan could not discern its limits, only an impenetrable darkness devoid of any glimmer of light. Perhaps this was an instance of fortune arising from misfortune. By recklessly employing the sacrificial technique that depleted his lifespan, he unexpectedly acquired a realm to house his disembodied soul and objects. As for whether he could store other beings or larger items, he resolved to explore that during a moment of solitude. For such an enigmatic art was best kept from prying eyes. Yet, upon reflection, he considered that there was nothing particularly extraordinary about it. After all, within the Dragon Ball universe, countless peculiarities abound: time travel via the time machine, Piccolo's ability to conjure matter from thin air, Oolong's shape-shifting abilities, so many marvels exist. His space was merely one of many life skills, not remarkable in itself. If anything were truly unusual, it might be that his own soul had managed to endure within that realm for an entire year. That warranted further investigation, just as Sun Gohan mused. Goku placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke. All right. As Sun Wukong regained his composure, he raised his hand to touch his hair, and indeed, it had returned to his former style. A smile broke across his face as he said, Thank you, Dad. Now, let us go eat. Your mother knows you must be hungry and has already prepared a meal. Sun Wukong chuckled, then raised his hand to incinerate the cut hair with his energy. Haha. I am truly famished. Sun Wukong lifted the chair beneath him and addressed Tianjin Fan, Piccolo, Lan Chi, and Jiaozi, saying, Why don't we all eat together? No, thank you. We're not hungry, they replied, shaking their heads. All right then, Sun Wukong laughed, and he carried the chair back home. After placing the chair down, he glanced into the kitchen and saw that the food was not yet ready. Sun Wukong felt the stickiness on his body and hurried to take a shower. After changing into a fresh outfit, he returned to the kitchen to assist his mother with the food preparation. Half an hour later, the meal was ready. Filling a large table, as it had been a year since their son had dined at home, and Chi-Chi had put considerable effort into this meal. Wufan initially intended to call Tianjin Fan and Piccolo, but Wukong informed his son that they had already departed. Thus, the couple and their son gathered around the dining table, and Wukong clasped his hands together, saying, Let us eat. After which, he quickly lifted his bowl and chopsticks, fervently digging into the food as if competing against someone, causing Chi-Chi and Wufan to burst into laughter. This scene had last played out 4 years prior, and as Chi-Chi recalled it, her eyes filled with tears. After the meal, Sun Wukong ventured alone to the back mountain, aiming to test his peculiar space. He first caught a rabbit and placed it inside. After a few minutes, the rabbit began to struggle, eventually raising its tail, stiffening its limbs, and collapsing lifelessly. Sun Wukong then placed a sapling into the space but observed for a long while without any change. It was possible that not enough time had elapsed for any transformation to occur. He examined the rabbit's corpse, noting it had merely died without any further alterations. Not even a loss of moisture. Sun Wukong continued to add some stones and similar items, yet ultimately, no conclusive results emerged. How foolish of me. We are in a scientific era, and I could simply request an air testing device from Bulma. Suddenly, Sun Wukong awoke, clapping his hands together with vigor, and made his way to the Capsule Corporation. "Gohan!" exclaimed Trunks, now 2.5 years old. His face lighting up with joy as he clung tightly to Gohan's pant leg. "Hey there, little one. It's been a while." Gohan bent down and lifted him into his arms. Cradling Trunks, Gohan turned to Bulma and asked, "Aunt Bulma, do you have any instruments for testing the air? Could I borrow one?" "Certainly, I'll get one for you right away," Bulma replied, rummaging through her cabinet before handing Gohan a device resembling a Dragon Ball radar. Son Gohan took the device, scrutinized it for a moment, and then stored it within his spatial realm. After a few seconds, he retrieved it and handed it directly to Bulma, saying, "Aunt Bulma, could you assist me in analyzing this atmospheric environment?" Since he could not comprehend it himself, he had no choice but to rely on Bulma for analysis. Bulma accepted the testing instrument, casting a puzzled glance at Gohan. Why the sudden urgency for analysis after merely a few seconds? Isn't this just the air from your home? She then directed her gaze toward the device, only to discover that it had undergone a transformation, recording the environmental conditions it had just encountered and automatically generating a report. Though intrigued by the peculiar changes that had occurred in such a brief span, she refrained from questioning further. Instead, she examined the report and explained to Gohan with utmost seriousness, "The composition of this gas is quite unique. It lacks both oxygen and carbon dioxide, rendering it uninhabitable for living organisms. So, it can only contain inanimate objects, right? If I were to place meat or similar food items inside, would they spoil?" Gohan inquired thoughtfully. "Not at all. Meat, vegetables, and such will not decay. In fact, they will remain preserved, whatever condition they are in when placed inside. They shall emerge in the same state even after decades," Bulma replied with a smile. "That sounds splendid. It seems I now possess an additional dimension." Gohan mused with inner delight. If I were to transfer my enemies into this space during battle, wouldn't that render me invincible? Gohan was suddenly taken aback. Chapter 85. The special medicine is ready. But how shall we test it? There is no target to experiment with. Son Gohan had made up his mind. The next time he encountered that wretched individual, he would make him a test subject. "Gohan, how did your hair turn white?" Bulma inquired as she observed the color of his hair. "I have no idea. Perhaps other Scions from different timelines have hair in shades of red, blue, pink, or even green. I wonder if there are any with the noble hue of a rainbow," Gohan shrugged, prompting a look of bewilderment on Bulma's face. At this juncture, Gohan suddenly recalled the time machine and asked, "Aunt Bulma, how's the research on the time machine progressing?" "It's coming along swiftly, I assure you. A delightful surprise awaits you. With the chip you provided, I have incorporated numerous innovative ideas," Bulma replied with a mysterious smile. "So soon?" Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. According to the original timeline, it would take another 15 years to complete the time machine, yet due to his involvement, its emergence had been expedited by over a decade. However, upon reflection, he found solace in this fact. In the original narrative, Bulma would likely have taken several more years to conceive the design for the time machine. And her era truly represented an apocalyptic scenario, with scarce resources and manpower, leaving her as the sole contributor to its creation. In contrast, the current environment boasted ample energy resources, along with the assistance of Dr. Brief and the advanced technological knowledge from high-level chips, making the swift design of the time machine entirely reasonable. He couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation regarding the unique ideas Bulma might incorporate. "What about the heart disease miracle drug?" Gohan inquired further, recognizing its significance. "The drug has been successfully developed and has shown remarkable efficacy after numerous tests," Bulma stated, producing a plastic bottle and handing it to Gohan. "Oh." Gohan accepted the bottle, scrutinizing it closely, but found nothing particularly unusual. The label detailed the usage instructions and precautions, resembling the small glucose packets he was accustomed to, complete with a convenient straw, a truly thoughtful design. "Just as expected from Aunt Bulma, thumbs up," Gohan remarked, giving her a thumbs up. At that moment, little Trunks suddenly climbed onto Gohan's neck, striking a pose as if preparing to ride a horse. Son Gohan indulged him. At this moment, if the lad were to tumble to the ground, he would create a crater without a hint of concern for injury. "Aunt Bulma, is this medicine expensive?" Son Gohan inquired. "A bottle costs merely several thousand," Bulma replied nonchalantly. "Then I shall take this bottle. I have a friend whose mother is afflicted with heart disease, and this medicine will be just perfect for her," Son Gohan chuckled. A mere few thousand is insignificant to the immensely wealthy Capsule Corporation. Hardly more than the excess breath exhaled by Trunks. Son Gohan had no intention of offering Bulma money. Doing so would create an awkward distance, and he planned to compensate in other ways. "All right then," Bulma nodded. "Is Uncle Vegeta still in the gravity chamber?" Son Gohan asked. He sensed Vegeta's presence within the Capsule Corporation but had yet to see him. "Indeed, that man practically resides in the gravity chamber," Bulma lamented. "Impressive. Sun Gohan thought to himself, genuinely admiring Vegeta's tenacity. Vegeta intended to commence Trunks' training when he turned 3, which meant the child had only half a year of carefree existence left. Bulma gestured at Trunks' neck, causing the boy to retract slightly. Haha, Sun Gohan could only chuckle awkwardly. Aunt Bulma, I'll take Trunks out for a while and deliver this medicine to my friend, Sun Gohan stated, subsequently stowing the bottle in his spatial pocket. All right. Be careful, Bulma advised. I will, he replied. Trunks, let us go. Sun Gohan smiled, lifting off the ground with Trunks, then shifting him from his neck to his back as they soared into the sky. Trunks, how do you like flying? Sun Gohan asked mid-flight. Young Trunks, still mastering his words, giggled. I like it. Gohan, take me flying often. Sun Gohan chuckled. If you grow a bit more, you will be able to fly on your own. Hold on tight. Big brother is about to pick up speed, he exclaimed with laughter. In a burst of energy, Sun Gohan transformed into a beam of light, shooting towards East City. Ha ha ha, what a delightful experience, echoed the excited cries of young Trunks. Moments later, Sun Gohan gracefully descended into East City, carrying Trunks on his back as they leisurely made their way to the Satan Martial Arts Dojo. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the sharp sound of gunfire nearby. As Sun Wukong turned towards the sound, he observed 4 or 5 police officers ambushed near a bank, each wielding a handgun, their expressions alert as they aimed at the bank's entrance. Numerous onlookers lurked nearby, some extracting their mobile phones to record the unfolding drama. Had the bank been besieged by robbers? Sun Wukong pondered. He approached a young man and gently tapped his shoulder, inquiring, what is happening here, my friend? The young man, initially poised to express anger, turned to find a werewolf with hair and eyebrows bleached white, and promptly whispered. A group of armed robbers is attempting to hold up the bank. They have already taken several lives inside and have taken hostages, now engaged in a standoff with the police. No sooner had the young man spoken than 3 burly figures emerged from the bank, each clutching a bound hostage and brandishing submachine guns, bellowing at the police, you worthless fools, why don't you scram? My gun is itching for action. One of the robbers then fired a shot into the leg of a hostage, who screamed in agony, blood gushing from the wound. Captain, what shall we do? One of the officers asked. Hold on a bit longer. I've called for reinforcements. Our team will arrive soon with negotiation experts, replied the middle-aged officer, sweat pouring from his brow. Bang! The gunfire erupted again, and the hostage who had just been shot in the leg was executed with a shot to the head. The robbers were merciless. Captain, one of the hostages has been killed. Of course I see that. Hold your ground. Good heavens, how brutal, Sun Wukong thought, having already covered Trunks' eyes to shield the 2-year-old from the gruesome scene. Officer, please look after my brother. I will confront those beasts, Sun Wukong said as he approached a police officer, placing Trunks at the officer's feet. He is still young. Keep him away from the blood. With that, he stepped forward. Hey, kid, don't be foolish, the officer shouted, but he could not dissuade the reckless youth, who now stood in a conspicuous place, perilously exposed to the robber's gunfire. The officer felt a surge of anger at himself for failing to restrain the rash young man. Are you not afraid of death? One of the robbers sneered, raising his weapon to fire at Sun Wukong. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Sun Wukong raised his hand and unleashed 3 beams of energy, disassembling the robber's submachine guns. The weapons fell to the ground in pieces, leaving the 3 robbers stunned, bewildered by this extraordinary display of power that had rendered their arms useless. Sun Wukong stepped forward, and in the next instant, he appeared before them, swiftly seizing the 2 hostages still alive in their grasp. In a flash, the hostages were delivered to the police's side. Another blink, and Sun Wukong returned to stand before the 3 assailants. Is this the work of a mere mortal? In a matter of 2 or 3 seconds, the robbers were utterly terrified, their faces turning pale. May the heavens judge you, you wretched scoundrels, Sun Wukong uttered coldly, raising his hand towards the trio, silently invoking, little white mice, come forth. It was decided they would serve as subjects for his experiment. HM? Why did it not take effect? These 3 remained motionless. Was it because they were not close enough? As Sun Wukong stepped closer, a flurry of motion ensued, and the 3 figures before him transformed into mere fruit, standing bare and disheveled in the wind. What on earth is happening? Sun Wukong was equally bewildered, finding the reality far removed from his expectations. Chapter 86. The villainous Vegeta. The 3 robbers instinctively covered themselves, their faces etched with terror as they lowered their gazes, unable to meet Sun Wukong's eyes. He chuckled softly. So, you finally comprehend fear? As Sun Wukong frowned, he unleashed his formidable aura, creating a barrier that bore down upon the 3 robbers, who soon fell into unconsciousness, frothing at the mouth. Officer, I have incapacitated them. The rest is in your hands now, he called out to the police officers. They will face execution, won't they? He inquired once more. The officers mechanically nodded in response. Very well, such scum should be tortured for a few days before their execution, that not to escape unscathed. The officers numbly approached, cuffing the 3 robbers. But when they turned to locate Sun Wukong, he had already vanished from sight. At that moment, 2 police cars arrived, their sirens wailing. The doors swung open, and a dozen fully armed officers streamed out, quickly surrounding the entrance of the bank. However, they were momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. 5 of their colleagues were dragging 3 naked, deranged men towards them. Where are the robbers? What is the meaning of binding these 3 lunatics? Questioned the middle-aged captain. Saluting as he reported, Sir, the robbers have been apprehended. Where are they? Sir, these 3 individuals right here. The captain pointed at the 3 bizarre figures. Then why did you request backup and demand a negotiation expert? The captain's demeanor turned displeased. Sir, just minutes ago, they were armed with submachine guns. Having gunned down several innocent people and taken hostages, they were exceedingly vicious, which is why we called for assistance. Then, a pale-haired boy appeared. And it was he who subdued the criminals and rescued the hostages, the captain explained. A pale-haired boy? The commanding officer looked bewildered. Indeed, with white hair and eyebrows. He must suffer from albinism, the captain stated with conviction. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, who had not strayed far, stumbled slightly and nearly fell. Wukong, what is albinism? And why did you strike those 2 men? Trunks, who had been trailing close behind, looked up with curiosity. Albinism is a serious condition, but rest assured. Brother is not ill. As for why I struck those men, it is because they are bad people. In the future, Trunks, you must also strike bad people when you encounter them, Sun Wukong replied with a smile, placing his hand atop Trunks' head. Then, Wukong, what constitutes a bad person? Trunks persisted, his inquisitive nature shining through. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and said, in simple terms, it refers to those who harm others for their own benefit. Now I understand. Father is indeed a villain, often causing mother to cry out in pain for his own sake. Trunks declared with a serious expression. Son Gohan, coughs Trunks. It's best if you keep this to yourself, otherwise, your father will certainly scold you. Why? Let's not delve into that. Gohan, I wish to eat something. Upon noticing the takoyaki stall nearby, Trunks relinquished his curiosity and tugged gently at Gohan's trousers. All right, wait a moment. Gohan recalled that his capsule was still with his father. And at present, he had not a single coin to his name. Trunks, stay here and don't move. I'll be right back. He placed Trunks beside the takoyaki stall and asked the vendor to keep an eye on him. Before the vendor could respond, Gohan executed an instant transmission back to the mountain of buns, startling the takoyaki seller. After retrieving the capsule from his father, he used Trunks as a reference point and instantly returned. When he arrived, Trunks was dutifully standing still. Vendor, I would like 20 servings of takoyaki. Gohan called out with authority. 20 servings? Trunks' eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, young man, just a moment, the takoyaki vendor replied cheerfully, promptly beginning to prepare the order. No matter how the young man had vanished and reappeared, business was business, and he was eager to serve. 10 minutes later, the brothers each held a box of takoyaki. And Gohan stored the remaining 18 boxes in his dimensional space. Noticing Trunks' unwavering gaze on his takoyaki, Gohan chuckled. Finish what you have, and I'll give you more. At this, Trunks diverted his attention and began to eat the takoyaki with a skewer. After a brief stroll, the brothers soon arrived at the Satan Martial Arts Hall. Beulah, come have some takoyaki, Gohan exclaimed, offering her a box of the delicacies. This space truly works wonders. The heat has not dissipated at all, Gohan thought contentedly. Gauging the temperature of the takoyaki, Trunks' gaze followed the box until it landed in a young lady's hands. Gohan, you're back, Beulah exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she accepted the takoyaki. Having not seen each other for over a year, Beulah had grown taller and seemed to embody the essence of a blossoming young woman. Indeed, I have returned, and I even brought you a little something special, Gohan said, retrieving a bottle of miraculous medicine and presenting it to her. What is this? She inquired. It's a special medicine for heart disease. Upon hearing this, Beulah's fingers trembled slightly as she accepted it, sincerely saying, Gohan, thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. No need for thanks, it was a trivial matter. By the way, where is your father? I haven't seen him around, Gohan inquired with a smile. After surveying the training hall, he noticed Mr. Satan was absent, as Beulah was currently leading her students in practice. Father is at home taking care of Mom. Her condition has worsened lately, Beulah replied. Gohan, how much is this medicine? I can ask Dad to pay you. The medicine belongs to Trunks' family. You should ask him, Gohan said, gesturing towards Trunks. A box of takoyaki. Trunks interjected before Beulah could speak. Huh? Beulah blinked in surprise, handing her takoyaki to Trunks, who eagerly reached out to take it. Hey, Trunks, you're a man. What are you doing? Gohan playfully swatted Trunks' hand away and retrieved another box from his space to offer him. Just kidding. Enjoy the takoyaki. I have plenty more. And as for the payment, no need to worry. This young lad's family is quite affluent, the kind of capitalists that own the Universal Capsule Company. This gentleman is their heir, Gohan chuckled. Beulah was taken aback. You should hurry home with the medicine and use it as directed for a swift recovery. Don't keep your mother waiting too long, Gohan advised with a smile. What about you? Beulah asked, reluctant to part ways. I'll come to visit again when I have the time. Now, off you go, Gohan waved his hand. After Beulah turned to inform her students, she glanced back several times before hurrying home. Trunks, let us be on our way as well. Gohan took Trunks and departed from East City. Chapter 87, Super Saiyan Rabbit. Son Gohan escorted Trunks back to Bulma's residence before returning to the peaceful confines of his home on Mount Payas. Subsequently, he made a brief visit to Tien's abode. and upon his return, it was time for dinner. After the family enjoyed their meal, the father and son quietly settled on the sofa, accompanying Chi-Chi as she indulged in 2 hours of soap operas. It was only when son Gohan began to yawn incessantly that Chi-Chi gently nudged him, urging him to hasten his evening routine and retire for the night. Upon returning to his room, Sun Wukong, weary and contemplative, succumbed to slumber without a second thought. The following day, he arose at the break of dawn, long before the sun grazed the horizon. Clad merely in his shorts, he leapt into the river, indulging in the refreshing embrace of the water. After relishing the invigorating swim, he reclined on the verdant grass along the riverbank, gazing up at the heavens. It was only when the vibrant sun began to ascend above the horizon that he stirred from his repose. The nascent sun radiated a gentle warmth, its rays caressing his face like tender hands, prompting Sun Wukong to close his eyes in serene contentment, savoring the exquisite sensation. Gohan rose to his feet, his fists clenched tightly as golden flames began to flicker and dance around his form, igniting with fervor. The flames surged dramatically, culminating in a resounding explosion as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. His aura intensified progressively, transcending into the full power of a Super Saiyan, ultimately reaching the zenith of this overwhelming might. Hissing sounds echoed as the golden aura grew increasingly vibrant. Gohan's golden hair became more rigid, eventually standing upright, save for the fringe that remained gracefully draped over his forehead. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong let out a hearty laugh, and the energy within him erupted explosively. Boom. The clouds in the sky swirled, and the strong winds caused the trees to rustle vigorously. The river nearby was lifted, swirling around his body incessantly, ultimately transforming into vapor. The golden aura enveloping Sun Wukong's body transformed into a deep golden hue, as if streams of golden liquid coursed through his skin. Subsequently, blue lightning emerged from the golden flames, intertwining around him and crackling with a fierce intensity. Son Gohan clenched his fists, enveloped by a sensation of unparalleled power. He had transcended his limitations and broken free from his shackles, officially entering the nascent stage of Super Saiyan 2. Just awakening, Son Goku was utterly astonished, teleporting from his home to the riverbank in an instant, appearing beside Son Gohan. Gohan, what realm is this? He exclaimed, eyes wide as he felt the overwhelming pressure that rendered his breathing labored. Father, this is a state that surpasses the full power of Super Saiyan. Let us temporarily refer to it as Super Saiyan 2, replied Gohan earnestly. Incredible, Gohan. May I exchange a few blows with you? Goku inquired, a fiery determination igniting within his gaze. Certainly, Gohan nodded. Upon receiving his son's affirmation, Goku instantly transformed into his full-power Super Saiyan form, dashing towards Gohan with remarkable speed. The wind howled from his punches, his kicks were fierce, yet, all of Goku's attacks missed their mark, failing to land a single hit on Gohan. Son Gohan swiftly materialized high in the sky, closely followed by Son Goku, who launched a powerful punch aimed directly at him. Let's see how strong it really is. Son Gohan murmured, extending his own fist to meet Goku's attack. Bang! The two iron fists collided, and Goku was sent hurtling backward, tumbling through the air multiple times before finally stabilizing himself. Gohan, you are truly remarkable, Goku praised, before once again summoning his utmost strength for another charge. Boom. This time, Gohan did not evade. Goku's punch landed squarely on his chest with a resounding impact, yet Gohan stood unwavering. Waves of energy erupted from him, shattering countless clouds in the sky around him. Sun Wukong shook his numb fist and sighed, for now, I shall refrain from fighting. The disparity in our strengths is far too great. Even if you do not evade, I find myself unable to land a blow. Father, you are quite fast as well. Keep it up. Wufan chuckled, clenching his fist in a gesture of encouragement. Indeed, I cannot allow you to surpass me by too much, Sun Wukong responded with hearty laughter. At that moment, a golden aura streaked through the air as Vegeta sensed the energy. And I am here too, Vegeta declared. Kakarot, let's engage in a battle. He directed his challenge towards Sun Wukong. All right, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Having not fully enjoyed the previous bout, Vegeta's arrival was perfectly timed. Vegeta unleashed his power, his energy radiating outward. Astonishingly, he too attained the pinnacle of his capabilities, allowing him to engage in a fierce contest with Sun Wukong once more, neither yielding an inch. As Son Gohan dispelled his Super Saiyan 2 form, his white hair returned, and he sat cross-legged in the sky, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Ultimately, the two combatants found themselves evenly matched. Exhausted from their exertions, they decided to cease their duel as noon approached, each returning home for lunch. In the afternoon, Son Gohan instantaneously transported himself to King Kai's planet. There, he accompanied King Kai in driving his little red car, regaling him with a series of corny jokes that had King Kai laughing heartily to the point of pain in his belly. Your Majesty, the jokes I shared today could easily fill a book of puns. I hereby declare my official withdrawal from the realm of corny jokes for a year. Son Gohan stated earnestly. Ha ha ha, you are so funny when you speak seriously. King Kai laughed uncontrollably. And your speechless expressions are equally hilarious, he added, clutching his stomach as their little car abruptly crashed into a tree, emitting a cloud of smoke. Is it so difficult to speak properly? Stop. Let us discuss serious matters and refrain from laughing, Your Majesty, Son Gohan insisted. Isn't telling jokes a serious matter? King Kai inquired, blinking his eyes in confusion. Sun Wukong gazed at King Kai with an expression of bewilderment, causing the latter to feel somewhat uneasy. Ahem, what brings you here? King Kai straightened his posture and cleared his throat. Your Excellency, have you any idea where my doppelganger has gone? I made a wish to the Eternal Dragon to have him returned, yet he refused my request. Are you aware of this? Sun Wukong inquired. King Kai shook his head in response. Could it be that the enigmatic figure in black is actually my silver doppelganger? Sun Wukong mused aloud. Surely not. For during the times that mysterious figure attempted to scheme against you, your doppelganger was still present. King Kai contemplated, stroking his chin and shaking his head. That may be true, but where on earth did this individual originate from? My doppelganger has vanished as well, which is quite vexing. Sun Wukong expressed his frustration. By the way, Your Excellency, has there been any sign of the figure in black during my absence this past year? Or have any peculiar events transpired? None at all. He and that Broly seem to have vanished without a trace. We cannot locate them, King Kai replied, shaking his head. And what of the East Kai, West Kai, and South Kai? Are they faring well? Sun Wukong asked. Sun Gohan inquired about this matter as it brought to mind a formidable antagonist from a theatrical release. Known as Bojack, it is said that he is a ruthless pirate of the galaxy, sealed away at the edge of the universe by the combined efforts of 4 kings of the Otherworld. This being, possessing the strength of a Super Saiyan 2, was unleashed into the main world following the demise of the North Kai, causing quite a commotion. Considering the timeline, it coincides perfectly with the present moment. Which is why Sun Gohan posed this question. Everything is fine. These 3 old fellows are doing quite well. What? Do you recognize them? The North Kai queried, puzzled. No. I was merely asking out of curiosity, Sun Gohan replied nonchalantly. Given that the 4 kings of the Otherworld are still alive, it is unlikely that this Bojack will resurface. Thus, the remaining threats in this world comprise the enigmatic figures in black and Broly, along with the impending menace of Majin Buu 6 years hence, Sun Gohan contemplated. Chapter 88. Who is my daughter-in-law? After spending an hour on the North Kai's planet, Sun Gohan instantaneously teleported back to Earth. Upon his return, he promptly contacted Videl to inquire about her mother's condition following her medication. Videl joyfully informed him that her mother's symptoms had significantly alleviated. Naturally, Sun Gohan felt a sense of happiness for her. In the days that followed, Sun Gohan embraced a more reclusive lifestyle, spending time training martial arts with Goku when he had the opportunity and assisting Chi-Chi with cooking when hunger struck. His days were indeed fulfilling and filled with joy. The gravity chamber he had requested from Bulma was installed beside his house. Now, the first thing he did each morning was train in the gravity chamber for 2.5 hours before enjoying breakfast. As a result, his breakfast was particularly delightful, leaving him with an insatiable appetite. Rising at 6 o'clock, Sun Gohan entered the gravity chamber, stripped of his clothing, and adjusted the gravity to 500 times normal. For the first hour of training, he performed 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats, followed by a 10-kilometer run on the treadmill. The subsequent hour was dedicated to practicing punches, kicks, reaction speed, and attack techniques. The final half hour focused on training his furry tail. In truth, his tail had become quite agile. He could curl it to scrub his back while bathing, grasp a pin to write, and even spin at high speeds to lift himself off the ground like a helicopter. However, Sun Gohan was not content with the status quo. He aspired to train his tail as a 5th limb, capable of launching attacks on adversaries at will. This endeavor demanded not only rapid attack speed and cunning techniques but also a sufficiently robust tail. To this end, Sun Gohan suspended several specially designed sandbags in the gravity chamber, subjecting his tail to relentless strikes daily. The sound was nothing short of exhilarating, complemented by Sun Gohan's grimacing expression, creating a scene that defied description. After 2.5 hours of training, it was already 8:30. Sun Gohan, drenched in sweat, weakly emerged from the gravity chamber and, facing the sunlight, performed a series of calisthenics before contentedly heading off for a shower and changing into a fresh outfit to relish a sumptuous breakfast. Mom, where has Dad gone? Sun Gohan asked. Sun Wukong sensed that Goku's energy was not present at Bowsy Mountain, which prompted his inquiry. Bulma had just called to inform me that she had found a nanny, so he went to pick her up. I insisted that a nanny was unnecessary. Yet Bulma was adamant about arranging one. Aunt Bulma means well. You are now in your 7th month, and we cannot help but worry, Sun Wukong remarked with a smile. Oh, what is there to worry about? I managed just fine when I was pregnant with you, Chi-Chi replied. Times have changed, and we are now a prosperous family, mother. Sun Wukong chuckled. Oh, you cheeky child. Chi-Chi smiled gently, and then, as if recalling something, she asked Sun Wukong, by the way, what is your relationship with Android 18? Android 18? We are just ordinary friends. I even pursued her quite aggressively at one point, but later realized she wasn't as bad as I thought. Which is why I spared her. She might hold a grudge against me, considering I did kill her brother. Why do you ask, Mom? Sun Wukong replied. Really? Didn't Krillin say you had a fondness for Android 18? He mentioned concerns about the possibility of not being able to have children due to her being a cyborg, and urged me to talk to your father about it. When I later met 18, I asked her if she could have children, and she assured me she could. Chi-Chi said with a smile. Puffed, cough, cough. Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wukong spat out the porridge from his mouth, followed by a fit of coughing. Oh, you Uncle Krillin. Do you even realize what you are doing? And what about Bidalai? Is she my daughter-in-law? Chi-Chi pressed on. Mother, you are not like this in the original story. Coughing. He added, my father has returned. Just then, Sun Wukong materialized in the room, accompanied by a young woman. Sun Gohan surveyed the newcomer, noting that she was a rather attractive young maid, though at that moment, she appeared stunned, her eyes vacant, lost in a daze. Clearly, she was taken aback by Son Goku's extraordinary abilities. Dad, have you spoken to her? Son Gohan inquired, turning to his father. Spoken? About what? Son Goku replied, looking perplexed. So, you brought her home without saying a word? Son Gohan's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. Hey there, miss. Son Gohan snapped his fingers in front of her, jolting the maid awake. You all, hello, she stammered, clearly still shaken but evidently trained to maintain her composure, taking a deep breath before greeting them. There is no need to be overly anxious, just relax. Yes, just like that. You should know that our family is related to the owner of Capsule Corporation. So possessing some extraordinary methods and devices is quite normal. Your main duties will be household chores and taking care of my mother's daily needs. By the way, can you cook? Son Gohan endeavored to appear friendly, smiling at the maid. Yes, I can, she nodded. Very well, you'll handle the chores, look after my mother. And cook. I will arrange a room for you shortly. Also, our family has quite a hearty appetite. My mother will inform you about the portion sizes later. What is your salary? Son Gohan asked. The company pays 60,000 per month. Alright, depending on your performance, I will provide an additional 50,000 monthly if you excel. If not, I will have to let you go immediately. Remember, don't try to be clever, that's a perilous mindset, Son Gohan cautioned. I understand, the maid nodded. Don't be too tense, we are a very amicable family. Just do your job well. You haven't told me your name yet, Son Gohan smiled. Idris, she replied. Great, let us sit down for breakfast, and afterward, I will arrange your room. Son Gohan gestured for her to take a seat. Dad, aren't you eating? Son Gohan asked, looking at Son Goku curiously. Haha, I am. Who would have thought Gohan is not only formidable in martial arts but also quite eloquent? I can hardly understand him. Goku laughed heartily as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Look at you. You hardly resemble a father, Chi-Chi remarked. Both annoyed and amused. Come, Idris, let us eat, Chi-Chi said, handing Idris a bowl of porridge. From now on, just call me Sister Chi-Chi. This is my son. Son Gohan, and my husband, Son Goku. Chi-Chi introduced her family to Idris. Thank you, Idris replied, still somewhat reserved but beginning to curiously observe the family of three. Why does it seem like the young man is the one in charge? He is quite generous. Chapter 89. Greetings. Goten Idris quickly adapted to her duties as a maid. She was diligent and polite, endearing herself to the Sun family. With Idris around, Chi-Chi found herself with leisure time, basking in the sun or engaging in pleasant conversations with Idris when boredom struck. Life was tranquil and serene. As a month swiftly passed, Son Gohan noticed that the roots of his hair were turning black, and his eyebrows were gradually darkening as well. Consequently, his hair became rather striking, transforming into the legendary panda color, half black and half white, eliciting laughter from those around him. In a moment of resolve, Gohan dyed his hair a deep black. However, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan and returning to his normal state, his hair reverted to the original black and white Tai Chi pattern. Consequently, Gohan decided to abandon any further attempts at change. As his hair gradually darkened, it confirmed his previous hypothesis that the whitening was merely a result of his earlier depletion of life force, rather than any mystical intervention. Over the past month, Gohan had cultivated a routine, dedicating 2.5 hours each morning to exercise before enjoying breakfast, thus commencing a refreshing new chapter in his life. With some leisure time at hand, Gohan resolved to take a stroll and see what Android 16 was up to. Upon locating him, he was surprised to find this formidable figure employed as a forest ranger, dedicated to the preservation of the forest and its wildlife. Son Gohan smiled faintly, pondering whether this task was not the very one assigned to Android 17 in Dragon Ball Super. However, it seemed more fitting for Android 16 to undertake such a role. This imposing figure possesses an innate love for nature. He genuinely cherishes the environment and cares for animals. Creatures encounter him without fear, as he shares an extraordinary bond with these little beings. Sun Wukong leapt onto the back of a dinosaur, allowing it to swiftly carry him through the forest. Sun Wukong was witnessing such a multitude of animals for the first time. The forest was teeming with wild deer and horses, while wild boars, pheasants, and rabbits scurried about in abundance. It seemed that the commendable efforts of the 16th had deterred any hunters from venturing into the mountains, allowing these creatures to flock from all directions and settle in this picturesque locale. After indulging himself in the sights, Sun Wukong gracefully departed. He soon found the 17th and 18th in that secluded village, the very place where they had once recuperated. Upon encountering the brother and sister duo, Wukong was taken aback. They had established a convenience store in this remote village, leading the most ordinary of lives. Madam, I would like to purchase some ice cream, Wukong announced as he suddenly appeared before the convenience store, calling out to 18th. Sun Wukong, what brings you here? 18th exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment, followed by a hint of confusion. 17th, hearing Wukong's voice, swiftly emerged from the storeroom, eyeing him with caution. Oh, why so tense? Rest assured, I am not here to cause you any trouble. Sun Gohan, unperturbed by their presence, opened the refrigerator and retrieved 2 ice creams. As if he were the master of the abode, while Android 17 and 18 appeared to be mere guests. Here, have an ice cream, he offered, handing one to Android 18 before unwrapping the other and popping it into his mouth, casually taking a seat. Android 18, taken aback, accepted the treat and quietly murmured her thanks. Sister, this is our home, why thank him? Android 17 remarked, bemused. I express my gratitude not for the ice cream, but for his forgiveness, for reviving you, and for granting us a new lease on life. Android 18 replied earnestly, gazing at her brother. Oh, Android 17 nodded in understanding. I want an ice cream too, he declared, rushing to the refrigerator to fetch one for himself. Android 18 brought over a small stool and sat beside Sun Gohan, both silently savoring their ice creams. They remained in quietude for several minutes until they finished their treats. What prompted the idea of opening a convenience store here? Sun Gohan finally broke the silence, inquiring. This place is far removed from the city, making it quite inconvenient for the villagers to shop as they must travel great distances. However, we are different. My brother and I can reach the city in mere minutes to restock. Besides, I have grown fond of this place, Android 18 stated, her gaze drifting toward the horizon, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I too cherish this place, free from worldly disputes. It is truly delightful. Sun Gohan responded with a smile. Thank you, Sun Gohan, Android 18 said sincerely. It's nothing. I appreciate your ice cream. I must take my leave now, he replied with a charming smile, rising to depart. Android 18 hesitated, as if wanting to say something. What is it? Sun Gohan asked, puzzled. Will we see each other again? She queried. Of course. If we wish to meet, we shall. The earth is too small for us to be apart. Sun Gohan assured her with a smile. Well then, I shall take my leave. Farewell. He waved and soared into the sky. Farewell. Android 18 stood gazing at the heavens for an extended period. 2 months passed, and at last, it was time for Chi-Chi's due date. To ensure everything went smoothly, Sun Gohan had admitted her to the hospital a few days prior. Today, Chi-Chi's labor pains intensified, heralding the imminent arrival of new life. Goku paced outside the delivery room, his anxious footsteps drawing the attention of Bulma, Launch, and Tenshinhan, while Krillin accompanied them with Issa in tow. Ox King sat on a bench, his face etched with concern. Suddenly, the sound of a baby's cry resonated from the delivery room, stirring everyone's hearts. Wonderful, it's born. I wonder if it's a boy or a girl. Grandpa Ox King. I wager it's a boy, he speculated. Moments later, the door to the delivery room swung open, and a nurse emerged cradling the infant in her arms. Sun Wukong swiftly dashed into the delivery room, his heart aching at the sight of Chi-Chi, pale and devoid of color. He produced a pre-prepared magical bean and offered it to her, a gift from Sun Wukong just days prior. Chi-Chi, eat the bean, he urged gently, carefully placing it between her lips. Sir, please refrain from giving the patient anything, admonished the attending physician, alarmed by his actions. Yet, with tears glistening in her eyes, Chi-Chi swallowed the bean and, to the astonishment of the nurses and doctors present, sat up abruptly. It's all right now, Wukong smiled, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Is it a boy or a girl? Chi-Chi inquired eagerly. I'm not sure. The nurse just took the baby out, Wukong replied. Let us go see. Chi-Chi exclaimed, springing from the bed and dashing towards the door. The nurses, taken aback, were left wide-eyed, their beliefs about the world shaken to the core. As Wukong and Chi-Chi stepped outside, they beheld a nurse cradling a child. The nurse, startled by Chi-Chi's sudden appearance, inadvertently loosened her grip, causing the baby to tumble. With remarkable reflexes, Chi-Chi caught the falling child, and, upon unwrapping the soft cloth, discovered a tiny boy with a fluffy tail. It's a boy, she exclaimed joyfully. The onlookers gathered around, their faces alight with happiness. See, I told you it was a boy, Sun Wukong chuckled, earning enthusiastic thumbs up from the crowd. Wukong, why don't you name your brother? Dad is not good at naming. Wukong scratched his head, grinning awkwardly. Let us call him Wutian, Sun Wutian, Wukong blurted out. All right, Wutian it is. Welcome to our family, Wutian. In the midst of the joyous atmosphere, Wukong playfully examined the baby's tail, erupting in laughter. Chi-Chi, let me hold him. You've just given birth, said Iris, casting a concerned glance at Chi-Chi, who seemed remarkably energetic. I'm fine. Really? Chi-Chi waved her hand dismissively. Incredible, Iris mused, stroking her chin. Look, little Wutian has a tail. Should we remove it? Trunks' head is removed right after birth, Bulma chimed in. Aunt Bulma, that's rather cruel. I think the tail is quite charming, Wukong protested, shaking his own tail playfully, forming a circle like a string of round mooncakes. A lengthy battle of wits ensued. Thanks to Wukong's earnest pleas, Wutian's tail was temporarily spared. By the way, Wukong, come to Capsule Corporation tomorrow. I want to show you my latest creation, Bulma mentioned. Tomorrow? Could it be that the time machine is nearing completion? Wufan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just one final step remains. We await Boss Sun's approval. Bulma winked. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go now. Wufan urged, filled with urgency. What's the rush? Your brother just arrived. Take a day to relax. Bulma chided him. All right then. Wufan relented reluctantly. Thanks to the magical bean, Chi-Chi had fully recovered and did not need to remain hospitalized. Thus, she completed the discharge procedures that very day and returned to Baozi Mountain. At Wufan's invitation, the Ox King also moved to live with them, transforming Sun Wukong's family into a lively household of 6. However, it soon became apparent that their home felt a bit cramped. As the space began to feel insufficient for their growing family, Sun Wukong decided to commence the expansion of his home in a few days, allowing everyone to reside in a more spacious and comfortable environment. A joyous day passed amidst the laughter and cheer of all. The following day, after his usual training, Sun Wukong eagerly made his way to the Capsule Corporation, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he sought out Bulma. Good morning, Gohan, Bulma exclaimed, surprised by his swift arrival as she stifled a yawn. Have you had breakfast yet? I'm preparing breakfast for Trunks, she added. Son Gohan shook his head. Subsequently, he followed Bulma into the living room, where he enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast with Trunks, the son of the wealthiest family. After finishing their meal, Son Gohan finally laid eyes on the time machine in the backyard, exactly as he had imagined it. Puzzled, he turned to Bulma and inquired, Aunt Bulma, what were those ingenious ideas you mentioned before? Bulma feigned mystery and replied, why don't you take a guess? Son Gohan pondered for a moment and inquired, could it be related to the driving energy? Bulma chuckled softly and replied, clever. The first item is indeed associated with energy. I have equipped this device with a perpetual energy reactor utilized by the androids. What do you think? Sun Wukong expressed his astonishment. Does that mean energy will never be exhausted? How did you manage that? Bulma replied, it is all thanks to the schematics of the androids you provided me and the computer we brought from Dr. Gero. Along with the advanced technology chips you gifted me previously, my father and I were able to create a perpetual energy reactor and seamlessly integrate it into the time machine. That's quite remarkable, Sun Wukong remarked. Suddenly, he inquired, Aunt Bulma, since you have successfully replicated the perpetual energy reactor, does that imply that your current technology can now produce androids like Android 17 and 18? Bulma responded, creating androids is not as simple as you might think. Given our current capabilities, the likelihood of failure is exceedingly high, and I am not inclined to venture into that domain. After a moment, she furrowed her brow and gazed at Sun Wukong. What's on your mind, Wufan? Indeed, he replied thoughtfully. Producing androids with Dr. Gero's success rate is morally questionable. However, if we could enhance that success rate to 100%, it would be immensely beneficial for us. Bulma's eyes widened with curiosity. What do you mean? Precisely. Sun Wukong continued. Androids not only possess formidable combat capabilities, but can also maintain eternal youth. If we could achieve a 100% success rate, our loved ones could undergo enhancements. To be honest, Aunt Bulma, I currently possess a lifespan of 1,000 years, and I do not wish to see my friends and family depart due to the limitations of mortality, due to the constraints of Earth's lineage. Individuals such as Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha, and Uncle Tien, who could stand on the front lines of battle, have had to withdraw, watching us scions save the world. I understand the helplessness and humiliation they feel, even if they do not articulate it. They are all martial arts geniuses, yet their lineage restricts them from advancing further. In contrast, androids 17 and 18 were once merely ordinary human teenagers, but thanks to android technology, their combat prowess far surpasses that of these martial arts experts. If Uncle Krillin and the others could undergo modifications through android technology, they would undoubtedly become stronger, surpassing the current androids and providing the Earth with infinite combat potential. No one knows how many extraordinary adversaries we may face in the future, such as the shadowy figure who has plotted against me repeatedly. Only if our friends are strong enough to protect themselves can we dictate our own destinies and live better lives. Don't you agree, Aunt Bulma? Bulma was taken aback by Sun Wukong's profound insights, her mind buzzing. Upon reflection, she found his arguments quite compelling, particularly the allure of eternal youth. She stared blankly at him. Wufan, sometimes I wonder if you're a traveler from the future who arrived in this era via the time machine. Sun Wukong was momentarily speechless. How else could Goku, with his wooden head, have fathered such a brilliant son? Bulma chuckled. Well, I might have undergone a genetic mutation. Sun Wukong replied. Knowledge transforms fate. My father and Uncle Vegeta never cared for learning, but I am different. From a young age, I have been passionate about reading and have been enlightened by advanced technological knowledge, setting me apart from them. Sun Wukong rambled, convincing even himself. Is that true? Can science learn to become so extraordinary? I must ensure that Trunks studies diligently, Bulma pondered, thus sealing Trunks' unfortunate fate for a considerable time to come. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Sun Wukong silently mourned for Trunks. Aunt Bulma, I believe that learning is merely one aspect. Primarily, it is my genetic mutation, Sun Wukong earnestly stated, hoping to salvage Trunks' situation. Well, my Trunks can also undergo genetic mutation. As for the android technology, I will certainly keep it in mind. When you enter the time machine, simply press your thumb to the fingerprint sensor, and the time machine will automatically transmit a manual and introduction into your mind, Bulma replied. All right. Sun Wukong signaled an okay gesture and lifted the glass lid of the time machine, settling himself inside. Chapter 91, Back to the Past. As Sun Wukong settled into the time machine, he adjusted his posture for comfort and pressed his thumb against the fingerprint sensor. Instantly, a luminous screen materialized, and a stream of information flooded into his mind, allowing him to master the operation of the time machine and its unique features within mere seconds. Could it possibly mark time and space, akin to the bookmarking function on a digital map? How splendid! Mother need no longer worry about my ability to find the way home. Yet, what was this peculiar feature regarding the transmission records and automatic updates of time and space? Sun Wukong pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. Although there were aspects still unclear to him, he was thoroughly pleased with both the perpetual energy source and the marking function. This was no ordinary time machine like that of the Great Trunks. It was an enhanced version, a Time Machine 10. Sun Gohan lifted the glass cover of the time machine and leaped down, beaming at Bulma. Aunt Bulma, splendid work. I truly admire this machine. When do you plan to set off? Bulma inquired with a smile. Perhaps tomorrow. I wish to procure some items today, Gohan replied. Very well, then. Please secure the time machine and follow me. I shall provide you with a vial of the heart disease antidote, Bulma said. Understood, Gohan acknowledged, transforming the time machine into a capsule and tossing it into his space, then accompanying Bulma to her office. After obtaining the antidote, Gohan departed from Capsule Corporation and headed to the marketplace to gather various supplies. That evening, he shared with his family his intention to travel back in time to deliver the heart disease antidote to Goku, leaving everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. They were amazed to learn that Bulma had invented such a remarkable device capable of traversing time. Upon hearing that Gohan could return to the past, Chi-Chi had a sudden inspiration and pulled out a pen to compose a shopping list for him. Chi-Chi claimed that prices in the past were more favorable than those of the present, and the quality was superior as well, lamenting the increasing prevalence of counterfeit goods in the current market, which had become quite vexing. Gohan glanced at the list, which included common items such as laundry detergent, shower gel, and toilet paper, along with requests for vegetables and eggs, causing his head to spin. Gohan, remember to purchase plenty of eggs. The current ones are suspect and lack flavor. I suspect they might be artificial, Chi-Chi emphasized once more. I understand, Gohan replied, albeit reluctantly, nodding in agreement. The following day, with all preparations complete, Gohan retrieved the time machine from his space, placing it on the grassy expanse before his home. He then leaped aboard, opened the glass cover, and took his seat. He marked the current timeline and adjusted the settings to 5 years prior. All right, let's embark, he declared. Son Gohan muttered to himself, waved goodbye to his family outside the glass, and then pressed the launch button. It must be said that he felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, this was his inaugural experience with the time machine. Yet, alongside his anxiety, there lingered a hint of exhilaration. Buzz. Upon pressing the launch button, the time machine began to tremble, ascending into the sky. As it quaked incessantly, it gradually became indistinct, ultimately flickering out of existence. 5 years ago, the air above Mount Bowsy shimmered with a disturbance as a machine suddenly materialized from the heavens, slowly descending to the ground. Prior to this moment, Son Gohan had carefully suppressed his energy, ensuring that none were alerted to his presence. After Son Gohan stored the time machine in the spatial realm, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. He realized he was still in the vicinity of the Bowsy Mountain. However, the trees around him appeared to have shrunk considerably. Notably, the pear tree in front of the house, which had loomed larger than the dwelling itself just before he boarded the time machine, now stood only as tall as an average adult. Had he succeeded? A sense of confusion enveloped him. He immediately expanded his perception, detecting a series of auras that were both familiar and foreign. The familiar ones corresponded to people he recognized, while the unfamiliar ones were notably weaker than those he was accustomed to. Gohan, have you finished your homework? It's time for dinner. A youthful voice resonated from within the house. Gohan recognized it as Chi-Chi's voice. Mom, I'll be right there, came a tender response. Son Gohan crouched his body and peered through the window, witnessing a younger version of his mother alongside a childlike version of himself. Indeed, he had succeeded. He had truly returned to the past. Gohan's mind was resolute in its conclusion. According to the current timeline, in just a few hours, Frieza would arrive on Earth, only to be swiftly vanquished by Trunks. However, a thought struck him. If he hailed from Trunks' world, did that imply that the future Trunks would not appear? Did this mean that the onus of educating Frieza now rested upon his shoulders? Gohan pondered deeply. Who is there? Little Gohan sensed someone outside and trotted over to peer out the window. At that moment, Gohan stood atop the roof, and the younger Gohan failed to notice his larger counterpart. Gohan, who is it? Came Chi-Chi's voice. Perhaps it's a little bird, replied the young Gohan. Hurry and come eat. Afterward, you must continue your studies. You fell behind quite a bit during your time on Namek, Chi-Chi admonished. Gohan reflected that this mother was somewhat different from the one he knew. Deciding to seize the moment, he resolved to go shopping. With a sigh, he took out the shopping list and discreetly departed from Bowsy Mountain. The world had not changed significantly, The houses appeared newer, and the people looked younger. Gohan skillfully navigated to the shopping center and supermarket, procuring the items necessary to fulfill his mother's important task. Whenever he spotted something he fancied, he would buy extra, for he now possessed ample storage space to stow away his purchases without a second thought. After completing his shopping, Gohan sought out a restaurant, ordering a copious amount of food to savor while awaiting the arrival of the adorable tyrant, Frieza. Once satiated, two powerful auras suddenly manifested in the skies above Earth, and Gohan realized that Frieza had finally arrived. As depicted in the original story, the Z fighters on Earth were thrown into a frenzy, hastily contacting one another and gathering to confront the formidable foe. Among them, Krillin, Little Gohan, and Vegeta had first-hand experience of Frieza's terror and understood his overwhelming power. Feeling as though the end of the world was nigh, the group converged near the landing site of Frieza's ship, silently suppressing their energies in anticipation of his arrival. Even Bulma had flown in, garnering Vegeta's admiration. Gohan, of course, followed suit, observing these familiar yet foreign figures from a distance. Despite knowing they were no match for Frieza, they did not flee. Instead, they resolutely approached to confront the enemy. They feared death, but did not shy away from battle. Gohan noted Vegeta's rather flamboyant attire, clad in yellow pants and a pink shirt, and muttered under his breath. Chapter 92. Trunks is stunned. A massive disc-shaped spaceship breached Earth's atmosphere, descending slowly. A gust of wind swirled, causing the onlookers to shield their faces. As the vessel drew nearer to the ground, beads of sweat formed on their foreheads, and they clenched their fists in anxiety. I regret to inform you of a grim reality. This time, Earth is doomed, Vegeta declared through gritted teeth. Not only Frieza, but another presence far surpassing him is here. The group exchanged grave expressions, concealing themselves behind rocks. With a thunderous boom, the ground trembled slightly as countless landing gears extended from the underside of the disc-shaped ship, stabilizing its descent. The hatch opened, and a horde of grotesque alien soldiers surged forth. Frieza and his father, King Cold, emerged simultaneously, standing upon the earth. Frieza, having sustained severe injuries on Namek, was now a hybrid of flesh and machinery, reconstructed through advanced technology. King Cold retained his tall stature, characterized by sharp horns and a half-pink, half-white appearance that evoked the image of a dark overlord. Ha ha ha, is this Earth? It looks rather delightful, Frieza remarked, waving his tail with a sinister grin. That Super Saiyan named Goku won't arrive for 3 hours. By then, he will find all the Earthlings dead. I eagerly anticipate his expression of despair, he mused gleefully. I shall remain here for now. Trunks will not be coming in this timeline, which means Father and I will deal with Goku upon his return. Now, go forth and eliminate all the Earthlings. Leave not a single one alive. Frieza commanded, gesturing toward his soldiers. Yes, sir. The alien soldiers replied as they took to the skies. Gohan felt a surge of urgency. Goku's return was still nowhere in sight, and if he did not act soon, many Earthlings would perish. Unable to contain himself, he leapt into action. Just then, an unfamiliar aura materialized, and a massive sword sliced through the air, pinning one soldier to the spaceship with a resounding thud. The soldier, pierced through by the sword, breathed his last. What is this? Gohan gasped, looking up to see a purple-haired youth descending gracefully from the skies. Trunks? Gohan's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, it was the future Trunks. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed as he clenched his fists, his brows twitching slightly. Why was there a Trunks? The Trunks from his own timeline was not yet 3 years old. Just yesterday, he had tugged at his pant leg, yearning for takoyaki. Thus, this Trunks must originate from an alternate timeline, perhaps? Was it possible that everything unfolded as in the original narrative, save for his own existence? Consequently, was it not Trunks who was at fault, but rather himself, Sun Wukong? He tightened his fists, feeling a twinge of headache. Since Trunks had arrived, it was evident that his timeline was no longer that of future Trunks. Oh, but there existed another timeline, wherein Cell had slain future Trunks and traveled to the original world via the time machine. Was I from that timeline? However, I had already eliminated Cell in his embryonic stage, and the embryonic form of Cell in this timeline was distinct from that of the original narrative. Sun Wukong felt as though his head had suddenly expanded significantly. Let me ponder this carefully. There are only 2 possibilities. First, I hail from the timeline of Cell, and since I have already vanquished Cell, this world would consequently be devoid of him. Second, my time-traveling rebirth has birthed an entirely new parallel universe, from which I have emerged. As for how to validate this notion, it pertains to Cell. If, in the current canonical timeline, Cell no longer exists, it would indicate that I am indeed from the timeline of Cell. Conversely, if Cell has traversed through time into the present canonical timeline, then he must originate from a wholly new parallel dimension. With a furrowed brow, Son Gohan pondered for a moment, organizing his thoughts. Meanwhile, before Frieza's spaceship, the brilliance of swords flickered as the alien soldiers lay slain at the feet of the youthful warrior, their bodies strewn across the battlefield. After vanquishing this band of pests, Trunks finally spotted Son Gohan, who was concealed behind a rock. His heroic sword slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Gee Gohan, the 17-year-old Trunks trembled, tears blurring his vision. Believing his eyes to be deceiving him, he wiped them and shook his head, gazing again at Gohan. This time, it was indeed Gohan he recognized. In this timeline, Gohan should have been merely 5 years old, yet here stood a grown man. Why was that? Trunks' eyes brimmed with confusion. But the joy of reuniting with Gohan overshadowed everything else. Gohan. Without retrieving his sword, Trunks rushed forward and embraced him. I'm so relieved you're alive. I thought I would never see you again. Tears streamed down Trunks' face once more. Trunks Gohan, having been lost in thought, finally returned to the present. It was astonishing to see how the boy who once tugged at his pant leg had grown into this young man. Gohan marveled, gently patting Trunks on the back. Realizing he had acted somewhat impolitely, Trunks quickly released Gohan and wiped his tears away. Gohan, how did you end up here? Trunks regained his composure and looked at Gohan, who was nearly his height, inquiring earnestly. This was not the Gohan he knew. Although their appearances were similar, this version appeared distinctly younger. Lacking the scar that marred his mentor's face, the Gohan he remembered had a scar, a severed arm, and had met his demise at the hands of the androids. I traveled from the future via a time machine, just as you did, Trunks. In my timeline, you are still a child, Gohan explained after a moment's contemplation. Son Gohan resolved to speak the truth. However, there were certainly aspects he would choose to withhold. I, too, have come from the future. But how many futures are there? Exactly? Trunks found himself rather bewildered. The unfolding scenario was entirely different from what he had envisioned, if we were to gauge the degree of confusion. Gohan's bewilderment mirrored that of young Trunks, while the elder Trunks' bewilderment equaled his own. The entire scene was steeped in confusion. It was not solely the two individuals involved who were perplexed, but also the Z fighters of this timeline, as well as Frieza and King Cold, who shared the same sense of bewilderment. What is happening? How did two more individuals suddenly appear? It seems as though all those soldiers have been slain, Krillin remarked. Well, I've decided to move a little closer to investigate, Vegeta declared, clenching his fists and furrowing his brow as he resolved to stealthily approach the battlefield. Observing Vegeta's departure, the others gradually followed suit. Hey, you two Earthlings, Frieza sneered, casting a malevolent glance at the two before him. Did these individuals dare to disregard him? They appeared as though they were reminiscing an unforgivable affront. In a fit of rage, Frieza gathered his energy and launched a powerful ki blast towards the pair. Chapter 93. A brother lost for many years? With a swift flick of his tail, Sun Wukong effortlessly deflected the incoming energy wave, sending it hurtling back to collide with Frieza's spaceship, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Sparks erupted, and thick smoke billowed as debris rained down, accompanied by a rustling sound. Frieza, upon witnessing the display, was taken aback. The adage once bitten, twice shy rang true. The mere sight of a scion sent him into a frenzy, his composure shattered. Brother Wukong, your tail, exclaimed Trunks, momentarily startled. Having had his own tail removed at birth and subsequently sealed by unknown means, he bore a scar in its place. The tales of scions and their tails were but folklore to him. My tail has grown back. I did not remove it. Sun Wukong smiled at Trunks. I've heard that one transforms into a giant ape upon gazing at the moon, Trunks remarked, extending his hand to touch Wukong's tail, curious about its furry texture. Cough. Sun Wukong cleared his throat, prompting Trunks to retract his hand. Scion, today I shall end your life. Frieza's eyes blazed with fury as he ascended into the sky. His index finger pointed skyward. An immense surge of energy swiftly coalesced at his fingertip. Soon, a crimson sphere, as fiery as molten lava, materialized and rapidly expanded into a colossal orb, darkening the sky. A fierce wind swept across the ground, sending dust swirling, painting a picture of impending doom. Vegeta and the others, now near the battlefield, gazed in horror. The energy sphere loomed ominously above them, its sheer size promising annihilation. It's over. Frieza intends to obliterate Earth, Vegeta declared, his face etched with despair as he clenched his fists. I can't believe I barely returned to life only to face death again. How infuriating. I haven't even married yet. Krillin's complexion turned pale, tears welling in his eyes. The others mirrored his dismay, their faces devoid of color. Only Piccolo maintained his customary green visage, though the sweat trickling down his forehead revealed his anxiety. Daddy, Daddy, little Wukong murmured, gazing up at the crimson energy. Reminiscent of his father, Sun Wukong. If only he were here, he would surely know how to handle this situation. Yet, time was slipping away. Bulma gripped Yamcha's hand tightly, while Kaiatsu clutched Tien's sleeve. The group, now resigned to their fate, had abandoned all hope of escape. Vegeta's gaze shifted from the sky to the battlefield, where two unfamiliar figures had suddenly appeared. Scions. One of them bore a tail, prompting Vegeta to exclaim in astonishment. Die, Scion! Frieza bellowed, raising his hand to unleash the overwhelming crimson energy. The sphere compressed the very fabric of space as it descended toward Earth with a terrifying rumble. Before the energy struck, its radiant glow caused a sharp pain to ripple through their bodies. Everyone get down, Krillin shouted, and a few complied. Useless fools. What good does lying down do? We are still doomed. Vegeta scoffed, forcing himself to keep his eyes open as he scrutinized the two newcomers, desperate to see if they would take any action. Aside from me, Kakarot, and that half-breed brat, where are the other scions? Vegeta gritted his teeth, his mind racing, yet he could not conceive of a fourth scion. As Sun Wukong raised his gaze to the approaching energy sphere, he felt the intense heat pressing down to the ground, its fiery temperature unmistakable. Trunks, watch this. Sun Wukong remarked with a smile. Despite Trunks being a few years older now, he couldn't help but recall the little boy who used to tug at his pant legs, igniting an instinctual desire to protect him. Damn it, I'm still young. Why do I feel like a father? Sun Wukong lamented, tears threatening to fall. Trunks nodded. Gohan, you still bear the demeanor of an elder. Truly dependable. The energy sphere descended closer, causing the ground to sink several meters under its weight. Hey! Sun Wukong leaped into the air, his foot slicing through the wind as he delivered a fierce kick to the colossal energy sphere. The sound of rushing air accompanying his strike. In comparison to the immense sphere, his leg appeared as delicate as a needle, yet upon impact, the sphere was sent soaring into the cosmos, like a basketball launched into the sky. The edge of the sphere grazed Frisia's tail, severing it in an instant and leaving a gaping wound, blood pouring forth. Frisia, even in your suspenders, I fear you not, especially now that you have none to wear. Sun Wukong scoffed, casting a glance at the disheveled Frisia high above. Gohan, you haven't even transformed into a Super Saiyan, and you managed to kick that massive energy sphere away. Trunks exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief, eyes shining with admiration. This Gohan is truly formidable. He kicked that enormous energy sphere away with his foot. Vegeta's jaw hung open, nearly touching the ground. What just happened? Krillin and the others, sensing the absence of danger above, struggled to their feet and scanned their surroundings. Don't you think he resembles someone? Piccolo observed, glancing at Sun Wukong in the sky before looking down at young Gohan beside him, as if coming to a realization. He does look familiar. Yet I can't quite place who it is, Yamcha chimed in. Piccolo, do I perhaps have a long-lost brother? Young Gohan stammered, noticing Piccolo's bewildered expression. The others nearly toppled over in laughter. Gohan, you really have a vivid imagination, huh? The previously tense atmosphere lightened with laughter from Yamcha. However, upon a closer inspection of the boy in the sky, and then back at Gohan, his smile abruptly faded. You know, you're right. They do look alike. Indeed. Tien and Kaiatsu nodded in agreement. What on earth are you all talking about? Only Bulma, hindered by her poor eyesight, found herself utterly confused and felt somewhat out of place among the group. Is it because my vision is lacking? Or am I simply not silly enough? Bulma rolled her eyes. At that moment, Frisia, now tailless, seethed with fury, his gaze fixated on Sun Wukong, eyes ablaze with wrath. If looks could kill, Sun Wukong would have been mercilessly slain. Suddenly, Sun Wukong vanished from Frisia's sight. Alarmed, Frisia sensed a menacing energy approaching from behind, engulfing him entirely. And he faintly heard the cold voice of the scion. Frisia, this marks the second time I have ended your life. Chapter 94, Sun Wukong and Trunks. Frisia let out a wretched scream before being consumed by the energy, disintegrating into nothingness, leaving only silence in the sky. The scene felt frozen in time, an eerie stillness enveloping the atmosphere. Frisia is dead. He didn't even have a chance to retaliate. For Vegeta and the others, this sight was akin to the earth shattering beneath them, a cataclysmic revelation. The others stood in stunned silence, at a loss for words. Vegeta, Piccolo, and young Gohan had experienced Frisia's brutality and understood the terror he instilled, while Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu sensed his overwhelming energy, akin to that of a monstrous fiend. Yet, this very being had been obliterated with a mere flick of someone's hand, leaving no trace behind. This individual is far too formidable, isn't he? Has Sun turned so powerful? This is truly wonderful, Bulma exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. But that person is not Goku, Yamcha reminded them. As Sun Wukong descended from the heights, he gently patted the stunned Trunks. Trunks, there's a larger foe over there. Can I entrust him to you? Sun Wukong gestured towards King Cold. Absolutely. But I must first transform into a Super Saiyan. Otherwise, I won't stand a chance, Trunks replied with enthusiasm. Very well, Sun Wukong nodded. At that moment, Trunks felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety, akin to preparing for an examination, with Sun Wukong as his assessing instructor. With a determined grin, Trunks clenched his fists, furrowing his brow as his purple hair stood on end. A golden flame enveloped his body, and his hair shifted from purple to gold, marking his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Trunks always approached battles with utmost seriousness, never underestimating his adversaries. Each confrontation demanded his full attention and effort, for it was the only way to survive in his perilous future world. He bent down to retrieve his sword, sheathing it carefully before advancing toward King Cold. In the distance, witnessing Trunks' transformation, little Wukong exclaimed, Yes, it's a Super Saiyan, just like Dad's transformation on Namek. What? Vegeta stared blankly at the golden figure in the arena, unable to articulate the turmoil within him, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. So, these are two of his kin? King Cold glanced between Sun Wukong and the approaching golden-haired Trunks, his composure unraveling. Curse be Frisia for bringing me to this perilous earth. This place is far too dangerous. Young man, why not acknowledge me as your father, and we can conquer the universe together? And no, I will be the one to call you father, if that pleases you? King Cold stammered, fear creeping into his voice as Trunks continued his relentless advance. Humph, I can eliminate you in an instant, just as Wukong did, Trunks scoffed, quickening his pace, the air whistling around him. Having just witnessed Frieza crushed like an insect, King Cold was paralyzed with fear, devoid of any fighting spirit. As Trunks charged toward him, King Cold instinctively recoiled, attempting to create distance between them. However, the fear of a sneak attack prevented him from turning his back, forcing him to maintain eye contact while hastily retreating. Realizing King Cold was fixated on him, Trunks devised a plan, placing his hands to his forehead and shouting, "Solar flare." Instantly, he radiated with blinding light, illuminating the sky with brilliance. King Cold screamed, his vision enveloped in white, momentarily blinded, with his sight impaired. King Cold flailed about like a headless fly, unable to sense his opponent's energy. In a desperate attempt for safety, he jumped erratically. "Magic flash!" Trunks called out, having already closed the distance. As his voice echoed, his palm struck King Cold's chest, unleashing a powerful beam of light that pierced through him, tearing him apart. With a sickening crack, King Cold's body split in two, falling to the ground like decayed meat. However, endowed with remarkable vitality, he did not perish immediately. He continued to struggle, and in that moment, his vision returned. Yet, before he could utter a sound, two energy blasts hurled towards him, reducing him to mere fragments at Trunks' hands. Breathless, Trunks reverted from his Super Saiyan state, nervously approaching Sun Wukong. Upon seeing the approving smile and thumbs up from Sun Wukong, Trunks finally relaxed and returned the smile. "You did well, Trunks," Sun Wukong praised, patting him on the shoulder. "Huh. I still have a long way to go to match you, Wukong. I couldn't defeat them in my base form," Trunks said shyly. "Indeed. My victory relied on a surprise attack with instant transmission. Now, let us set aside our mutual commendations and strategize on how to confront them," Sun Wukong suggested, gesturing towards Vegeta and the others observing from afar. "Though I am uncertain of the circumstances, we all hail from different futures. Wukong, allow me to share my situation first. In my world, nearly all warriors have been slain by the androids, leaving only myself and you as the surviving fighters. Tragically, 2 years ago, you were also killed by the androids." Trunks clenched his fists, his voice thick with emotion. Looking at Sun Wukong, he took a deep breath and continued. "My mother invented a time machine to escape this calamity, sending me back to warn everyone about the 2 formidable foes that will emerge in 3 years, along with a heart disease antidote for Uncle Goku. What about your world, Wukong?" "Roughly the same. All have perished, including my father, who succumbed to a viral heart disease. A year later, I resolved the android crisis, journeyed to Namek, and gathered the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone. I even used a special technique to bring my father back. Now, my world is thriving and peaceful," Sun Wukong replied earnestly. Trunks stumbled, nearly losing his balance. You defeated the androids? I've heard of Namek from my mother, but I never knew where it was." He was utterly astonished. The disparity between their futures was staggering. Chapter 95, Familiar Yet Strange Faces. "Wukong, my world differs from yours. You salvaged the future, while I am powerless," Trunks lamented softly, his voice tinged with sadness and self-reproach. "Trunks, do not speak so. With diligence in your training, you, too, can restore peace to your world," Sun Wukong calmly reassured him. "Wukong, may I witness your true strength?" Trunks looked up, his eyes gleaming with determination. To him, Sun Wukong had defeated Frieza without transforming. He could only imagine how formidable he would be in his Super Saiyan form. "Very well, strike me with your sword," Sun Wukong smiled. Trunks needed direction and a goal in his training. Sun Wukong wished to provide a standard for him. The Sun Wukong of that world had failed to fulfill this wish, so he would now step in to carry it out. "Okay." Trunks drew his sword, transforming into his Super Saiyan form, and assumed an aggressive stance. Son Gohan transformed into the form of a Super Saiyan, albeit merely in its most rudimentary first stage. This level of power was more than sufficient to contend with Trunks in his current state. Strength often necessitates a measure of restraint. Should he unleash his Super Saiyan second stage to counter Trunks' assault, it would be an extravagant display of might, potentially overwhelming Trunks and yielding the opposite of the desired effect. "Gohan, your energy is astonishing," Trunks remarked, taken aback by the overwhelming wave of power emanating from him. If only he were aware that Gohan was utilizing but a fraction of his true strength, one could only ponder his reaction. "Come now, draw your sword." Gohan beckoned to Trunks with a smile. Trunks, regaining his composure, brandished the sword of the hero and launched a flurry of strikes toward Gohan, thrusts, slashes, and cuts, all in an instant, filling the air with a tempest of sword shadows, cascading like a torrential downpour. Son Gohan's form swayed as he danced among the shadows of swords, yet none of these countless sword strikes even grazed the hem of his garment. While Trunks was already panting heavily. With a resounding clang, Son Gohan caught the blade barehanded, standing there immovable. "Try to withdraw your sword," he said with a smile. Trunks, puzzled, began to pull back his sword, but no matter how hard he exerted himself, the blade remained firmly gripped in Son Gohan's hand, impervious to his efforts. Trunks fumed, channeling all his might to the utmost limit, and attempted to draw the sword once more. As he unleashed his energy, a tempest arose around him. swirling winds whipping up dust and debris, creating a massive tornado centered on him. Yet, it was in vain. The sword of the valiant remained steadfastly clutched by Sun Gohan, who was unyielding no matter how much force Trunks exerted. All right, let it be as it is, Sun Gohan chuckled, releasing his grip, allowing Trunks to finally retrieve the sword. Breathing heavily, Trunks wiped the sweat from his brow and gazed at Sun Gohan in disbelief. Gohan, your power has far surpassed that of the androids. It's no wonder you were able to defeat them. Truly remarkable. In fact, I could amplify my strength severfold, Sun Gohan replied with a grin, tossing out a heavy bomb to inspire Trunks to strive for greatness. Really? Gohan, please teach me. If I could possess such formidable power, my world would be saved. Trunks said, a glimmer of hope lighting up his expression. Of course, no problem. Are you familiar with a place called the Hyperbolic Time Chamber? Sun Gohan inquired. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber? Trunks responded, confused, shaking his head. Indeed, he was unaware of the existence of the chamber. Given his timeline, few knew of its existence. Goku was one, but he had succumbed to a heart disease, and Master Roshi was another, though he seemed to have no connection with Trunks and his whereabouts were unknown. Moreover, after the death of the Supreme Kai, Mr. Popo remained entrenched in the sacred world of the Kais, disconnected from the outside world. Sun Gohan speculated that Mr. Popo might not even know who Trunks was. Do you know the way to Korin Tower? At the summit lies the mysterious hyperbolic time chamber, where your spin inside equates to merely a day outside. The gravity there is 10 times that of Earth, creating an extraordinarily unique environment ideal for training. I am confident that if you train there for just a year or two, you would easily be able to handle those 2 androids. Remember, there are things in your world that need your protection. Transform this sense of guardianship and anger into strength, continually pushing your limits until you transcend Super Saiyan. We Saiyans, in essence, possess no limits. Forge ahead. Sun Gohan pondered for a moment before earnestly declaring, I understand. Trunks clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. He bowed to Sun Gohan, paying his respects as a disciple. Thank you, Gohan. Yes, do your best, Sun Gohan replied with a smile, embracing him warmly. By the way, when recounting the events from the future, it would be best to present them as they transpired in your world. This may inspire them to train harder and grow stronger. Sun Gohan advised. All right, I understand. Trunks nodded thoughtfully, furrowing his brows before hastily adding, Gohan, I hope you won't reveal my lineage. Otherwise, I might cease to exist in this world. Haha, I know, Sun Gohan chuckled, patting Trunks on the shoulder. Gohan, I have one more question for you, Trunks inquired. What is it? Sun Gohan asked. What about the version of me in your world? Trunks questioned. He's still quite young, not yet 3 years old. Just yesterday, he was clamoring for me to buy him some takoyaki, Sun Gohan replied with a grin. So you were only 10 years old? Trunks gasped in astonishment. All right. Let's go meet the uncles of this world, Sun Gohan suggested, glancing towards the gathering of the Z-fighters and striding forward. Upon witnessing Sun Gohan's departure, Trunks hurriedly followed suit. The onlookers, having seen Sun Gohan and Trunks defeat Frieza and King Cold, were utterly bewildered as they observed the two engage in a bout amongst themselves. Now, as the pair approached, their hearts raced with apprehension. Hello, everyone. Sun Gohan waved his hand, then awkwardly turned back and patted Trunks on the shoulder, saying, Ahem, perhaps you should handle the negotiations, as I am at a loss for words. Indeed, upon learning Gohan's age, the aura of a reliable senior diminished significantly. All right, everyone, Mr. Goku will arrive on Earth in just over 2 hours. We must proceed to await his arrival. You are all welcome to join us, Trunks declared, raising his right hand to check his watch, then activating the coordinates for the spaceship's descent before soaring into the sky. Sun Gohan leaped into the air, gracefully trailing behind Trunks. They departed. What should they do? Should they follow? They recognized Goku, who had vanquished Frieza, and presumed he must be a good person, Yamcha remarked. I shall go take a look. You may do as you wish. Vegeta tossed this statement aside, his aura flaring as he soared into the sky, pursuing the path taken by Gohan and Trunks. I want to see as well. They do not appear to be malevolent, Krillin chimed in, ascending into the air. Let us go. The rest had no choice but to follow suit, all trailing behind Trunks in a grand procession. Chapter 96. Goku returns although Piccolo possessed keen hearing. The distance had rendered him unable to discern the specifics of the conversation between the two. However, he observed the likeness of Gohan, and then glanced at the small Gohan behind him, furrowing his brow. Soon, Trunks glanced at his watch, halted, and descended to the ground. Sun Wukong stood beside him, yet others dared not approach the pair, instead gathering at a distance, murmuring whispers filled with conjectures regarding their identities. This is the spot, Trunks declared. In a short while, Mr. Goku's spaceship will land nearby. How peculiar that they know the location of Goku's landing, Krillin pondered, stroking his chin. The inquiries of the others echoed similar sentiments. Sun Gohan extricated a refrigerator from the void, filled with an array of frozen delights, sodas, juices, and ice creams. The sweltering heat rendered it an opportune moment for such refreshments. Trunks initially contemplated retrieving a capsule of his own, but, upon observing the superior quality of Gohan's offering, he abandoned that notion. Gohan, surveying the spread, called out to Trunks, suggesting he help himself to whatever he fancied. He then turned his attention to the gathering, urging, "Everyone, don't just stand there. There are refreshments available. Come and indulge." With that, Gohan pulled out a table and arrayed a selection of delectable foods upon it. He subsequently produced an assortment of colorful stools, placing them beside the table. Trunks stood in stunned silence, captivated by Gohan's actions. Even Gohan felt the scene was rather peculiar, reminiscent of a roadside stall. A large sunshade would certainly enhance the atmosphere. Thus, Gohan summoned an enormous parasol, raising it high. Trunks, a fellow denizen of the future, felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy, realizing there was still much for him to learn. He deemed himself unworthy in the present moment. Sun Wukong sat down on a small stool and took out an ice cream, savoring it delightfully. Little Sun Wukong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gathered his resolve and scurried over. "Hey, Wukong," Piccolo began to call him, but before he could finish, little Wukong had already dashed away, leaving Piccolo with an expression of anxiety. Little Wukong approached with a quickened pace, glanced at Sun Wukong, and inquired, "Brother, do we know each other? I recognize you." "But you do not know me," replied Sun Wukong. "Feel free to choose something to eat." He gestured towards the refrigerator and the food laid out on the table. "But why do we look so alike?" Little Sun Wukong asked, confusion evident on his face. "Well, I shall explain that to you later." Sun Wukong replied with a calm smile. Noticing that little Wukong was still deep in thought and had not picked anything, Sun Wukong gently pressed him onto the seat and, recalling his memories, selected a flavor of ice cream he knew little Wukong would enjoy and handed it to him. As little Wukong tore open the ice cream packaging and took a bite, his eyes sparkled with delight. "Brother, how did you know I like this flavor?" Sun Wukong observed him with a faint smile, choosing not to respond to his words. Krillin noticed that little Gohan had already settled down to enjoy his ice cream, followed closely by Yamcha, Tianjin Han, and Jiaozi, with Bulma trailing behind them. Piccolo hesitated momentarily before slowly joining them, while Vegeta remained motionless, resembling a wooden post, his gaze fixed intently upon them, displaying a range of peculiar expressions. Each person selected their preferred treats and took a seat on small stools, stealing glances at Sun Wukong and Trunks. Throughout the duration, conversation was sparse, with only a few exchanging hushed whispers. Trunks, on several occasions, discreetly glanced at Vegeta, only to avert his gaze whenever Vegeta looked back, which made Sun Wukong stifle a laugh. 2 hours later, an overwhelming energy emanated from outer space, immediately capturing the attention of the group. "It's here, it truly is Goku's energy," exclaimed Krillin, his face lighting up with excitement. They were indeed aware that the old man was coming. Piccolo furrowed his brow, contemplating quietly. Vegeta's expression was as stern as ever. Kakarot has indeed survived. Before long, a circular combat spaceship pierced through Earth's atmosphere, trailing white exhaust as it tore across the sky, crashing into the ground with a thunderous boom, creating a massive crater and sending dust swirling everywhere. The spacecraft had indeed landed near them, prompting everyone to rise and jog towards it. Even Vegeta followed suit. Only Sun Wukong lingered behind, leisurely gathering his belongings before meandering over. At that moment, the hatch of the spacecraft creaked open, revealing Sun Wukong clad in an unusual outfit. "Huh? How did you know I was landing here?" he asked, astonished. "It was these two brothers who informed us, Dad. Do you know them?" Little Gohan replied, gesturing towards Trunks and Sun Wukong standing nearby. Sun Wukong looked up and followed the direction pointed out by little Gohan. He glanced at Trunks and then turned to Gohan, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, why are there two Gohans? How has this Gohan grown so much?" Sun Wukong, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, their gazes flitting between Sun Gohan and little Gohan. It must be said that Sun Wukong possesses an unblemished heart, and this innocent and unadulterated intuition often leads one directly to the truth. Sun Gohan, feeling helpless, called out to him, "Father." "What?" The crowd transitioned from stunned silence to astonishment. This was indeed confirmed. This individual was also named Gohan. He was likewise the child of Goku. Then, what was the situation with the little Gohan beside him? Upon hearing the elder brother refer to their father, the young Gohan couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. Sun Wukong floated up from the pit and descended to the ground, joining the others. "What on earth is happening?" he inquired, voicing the collective bewilderment of the group. Trunks cast a glance at Gohan, hesitating to speak. "Perhaps you should explain the situation to him," Gohan suggested with a nod towards Trunks. Trunks acquiesced, addressing Sun Wukong, "Mr. Wukong, may I have a moment of your time?" "Certainly," Sun Wukong replied with a nod. Trunks then led him aside, revealing the events that were destined to unfold in the future, leaving Sun Wukong in a state of shock. The reason Trunks chose to speak privately stemmed from his own apprehensions. He was reluctant to disclose his name and lineage, a concern that did not burden Gohan. Meanwhile, the others turned their gaze towards Gohan in unison. Please don't look at me like that. It's quite simple, really, as I come from the future." Gohan decided to share part of the truth to ease the palpable tension. "Wait, from the future?" Bulma blinked in disbelief, shifting her gaze between Gohan and young Gohan. "So, what you were saying is..." Bulma's expression contorted in astonishment as she looked at both Gohans. Son Gohan approached, resting his hand gently on little Gohan's shoulder. And with a warm smile, he said, "Indeed, I am the grown-up version of Gohan." "Ah." Little Gohan, caught off guard, exclaimed in surprise. He then looked up at his much taller older brother. Chapter 97, Great Gohan and Little Gohan. Son Gohan, echoing Trunks' sentiments, conveyed to the group the impending calamities of the future world. He briefly mentioned the emergence of formidable foes in a few years and the unfortunate fate of Goku succumbing to a heart ailment, without delving into excessive detail. To reveal everything would be counterproductive. The audience was left astounded, particularly at the shocking revelation of Goku's potential demise due to heart disease. However, there was no need for alarm, as the young lad would undoubtedly leave behind a miraculous remedy for his father's condition. Noticing the unease etched on their faces, Gohan reassured them. "Who is that young man?" Bulma inquired, having noticed his jacket emblazoned with their company's insignia. Upon realizing that this individual was the future Son Gohan, Bulma's anxiety dissipated, and she scrutinized his visage. It was astonishing how handsome the young Gohan had become. She even playfully tousled his hair. "I'm afraid I cannot disclose his identity," Gohan replied, gazing at Bulma, who appeared several years younger. Meanwhile, after sharing the events, Trunks, adhering to the script, engaged in combat with Goku. Having witnessed Gohan's prowess, Trunks found Goku's strength less daunting, perceiving it as merely slightly superior to his own, lacking the overwhelming dominance that Gohan exhibited in their battle. After their skirmish, the two approached the crowd. Trunks pulled Gohan aside and whispered, "Gohan, you didn't let my secret slip, did you?" "Of course not. I'm not one to gossip," Gohan retorted, bemused by Trunks' lack of trust. "Is that so?" Trunks responded with a puzzled look. "I could very well strike you. You know," Gohan feigned a threatening gesture, raising his hand. Trunks quickly stepped back. "Gohan, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that you tend to let things slip." Gohan recalled that the Gohan from the main timeline indeed had a reputation for inadvertently revealing secrets. "Rest assured, I haven't said a word," he reassured, pulling Trunks back. "What are your plans? Are you heading back?" Gohan inquired. "Yes, I must return. I worry about my mother being alone," Trunks replied. "That makes sense. Trunks, remember to train in the hyperbolic time chamber at the lookout. I just hope the lookout hasn't fallen victim to the androids. If it has, perhaps your mother can construct a gravity chamber for you. It would serve a similar purpose," Gohan stated earnestly, his smile fading. "Thank you, Gohan. I must take my leave now. I hope to see you again," Trunks said, turning to depart. After taking a few steps, he glanced back at Gohan before ascending into the sky. Moments later, a time machine took flight and vanished into the heavens. The onlookers bore witness to this spectacle, leaving no doubt in their minds that these two individuals hailed from the future. Son Gohan observed as the time machine vanished, then returned to the crowd. He heard Vegeta inquire, "Kakarot, how did you manage to escape from Namek?" Goku replied, "In the moments leading up to the explosion of Namek, I discovered this circular spaceship. I hastily entered and pressed a series of buttons, and thus I managed to flee and survive." Sun Wukong recounted his experiences from a year prior, mentioning that he had acquired a remarkable secret technique on the planet Adrat. At the urging of the others, he demonstrated his instantaneous movement ability by retrieving Master Roshi's glasses from a distance of thousands of miles, which left Vegeta seething with frustration. As they observed the approach of Gohan, the group ceased their conversation and turned their attention towards him. For them, Gohan and Trunks held vastly different significances. Trunks was merely perceived as a figure from the future, while Gohan represented a unique connection, embodying both the present and the future simultaneously, which was rather intriguing. "Why are you all staring at me like that?" Gohan remarked, feeling quite uncomfortable under their gaze. "Gohan, I've heard from that young man and the others that you are incredibly strong. I didn't realize the future version of you is so formidable. How about a friendly match?" Sun Wukong suggested, ruffling Gohan's hair. "What on earth is Gohan?" Gohan silently mused. "I think I'd rather pass. My strength is quite comparable to his," he replied, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, as he had merely intended to converse with little Gohan. "What a pity," Sun Wukong lamented, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "Gohan, may I have a moment of your time?" he inquired, directing his gaze towards little Gohan. "What do you want to talk about, brother?" Little Gohan asked, puzzled. "Just a casual chat. Let us step aside so we don't disturb everyone else," Gohan smiled. "All right." Little Gohan nodded in agreement. "Excuse us, dear uncles and aunts and father. Gohan, may I borrow him for a moment? I wish to have a heart-to-heart with him." "Rest assured, we won't wander far," Gohan said with a grin, leading little Gohan away. Once they felt the distance was sufficient, Piccolo, even with his keen hearing, should be unable to discern the content of their conversation. After all, there were certain private matters he preferred not to disclose to too many people, particularly the upcoming discussion, which was better suited for just the two of them. However, if others did inquire, it wouldn't be a significant issue. Gohan was confident they wouldn't uncover anything or alter any circumstances, given their existence in different timelines. Sun Wukong once again retrieved 2 stools and placed them beneath the tree. He then produced 2 bottles of cola, gesturing for little Gohan to take a seat before handing him a can of cola. Little Gohan accepted the drink and inquired, "Big brother, have you asked me to step aside because you have something to discuss?" Sun Wukong smiled serenely and remarked, "There is nothing particularly special. I merely wish to converse with my past self, to share some heartfelt words. Heh. Returning to the subject, he inquired, Gohan, what is your dream? Upon hearing the word dream, young Gohan became animated. I aspire to be a great scholar. Do you not wish to be a scholar now, brother? He asked, turning to his older self. Indeed, Gohan still longed to be a scholar. From a young age, he had little inclination for combat, preferring the tranquil life of a scholar. However, his brother's reality was different, necessitating constant battles in his world. As Sun Wukong paused momentarily, he continued. Because my brother's world was once left with him as the sole warrior, he had to strive fiercely. Only through such efforts could he save our loved ones and friends, restoring peace to the world. So, brother, do you fear? Little Wufan looked up and asked. Indeed, I do, but I must fight, Sun Wufan replied, gazing into the distance. Wufan, let me ask you, if one day you woke up to find yourself transformed into another person, what would you do? He inquired gently. Brother, what are you talking about? How could I possibly become someone else? Little Wufan laughed. But I am speaking hypothetically. If you discovered that another person had taken your place and continued living your life, what would you do? Sun Wufan asked earnestly. Would they take away my family and friends? Little Wufan responded seriously, furrowing his brow, sensing an underlying concern in his brother's words. No, your family remains your family. And your friends remain your friends, but you would certainly not be the person you once were. I would drive him away and revert to my former self. Little Wufan resolved. Hearing his brother's words, Sun Wufan felt a weight in his heart. Chapter 98. 500 years ago, Wufan, being a scholar is your dream. Yet each of us can harbor multiple dreams. Perhaps you could embrace another. If the earth were to vanish, where would you pursue your scholarship? We have father and uncles to protect the earth. Yet, there are times when father grows weary. What then, if he were to be absent in your future? Brother, what should I do? Do not forget to cultivate after your studies. Let learning be your first dream, and your second, to become a great martial artist. How does that sound? To be a scholar with formidable skills would indeed be remarkable. Yes, I shall remember your words. Let us hope so. Do not become a mere shadow of yourself, Sun Wufan mused silently. Very well, let us conclude here. By the way, Wufan, please convey my regards to mother and bring some money for her. These past years have been arduous for her. Sun Wufan spoke calmly, retrieving a prepared sum of 50 million cash, handing it to little Wufan. This considerable amount was placed in a sack and subsequently stored in a capsule, which Sun Wufan then passed to him. Take it. Noting little Wufan's reluctance to accept, Sun Wufan firmly pressed the capsule into his hands. Bid farewell to everyone for me. I must depart. With a wave, Sun Wufan took to the skies without looking back. His conversation with little Wufan had revealed some of the silver doppelganger's thoughts, leaving Sun Wufan with a complex mix of emotions. Yet, he bore no resentment. He too had awoken suddenly as another person. What could he do? He was equally despondent. Such a transformation was beyond his choice. He pondered the whereabouts of his doppelganger, contemplating the possibility that the cloaked figure might indeed be his other self. Reflecting on how the figure had attempted to undermine him without harming other Z-warriors only deepened his suspicions. However, these were merely conjectures. The truth remained elusive. We are all puppets of fate, seeking to remain true to ourselves. If you are indeed out there, I believe we need to communicate openly. I must confess, I do not owe you anything significant. If anything, it is this body. Yet, I must admit, I can be somewhat selfish at times. I have not yet reached the point of complete self-sacrifice. After all, is there not a saying? One must look after oneself lest the heavens conspire against them. Nevertheless, I shall find a way. Seated in a meditative posture atop the lofty mountain, Sun Wukong pondered deeply, his thoughts drifting to various matters. Unexpectedly, during this visit to deliver medicine, he encountered Trunks. What, then, should become of the medication he had not yet delivered? Should he entrust it to Biddy for her mother's use? He dismissed the notion. It seemed unnecessary. In this world, they were all strangers to one another. And who could say they wouldn't deem him a lunatic? Such considerations were simply unwarranted. Sun Wukong once again cast the medicine into the void. He had contemplated sending others to investigate whether the entity known as Cell had indeed traversed into this world, yet ultimately, he relinquished that notion. Some matters, once altered, may not necessarily yield favorable outcomes. The truth would reveal itself upon his return years later. Sun Wukong carefully extracted the time machine, setting it down upon the ground, and then lifted the lid before leaping inside. Beep beep. The machine powered on. Sun Gohan opened the interface and perused its contents, finally grasping the meaning of the space-time auto-update feature. His first entry noted the stronghold he had marked, with the current time perpetually refreshing in a 24-hour format. He had transported from that location at 9 in the morning, a journey that took approximately 6 hours, rendering the time at his stronghold 3 in the afternoon. Should he return now, it would indeed be 3 o'clock. The second entry recorded the ongoing self-updating of this time-space, which now indicated 5 in the afternoon. Remarkable. Truly a marvel. This is the genuine time machine. Trunks' device pales in comparison, truly deserving of the title Time Machine 10. However, such a glitch-ridden contraption appears to be quite detestable, as it is rumored that traversing time and space is a serious offense. Does Sun Wukong experience fear? To speak candidly, he harbors a modicum of apprehension. However, it appears that when one is beset by numerous lice, the discomfort of itching becomes a trivial concern. Sun Gohan hastily marked the second record and elevated his main base, the first record, to a prominent position, ensuring it remained at the top and most noticeable. My world is devoid of senza beans. Why not venture back to the past to procure some? A sudden inspiration struck him. At present, only one senza bean remained in his possession, and supplies were dwindling. It would be beneficial to retrieve some senza beans to share with my uncles. How far back should I go? 500 years should suffice, as it would not disrupt the fabric of time and narrative. I merely intend to collect a few senza beans. Yes, I shall restrain my energy to avoid alarming them. Sun Gohan adjusted the time settings to 500 years in the past, and then, with a simple press of the departure button, the time machine ascended into the sky, vanishing from sight. The Earth of 500 years ago was adorned with breathtaking landscapes and pristine air. Sun Wukong leapt from the time machine, promptly stowing it away. Ah, the air is truly delightful. Perhaps it is untouched by the ravages of industrialization, he mused. There are several energy signatures comparable to that of Master Roshi, likely belonging to the martial arts champion and the Earth deity. The current Earth deity cannot yet be the Namekian god. It appears to be a powerful human who has ascended to divinity. Since I am heading to Korin Tower to procure some senza beans, it would be prudent to prepare a bit of fish as well, wouldn't it? He chuckled heartily. Sun Wukong turned and ventured into the forest, capturing a considerable number of wild boars, pheasants, and deer. Lacking the currency of this era, he resorted to this means to exchange for some coins, which he would then use to procure fish to present to the cat sage. Sun Wukong arrived in the town and sold the beasts he had hunted to an inn, thus acquiring a considerable sum of money. He had captured several rare creatures, which were notoriously difficult for humans to catch in this era. During the transaction, the buyer persistently assured Sun Wukong that should he acquire more such beasts in the future, he would be willing to increase his offer. This remark did not sit well with Sun Wukong, as it implied that the initial payment had been insufficient. Relentless in his pursuit of fairness, he pressed the owner, who, with a sorrowful expression, reluctantly raised the offered sum. It was not that Sun Wukong was in dire need of the money, rather, it was a matter of principle for him to not let others take advantage of him. And this time, there were no towering skyscrapers, automobiles, or airplanes. The most prevalent mode of transportation was the horse-drawn carriage. Soon, Sun Wukong changed into a new outfit and affixed a false mustache. One should not underestimate the power of this disguise. Characters in television dramas often fail to distinguish between genders due to mere attire or a smudge of dirt on the face, let alone a false mustache. Following the typical narrative of such dramas, it was likely that even his mother would not recognize him in this guise, which left Sun Wukong feeling quite reassured. This appearance was undoubtedly suitable for meeting the cat sage. After several inquiries, Sun Wukong finally located the fisherman's dock. Here, a plethora of fish awaited, abundant and varied, and he was determined to procure enough to satisfy the cat sage. It was early morning, the prime time for fishermen to sell their catch. Battling against a brisk sea breeze and the pervasive scent of fish, Sun Wukong made his way to the dock. The scene before him was a cacophony of fishermen selling their wares, with calls, exchanges, and haggling creating a vibrant atmosphere that was both chaotic and lively. The multitude of fish dazzled Sun Wukong. He recognized only a few among them, while the rest remained unfamiliar to him. He selected the more visually appealing varieties and those that seemed popular, purchasing a selection of them. Finally, he ventured into the marketplace to find an assortment of flavored dried fish, each neatly packaged into bags, before he felt satisfied and set off towards Korin Tower. This aura he sensed might not belong to the legendary Master Roshi, but rather to his ancestral lineage. For there remained a span of 2 centuries until the era of the Demon King Piccolo. If Master Roshi had already been born, he would still be in his youth at this time. Reflecting on this, Sun Wukong reconsidered his earlier assumption, pondering that this energy might indeed not be from Master Roshi. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he hurried towards Korin Tower. Sun Gohan did not utilize instant transmission to reach Korin Tower. Rather, he leisurely soared through the skies. Relishing the rare fresh air and the tranquility of the moment, he felt no urgency, and this leisurely journey offered a unique charm. Meanwhile, high above, in the celestial temple, the Earth God stood at the edge of the temple's plaza, gazing down upon the world. After a moment, the Earth God's eyes widened in alarm. Beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his body trembling slightly. In this moment, the Earth God was a tall man who had transcended human limitations through martial prowess, liberating himself from the constraints of the earth, standing as one of humanity's pinnacle figures. In other realms, such individuals are revered as empyrean fighters or transcendent beings beyond the rank of Dola. The Earth God had existed for countless ages, yet today he beheld an unprecedented terror. Observing the Earth God quaking, Mr. Bobo, cloaked in darkness, offered a handkerchief, inquiring, "Heavenly God, has something occurred? Is it the demon race stirring again?" No. It is not the demon race. A terrifying human has suddenly emerged on Earth. A mere glance left me feeling quite uneasy, replied the Earth God, a bitter smile gracing his lips. I cannot discern his intentions as he approaches Korin Tower. Is he an adversary? Who can say? This human, possessing a tail, send me into a state of bewilderment with just a fleeting sense of his presence. Although he has concealed his energy, my authority as the Earth God allows me to perceive his true strength. Should he exert even a fraction of his power, the Earth itself may be obliterated. What shall we do, Mr. Bobo? Asked the Earth God. How am I to know? You are the heavenly God, Mr. Bobo replied. Ah, he has arrived at Master Roshi's. The Earth God said, taking a few steps back in trepidation. At that moment, Sun Gohan parted a cloud and emerged atop Corinth Tower, entering the residence of Master Roshi. This soft, fluffy sensation must be the Nimbus cloud, Sun Gohan mused as he gazed at the cloud. Meow. Human, how did you ascend? I did not see you climbing the tower, Master Roshi exclaimed, astonished. He had been fixated on the tower's structure and had failed to notice anyone scaling it. Yet a human voice had suddenly emerged from behind him. Turning around, he beheld a smiling human standing there, with eyes darting about as if searching for something. Lacking the Earth God's divine insight, Master Roshi perceived Sun Gohan merely as an ordinary human. Hello, Master Roshi, I flew up here, Sun Gohan replied with a smile. As Sun Wukong gazed upon a jar nestled in the corner, he recognized it as the vessel containing the mystical beans. When did Earth produce another martial artist capable of flight? The cat sage was taken aback. However, your energy is rather feeble. You must have acquired some form of martial art that enables flight. Thus, according to the customary procedure, you must seize the divine water from my grasp before I can impart my teachings to you, the cat sage proclaimed. As he elegantly suspended a beautifully crafted vial from his staff, extending it towards Sun Wukong, signaling him to attempt to snatch the vial from his staff. Sun Wukong vaguely remembered that this so-called super holy water was merely ordinary boiled water. The cat sage had devised this challenge to train the warriors ascending the Corinth Tower, allowing them to break through their limitations while vying for the super holy water, thereby enhancing their speed and reflexes, ultimately making them stronger. Cat sage, I did not come for training. I am here to exchange for some senza beans, Sun Wukong remarked with keen interest, approaching to embrace the jar filled with the beans. What a treasure it was, brimming with at least 1,000 beans. In the days before the existence of Yakalope, senza beans would gather dust simply by being placed here. Now, these beans served no purpose, and Sun Wukong considered it a form of resourcefulness. How do you know of the existence of senza beans? The cat sage inquired warily. I heard it from a friend, he replied, the art of conjuring friendships from thin air. Sun Wukong remarked that a friend is essentially himself. Offering you the magical beans poses no issue. However, you must first undergo my trial, as the sacred water is still to be seized, insisted the cat immortal. In this age, martial arts have waned, and it has become exceedingly rare for a warrior to ascend the Corinth Tower within a century. Thus, the cat immortal has developed an appreciation for talent. Observing the cat immortal's resolve, Sun Wukong conceded, very well. Are you prepared, cat immortal? Indeed, I am ready. The cat immortal replied, stepping back 2 paces and eyeing Sun Wukong with vigilance. Suddenly, a fleeting shimmer obscured his vision, and the human had vanished. When he reappeared, Sun Wukong held aloft the bottle of sacred water that had been suspended from his staff. The cat immortal exclaimed, what is this? I thought we were here for training the youth. A sense of foreboding gripped him. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, cascading down as he realized he might have encountered an unknown powerhouse. He pondered whether it was too late to contact the Earth God, uncertain of the stranger's intentions. Could it be that he sought to exchange for such trivial beans? After all, he had previously allowed them to grow moldy before letting them rain down from the heavens. As the cat immortal fretted over how to reach the Earth God had already descended with Mr. Popo, arriving at the Corinth Tower. Though fear not at his heart, the Earth God steeled himself for the sake of Earth's safety and brought Mr. Popo along. Your Excellency, what is your purpose for coming to Earth? The Earth God nervously glanced at Sun Wukong, bowing and speaking softly. He was genuinely fearful that this formidable being might lose his temper, leading to catastrophic consequences for the planet. The cat immortal, witnessing the Earth God's arrival and demeanor, felt increasingly conflicted. This sudden powerhouse might harbor ill intentions. Why else would the Earth God come seeking him, adopting such a subservient stance? It was evident that this individual was not someone to be trifled with, undoubtedly a figure of extraordinary power. I truly came merely to exchange for the magical beans. See, I have brought an abundance of fish. With a resigned smile, Sun Wukong began to extract various types of fish that he had just acquired today from the depths of his spatial pocket. The fish quickly filled half of the confined space of Corinth. What sorcery is this, to conjure forth such an abundance of fish? The god of earth and the cat sage stood in stunned silence, for this was a realm they had never even contemplated. Look, I truly have come merely to exchange for some senza beans. There is no need for alarm. Sun Wukong endeavored to present a warm and innocent smile. Yet, to the god of earth and the cat sage, this smile only deepened their sense of mystery. In the trading segment, the abyss and the player, it is a tale of unceasing allure. Chapter 100, the North Kai does not appreciate cold jokes. I am indeed here to trade for senza beans, cat sage. Can all these fish be exchanged for this jar of senza beans? Sun Wukong inquired. Take them, take them. I have only recently begun cultivating senza beans, and the yield has been dismally low. Feeling their lack of utility, I have planted them sparingly, the cat sage stammered. Though he spoke thus, his heart was already brimming with joy. Little did he expect this formidable individual to bring such warmth. The senza beans he had intended to discard could be exchanged for such a bounty of fish. Ah, the aroma of these dried fish is simply delightful. Truly. A great figure is unfathomable, indeed. Master, do you have any further commands? The god of earth inquired cautiously. Gohan gazed helplessly at the earth god, whose cautious demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta's first encounter with Beerus. But I am a genuinely good person, I assure you. If you're so anxious, why not indulge in a piece of chocolate? The kind that melts in your mouth. Chocolate? The earth god, along with Master Roshi and Mr. Popo, looked bewildered. They had never encountered such a confection. With that, Gohan retrieved a box of Puffs chocolate from his spatial pocket and offered it to the trio, encouraging them to sample it. Simply tear open the package and enjoy. Demonstrating, Gohan expertly opened the chocolate and took a bite. The earth god hesitated, pondering whether to partake. What if it were poison? Yet, it was impolite to refuse a gift from such a formidable being. Clumsily, he tore open the wrapper and took a small bite. Oh my, how sweet, he exclaimed, suddenly recalling the days of his youth spent racing under the setting sun. Seeing the earth god lead the way, Master Roshi and Mr. Popo also reluctantly followed suit, each taking a timid nibble. As Gohan observed Mr. Popo savoring the chocolate, he was reminded of videos showcasing Africans enjoying spicy snacks and ice cream, and he couldn't help but chuckle. The trio remained puzzled by Gohan's sudden laughter. Yet they found the treat in their hands irresistibly sweet, sweet enough to nearly melt their hearts. Let us try this ice cream next. Sun Wukong offered 3 ice creams once more. This time, the trio obediently accepted them, unwrapped the packaging, and savored a taste. Wow. The combination of chocolate and ice cream was exquisite. The cat sage took a bite and became exhilarated. He grabbed a piece of dried fish and enjoyed it together. Indeed, this pairing brought forth a unique flavor. While everyone indulged in their treats, Sun Wukong placed the jar of magical beans into his space and then addressed the cat sage, saying, "You may cultivate a few more magical beans now." The cat sage nodded in agreement, observing the heaps of fish that filled half the room. Sun Wukong pondered how the cat sage intended to manage them, though it was of no concern to him. With the magical beans secured, Sun Wukong had no intention of lingering. Heavenly God, may I inquire if you have taken on a disciple with green skin? Sun Wukong asked curiously. No, not at all. The earthly heavenly god replied stiffly, shaking his head. He was aware of a brown-skinned individual, a member of the demon clan named Kalik, but who was this green-skinned person? Did the esteemed one have a specific reason for this inquiry? It's nothing. I merely asked out of curiosity. There is no need for you to dwell on it. Sun Wukong reassured him. It seemed the earthly heavenly god had yet to encounter that Namekian elder, which was understandable, as the celestial beings might not have arrived on Earth in this year. The climatic disasters on Namek had only just begun to unfold. Son Gohan waved his hand and, in an instant, teleported away from Korin Tower, heading towards the direction suspected to be that of Master Potato. Upon witnessing Gohan's disappearance, Lord Kai, the cat sage, and Mr. Popo breathed a sigh of relief, nearly collapsing to the ground. What is the origin of this esteemed individual? The cat sage inquired, glancing at the Earth Kai. I am uncertain. Fortunately, he does not appear to be an adversary. This gentleman seems rather amiable, which is indeed a stroke of luck. The Earth Kai replied with a wry smile. His abilities are truly remarkable, yet his aura does not seem overwhelmingly powerful, remarked the cat sage. He has merely concealed his energy. His true strength is likely far more terrifying. A mere display of his power could obliterate the Earth, perhaps even exceeding my expectations. The Earth Kai expressed with a look of dread. Ah, exclaimed the cat sage in horror. I shall keep the small particle of wrapping paper left by this gentleman as a memento, he resolved. This decision ultimately led to Sun Wukong discovering the plastic wrapper of a cream puff chocolate when he ascended Korin Tower to obtain the ultra-divine water over 400 years later. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, found himself amidst the serene embrace of a secluded mountain range, where a certain sect resided. It was within this hallowed sanctuary that he made his appearance. Numerous disciples adorned in pristine white robes, regardless of gender, sported their hair in long, flowing styles. Were they to be equipped with a long sword, they would epitomize the quintessential archetype of a martial arts novel's opening scene. However, these disciples did not practice swordsmanship. Instead, they devoted themselves to the mastery of martial arts and chi manipulation, for their master was a true master of the latter. With a swift glance, Sun Wukong discerned the mightiest of beings, only to discover an elderly man adorned with a long, flowing beard. It appeared he was not the legendary Wu Tai-Do, but rather an ancestor of sorts. Sun Wukong shook his head and once more engaged in instantaneous movement, setting his sights on the North Kai's planet. During his search for the North Kai, Sun Wukong spent some time, as the aura of the North Kai differed slightly from that of 500 years later. Sun Gohan elevated his energy slightly, and in an instant, he appeared on King Kai's planet. The king, who had been dozing off in his chair, suddenly sensed a presence and was jolted awake, tumbling to the ground. In a hurry to rise, he found himself staring at a pair of feet. King Kai, what are you doing? Gohan inquired, having witnessed the king's fall and deliberately posing the question. As the king stood up and looked up, he beheld a youthful figure, albeit one adorned with a peculiar beard, and noticed the tail behind him. Are you a scion? The king inquired, his expression darkening. He had heard tales of the scions as a fiercely brutal race, known solely for their penchant for violence, thus he was not inclined to display any warmth. Yes, indeed. Gohan replied, taken aback by the king's unexpectedly serious demeanor, so unlike his usual fondness for puns. How did you arrive here? What is your purpose for coming? Aren't you in the midst of a battle? The king's voice was frigid as he bombarded Gohan with questions. Please, King Kai. Do not regard me with such a fierce gaze. It frightens me. I am merely a lost little scion. As for how I got here, I ran over from Snake Way, Gohan responded earnestly. I hardly believe you. Do you take me for someone who has never seen fear before? Can you not be serious? What do you want? The king retorted, eyeing Gohan warily. King Kai, would you like to hear a cold joke? I can share one with you. Gohan suggested with a smile. What is a cold joke? The king asked, perplexed. Son Gohan found it rather peculiar that the North Kai appeared genuinely unaware of what a cold joke was. Could it be that the North Kai from 500 years ago had not yet developed such an odd quirk? He decided to experiment. What's he doing? Asked A. He's trembling, replied B. Why is he trembling? A inquired. Because he's cold. Oh, so trembling means one is no longer cold. The sound of little crows flying in a queue filled the air. Are you jesting with me, Scion? The North Kai asked. Justice of Dragon Ball, Raditz, is quite flamboyant. Those interested may wish to take a look. In the 101st chapter, the Scion Civil War, Son Gohan boldly sought clarity. Lord Kai, can we momentarily set aside this topic? What was it you mentioned about the Scions fighting? He found a place to sit and inquired with curiosity. You are quite the character. Your kin are embroiled in battle, and yet you come to me for answers. The North Kai chuckled, as if returning to familiar grounds. Indeed. Lord Kai, I became separated from my kin at a young age, and have lived in solitude, hence my ignorance of their affairs. As I mentioned earlier, I am but a lost little scion, Son Gohan replied. Moreover, I feel that the scions are excessively brutal, often engaging in combat, violence, and killing. At times, I wonder if I might be a false scion. Ah, scion, your audacity rivals my own in my youth, the North Kai remarked. I speak the truth, Lord Kai. The planet Salada, home to the scions, lies beyond my jurisdiction, and I am not well informed of its affairs. I have only heard whispers of incessant wars that have raged on for decades. It is said that the planet Salada is on the brink of annihilation due to your own kind. Salada? Son Gohan pondered, perplexed. Are the scions not currently residing on planet Vegeta? Had he unwittingly returned to a bygone era? It seemed the scions had torn their own planet apart before wandering to the later-known planet Vegeta. Indeed, since planet Vegeta is named after Vegeta, there must be a connection. I recall that Uncle Vegeta is likely Vegeta 4, which means tracing back to Vegeta, I would only span a little over a century. Considering the conflicts over planet Vegeta, the scions' presence there could not have exceeded 200 years. Son Gohan mused, stroking his chin, convinced of his deductions. However, this was merely conjecture. The precise timeline eluded him. So, is it still a time of scion civil strife? Yet, such matters seemed irrelevant to him. Let them fight as they will. Oh, lost in thought. He soon felt drowsy. Son Gohan recalled that he had not rested for quite some time, having traversed 2 worlds. He decided to take a nap first. After the North Kai finished speaking, he noticed Son Gohan stroking his chin in contemplation. A moment later, Son Gohan lifted his head and said to him, Lord Kai, I am quite sleepy. Allow me to rest for a while. Please wake me after 8 hours. With that, he moved to pull a reclining chair under a tree, adjusted it to a flat position, and lay down. The North Kai was taken aback, thinking, this kid truly treats this place as his home. Is he not afraid of being attacked while he dreams? He sighed, I am a Kai. I cannot simply take lives. He observed Son Gohan's tail swaying lazily, as if fanning himself. It seemed that Son Gohan was unfazed by the battle involving his kin, leading the North Kai to ponder whether he truly felt no sense of belonging to his race after being lost since childhood. Looking at the now slumbering Son Gohan, the North Kai furrowed his brow. He had been utterly overwhelmed during this period. He had only just managed to fall asleep before being startled awake by Son Gohan, which had understandably put him in a foul mood. In truth, he was usually a very gentle deity. As he considered the impending events, a headache began to creep back in. Our North Galaxy is truly devoid of warriors. Cursed be the situation. I fear I will be ridiculed by the other 3 Kais once again. I had sought out Kurd, only for him to betray us and defect to the enemy camp. What a despicable wretch. The North Kai lamented, scratching his scalp in distress. It was fortunate he had no hair. Otherwise, with his frequent scratching, he would soon be bald. Just then, an infuriating voice echoed, Hey, North Kai. I'm on my way to your planet. Have you not yet found suitable warriors? Would you like me to lend you one? The North Kai replied, West Kai. You myopic fool, do not mock me. What formidable warriors could you possibly have? West Kai retorted, No. I have warriors here, and they are exceedingly powerful. This expedition is bound to succeed, and the title of Grand Kai's disciple will undoubtedly belong to our West Galaxy. Soon, 2 figures appeared on the North Kai's planet. One was a short, stout figure wearing gold-framed glasses over his left eye, clad in the standard Kai uniform, clearly the West Kai. Following him was a tall, thin man with green skin, dressed in a white robe and resembling Piccolo, adorned with a tall black hat. West Kai approached with a smirk, boasting, North Kai. This is our West Galaxy's strongest warrior, Ribbone. Ribbone remained silent, following West Kai like a mute. The North Kai responded, he does not seem impressive at all, so thin. Is the diet in your West Galaxy subpar? The North and West Kais often exchanged barbs, finding amusement in their playful rivalry. Surely you are not suggesting that the one sleeping over there is your chosen warrior? West Kai quickly noticed the slumbering Sun Gohan, whose tail was still swaying. Goodness. This fellow appears feeble. North Kai, are you attempting to fill the ranks with such weaklings? Oh, wait, this is a scion. A scion this week is quite rare, indeed. You have truly set a new record. West Kai remarked with a sardonic tone. Get lost. Go away. The North Kai, infuriated, stepped aside, unwilling to engage with West Kai any further. Wake up, you. Growing increasingly agitated, the North Kai kicked Sun Gohan from the chair. Sun Gohan tumbled to the ground, rolling briefly before finding a comfortable position, and promptly fell back into deep slumber. Haha, this is amusing. Quite amusing. West Kai chuckled with delight, reveling in the sight of the North Kai's frustration. Ribbone, do not forget to train. Hurry and exercise. I will equip your limbs with 40 tons of weight to show North Kai. West Kai instructed Ribbone, who nodded in acknowledgement. With a flick of his finger, he instantly placed the 40-ton weight gear upon Ribbone. Ribbone nodded and leaped into the air, launching a series of punches and kicks that echoed through the air. This was increasingly vexing for the North Kai, who could only watch in exasperation. Chapter 102, Galactic Rascals. Achoo. Sun Gohan awoke with a sneeze. Who is causing such a commotion, disturbing my slumber? He languidly opened his eyes, roused by the wind. Ah, my apologies. The creature, known as Ribfist, halted its actions, somewhat embarrassed, and descended to the ground, only to have its feet sink deeply into the earth with a squelch. Observing this, the West Kai promptly removed its gravity equipment. Who are these individuals? Why have two newcomers suddenly appeared on North Kai's planet? Gohan pondered, rising to his feet and looking up. This figure resembles Ribfist. Yet without a halo, it is the living embodiment of Ribfist, and is that diminutive fellow a Kai? I can't quite recall which galaxy he governs, Gohan mused internally. Hey, Scion, are you the warrior that North Kai summoned? Can you withstand a punch from our Ribfist? The West Kai inquired bluntly, casting a teasing glance at Gohan. Son Gohan was bewildered. What kind of development was this? Was he caught in the crossfire? North Kai, what warriors are you seeking? Are you in search of the weakest fighters in the galaxy? Is there really such a selection process? Son Gohan looked at North Kai and pointed to himself. North Kai, caught between laughter and tears, responded, we are not seeking the weakest warriors, we require formidable fighters. Recently, a group of marauders has emerged, intent on wreaking havoc across the galaxy. The Grand Kai has commanded each galaxy to select a warrior to eradicate this menace. Oh, I see. Then you should go and fight. I wish to sleep a little longer. I'm not interested. It is likely just some minor creatures. It would be far more prudent to continue napping upon my chair. West Kai chuckled. North Kai, look, your chosen warrior has returned to slumber. East Kai and South Kai are also on their way. We must devise a strategy. This operation must be executed flawlessly to ensure the complete annihilation of Bojack and his gang, thus eliminating any future threat. Bojack? Son Gohan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. It was said that this individual was sealed away on a desolate planet at the edge of the galaxy by the combined efforts of the four Kais. If that is the case, does it mean Bojack has yet to be sealed? Son Gohan immediately released his energy to sense the surrounding auras and detected several that were comparable in strength to Frisia's. However, he could not discern which one belonged to Bojack, and surely, Bojack could not be as weak as those he sensed. Years prior, an evil force led by Bojack had suddenly emerged within the galaxy. This nefarious faction had obliterated countless planets within a span of just a few years. Over the past 2 years, their brutality had escalated, taking pleasure in the destruction of planets. The 4 major galaxies were filled with trepidation, plunging into an unprecedented era of turmoil. Consequently, the Grand Kai and the 4 Kais convened and resolved to summon the most powerful warriors from the 4 galaxies to mount a resistance against Bojack. The Grand Kai promised that the warrior who achieved the greatest merit in this endeavor would be accepted as his disciple and personally trained in martial arts. Although the exact power of this mysterious Grand Kai remained unknown, his reputation among the 4 Kai suggested he possessed numerous extraordinary abilities. The summoned warriors were filled with excitement, all aspiring to become the Grand Kai's disciple. The North Galaxy, however, was bereft of talent and possessed the weakest warriors. Therefore, North Kai reluctantly sought out the not-so-noble Kurd to join this operation, and Kurd readily agreed to North Kai's invitation. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired a few days ago. When Bojack and his gang arrived in the North Galaxy, Kurd betrayed their alliance and joined Bojack's faction. This betrayal infuriated North Kai, leading him to rage for several days. As the agreed-upon date for the meeting approached, the 4 Kais were to gather their strongest warriors on North Kai's planet to embark on the mission against Bojack. Yet, North Kai found himself at a loss. With Kurd's defection, he had no suitable replacement warriors. Was he to take the battlefield himself? He was not a combat-oriented deity. At that moment, North Kai paced anxiously, feeling increasingly restless. If the 4 galaxies summoned warriors and the North Galaxy had none, it would not only subject him to ridicule from the other 3 Kais, but the Grand Kai would undoubtedly hold him accountable. What would become of him then? This was a dire predicament. North Kai helplessly glanced at Sun Gohan, who had now risen from his chair. Was he left with no choice but to select this individual? North Kai's head throbbed in frustration, with no other options. He approached Sun Gohan, utterly devoid of energy, and weakly inquired, "Scion, what is your name?" Perhaps this desperate measure might yield some results, after all. Even the weakest Scion possesses a modicum of fighting prowess, certainly surpassing that of an ordinary person. "What is your name?" Sun Wukong contemplated for a moment. "Sun Wukong? No. That name cannot be used. Chinyu? That does not fit the style of the Dragon Ball universe at all. Moreover, that name has long been buried and is unsuitable. Nicholas Chinair?" Sun Wukong stroked his chin and gazed up at the North Kai. "Nicholas Chinair? The names of Scions are truly bizarre." The North Kai looked at Sun Wukong, and with a sense of resignation, made a decision. He continued to address Sun Wukong. "Are you willing to fight on behalf of our North Galaxy? Of course, I can offer you some compensation. Fight on behalf of the North Galaxy? But North Kai, do I look like a slacker to you? I merely wish to take it easy." Sun Wukong pointed at himself. The North Kai leaned closer to Sun Wukong's ear and revealed the circumstances of the matter. The West Kai watched in silence as the North Kai and Sun Wukong conversed, increasingly convinced that these two were utterly unreliable. Originally, he thought Sun Wukong had been invited by the North Kai, but after hearing their dialogue, he realized it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Now he was at a loss for words. It seems the North Galaxy truly has no one left. They cannot even find a decent warrior. Someone like this, Sun Wukong could probably defeat dozens with one hand, right? Per North Kai. After hearing the North Kai's explanation, Sun Wukong looked at him with a puzzled expression and said, "I suppose that is acceptable. But I am curious about what benefits you can offer me. I can teach you the Kaioken, a technique that can significantly enhance your power in a short time," replied the North Kai. Sun Wukong shook his head. The Spirit Bomb, a technique capable of harnessing the life force of living beings to strike at foes, was further elucidated by King Kai of the North. Sun Wukong shook his head once more. "What is it that you truly desire?" The North Kai, feeling a twinge of irritation, thought to himself, "Remarkable. He has revealed both of his trump cards, yet this individual remains utterly unfazed." Sun Gohan pondered for a moment and said, "You need only grant me one request." "What request?" The North Kai retorted. "You're merely here to make up the numbers. Remember to keep your distance when the battle commences," he added. Upon hearing the North Kai's final remark, a radiant smile blossomed on Sun Gohan's face as he replied, "I shall tell you when the time comes. Lord Kai, I am, in fact, quite formidable. Do not jest. You appear to possess little strength," the North Kai quipped. "I am merely feigning. Does not every tale revel in the art of deception? Would you think me capable of reaching North Kai's planet otherwise? Indeed, how could an ordinary person arrive here?" "The gravity is no trifling matter," the North Kai murmured. Just then, as Sun Gohan conversed with the North Kai, for more powerful auras descended upon North Kai's planet, the East Kai and the South Kai, accompanied by the warriors they had summoned. Chapter 103, a gathering of minds with hidden intentions. This time, each galaxy dispatched only their strongest warrior at their level of combat. Victory could not be determined by mere numbers. Often, a single individual could sway the outcome of the battle. Furthermore, with fewer participants, retreating in dire circumstances became a feasible option. Sensing the incoming auras, Sun Gohan raised his gaze. What he beheld left him momentarily stunned. A striking beauty with long orange hair and a tall, muscular man approached, each accompanied by a respective Kai. Sun Gohan was momentarily taken aback. Not due to the extraordinary beauty of the woman or the formidable strength of the man, but rather because he recognized these two individuals. If he was not mistaken, the curly-haired enchantress and the towering figure were both high-ranking subordinates of Bojack. The intrigue of the situation was palpable as Sun Gohan contemplated the implications. The woman and man exhibited power that roughly corresponded to the threshold of a newly ascended Super Saiyan. After a careful assessment of their auras, Sun Gohan formed a preliminary judgment regarding their capabilities. Such a powerful female warrior was indeed a rarity. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the orange-haired woman could be deemed a striking beauty, albeit a notorious one. That phrase came to his mind, a beauty destined for greatness, yet reduced to a life of crime. This was undeniably fascinating. Regardless of whether these two were Bojack's spies or had yet to rebel, the situation was intriguing. "King of the North, we have arrived." The South King was the tallest and most robust among the four kings, and the warrior he brought along exuded a similar stature, none other than the imposing man. The East King was the sole female among the four, accompanied by the orange-haired beauty. The group exchanged glances, each offering a smile and a nod, except for the tall man, who displayed a disdainful expression, disregarding everyone around him. Zhang Jia hailed from the Eastern Galaxy, showcasing exceptional talent for cultivation from birth. As an adult, she outshone her peers, emerging as a standout in the Eastern Galaxy. With her captivating beauty, she garnered numerous admirers, yet she remained unapproachable. This changed when she encountered Bojack, a man whose strength far surpassed her own. She admired those more powerful than herself, and thus, the men she fancied had to be equally formidable. On the other hand, the towering Buchan originated from the Southern Galaxy, belonging to a race endowed with the ability to amplify their power through transformation. He too was a prodigy in the Southern Galaxy. known for his arrogance and a demeanor that suggested everyone was his enemy. Throughout his life, he had only revered two individuals. One was Bakuru, a fellow warrior from the southern galaxy. Despite Bakuru's relatively inferior combat prowess, his fearless nature in battle earned Buchan's respect. The other was Bojack, who, within just a few years, had completely subjugated him with overwhelming strength, leading Buchan to pledge his loyalty to Bojack. When Bojack learned that the four kings were convening the strongest warriors from the four galaxies to mount an offensive against him, a brilliant plan took shape in his mind. Zanjia and Buchan, being among the most powerful in the four galaxies, naturally became the targets of the king's summons. Originally, Kurtur could have participated, adding flair to the king's performance. But he was preemptively discovered by the North King, leaving room for only two of his own subordinates. As the expedition to eliminate their foes commenced, the strategy hinged on a coordinated approach. First vanquish the strongest from other galaxies, then eradicate the kings, thereby executing a master plan to dominate the entire galaxy. This was the pivotal aspect of their scheme. Sun Wukong once again sensed the aura of the rib rice. This warrior from the Western Galaxy is remarkably humble and exceedingly honest, yet his strength is undeniably formidable. Currently, his power is estimated to be at the pinnacle of the mid-level of Super Saiyan Stage 1. He stands as the strongest warrior on North Chaos planet. Apart from Sun Wukong himself, Sun Wukong observed the three individuals with considerable interest. He was somewhat familiar with them and felt a tinge of optimism. However, these three knew nothing about Sun Wukong, perceiving him as devoid of any semblance of strength, his listless demeanor resembling that of an ailing individual, which was rather off-putting. Could this fellow truly be a top-tier powerhouse in the galaxy? He appeared more like an imposter. Let us introduce ourselves. The West Kai initiated. I am the West Kai, the overseer of the Western Galaxy. I hope we can unite our efforts to eradicate Bojack and his crew decisively. The West Kai's serious tone carried a compelling weight. I am the North Kai, the North Kai replied, sounding somewhat feeble, coincidentally forming a team with Sun Wukong. I am the East Kai. The East Kai introduced herself. A woman with a somewhat rounded figure and a robust voice. I am the South Kai, if I am not mistaken. This warrior is a scion from our South Galaxy's salad planet, correct? The South Kai remarked, directing his gaze towards Sun Wukong, as everyone noticed the tail adorning him. Sun Gohan offered him a faint smile but did not respond. For indeed, he was neither from the South Galaxy nor from the planet Salad. I am Rib Rice. Hailing from the West Galaxy, Rib Rice declared. I am Zanjia. From the East Galaxy, Zanjia chimed in, her voice melodious, yet her gaze, upon scanning Sun Gohan and Rib Rice, bore a hint of disdain. One was unattractive, the other feeble. What sort of men were they? Buchan, from the South Galaxy. Buchan stated coldly, casting a glance at Rib Rice and then turning his attention to Sun Gohan. Suddenly, he erupted in fury. You worthless monkey. You are clearly from our South Galaxy. Are you planning to stand in for the North Galaxy in battle? Soon, I shall teach you a lesson, you pitiful wretch. And who might Bakuru be? Sun Wukong gazed at him in silence, then chuckled. I am called Nibababa. The North Kai was momentarily at a loss for words. Did you not just introduce yourself as Nicholas Chenair? How could you change your name in such a brief span? Nevertheless, the North Kai refrained from exposing him immediately. Instead, he approached Sun Wukong and gently tugged at his sleeve, whispering into his ear, do not provoke them. They are the mightiest warriors in their respective galaxies. Remain discreet. Remain discreet. Sun Gohan winked at him. I am quite low-key, North Kai. Nababa? Buchan repeated the name several times, finally grasping its meaning, and instantly erupted in rage. Striding towards Sun Gohan with a countenance that suggested he meant to devour him. Hey, Buchan, stop. We have a formidable enemy ahead. What are you planning to do? Observing Buchan's intent to strike Sun Gohan, Zanjia dashed forward, positioning himself in Buchan's path with an outstretched hand to block his advance. Step aside. I intend to kill this old fool. Buchan seethed with fury. Fool, if you have the guts, then go and strike Nababa. If you're a man, don't cower. Sun Gohan taunted him, mockingly gesturing for him to approach. He was curious to see if Buchan would dare to act as an undercover agent. You dare to provoke me right from the start. You must have lost your mind. You seek death. Buchan exclaimed, attempting to shove Zanjia aside, his anger boiling over. Buchan. Consider the consequences of disrupting the master's plans, Zanjia said coldly in an almost imperceptible tone. Buchan's eyes widened, but he eventually regained his composure. Glaring fiercely at Sun Gohan, yet he abandoned the notion of rushing in to pummel him. Old fool, I'll let you revel for a while, but when the time comes, you will beg for death, Buchan vowed silently, already concocting a nefarious scheme. Sun Wukong cast a glance over, feeling a tinge of disappointment. It was rather unexpected that this large figure managed to endure. However, he ultimately confirmed his suspicions. Both Buchan and Zanjia were undoubtedly in cahoots. It was evident that Zanjia must have uttered something to compel Buchan to restrain himself. These two were certainly allies. Is this what you refer to as low profile? The North Kai looked at Sun Wukong in silence. Chapter 104, The Action Plan. Sun Gohan, Lord Kai, he provoked me first. I am merely a victim compelled by circumstance. The South Kai interjected to mediate, given the formidable enemy we face. It is imperative that we refrain from internal discord and instead strategize on how to confront Bojack. Mujin, You should also maintain your composure. The South Kai cast a glance at Bujin. Humph. Bujin scoffed audibly. It was not the time to challenge the Kai, and thus he held his tongue. Though the Kais had never demonstrated their prowess in battle, they were nonetheless among the most powerful deities in the galaxy, possessing unique and inscrutable abilities. In truth, while the individual combat strength of the Kais may be lacking, each possesses their own peculiar techniques. For instance, the North Kai wields the formidable Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, while the capabilities of the other Kais remain to be seen. Historically, Bojack was sealed away by the combined efforts of 4 Kais. Although the involvement of the Grand Kai remains uncertain, it nonetheless indicates that these 4 Kais are far from ordinary. While their individual strength may be modest, their combined efforts could yield unexpected and formidable techniques. Naturally, apart from Sun Gohan, the other 3 warriors of the galaxy were unaware of this. Yet they were not inclined to offend their own Kais lightly. North Kai, Bojack currently resides in your northern galaxy. Please enlighten us about his recent activities. The South Kai requested. Bojack is presently situated on the planet Kurd, at the northernmost edge of the northern galaxy. And it is rumored that he is actively recruiting powerful warriors. It is only a matter of time before he strikes against us, the North Kai replied, his expression grave. The North Kai is correct. It's possible that one among us could be a spy sent by Bojack. At this moment, Sun Gohan remarked, deliberately casting a glance at Bujin. Bujin, taken aback, retorted angrily, what do you mean? Are you implying that we 3 are suspicious? I said no such thing. That was your own interpretation, Sun Gohan replied with a chuckle. Nababa, perhaps you should refrain from speaking as well, the South Kai suggested. Actually, my name is Nicholas Janair, Sun Gohan interjected. The South Kai sighed, feeling weary. We must trust our comrades. Now, let us deliberate on how to confront Bojack. He continued. Trust, indeed. Bujin and Zangya are surely the infiltrators, Sun Gohan mused internally, yet he chose not to expose his thoughts at that moment. If you wish to perform, I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. Why don't we stealthily infiltrate their planet and launch a surprise attack on Bojack? Once he is eliminated, their entire team will surely crumble, Zangya proposed. Indeed, that is an excellent suggestion, the others nodded in agreement. Had I not known your identity beforehand, I might have almost been swayed by your deceitful words. You likely intend to ensnare us in a trap. Sun Gohan thought to himself. That is unwise. How can you be certain that Bojack does not possess means of detecting energy? A presence as substantial as yours would undoubtedly be detected the moment you approached his planet, Sun Gohan remarked with a smirk. This fellow seeks to sabotage our plans for Lord Bojack? Zangya glared coldly at Sun Gohan, her voice frosty. Might I ask what your esteemed opinion is? Sun Gohan spoke in a flat tone. If you ask me, we should pilot the spaceship to hover above their planet and unleash a devastating explosive assault, turning Bojack and his cohorts, along with the planet itself, to ashes. The group gasped in astonishment. Who would have thought this fellow possessed such ruthlessness? While his combat prowess may be lacking, his heart is undeniably fierce. No, we cannot do that. The planet is inhabited, the North Kai immediately objected. However, I possess a method to seal your auras, the East Kai remarked. Oh, in that case, we have no issues, the West Kai nodded in agreement. I have a question. Sun Gohan raised his hand. What question? The West Kai turned to him. Do you know just how powerful Bojack truly is? Are we certain this will lead to victory? Sun Gohan inquired. And so what? Shall we refrain from fighting? Do we wait for Bojack to obliterate the galaxy? The West Kai replied solemnly. All right. Perhaps I am being too narrow-minded, Sun Gohan conceded, acknowledging his misjudgment. Very well, this time we permit the use of all available means. Our sole objective is to eliminate Bojack, the West Kai declared. We shall send the North Kai to accompany you. You must ensure his safety, the West Kai continued. To which the East and South Kai both nodded in agreement. Ah, why must it be me? The North Kai exclaimed in shock. He was reluctant to partake in such a perilous endeavor, especially given his lack of combat ability. Fear not, you shall not perish. The Grand Kai has provided a device for your escape, which can be activated in critical moments, the West Kai chuckled. What is that? The North Kai asked, puzzled.